Gods from all sides coveted the power of human faith and created messengers of God. From then on, the world fell into chaos. All races rose up in resistance, formed an alliance, repelled the gods, and killed the gods' messengers. In this world, everyone's talent will awaken at the moment of adulthood, and the strength of the talent directly determines the future destiny. Over the past 3 years, I have conducted extensive research on awakening talents, covering almost all knowledge related to the vocation, in order to be prepared for this moment. But my life was completely changed because of a sudden marriage. 10 years ago, humans suffered heavy losses in the war with the gods, and the population continued to decline. In order to cope with the crisis, the Chinese government launched a matchmaking policy, matching suitable marriage partners through big data, binding marriage relationships, and providing generous subsidies. Today, I signed a marriage contract with a girl I had never met. What I never expected was that my talent was awakened at the moment the wedding was completed. And this talent actually made me incredibly powerful. On top of that, I can get an extra year of government subsidies for each child I give birth to, up to a maximum of 5 years. Of course, this is not without its drawbacks. Because the big data system matching consumes a lot of resources. Once a successful match is made, the marriage relationship will be completely bound. But if I insist on terminating the relationship, I will have to pay a high penalty. However, the men and women matched through big data basically have complementary personalities, are highly compatible to a certain extent, and rarely have conflicts. So in recent years, more than 99% of young people will go to the marriage bureau to register after they turn 16. Most of my high school classmates got married within a month after completing the registration process and lived a shameless life. But I have been single for 2 years and have not yet successfully found a partner. I was ridiculed a lot in high school. A call from a Civil Affairs Bureau staff member said, "Please bring your ID to the Tiana City Marriage Bureau later. I wish you happiness." I hung up the phone. All the nervousness in my heart disappeared, and my mind was filled with fantasies about the bride. Is she the national goddess? Or the school beauty with black stockings? Thinking of this, I quickly called a car and arrived at the matchmaking bureau half an hour later. Before I even entered the door, the sound of an argument coming from inside caught my attention. "Have you made a mistake? You actually matched me with a man who has no father or mother and is only in the late mortal realm." A crisp but angry voice came. "Ma'am, you have to trust the big data matching system. It is built in combination with the ability of the predictor, and the degree of fit is very high," the staff tried to explain. "But I just registered and the results came out. Isn't this cheating me out of paying the penalty?" My heart sank. Could that voice be my marriage partner? I walked in with gritted teeth, and sure enough, there was a girl of about 14 or 15 sitting at the front desk. Her long silver hair was smooth and shiny, and she had a pair of small dragon horns on her head. She was wearing a white shirt, a pink and white skirt, white silk and red boots, and she was as bright as an elf. I couldn't help but be stunned. She also turned to look at me, her eyes cold but sharp. "Are you Suchin?" Her voice was cold and arrogant. "It's me. Are you my marriage partner?" I stuttered. She stood up, walked in front of me, looked me over carefully, and then smiled meaningfully. "You look pretty good, but it's a pity that looks can't make a living." She changed the subject. "Tomorrow is your birthday, right? If you don't awaken to the vocation of the top 100 at midnight, I will cancel the marriage." I was stunned. Top 100? That's a 1 in a billion chance. And there are only 4 people in the entire country of China. "By the way, are you a dragon?" I asked, trying to ease the atmosphere. "Yes, the Shenlong clan." She puffed out her chest proudly, and then added casually, "Don't bother to remember my name. After midnight, we are strangers anyway." I just wanted to test the human big data matching system, so I registered casually. I didn't expect that I would be matched successfully in seconds. She was matched with me right after registering. I guess she was cursing the system in her heart for being unreliable. Just then, a shrill alarm sounded from the street, and the crowd on the street fled in all directions. We ran out of the matchmaking bureau and looked up to see that the entire sky was torn apart by cracks. A dark red light enveloped the moon, like the prelude to doomsday. The piercing broadcast echoed repeatedly. My head was buzzing, and the scene before my eyes seemed like a real-life disaster movie. The number of those monsters far exceeded 10,000, and there were 3 Lord-level divine messengers and an unknown god. This attack was defined as a heaven-level disaster. People on the street were fleeing frantically, and many people rushed into the matchmaking bureau to seek shelter. I turned to look at Long Luoer, who was covering her forehead, shaking her head and sighing. I didn't check the almanac before going out. I'm so unlucky today, she muttered, her tone full of helplessness. Outside the door, 6 wolf-shaped gods appeared on the street. They looked disgusting, like pieces of rotten meat stuck together, and they exuded a foul odor. Ah! They let out shrill roars and slammed into the protective barrier of the matchmaking bureau frantically. The sharp sound pierced my eardrums and hurt them. In just a few minutes, more and more gods gathered, and cracks began to appear on the surface of the barrier. A commotion broke out in the house. I stared at the digital clock at the matchmaking bureau, my palms sweating. 15 minutes left. Will my awakened vocation be a combat one? After traveling through time for 3 years, I have been looking forward to awakening powerful abilities like in the novels. However, reality repeatedly slapped me in the face. My mediocre talent made it difficult for me to keep up with my peers in even ordinary cultivation. At this moment, awakening my vocation was my only hope. Crack! The protective barrier finally couldn't bear the pressure and shattered. The wolf-shaped gods swarmed in, and one of them pounced directly on me and Long Luoer. I picked up a chair and put it in front of her, then swung it with all my strength. Bang! With a dull sound, the messenger of God was knocked several meters away, but he quickly stood firm and pounced again with a roar. I could only hold on to the broken chair leg, ready to fight for my life. Long Luoer sighed softly behind him. Even though you are so weak, you still want to protect others. Before she finished speaking, she waved her right hand and drew a pure white sword from the void. The sword flashed, and the divine messenger was cut in half, with his body falling to the ground. The pungent smell of blood splattered everywhere, staining her white shirt. How disgusting! Long Luoer complained with a frown, but his movements did not slow down at all. The sword light flew, and the remaining gods' messengers fell one after another. In less than a minute, all the invading gods were destroyed. The people in the room were stunned and whispered, "She is a dragon soul swordsman? A super strong person with the 88th rank in the heavenly duty sequence. Oh my god, why would such a person come to the matchmaking bureau?" I was also stunned. This girl is not only beautiful, but also so powerful. She turned and walked towards me with a smug smile on her face. "Now you know you are not worthy of me, right?" "I'm definitely not worthy of it." I put down the broken chair and answered honestly, "Anyway, thank you for saving me." She said, "Well, you know it's good for you." At this moment, 3 kilometers east of the matchmaking bureau, the battle had become fierce. 5 teams of night watchmen surrounded a god shrouded in mist, but they were unable to shake him. Team leader Zhang Chenhai shouted, "Form a formation." Blue light rose from the talismans in the hands of each night watchman, forming a huge barrier that trapped the god. Countless blue swords gathered in the barrier and pointed at the god. The awakened one said, "Tell me your names. Why did you attack Tiana City?" The god stopped and slowly raised his right hand. Gravity descended instantly. The ground made a dull cracking sound, and the young night watchman fell one after another, bleeding profusely. Zhang Chenhai gritted his teeth and held up his sword, roaring, "God-killing sword formation, go!" All the blue swords shot towards the god, but when they were 10 meters away, they all turned into starlight. The god raised his left hand, and gravity increased again, and everyone fell to their knees. "Yamaropis." The deep voice was like thunder in the ears. "Human, don't overestimate your abilities." After saying that, he took a step and headed west. Zhang Chenhai collapsed to the ground, muttering to himself, "Alibis, 72 demon gods." Then his consciousness was swallowed up by the boundless darkness. As the time slowly approached 23:55, the barrier of the matchmaking bureau was finally repaired by the staff, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Long Luoer sat on a chair nearby, using water magic to wash her blood-stained clothes. Her expression was as calm as ever, as if the crisis she had just experienced had nothing to do with her at all. I walked up to her with 2 cups of tea and asked carefully, "Long Luoer, what kind of vocation is a dragon soul swordsman?" She took the tea and glanced at me. "Why are you asking this?" I didn't answer directly, but took out a notebook with the pros and cons of various vocations densely written on it. She glanced at it casually and raised her eyebrows slightly, as if she was slightly interested. "This man took such detailed notes. Is he planning to be an analyst? Or is he preparing for his vocation?" she murmured. Then she continued, "Forget it. Since we are a match, it's okay to tell you. Dragon Soul Swordsman is a unique vocation of our Shenlong clan. They are good at both swordsmanship and magic. Their physical enhancement is far beyond that of ordinary swordsmen, and they can also attach magic to their swords. I see. Thank you. I nodded and had a deeper understanding of her strength. Humph. Considering that you were quite brave just now, she suddenly raised the corner of her mouth and revealed a playful smile. I will allow you to call me wife for the time being. After all, there are still 2 minutes. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. I sighed silently in my heart. If I really shouted it out, I was afraid she would laugh at me again. 2 minutes left. What will my calling be? I was lost in thought when the piercing sound of glass breaking interrupted my thoughts. The barrier that should have been repaired was broken again. Before I could react, Long Luoer suddenly threw me to the ground. Get down! There was a hint of panic in her voice. Immediately, dozens of screams were heard, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. When I came to my senses, the scene in front of me made my heart stop. Except for the two of us, everyone else was cut in half, and blood flowed like a river. Long Luoer stood up, a white sword in her hand. She stared at the monster in front of her, whose body was wrapped in black mist, and her voice trembled. Who are you? The black fog gradually dissipated, revealing a centaur-like body. Alibis, Long Luoer whispered. Her face turned pale instantly, her legs trembled constantly, and she couldn't even hold the sword in her hand steadily. Before she could continue speaking, more gods rushed in. Bird-shaped, tiger-shaped, and even human-shaped monsters surrounded us. They exuded a rotten smell that was disgusting. Oluobashi spoke, his voice so low that it seemed to come from hell. Long Luoer, you made my search so difficult. What do you want to do? She gritted her teeth and held on. You're asking even though you already know the answer? Orobasai sneered. 30 years ago you, the Shimlong clan, took away my secret treasure while I was injured. Today, I want to take your head as a bargaining chip. Long Luoer was sweating profusely. She tried to stand firmly, but her voice was filled with fear. Alibis, aren't you afraid of violating the treaty between gods by attacking human cities? Alibis sneered. Enjoy it while you can still talk. Before I finished speaking, gravity suddenly hit me. I saw with my own eyes that Long Luoer fell to the ground, struggling to hold on. Even though she was the princess of the Shimlong clan, she couldn't resist this force. I clenched the broken chair leg in my hand and dragged my trembling body to stand in front of Long Luoer. Run! Run, she screamed. It's not midnight yet. You are my wife now, and it is my responsibility to protect you. I said, gritting my teeth, but I was actually scared to death. Orobus looked at me with disdain, as if he was too lazy to exert any power on me. He pulled out a dark red giant axe from the void, took a step forward, and appeared in front of us in an instant. The moment the giant axe chopped down on me, the clock struck midnight. Everything around seemed to be paused, and time stood still. Except for me, everyone was frozen in place. Orobashi's contemptuous expression, Long Luoer's desperate eyes, and even the giant axe stopped less than 10 centimeters away from me. What happened? I looked around in shock. At this moment, a book emitting golden light appeared out of thin air in my hand, with 3 words written on the cover, God Killer. After I read out the title of the book, the golden book instantly turned into a ball of light and merged into my body. A tremendous force surged in, and I felt like I was being dragged into an endless abyss, and my consciousness gradually became blurred. When I opened my eyes again, time had resumed its flow. The axe continued to chop down at me, but the moment it touched me, I put my 2 fingers together and easily blocked the fatal blow. A trace of shock finally appeared in Oluobashi's eyes. Who are you? Alibis, the 55th demon god. You violated the treaty with the gods and massacred humans. I will kill you here in the name of the Godslayer. My voice was cold and calm, like a trial in court. The golden book emerged from my body again and turned into 3 golden lights. One turned into a longbow, one turned into an arrow, and the last one formed a circle of light to protect Long Luoer and me. The gods' messengers around tried to break through the circle of light, but as soon as they got close, they turned into spots of light and dissipated. Orobus' eyes widened, and he raised his giant axe unwillingly to fight back, but my arrow pierced his heart. Impossible. Iamoropis. He uttered his last wail, turned into a point of light, and was completely annihilated. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I felt was that my head was resting on something soft and sweet. Before I was fully awake, a slightly complaining voice came. Su-Chen, you finally woke up? My legs are numb. I looked up, and what caught my eye was Long Luo'er's face, which was so delicate that it didn't look like that of an ordinary person. Our breaths were so close that her cheeks were even slightly flushed. I came to my senses instantly and quickly sat up, fearing that I would be slapped. Sorry, I don't know what happened. Why did I end up lying on your lap? Long Luo'er glanced at me and sighed. You really don't know what happened last night? Last night? I looked around and saw that we were in a clean, bright room. The sunlight came in through the curtains, and the scene outside was peaceful, which was completely different from the chaos of last night. Sorry, I don't remember it very clearly. I scratched my head. I only remember that before I passed out, I seemed to see a god named Orobus who wanted to kill you. I went to stop him, and then time suddenly stopped. Then a golden book appeared in my hand. And then I don't know anything. When he heard the word golden book, Long Luo'er's expression changed instantly, and he was stunned for several seconds. What does it say on the cover of that book? She asked in a low voice. It seems to be the 3 words God Slayer. I answered truthfully. Her expression became complicated, as if she was lost in some kind of deep thought. I vaguely felt that this name had an unusual meaning to her. Long Luo'er, what is that book? I asked tentatively. She glanced at me and shook her head slightly, as if she didn't intend to answer directly, but she still said, God Slayer is the vocation recorded in the ancient books of our Shenlong clan, but no one has ever awakened it, and there is no sequence number for it. This vocation dominates the life of the gods, judges the sins of the gods, and can even easily kill the 72 demon gods. Her tone was calm, but it made me feel uneasy. Dominating the life of a god? This sounded too far-fetched. Can you summon the golden book now? She asked, changing the subject. Summon? I was confused. She demonstrated it to me, and with her right hand she grasped the air. A pure white sword immediately appeared in her hand, emitting a faint light. Just like this, gather the spiritual energy into your hand. Think about its appearance, and it will appear. Okay, I'll try. I closed my eyes and did as she said. Sure enough, a golden book slowly emerged in my hand. However, before the book was fully formed, it disappeared in an instant. What's going on? I looked at her puzzled. She shrugged and said helplessly, Your spiritual power is too low. You can't even summon your life weapon. Hearing this, I couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. I thought I had awakened a powerful mission, but in the end, I couldn't even handle the basic operations. Forget it. Let's take our time with these. By the way, where is your home? She suddenly asked. My home? I was stunned for a moment. Why are you asking this? You are my husband. You can't let me sleep on the street. She said it confidently, not like the person who vowed to dissolve the marriage last night. Although I don't understand why her attitude changed so quickly, I'm too lazy to think about it. For such a lovely dragon wife, it's better to just let nature take its course. I stood up and prepared to take her home, but because I had run out of strength, I fell towards her and pinned her to the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Are you in such a hurry to have a baby right after getting married? She said indignantly. Sorry, I seem to have no strength left in my body. I explained awkwardly. She sighed. You are like this because you have exhausted your spiritual energy. It's really troublesome. Forget it. I will carry you back. So, I lay on Long Luo'er's back, looking at the devastated city, and couldn't help wondering, how did she and I escape from Alubis last night? At the same time, in a ward of the city center hospital, 2 men were whispering about what happened last night. One of them was wearing sunglasses and sitting leisurely on a chair. He said, Chenhai, are you okay? The other man was lying on the hospital bed, wrapped in bandages all over his body. He snorted coldly. Zhao Shana, do you think I look okay? Sorry, the man in sunglasses smiled. These are all we brought back. He took out 23 badges and placed them on the bedside table, his expression gradually becoming solemn. All kill. Zhang Chenhai, lying on the bed, sighed softly and turned his eyes to the window. Zhao Shana took out a photo from his pocket and handed it to him. However, there is also good news. This is a photo someone took near the matchmaking bureau last night. The picture is a bit blurry, but it can be seen that a human has awakened an extremely powerful vocation, possibly within sequence 200, or even a priesthood. Zhang Chenhai looked at the blurred golden light in the photo, frowned slightly, and murmured in a low voice. Clergy? The chaos of last night made me doubt for a moment whether I could ever get home. But when we came to the northwest, my old house was still standing there intact. It was surrounded by collapsed high-rise buildings, and it was like an isolated island, surrounded by ruins. Long Luo'er kicked the door open, and immediately a cloud of dust rose up, causing her to cough and frown. Cough, cough, cough. This place is too dirty. The collapse of a high-rise building last night raised a lot of dust, so a simple cleanup is all that's needed, I explained. Cleaning? I can't live in this environment. She wrinkled her nose and looked disgusted. Why not just buy a house in the city center? I almost choked when I heard her say that. Buy a house just because there's a lot of dust? The consumption concept of this dragon clan is really beyond imagination. In less than half an hour, we arrived at the sales office in the city center. Along the way, I lay on her back and was pointed at by many passersby. After all, it looks awkward no matter how you look at it for an adult man who is nearly 1.8 meters tall to be carried on the back of a little girl who is less than 1.6 meters tall. Sit still and don't move. I'm going to go look at the house. She put me on the chair and walked towards the counter. The counter is filled with real estate information, and most of the properties have red crosses marked on them, indicating that they are damaged. The prices of the few remaining houses doubled. Long Luo pointed at a message and said, "I want this one." Behind the counter, the salesperson looked up at her, then looked at the dragon horns on her head. "Madam, are you a dragon?" "Yeah, what's wrong? The dragon people can't buy houses?" Long Luo asked impatiently. "Of course not. It's just that after the gods' attack last night, we have a rule that houses can only be sold to humans who have the right to reside in Tiana City. If you need it, you may have to wait a week before coming back." The salesperson explained politely. "What a shitty rule," Long Luo muttered, looking unhappy. Seeing her frustrated, I sighed helplessly, stood up and walked to the counter, took her hand and said, "Hello, she's my wife. My name is Su Chun. I have the right to reside in Tiana City. You can check it." After saying that, I took out my mobile phone, opened the QR code of my ID card and handed it to the salesperson. The salesperson glanced at the two of us and was obviously surprised by this combination. However, she still scanned the code and checked according to the process. After a moment, she nodded. "It's indeed no problem. Madam, the price of this house is 58 million Chinese yuan." 58 million? I almost dropped my phone. This apartment is only a little over 100 square meters, and it's priced like this. But Long Luo didn't care about the price at all. She took out a wooden box full of crystals from her storage ring and handed it to the salesperson. "I don't have Chinese currency. Are these magic crystals enough?" As soon as the wooden box was opened, the salesperson was stunned for a moment. Inside was 100 crystal clear magic crystals. She tried to calm her expression and said carefully, "Please wait a moment. I need to consult the boss." We were taken to the reception room and received by a middle-aged man with a stubble on his face. After carefully examining several magic crystals, he smiled with satisfaction. Each magic crystal is worth more than 500,000 Chinese yuan. These crystals are more than enough to pay for the house, and there is even a surplus. The house purchase procedure was completed very quickly. After receiving the key, Long Luo jumped for joy. "We will live here from now on. Sell your shabby house. Don't you need a wedding house after marriage?" I responded with a wry smile. "If I had money, I would have changed it a long time ago. By the way, we will go to the municipal center to collect the government subsidy later." "Subsidy?" She stopped and looked curious. "We got married through the big data matchmaking system and can receive a subsidy of 1 million Chinese yuan per year, which is enough for daily expenses." "That's great. What are we waiting for? Let's go." She excitedly pulled me out, then suddenly stopped and turned around to ask, "By the way, are you feeling better now?" I spread my hands helplessly. "If I say I'm not well, will you still carry me?" She glanced at me with a sly smile on her face. "So do you want to try being watched by others again?" When I finally returned to my new home, dragging my tired body, it was already getting dark. The new home is indeed a world apart from the previous shabby bungalow. It is not only spacious and fully furnished, but also equipped with disposable daily necessities. Apparently, the sales center had been thoroughly cleaned before the house was delivered. Money can really solve a lot of problems. Just when I was thinking about having a quick bite to eat in the evening, my stomach started growling unceremoniously, and Long Luo's stomach also started growling. "Lolo, what do you want to eat? Let's order takeout," I suggested naturally. "Takeout? Also, what the hell is Lolo?" She pouted and patted my back gently in protest. Although she said this, I clearly saw the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she seemed to not hate this nickname. "We're married. We can't always call each other by our full names. Nicknames make it more intimate," I responded with a smile. She didn't argue any further, but instead stared at the takeout menu on my phone and picked out food she had never seen before. A few minutes later, I took my phone back and looked at the price. I almost fainted from shock. More than 10,000 Chinese yuan. What did you order? I couldn't help but widen my eyes. She raised her eyebrows and said innocently, I ordered all the delicious food on the menu. What's the problem? Looking at the pitiful subsidy in the bank card balance, I could only sigh helplessly. Forget it. Today is our wedding anniversary and my birthday, so let's have a good meal. After placing the order, we started to organize our new home. When I tried to participate in the decoration of the master bedroom, she ruthlessly pushed me out. What are you doing? I asked, puzzled. She put her hands on her hips and said angrily, the master bedroom is mine. The guest bedroom opposite is your room. We are married. Isn't it normal for us to live together? I asked tentatively. That doesn't exist. She rolled her eyes at me and turned to close the door. I looked at the closed door and shook my head helplessly. The takeaway finally arrived an hour later. Due to the battle last night, the entire Tianhe city was still shrouded in ruins and chaos, which made the delivery particularly slow. When all the takeouts were placed on the table, I was completely speechless watching the way Long Luo ate. She just grabbed the food with her hands and stuffed it in her mouth, completely losing her previous cool attitude. Can you eat with chopsticks like a normal human being? I reminded helplessly. Human food is so delicious, she answered vaguely while eating with relish. After dinner, the heavy responsibility of cleaning up the dishes fell on me without a doubt. I grumbled in dissatisfaction. Today is my birthday. Are you willing to let a birthday boy like me do the work? Marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a dog, follow the dog. In our dragon clan, the man takes care of all the housework. Isn't this an old saying among you humans? She said righteously. What this means is that if you marry me, you have to abide by my customs, right? I rolled my eyes, but still cleaned up the table obediently. With such a lovely and strong wife, perhaps my little sacrifice is worth it. After finishing the preparation, I followed her instructions and sat cross-legged in meditation, trying to summon spiritual power. After failing more than a dozen times, I finally condensed a pocket-sized golden book. Although it was only the size of a palm, it was at least better than not being able to summon anything before. I opened the golden book and found that the first few dozen pages were blank. Until I turned to the last few pages, a paragraph of text came into my eyes. Name, Ulu Bus, number 00055 realm, peak of true God realm, crime, violating the peace treaty, status, killed. Lolo, this Eurobus, is the monster from last night, right? I asked puzzledly. She sighed and told me exactly what happened last night. After hearing this, I was completely stunned. Orobasai was actually one of the 72 demon gods, with combat power strong enough to crush most gods, and I actually killed him in seconds? Lolo, are you sure this is not a dream? I didn't quite believe it. If this was a dream, how could we come back alive? She said with a serious expression. But my body is still so weak. I don't look like someone who can kill a god. She pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, perhaps the vocation of God Slayer can only be used in certain situations, such as encountering a god. So, I'm usually a noob? I scratch my head. Is there any job transfer system that can allow me to change my job? The moment I opened my mouth, the golden book suddenly burst into a dazzling light. In the light, a creature similar to a fairy tale fairy flew out. Master, do you need to change your job? The little goblin's voice was clear and pleasant, with a naughty smile on his face. Long Luo and I looked at each other, our minds full of questions. Who are you? I am the spirit of the god-killing golden book. Just call me Xiao Jin. The little goblin waved his hand, and then a virtual screen appeared in front of us. The system displays, owner of the god-killing golden book, Su Chun, current occupation, god-killer, ability points, 10800 realm, late mortal realm, optional alternative occupation, none. Master, you killed Orobus before and gained 10,000 ability points. You can use the ability points to draw a vocation, and you can switch to a new vocation at any time. Xiao Jin explained with a smile. Looking at the lottery option on the screen, I couldn't help swallowing. At this moment, my hands began to lose control. This scene made Long Luo and I freeze in place, especially when I heard Xiao Jin say that changing jobs could have a charm effect. I was so shocked. Su Chun, am I still in a dream? Long Luo frowned and whispered, obviously a little confused. Lolo, stop messing around, you're awake. I answered, trying hard to suppress the twitching of my lips. I couldn't believe how absurd this was. Xiao Jin floated beside the ability point, quietly waiting for my decision. Long Luo and I looked at each other and nodded. Xiao Jin, can I draw the lottery for my destiny right away? I asked tentatively. Of course, master, Xiao Jin responded happily. I said, let's get started. As soon as I finished speaking, a turntable emerged in a golden light, covered with some incomprehensible abstract paintings. After a few seconds, the turntable began to spin at high speed, accompanied by a slight buzzing sound. Master, the turntable will stop when you say stop, Xiao Jin explained. Then stop now, I shouted decisively. The turntable gradually slowed down and finally stopped on a strange pattern. It looked like a person riding on some creature, but it was impossible to tell what it was. Congratulations, Master, for winning the vocation. Dragon Knight, Sequence 27. Xiao Jin's voice was filled with joy. Dragon Knight? The moment I heard this name, a bunch of unreliable images flashed through my mind. My wife is a princess of the Dragon Clan, and now she has actually won the lottery to become a Dragon Knight. Isn't this simply riding a dragon? Thinking of this, I secretly glanced at Long Luoer, fearing that she would misunderstand that I was colluding with Xiao Jin to do something. However, there was no trace of disgust on her face, but instead she was filled with joy. Su Chun, the vocation sequence is 27, and it's a divine vocation. This is a big deal. Seeing her excitement, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least she didn't have any wrong thoughts. Lolo, it sounds really powerful, but Xiao Jin, can you explain the abilities of the Dragon Knight? I asked. Master, the Dragon Knight is skilled in using spears, has strong jumping ability, and can cast healing magic. More importantly, the Dragon Knight can gain the power of dragons through contact with them. The Master and your wife have a very high degree of compatibility, and today I will bring out the greatest potential in you. Xiao Jin explained in great detail. I see. Then I'll change my job now, I decided without hesitation. With a flash of golden light, the pocket golden book in my hand turned into a golden spear. I felt my body become much lighter, especially my legs, which seemed to be able to jump dozens of meters high. The use of healing magic also became easy to understand. Just as I was feeling the change in power, Long Luoer's eyes suddenly became a little strange, as if holding some vague emotion. Her gaze made me feel a little hot, but it also carried a hint of something unfathomable. Xiao Jin, just speak frankly. Did you miss something? I asked in a low voice. Xiao Jin floated to my ear and whispered, Master, there is actually one thing I didn't tell you. The Dragon Knight's vocation has a natural charm effect on the opposite sex of dragons, especially the Dragon Clan. The effect is even stronger. What the hell? I was stunned by this. Charming dragons of the opposite sex? Can this still be called a Dragon Knight? Just call it a Charm Knight. At this time, I found that Long Luoer's expression became more and more shy. She said shyly, Su Chun, that I was wrong just now and let you sleep in the guest room. In fact, we can sleep together tonight. I'll just clean up the master bedroom. It's very clean. When I heard her say this, I swallowed and my heart beat faster. Her tone was extremely gentle, and her eyes revealed an indescribable meaning. Countless pink thoughts flashed through my mind in an instant, and I thought this was normal. After all, we are husband and wife. Lolo, I was about to pick her up, but before I could finish my words, her eyes suddenly turned cold with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth. Su Chun, you dare to seduce me, she said, gritting her teeth. No, I didn't. I was stunned, feeling very wronged. You still want to quibble? Fortunately, I have the amulet. Otherwise, I would have been controlled by you long ago. She took out a pendant with a green gem from her chest. The gem was emitting a faint light at this time, and it was obviously taking effect. Lolo, calm down. I didn't know this vocation would come with this ability. Xiao Jin just told me about it. I hurriedly explained. Don't give me that. How dare you say you don't have any feelings about me? She looked incredulous. Yes, I do have some thoughts. You are so beautiful, and as a man, I will definitely have some thoughts. But this has nothing to do with charm. I hurriedly explained. When she heard me praise her beauty, the blush on her face was fleeting, and then she regained her composure. Humph, men's words are deceiving. Turn back quickly. My amulet also needs to be charged. I was helpless and could only say to Xiao Jin, Quick, turn me back to the God Slayer. With a flash of golden light, the spear turned back into a pocket-sized golden book, and my body instantly returned to its previous weak state. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw Long Luoer confirm that the amulet had stopped glowing. Su Chun, any job change in the future must be approved by me. Do you hear me? She snorted coldly. I know. I agreed, dejectedly. Okay, I didn't sleep last night. I'm sleepy, so I'll go to rest first. She yawned and walked into the master bedroom, turning back to warn, "Don't change jobs secretly while I'm sleeping." "I understand," I responded weakly. Looking at her back as she walked into the house, I felt an inexplicable warmth in my heart. "You didn't sleep all night last night. Was it to protect me? You are such a tough-mouthed girl with a soft heart." After long Luoer fell asleep, I finally sat back on the sofa, took a deep breath, and said to Xiao Jin, "Okay, now tell me, what exactly is the ability of the God Slayer?" When Xiao Jin finished explaining the God Slayer's abilities, I suddenly felt complicated. Specialization for the God's duty. This sounds really powerful, but it has no effect on ordinary people? It's just like using a sniper rifle to catch ants. It's completely useless. "Xiao Jin, besides killing gods, are there other ways to obtain ability points?" I asked tentatively. Xiao Jin nodded and explained, "Master, you can gain ability points by killing a divine messenger, a god, or a celestial being. The specific amount depends on the other party's realm. If you kill a god who violates the divine covenant, the rewarded ability points will be doubled." I wondered, then why do I have no memory of killing Orobus? Xiao Jin hesitated for a moment before saying, "Master, everyone who awakens a God Slayer has one chance to summon the soul of the first-generation God Slayer to fight. You have already used it before, so the ability point reward is only 1% of the original." "I see." I sighed. This is simply the protection period for beginners. I didn't expect it to be used up so quickly, but if I hadn't used it at that time, I would have been dead. "Master, if there is nothing else, I will go into hibernation. Your spiritual power supply is too little, and I need to rest." After Xiao Jin finished speaking, he turned into a ball of golden light and disappeared along with the pocket golden book. I looked at the golden book in my hand and made a secret decision in my heart. I must quickly improve my spiritual power, otherwise I won't be able to sustain my job change in the future. The next day, I got up reluctantly to change my clothes, and suddenly an unreliable idea popped up in my mind. In the anime of my previous life, maid outfits, Lolita costumes, Chong-sams, these clothes always made the heroine stunning. Now that I have such a beautiful wife, how can I miss this opportunity? "Lolo, let's go out for dinner today and buy you some clothes," I suggested casually. "Buying clothes?" She looked down at the white shirt she was wearing and remembered that it was stained with the blood of the messenger of God the night before. Although it had been washed, it still felt a little awkward, so she nodded and agreed. Walking on the road, I looked at the streets that were devastated by the fighting the day before, and I felt mixed emotions. Many people around set up tents and temporarily settled near the collapsed building. "Su-Chen, tell me, could it be because I stayed in Tiana City that the Orobus attacked here?" Long Luoer whispered to herself. "Don't let your imagination run wild. It's Orobus who's wrong, not you." I interrupted her and continued to comfort her. "Besides, he summoned so many gods, so you must be the target. You saved me, and I awakened the God Slayer. Otherwise, more people would have died. You can say that you saved the entire city." After she finished listening, her expression gradually improved. "Su-Chun, I didn't expect you to be so good at talking." "Thank you. It's okay. If you are unhappy, I will be unhappy too," I responded with a smile. We walked into a clothing store, which had 3 sections: ordinary clothing, enchanted clothing, and vocation clothing. I dragged her directly to the ordinary clothing area. After all, the prices of enchanted and vocation clothing were ridiculously high, and I couldn't afford them at all. I picked out a few normal clothes for her, including skirts and underwear for everyday wear, and then started to select abnormal clothes such as Lolita, Chong-sam, maid outfits, etc. Finally, I watched her put on the blue and white Lolita dress, and my nose almost bled. "Lolo, this dress really suits you." I couldn't help but praise her. "Really?" She looked down, her face slightly red. "But I feel so ashamed." "Look, when have I ever lied to you?" I comforted her seriously. She seemed to believe it a little, but still muttered quietly, "But why do I feel like everyone is looking at me?" "That's because Lolo is so cute that she attracts attention," I answered seriously. At this moment, a mocking voice came from behind. "Hey, isn't this Su-Chin? It took 2 years to get married, and the girl is actually a little girl." "Huh, you are really amazing." Zhang Zhe's appearance made my heart sink. I'm very familiar with this guy. When he was in high school, he loved to show off in front of the class by relying on his family background and awaken vocation. Especially after his successful marriage, he became even more arrogant. The most annoying thing is that he always likes to make fun of the fact that I haven't found a marriage partner in 2 years. At this moment, seeing his aggressive expression, I felt disgusted. Zhangze, long time no see. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. I try to deal with it calmly and try to take Long Luoer away. Stop, Zhangze said in a cold tone, standing in front of me, crossing his arms, his eyes full of contempt. Su Chun, I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf? I took a deep breath and tried to control my emotions. Zhangze, I am not obliged to answer you. He sneered, spat, and walked forward. What's the matter? You graduated from high school and you're strong enough? You want to show off in front of your wife? Today I want to see how capable you are. Passers-by were attracted by his arrogance and began to watch, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. I knew in my heart that he was being provocative, and it was probably because Long Luoer's appearance aroused his jealousy. If everything is okay, I'll leave. I try to avoid him. Just take a step forward if you dare. Zhang Zhe suddenly grabbed my shoulders and pulled me hard. The strength in his hand made me feel the power he had after awakening to his vocation. This grip had an obvious warning. I raised my eyes and looked at Long Luoer to indicate whether I could change my job. She sighed softly and nodded. After getting permission, I turned back coldly. Go away. Okay, it seems that you really don't want to give me any face. Zhang Zhe's eyes stern. He charged up his left fist, punched fiercely, and came straight to my door. He is a heavy boxer in the vocational sequence 375 and is famous for his strength and speed. The speed of this punch exceeds 20 meters per second. It would have been impossible for me in the past to take it. However, I am no longer the Su Chan I used to be. As I switched to the Dragon Knight, my body was instantly filled with powerful power. I turned slightly to avoid his attack. Zhang Zhe was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting that I could avoid it so easily. Before he could react, I raised my foot and kicked him hard in the abdomen. The huge impact force kicked him more than 10 meters away. He fell heavily to the ground and rolled several times before stopping. The onlookers were shocked. This strength, I'm afraid it's the strength of a brave warrior. He looks so young, but he's really a hidden talent. His wife is not simple either. Her temperament is not something that ordinary people can have. Zhang Zhe struggled to get up from the ground, his face full of fear. He obviously didn't expect me to have such a strong power. He covered his stomach, took several steps back, and staggered to escape. The amulet can only resist complete enchantment. I'm not at that level yet. Stop talking so much and turn back. She panted, her voice rapid. I sighed and reluctantly switched back to Godslayer. In an instant, that powerful feeling of strength disappeared, and my body returned to its original weakness. Long Luoer calmed down a little, then stepped on my foot hard. Why did you step on me? I yelled. Nothing, huh? She turned her head away and stopped looking at me. Just across the street, in a noodle shop, a blonde woman was finishing her last sip of ramen. She put down the bowl and patted her belly contentedly. The noodles outside are still delicious, much better than the food at the night watch base. The middle-aged man opposite sighed helplessly. The superiors have tried their best to improve the food, so you'd better stop complaining with your picky mouth. Don't worry about it. Of course you should enjoy more delicious food while you are alive. The blonde woman burped. The middle-aged man suddenly turned his head to look at the commotion on the street. Are you going to take care of what happened over there just now? Are you talking about the fight between those two little guys? The blonde woman raised a meaningful smile, and her eyes fell on Long Luoer. Well, it looks pretty serious. The middle-aged man frowned. There's no need to intervene. The blonde woman blew out a puff of smoke and said softly, There are clergymen over there. Priest? You mean that man? The middle-aged man was obviously surprised. The blonde woman shook her head, her tone revealing a hint of awe. Duty Sequence 88, Dragon Soul Swordsman, the first genius in the history of the Shenlong clan, who reached the peak of the epic realm before the age of 100, Long Luoer. Her appearance in Tiana City is already a huge surprise. For dinner that day, I accompanied Long Luoer to the ramen stall at the entrance of the community. Not long after I ordered, the dishes were piled up like a mountain. I took out my wallet, my heart bleeding. Lolo, are you almost full? I asked tentatively. She put down the empty bowl, burped, and called for 3 more bowls. It's still early. You're only half full. I was completely speechless, looking at the ramen bowls piled up half a meter high in front of me, and then looking at her petite body. I couldn't understand how she could eat so much. Oh my God, what you eat is almost as much as your weight. I couldn't help but complain. She said proudly, Did you forget? Yamatarako, I have a high efficiency in energy conversion. The more I eat, the faster my spiritual power will increase. You only ate 2 bowls. No wonder your spiritual power is weak. Do you think I'm you? 2 bowls are already enough to fill me up. I sighed. She finished the last bowl of soup and wiped her mouth with satisfaction. This environment is a bit smelly. Otherwise, I could eat 100 bowls. You have to work harder. As my husband, you can't be weaker than me. I couldn't help but ask. By the way, what is your realm? Can you tell me? She answered casually. Epic peak, not that high. Huh. I almost spit out the noodles in my mouth. Epic peak? This is a height that almost no one in human history has ever reached, but she said casually, not that high. Seeing my shocked expression, she smiled even more happily. Now you know how powerful I am, right? So, since you married me, you must have saved the world in your previous life. Come on, call me Big Sister. Sister Lolo, can you let me into the master bedroom tonight? I asked shamelessly. Impossible. No amount of flattery will help. She snorted, turned around to pay the bill, and left me alone, disheveled in the wind. After returning home, Long Luoer continued to supervise me in cultivating my spiritual power. Perhaps because I had some basic knowledge last night, I was able to successfully summon the Golden Book today. It was twice as big as yesterday's pocket edition. Not bad, that's progress, she commented. I frowned. But every time I finish practicing, I feel exhausted. If I were in a battle, wouldn't I become a target at any time? That's why you have to keep training. Seeing how poor your spiritual energy reserves are, it's obvious that you only started practicing in the past 3 years, right? She hit the nail on the head. I smiled bitterly. How do you explain this? Before I came to this world, I had never heard of spiritual power. Is there any way to quickly increase spiritual power? I asked. Yes. She took out 3 high-purity magic crystals from her storage ring and handed them to me. Looking at the familiar magic crystal, I hesitated. Luo, my realm is so low. Will I be unable to bear the use of the magic crystal? Don't worry, I will help you stabilize your spiritual power. There will be no problem. She patted her chest to assure. I gritted my teeth and began to absorb the energy of the first magic crystal. Within 3 minutes, my entire body felt like it was about to explode in pain. Sweat streamed down my forehead, and the feeling of being in both ice and fire almost made me want to give up. At this moment, I felt a warm embrace around me from behind, and Long Luoer's voice rang in my ears. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Instantly, the restless energy was calmed down. I gritted my teeth and persisted. 2 hours later, the first magic crystal was finally refined. How is it? She let go of me and asked expectantly. I can feel a clear increase in my spiritual power. I nodded and said while breathing heavily. Well, that's good. Keep it up, she said with a smile. I held you for 2 hours. Isn't that a good benefit? It's a good benefit, but I hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but speak. It's just that your flat breasts are not really a benefit. Her face darkened instantly, and she sneered and said, Okay, I was going to let you sleep in the master bedroom tonight, but now it seems that's not necessary. Stop. I was just kidding. I was so anxious that I almost jumped up. She didn't bother to pay attention to me and just said, Keep practicing. Don't think about resting until you finish practicing the 2 pills. For hours later, I finally refined the remaining 2 magic crystals, and my realm broke through to the peak of the mortal realm. When I tried to summon the Golden Book again, I found that this time the summoning was fast and stable, and the loss of spiritual energy was much less. Well, it looks somewhat like what it is. Long Luo commented with satisfaction. I wiped my sweat and asked cautiously, Luo, isn't the cost of training like this a bit high? 6 magic crystals are more than 3 million. How can we afford it in the future? She chuckled and took out a huge crystal box from her storage ring. It was filled with magic crystals, at least 5,000 of them. See, she said proudly, this is the benefit of marrying me. But you still have to take care of the daily expenses. Don't even think about taking money from me. I looked at the pile of crystals helplessly and smiled bitterly in my heart. It is indeed good to marry a dragon princess, but it is also really stressful. Chapter 11, Mysterious Letter. Suchin had no words to refute. Long Luoer's strength has reached the epic peak, and even the wealth he took out casually may be no less than that of several large conglomerates in Tiana City. The most important thing is that she looks really cute. Perhaps it is only because of the merit of saving the world in the previous life that one can marry a wife like this. However, this also aroused doubts in Su Chen's heart. It stands to reason that a big data matchmaking system cannot match objects with such different conditions. Even Zhang Zhe before was born into a martial arts family, and his talent and strength were among the best among his peers. Therefore, matching with the daughter of a large company does not count as climbing up the social ladder. When Su Chun established a marriage relationship with Long Luo'er, he had not yet awakened his calling, and none of his other qualities could be compared with Long Luo'er. Moreover, according to Long Luo'er, she got married instantly after registering. There is only one explanation for this. The two parties are a match made in heaven, and no one can replace the other. So the question is, what is the basis for matching with Long Luo'er? At this time, in an abandoned high-rise building in the east of Tiana City, a man dressed in black and holding two swords was lost in thought as he looked at the photos circulated from the Night Watch headquarters. Next to him, there was a woman who looked to be around 25 years old with short red hair who asked, "What's wrong? You've been staring at this photo for a long time." The man in black responded, "There are only a few talents within the 500th talent sequence that are good at using bows and arrows, such as the archer, Pegasus hunter, nomadic cavalry, and archery saint. But I have never seen a talent that can use this golden longbow. Could it be the 66th career sequence, Moon God? Selena is still alive and well. It's impossible for anyone else to awaken the moon goddess's vocation." Hearing this, even the red-haired woman began to fall into thought. The two of them are natural hunters who specialize in capturing people who have just awakened to the top of the natural sequence, and then sell them to major forces or capitalists at high prices to train them as death warriors. They had seen almost all the people in the top 500 of the career sequence, but they could not recognize what the career that awakened to use the golden longbow was at the matchmaking bureau that day. After a long silence, the red-haired woman spoke again. "Aren't there any high-resolution photos? With this mosaic quality, how can anyone find out who this person is? It's giving me a headache too. The insider only got this photo. Now, even the night watchmen are looking for this person. And according to the confession of the night watchmen who were nearby at the time, he may have awakened a vocation within sequence 200 at least. Under 200? That means we're going to get rich. Yes, after we finish this job, let's go back to our hometown and get married. Yeah, we're going to have 5 kids." In the following week, Su Chen continued to refine the magic crystal according to Long Luo'er's request, and at the same time practiced fighting skills with Long Luo'er in the state of God Slayer. Although the God Slayer cannot use magic, he is proficient in all weapons. His natal weapon, the God-killing Golden Book, can be transformed into any weapon according to Su Chen's imagination. Spear, sword, bow, and arrow, shield. As long as you inject spiritual power, you can immediately switch to other weapons. You might as well just call him Weapon Master. "It hurts. Luo, how can you treat your husband like this?" It took Long Luo'er only 3 moves to knock Su Chun to the ground, and then she rode on him with an angry expression. "Aren't you a dragon rider? How come you are being ridden by a dragon like me?" "Yamno wakotslared." Facing beings other than gods is equivalent to not awakening my vocation. Still being stubborn. Su Chen wanted to cry, but had no tears. The story begins 2 days ago. Because the city had been almost cleaned up, Su Chen returned to his old shabby bungalow. After a little cleaning and taking some still usable furniture back to my new home, I put the old bungalow up for sale at the sales center. It seemed that because there were so many homeless people, Su Chen's old house was sold shortly after it was put up for sale. Looking at the huge sum of 2 million Chinese yuan that had just arrived in his account, Su Chen immediately decided to equip his new home with a computer. As a former Earthling, it was so painful to live without a computer. I was originally thinking about playing some online games, or seeing if there are any interesting standalone games on Blue Planet. But I didn't expect that as soon as I bought it, Long Luo'er took it over without saying a word. Su Chen didn't know if his brain was rusted. In order to fight back against her, he teased her with the true meaning of Dragon Knight. He was slapped twice by Long Luo'er immediately, and even now, Long Luo'er is still angry. "What do you mean by me? Don't you want to ride me? Come on. I'm Soda. My dear wife, Sister Luo. This is from the lottery. I didn't choose it." Snort. Playing around aside, Su Chen has indeed made great progress in the past few days. From being knocked down by the first move at the beginning to being able to take the second move now, it can indeed be considered a remarkable progress. At this moment, a phone call interrupted the 2 people who were bickering. "Hello. Are you Mr. Su Chen?" "It's me. Who are you?" "Your express has arrived. Please pick it up at your door." "Express delivery?" Su Chen looked confused, as he had never purchased anything online. After all, the Blue Planet is not like the Earth, and online shopping is much more expensive than in physical stores. As a frugal man, it is naturally impossible for me to shop online. However, When Su Chun saw Long Luo'er's excited expression, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. What the hell could it be? Luo, I have a question for you. How did you know my bank card password? Do you know dragon language? Although I'm not proficient in it, I can definitely use it when you're sleeping. You told me this yourself? When Long Luo'er said this, she puffed out her chest and looked very proud. Su Chun almost wanted to vomit blood. This lowly dragon girl is too hypocritical. He didn't allow himself to change his job to Dragon Knight while she was sleeping, but she gave him hints in dragon language while he was sleeping. How can one word F***CK be so powerful? But now that things have come to this, there is no point in saying anything. I can only pray that Long Luo'er has not bought all the items in the online store. After returning home, Su Chun saw that there were only 2 small packages, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Long Luo'er immediately rushed over and opened one of the packages, revealing a mobile phone inside. Su Chun, I still care about you. I saw that there were no mobile phones for sale nearby these days, so I bought it online. What's the other package? I don't know. I just bought a cell phone. Is it yours? Mine. Su Chun's face was full of confusion, but he still opened the package. There was only a letter inside. Su Chun and Long Luo'er looked at each other and opened the letter at the same time. There were only 5 short words on it. I found you. Chapter 12, Hidden Murder. When Su Chun and Long Luo'er saw this line of words, they were completely confused. Su Chun, have you made an enemy with anyone? I don't think there is one, but it could be the Zhang I met a week ago. That's fine. Call me sister, and I'll keep you safe. Sister Lolo. That's more like it. Don't wander around anymore. Just stay by my side and practice seriously. At this moment, the courier took the opportunity to go around to the back, pulled out a dagger, and stabbed at Su Chun, who was still playing. However, Long Luo'er caught it with his bare hands. Su Chun also reacted at this time, and directly summoned out the god-killing golden book, which at the same time transformed into a spear and stabbed at him. After dodging Su Chun's attack, the courier clicked his tongue and immediately threw a smoke bomb on the ground, preparing to escape. But how could this little trick be hidden from the dragon's perception? Long Luo'er completely ignored the smoke and took a step forward, appearing directly in front of the courier. A blow from his hand pierced the courier's heart directly, killing him on the spot. Oh, time to do laundry again. Lola, luckily you are here. I didn't even react just now. I told you, I will protect you. I don't want to be a widow dragon at the age of 90. If you don't let me sleep with you, you'll still be a widow. Stop talking nonsense. In the distance, on the rooftop of a 3-story building, the man dressed in black put down the binoculars and said meaningfully, as expected, the killer we hired for $500,000 was completely useless. He was killed in less than 3 seconds. The red-haired woman next to him responded, but now it's confirmed to be him, right? I didn't expect that he could transform his own weapon. He's most likely a priest or an unrecorded priest. And he also has extremely strong physical skills. A week ago, he easily defeated a heavy puncher who was at a higher level than him with physical skills. This is really incredible. I didn't expect such a person to appear in a small city like Tianhe. So what should we do now? I feel that the female dragon he married is quite powerful. Does the Night's Watch have any specific information about that dragon? No. The information of the Dragon Clan has always been a top secret file. I cannot access it at my level as an insider for the time being. However, judging from her figure and appearance, she should be less than 100 years old, so she should not be stronger than me. Okay then, I'll make my plan based on the fact that you can fight that dragoness on equal terms. It's best to act as soon as possible. It will be difficult if we are discovered by other dedicated hunters. Night Watch Headquarters, Conference Room 3. The blonde woman, who was about 25 years old, looked at the man in front of her and said with a smile, Zhang Chunhai, I didn't expect you to become my subordinate. Zhang Chunhai replied helplessly, Alas, I am lucky to be alive. I didn't expect to meet Orobus, one of the 72 pillars of demons. Should I call you Qianqian or Captain Yu? Haha, I can't handle being called captain by a 30-something man. Just call me Qianqian. At this time, the middle-aged man in his 40s next to Yu Qianqian also joked. Chunhai, we can fight side by side again. Ha, I remember you were still a little kid back then. Ha. Teacher Li Haiba, long time no see. I still remember those days, Zhang Chunhai responded. Yu Qianqian immediately interrupted Zhang Chunhai and said, Okay, you two uncles stop reminiscing about the past. Chunhai, did you find out who were in the top 200 of the awaken vocation sequence at the matchmaking bureau that night? Zhang Chunhai responded, Yes, Qianqian, teacher, please take a look. Zhang Chenhai took out his tablet computer, on which a surveillance video was playing. When Yu Qianqian and Zhang Haiba saw the video, their brows furrowed slightly. Because the video being played was the scene that happened in the shopping mall a week ago, where Su Chen kicked Zhang Zhe away. Yu Qianqian asked first, "What's wrong with this video?" Zhang Chenhai coughed twice and explained, "The technical department retrieved the information of all citizens in Tiana City who turned 18 on that day. Through all the surveillance videos, we determined the approximate route of action. With the help of body comparison, we are at least 80% sure that this man is one of the top 200 people who awakened their vocation sequence that day." After Su Chen called the police soon came to his door to inquire about the situation. This world also has policemen, and their duties are the same as in the previous life, which is to only deal with disputes between ordinary people and those with special responsibilities. As for the invasion of God's messengers, it is not within their jurisdiction. The police successfully found a lot of assassination props such as smoke bombs, poison, daggers, etc. on the courier. In addition, they also found that the courier's work license was not the same as the deceased's, and there was a high probability that he had also been killed. Here, ordinary people's lives are worthless. Only the top 500 talents in the sequence will be the focus of attention. So the police just asked a few questions casually, cleaned up the body, and left. After Su Chen returned home, he immediately lay down on his bed. Not to mention the experience of being almost assassinated just now. The injuries caused by the sparring with Long Luo alone would take him half a day to recuperate. Hey, if I was the Dragon Knight just now, would I have reacted like that? Why don't you try to get some ability points and try another vocation? I think it would be safer for you to stick to another vocation. Long Luo also changed into a red Chong Sam at this time and walked into Su Chen's bedroom to talk. "Xiao Jin, come out." "Master, here I come." The fairy-sized Xiao Jin really comes at his call and appears in front of him as soon as Su Chen finishes speaking. "Xiao Jin, how can I earn ability points faster? Or can I buy on credit?" "Master, the Golden Book of God Killing does not support credit. However, gods are too rare. Master, you can go outside the city and kill wandering gods to gain ability points." Outside the city? Since Su Chen traveled to this world, he has never left Tiana City, but he has heard about the horrors outside the city from different classmates and teachers. Every city has a barrier system that can block all the gods' messengers wandering outside the city. But it also means that once you leave the city, no place is safe and you can encounter messengers of God everywhere. Ordinary level, minion level, elite level, boss level, lord level, king level, emperor level, celestial level, demon level. There are all kinds of God's messengers of different ranks, and if one is not careful and misjudges the true strength of a God's messenger, he will basically be close to death. Yes, Master. If you don't want to take risks, you can only kill other heavenly officials. However, killing heavenly officials will easily lead to arrest by the police, so I suggest that Master hunt the God's envoys for safety. After listening to this, Su Chen pondered for a while and asked, "Will my wife Luo Luo provide me with ability points if she kills the God's messenger?" Chapter 13, Hunting the Divine Envoy. When Long Luo heard this, she hit Su Chen on the back with her little fist. "Don't be lazy. You have to seize this rare opportunity to exercise. I'm only at the early stage of the warrior realm now. I have a high probability of not being able to defeat the minion level, let alone the elite level. Alas, I allow you to use the Dragon Knight to kill the God's messenger, but I have to switch back if I can't hold on any longer. Wife, you are the best." When Xiao Jin saw Su Chen and Long Luo were flirting with each other, he tactfully shut his mouth. After the two of them stopped talking, he spoke up, "Master, you can only get ability points when you inflict the final blow. But you can also cheat. After your wife has beaten a high-level divine messenger to a half-crippled state, you can also get a high amount of ability points by harvesting her." After hearing this, Long Luo sighed, nodded, and agreed to this plan. After all, given the current situation, it would be better to let Su Chen obtain another mission as soon as possible. Although the Dragon Knight is strong, the damage to himself is too great. It's impossible to distinguish between friend and foe, and it's all-encompassing. It's so fucking weird. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Su Chen and Long Luo arrived at the West Gate. In Tiana City, you need to pay 10,000 Chinese yuan, whether you are leaving or entering the city. After all, as long as someone enters or leaves, the barrier will inevitably temporarily open a small gap and then restore it. The energy consumed during this period must of course be paid for by people entering and leaving the city. Su Chen reluctantly took out his mobile phone, scanned the code in front of the self-service machine at the west gate, and paid 20,000 Chinese yuan. Soon, a small gap appeared in the barrier of the west gate. Lolo, hurry up and leave, or the money will be wasted when the store closes. Long Luo hesitated for a moment, then walked out of the barrier with Su Chun. A minute later, two more young men came to the west gate, also scanned the code to pay, and then left the city together. I didn't expect this Su Chun to be so stupid that he dared to leave the city alone. I was just thinking about how to call him out. Let's hurry up and catch up. If they die at the hands of the God's messenger, it will be a huge loss. Let's go, they shouldn't have gone far. After Su Chun left the city, he was shocked by the scene outside the city. I thought it would be like what was shown in apocalyptic movies, with debris of war everywhere and black ash covering the entire sky. The scene before us is indeed beautiful with clear water and green mountains, and the sky is very blue. You may not even find such a beautiful scenery on Earth. Is this the outside of the city? It's so beautiful. You call this beautiful? When you become stronger, I will take you back to the Shenlong Valley, the habitat of our Shenlong clan. That is the real beauty. Are you taking me back to see my parents? In this case, shouldn't we bring our grandchildren back with us? Stop talking nonsense and find a messenger of God. After walking for more than 20 minutes, we finally saw 3 gods in the form of tigers. Compared to the God's Legion that attacked Tiana City last time, it is much more normal. At least you can see that it is the face of a Siberian tiger. Long Luo's lavender pupils turned grayish-white, but soon returned to their normal color. I've checked. All 3 are minions. They're not dangerous. You can go ahead. Is this still apparent? How did you do that? The secret technique of the Shenlong clan, the Shenlong Eye, can see through all the illusions in the world. The reason why I didn't learn the dragon language is mainly because most of my time was spent practicing this. It's really useful. Su Chun walked out and looked at the 3 gods in the form of tigers. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his heart was beating wildly, as if it was about to jump out of his throat. This is his first battle after awakening his mission, so he must be extremely cautious. Su Chun switched into a dragon knight and slowly approached the 3 gods. At this time, the 3 tiger-shaped gods also discovered Su Chun and Long Luo. As 3 tiger roars were heard, 3 gods' messengers also rushed directly towards Su Chun. The deafening roar could almost break the eardrums of ordinary people. However, for Su Chun, who was already a dragon knight, and Long Luo, who was at the peak of epic level, it didn't have much impact at all. At most, they just felt it was a bit noisy. Su Chun summoned out the god-killing golden book and instantly turned it into a golden spear. Hold your breath and concentrate, then draw a line across the sky. In an instant, the tiger-shaped divine messenger, who was rushing in the front, was cut in half and turned into a golden ball of light that was absorbed by the spear. And in Su Chun's mind, Xiao Jin's voice also sounded. Congratulations to the master for killing a minion-level envoy and gaining 10 ability points. However, Su Chun did not stop there. He pushed off the ground with 1 foot and jumped directly to a height of more than 40 meters. The other 2 tiger-shaped figures also raised their heads at this moment and looked at Su Chun's flying figure. Su Chun pointed the spear downward, aimed at one of the god's messengers, and pierced through its body. At the same time, he took advantage of the impact of landing and jumped up 10 meters high again, kicking the last messenger of God who had not yet recovered, and kicked it dozens of meters away. During the flight, the last messenger of God gradually turned into a ball of golden light, slowly floating towards the spear in the air, and was absorbed by it. Congratulations to the master for killing a minion-level envoy and gaining 10 ability points. Congratulations to the master for killing a minion-level envoy and gaining 10 ability points. In less than 10 seconds, 3 minion-level gods were killed. The Dragon Knight is indeed strong. Su Chun, cut it back for me quickly. Alas, I can only do this for 10 seconds. Real man, Xiao Jin, help me switch back to the God Slayer. Good master. As Xiao Jin finished speaking, Long Luo's flushed face finally returned to normal, and she breathed a sigh of relief. This is terrible. Why do I feel like my charm ability has become stronger? Perhaps it's because I broke through to the warrior realm. How many ability points did you gain by killing 3 God's envoys? A minion-level envoy only has 10 points, but the vocation lottery requires 10,000 points. It's a bit overwhelming. Come on, it's good to take it as exercise. Afterwards, the 2 continued to search for the messenger of God outside the city. Perhaps it was the blessing of the goddess of luck that all the messengers of God I met were at the minion and ordinary levels, so there was no difficulty at all. The only time he encountered an elite scorpion-type god messenger, Suchin fought for a long time, but was still evenly matched. Until the energy in Long Luo'er's amulet was exhausted, she could no longer control herself and rushed forward to hug Suchun. The Dragon Knight's innate ability is instantly activated, and as long as he touches the dragon, he can gain the power of the dragon. The epic peak power instantly filled the whole body. Suchun casually swung the spear, and an invisible wind blade formed and slashed out directly along the trajectory of the spear. Not only the elite scorpion-type envoy of God, but even the small hill behind it was directly split into two, and the wind blade gradually dissipated until it was hundreds of meters away. Of course, even such a powerful Suchun had a red handprint on his face when he changed his job back to the God Slayer. Chapter 14 Attack. The sky gradually darkened. Suchun and Long Luo'er were in a natural cave at this time. A defensive barrier was set up at the entrance of the cave, and we planned to spend the night here. Suchun looked at the 2040 ability points on the interface of the Golden Book of God Slaying, and he was so happy in his heart. Luo, with the 800 points at the beginning, we have now reached 1/5 of the goal. Well, you performed well. I thought I would definitely protect you to fight every god's messenger. It's all thanks to the Dragon Knight's ability correction. It's really worthy of being a priest. A calling is powerful, but one cannot rely on it too much. After all, it is the people who have the calling. If one does not become stronger, then even the most powerful calling will eventually be lost in the long river of history. As Long Luo'er spoke, she showed a sad expression. Clearly, there must be a dark story in her past. However, Suchun did not ask any more questions. He would know when he should know. Here, Sukin, take it. Long Luo'er took out a pack of compressed biscuits from her space ring and handed it to Suchun. She also took out 10 packs of compressed biscuits and prepared to start eating. Thanks. Suchun tore open the plastic bag, took bites of the compressed biscuits, and swallowed them without chewing at all. After all, it's really too unpalatable. If I had to describe it, it's like the Simbay biscuits in my previous life soaked in water, and it has no taste at all. However, when going out of the city to hunt the gods' messengers, other food would become more difficult to swallow because of the smell of the gods' messengers rotting. Compressed biscuits are small in size and high in energy per unit, making them the best choice. On the other hand, Long Luo'er was eating with gusto. There were obviously 10 packets, but she finished them faster than Suchun could finish one packet. It's getting dark. Suchun, you should go to bed early after eating. You still have to work hard tomorrow. Oh, by the way, give me some water. I'm dying of thirst. Just when the sky had become completely dark, the sound of the barrier being knocked was suddenly heard. Suchun immediately summoned out the golden spear, turned on the light of his mobile phone, and went to the cave entrance with Long Luo'er to check the situation. Who are you? Suchun asked first. I saw a man and a woman desperately knocking on the barrier while speaking for help. We are a couple living in Tiana City. We are here to gain experience. My name is Li Xiaohong, and his name is Du Tao. Can we stay overnight? The woman spoke, her tone full of pleading. Don't you have any barrier props? Why do you have to come and crowd in? Please let us in. We were originally a group of 4, but we didn't expect to run into a leader-level divine messenger. 2 of us got separated from our companions, and the props for setting up the barrier are in the hands of our companions. We can't find anyone else here. Can you let us stay for one night? We'll pay. Hearing this, Suchun frowned. This is outside the city, and a stranger from nowhere wants to stay for one night. To be on the safe side, it is better to refuse. There is no need to increase your chances of getting into danger because of strangers who come from nowhere. Just when Suchun was about to refuse, Long Luo'er pulled Suchun's sleeve and motioned him to go aside and talk for a few words. What's wrong? Suchun asked in a low voice. Let them in. I think something interesting will happen soon. Long Luo'er whispered in Suchun's ear. Suchun was stunned for a moment. He didn't quite understand what Long Luo'er meant. But since she has spoken, I have nothing to refute. So Suchun removed the barrier and did not reopen it until the 2 of them came in. Thank you. Thank you both so much. It's okay, but we won't provide you with food. That's not necessary. We have plenty of food. That's fine. You 2 will sleep at the entrance of the cave, and we'll sleep inside. Is this distribution okay? Well, that's enough. Thank you. After Suchun chatted with the couple for a while, he took Long Luo'er and walked deeper into the cave. Lolo, I still don't quite understand why we let them in. Even though they gave us 10,000 Chinese dollars, I still feel safety is more important. It's a good thing to be on guard, but if you miss this rare opportunity, you'll miss it. Suchin had a face full of question marks. I have absolutely no idea what Long Luo'er is trying to say. Late at night, Long Luo'er rode on Suchin again and slapped him to wake him up. Didn't Luo say that we have to get up early tomorrow? What are you doing in the middle of the night? I just praised you for being defensive, but you just fell asleep like that? You said you would protect me, so of course I believe you. Hearing this, even in the dark cave, one could seem to see Long Luo'er's cheeks turning red with shyness. Okay, stop flattering me. I just wonder why those two haven't taken action yet. Action? Are they thieves? Or assassins or something like that? I think he's a killer. Fuck. When Suchin heard that there were two killers sleeping at the entrance of the cave, his sleepiness disappeared instantly. The man is probably at the peak of the heroic realm, and the woman should be in the middle of the heroic realm. This is a good target for training. Are you asking me, a warrior-level person, to cross two realms to defeat them? Yes, as my husband, killing the enemy across two realms shouldn't be a piece of cake, right? You think too highly of me, so can you use your power? Long Luo'er made a cross gesture with her hands, indicating no. They're making a move. I'll help you suppress the man first, and you can kill the woman alone. Is this really okay? When we first met, you were still an ordinary person. You dared to stand in front of the god with a broken table leg. Why have you become so timid now? Alas, at that time, I was a young and inexperienced person who was not afraid of tigers. I had no idea what kind of strength the god had. But now that I know that the other party is two realms higher than me, I do want to back off. Long Luo'er sighed, obviously worried about Suchin's plan to become stronger. If you can kill that woman, I will reward you when you come home next time. I will satisfy all your requests. There is no time to lose. Let's kill them now? Your attitude has changed so quickly. No need. They're already here. As soon as Long Luo'er finished speaking, the couple appeared around the corner. Although it was very dark in the cave, one could still see the evil smiles on their faces. Hey, you two young couple, why aren't you sleeping so late? Did your sister disturb you in this riding position? Li Xiaohong completely changed her amiable attitude and said something that sounded very ordinary, yet it was creepy. Young people are full of energy. They can enjoy love here, but we are in a hurry, so we can only ask you two to be patient. Although we may never see each other again in the future, Du Tao had a sinister smile on his face, and his eerie laughter echoed in the cave. Chapter 15, Shadow Ninja. Suchin frowned slightly and slowly stood up. Although a fight was inevitable, he still wanted to find out why these two men came to kill him. What is your purpose, you two? Purpose? Of course it's for money. Little brother, why don't you just tell me what sequence of vocation you have awakened? After all, this way I can assess how much you can be sold for. Li Xiaohong responded jokingly. Obviously in her eyes, Su Chun was already a fish on the chopping board. Du Tao also added, Little brother, although you may be able to survive, your dragon wife may not be able to survive. After all, the dragon race is full of treasures. When Su Chun heard that they wanted to kill Long Luo'er, even though he knew they could not be Long Luo'er's opponent, an indescribable anger still surged in his heart. Perhaps there is no need for any nonsense at all. In other words, even if you ask them, they may not reveal much information. Su Chun also immediately summoned a golden spear and switched to the Dragon Knight. He took a step forward and came directly in front of Li Xiaohong, stabbing her neck with a gun. Wow, that's pretty fast. Li Xiaohong laughed and at the same time summoned out her own life-threatening weapons, the twin swords, and crossed them together to prepare to block this attack. However, she seemed to underestimate the power of Su Chen's blow. Clang! There was a loud metallic collision. Although Li Xiaohong was 2 realms higher, he was still knocked back several steps by this attack. Li Xiaohong felt dazed as she looked at her numb hands. She had investigated Su Chen before and found out that he was only in the late stage of mortal when he graduated from high school. Only a little over a month has passed since then, and no matter how talented one is, he can only reach the early stage of the warrior realm at most. It is truly terrifying that a warrior can have such strength in the early stage of the warrior realm. Seeing this, Du Tao instantly became angry. Damn it, how dare you hurt Xiaohong? I'm going to break your legs. As Du Tao spoke, he also took out his 2 swords and hid in the shadows on the ground, intending to launch a sneak attack on Su Chen. However, he didn't know that after entering the shadow this time, he would never be able to come out again. Long Luo'er raised the corners of his mouth slightly and just stepped on the ground. Suddenly, the wandering black shadow seemed to be paused and stopped where it was. At the same time, blood gradually began to emerge from the areas covered by the dark shadow. If Du Tao could speak at this moment, he would surely let out an extremely shrill scream. Su Chen, come on. Su Chun, who was confronting Li Xiaohong, obviously did not hear Long Luo'er's encouragement at all. He was concentrating on watching Li Xiaohong's every move. When Li Xiaohong saw Du Tao dead, she instantly showed an expression of despair. But soon, this expression turned into hatred. She took a deep breath and immediately followed Du Tao's example by disappearing into the shadows. Accompanied by the black shadow on the ground, it continued to approach Su Chun. Escape into the shadows? Looks like a shadow ninja. Su Chun had done a lot of homework before he awakened, so he naturally knew that he had the ability to escape into shadows. The vocation sequence is 239 Shadow Ninja, and the main weapon is dual swords. This vocation is the same as that of the God Slayer, and has no effect on improving physical fitness. But it has 3 special abilities, one of which is that it can hide in the shadows and attack the enemy at any time as the shadows move. The second is night vision capability, which allows you to see clearly even in a place without any light. The third is that when night comes, the injuries will gradually recover. As for why they chose to take action at this time, it is probably because the 3 special abilities of the Shadow Ninja can only be maximized at night. However, this gave Su Chen an opportunity. His realm is obviously much higher than his. If he had just sneaked into the shadow from the beginning, he could have killed him without anyone noticing. Now that he has shown up on his own initiative, it is obvious that he has underestimated the enemy or is too confident in himself. Although Shadow Ninja can sneak into the shadows and launch sneak attacks, there is a huge disadvantage. As long as the attack is directed at the shadow where her real body is, it can cause considerable damage to her, not to mention that the shadow has no way to defend itself. Su Chen raised the golden spear and began to casually scrape the ground and the shadows on the wall. It's a pity that the places attacked don't seem to be where the main body is. At this time, Li Xiaohong also emerged from the shadow behind Su Chen, pointing her 2 knives directly at Su Chen's feet, obviously wanting to deprive Su Chen of his ability to move. However, Su Chen's reaction was also very quick. Clang! Su Chen jumped up and kept his spear still, allowing Li Xiaohong's double swords to directly chop the spear handles. Cut! Li Xiaohong smacked her lips and continued to dive into the shadow. After Su Chen landed, he continued to attack any place with shadows around him. But the attack never reached her main body. Instead, during his repeated attacks, he accidentally revealed a flaw and was scratched on the arms by the 2 knives. Damn it, there are shadows everywhere. If I block out all the moonlight outside the cave, maybe her ability will be ineffective. But I don't have night vision. Can I really defeat her in complete darkness? Suddenly, Su Chen seemed to have thought of something, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Shadow Ninja, perhaps this is your weakness. Su Chen murmured, and at the same time turned the spear back into the golden book of godslaying. When Li Xiaohong saw this scene, she was stunned for a while, not quite understanding what Su Chen was trying to do. But she would not let go of this opportunity. Taking advantage of the fact that Su Chen had no weapon to defend himself, he emerged from the shadow in front of him and wanted to cut off one of his legs first. However, Li Xiaohong miscalculated. The god-killing golden book instantly emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the entire cave. Li Xiaohong also realized that something was wrong at this time. At this time, she only has 2 choices. One is to give up the attack and continue to drill into the shadow. After the shadow disappears, she may be randomly teleported to other places with shadows. The second is to continue attacking, but she must ensure that her entire body is exposed. Otherwise, her shadow will disappear and the rest of her body will be stuck in the ground, waiting for her to be cut in half by her own ability. After a brief thought, Li Xiaohong decided to play it safe and continued to go into the shadow. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled slightly. He won. The necessary conditions for the formation of a shadow are a light source and an obstruction. At that moment, the god-killing golden book illuminated the entire cave. Then, the only place where a shadow could be formed was the wall behind himself and Long Luo'er. Presumably, she also saw how Du Tao died tragically at Long Luo'er's feet, so naturally she would not provoke her. So, the only place she could hide now was the shadow behind her. After seeing Li Xiaohong disappear into the shadow again, Su Chen did not hesitate and immediately kicked the wall behind him with all his strength. The Dragon Knight had extremely powerful leg strength and kicked out with all his strength. Even if the opponent was 2 realms higher than him, he would probably be half crippled after being hit by this blow. As expected. Well, following a scream, a figure slowly appeared on the stone wall behind. She was covering her chest, with bright red blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, and then she fell face down on the ground. Chapter 16, Hunter of the Ranks. When Long Luo'er saw that Su Chen finally defeated Li Xiaohong, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the amulet on her chest whose light was gradually dimming, and hurried to Su Chen, asking him to quickly switch back to his duty as a god slayer. Although the amulet took effect instantly after being successfully enchanted, she could still remember the moment when her psychological defenses were completely breached. I want to hug Su Chen. I want to kiss Su Chen. I want to do unspeakable things with Su Chen. This unbearable memory instantly filled her mind. She could never have imagined that she would come up with such an idea. Dragon Knight, this is too scary. Fortunately, it's over. If the fight continues, I'm afraid the amulet's energy will be exhausted again. When Su Chen saw Long Luo'er running towards him, he naturally understood what she meant. Without waiting for Long Luo'er to speak, he called out Xiao Jin and switched back to the God Slayer. Su Chen, that's great. I didn't expect you to actually defeat her by crossing 2 realms. Perhaps it is because the Dragon Knight has extremely high physical fitness. Even if he suffers the same injury, it will not be apparent. But it is different for the God Slayer. As long as the gods are not nearby, his physical fitness is that of an ordinary person, with at most the realm of an early warrior. Suddenly, Su Chen felt a dull pain in his chest, and his whole body began to feel sore. Especially my thighs. I feel like I can't stand anymore. Sorry, let me rest for a moment. Long Luo'er helped Su Chen to sit aside, and at the same time took out a pill from the storage ring and fed it to him. After a while, Su Chen finally felt a little better. How are you feeling? It's okay. Thank you, my wife. You're just a talker, but you did a good job. I didn't expect you to win. My dear wife, I am looking forward to your reward. But the woman should not be dead, and I didn't hear Xiao Jin increase my ability points. Speaking of this, Long Luo'er showed an apologetic expression. Well, Su Chen, I didn't expect that man to be so weak. I stepped on him to death with one kick. At first, I wanted you to put away the knife. It's okay. We can make our money back if we kill a few more gods' envoys. After resting for a while, Su Chen walked slowly to Li Xiaohong, tied her up, and saw if he could get some information out of her. But Long Luo'er didn't want to go through so much trouble. After she said a word that was completely incomprehensible, she whispered something into Li Xiaohong's ear. Answer all of Su Chen's questions. Su Chen looked at this scene and felt a chill down his spine. I'm afraid this is the dragon language, and Long Luo also used this trick to get the password of my bank card. After saying this, Long Luo'er turned and smiled at Su Chen. Su Chen, you go ask her. If possible, please don't use this trick on me next time. Su Chen came up to Li Xiaohong and looked down at her. Is your name Li Xiaohong? Li Xiaohong had her eyes closed, but blood was still flowing from the corners of her mouth. However, she was still talking, which seemed very strange. No, my real name is Wang Chui. Li Xiaohong is the name of the person I killed last month. Why did you come to kill me? What on earth do you do? I don't mean to kill you. We are the talented hunters. We just want to kidnap you and sell you to other forces. People who have just awakened the talented sequence can be sold for more than 300 million within 200. We will also kidnap some children with excellent talents and sell them to the experimental base. Su Chen was stunned for a moment when he heard this. It turned out that this world actually had such a dark side. No wonder we often see in the news that someone suddenly disappears just after awakening a powerful vocation. It turns out that it's all because of these vocation hunters. One last question. Are you two the only ones who know me? There is another person named Jin Sheng, who is working as an insider at the Night Watch headquarters in Tianhe City. Hearing this, Su Chen sighed. He really didn't expect that there was a natural hunter among the Night's Watch. But now that we know the situation, there is no need to save the life of this scum. He switched the god-killing golden book into a spear and pierced Li Xiaohong's heart directly. Congratulations to the master for killing the mid-level hero and gaining 200 ability points. Seeing this, Long Luo'er also sighed. Although he was not tall, he still stood on tiptoe, reached out his hand and stroked Su Chen's head, as if comforting a child. Go to bed early and wash your face. It was not until noon the next day that Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. Long Luo'er, who was wearing a red Chong Sam, was holding her chin with both hands and staring at Su Chen's face. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me? Su Chen asked, yawning. I suddenly want to see you. Why? Is it not possible? Of course, but I want to see you too. It's up to you, watch it if you like. After they looked at each other for a while, they suddenly laughed. Su-chin, it seems that your mood has recovered a little. Of course. As soon as I opened my eyes and saw my lovely wife, I was in a good mood. Okay, stop flattering me. No matter how nicely you flatter me, today's goal cannot be missed at all. I know. Long Luo'er used magic to create clean water for the two to wash their faces, and then they left the cave together. At this time, at the door of Su Chin's new home, 3 men in night watch uniforms had been waiting at the door for more than half an hour. Qian, are we just going to wait like this? Zhang Chenhai finally couldn't help it and asked. Yes, Captain Yu, isn't it impolite for us to stay at someone else's door like this? Sangai with it. Yu Qian sighed, put her hand on her forehead, and shook her head. Yesterday, after they learned that Su Chun was very likely an awakener among the top 200 in the Tianji sequence, they immediately launched an investigation. But they are also afraid that if a large-scale investigation is conducted, it is likely to be leaked. If other powerful capitalists knew about this, they would most likely spend a large sum of money to win over Su Chun. At best, a night watchman is equivalent to a civil servant position, so the salary is naturally not as good as those in private enterprises. Now all I can do is contact Su Chun secretly. Only by being one step ahead of others can you have more initiative. After several twists and turns, they finally found the location of Su Chin's new home this morning. However, there was no response when he knocked on the door, and no one answered the phone, so he could only wait at Su Chin's door. Just as Yu Qian was lost in thought, the garbage collector outside the door greeted them. Are you the night watchman? Good morning. I see you have been here for a long time. Are you looking for the owner of this house? Yes, sir. Do you know the owner of this house? Zhang Chenhai responded politely. Of course I know them. The hostess of this house is very lively and cute. She is also a little girl from the Dragon Clan. But they should not be at home now. I heard them say yesterday that they were going out of the city for training. Huh. Yu Qian, Zhang Haiba, and Zhang Chenhai all looked stunned. Chapter 17, Returning Home. Time flies, and a week has passed in the blink of an eye. Should I say it is lucky or unfortunate? During these few days, Su Chun and Long Luo'er almost circled Tiana City, but they didn't find many God's messengers. Su Chun had originally wanted to meet a few Lord-level and King-level gods to broaden his horizons. Anyway, I have Long Luo'er to back me up, so I have nothing to worry about. This world has a rough assessment of the class strength of God's messengers. The strength of an ordinary-level divine envoy is equivalent to that of a mid-level mortal. The strength of a minion-level divine envoy is equivalent to that of a mid-stage warrior. The strength of an elite-level divine envoy is equivalent to that of a mid-level brave warrior. The strength of a leader-level divine envoy is equivalent to that of a mid-level heroic realm. The strength of a lord-level divine envoy is equivalent to that of a mid-stage emperor. The strength of a king-level divine envoy is equivalent to that of a mid-stage legendary realm. The strength of an emperor-level divine envoy is equivalent to that of a mid-stage epic realm. Even if an emperor-level envoy of God came, Long Luo'er might be able to beat him half to a pulp, and then he could go and reap the rewards, which would increase his ability points dramatically. Of course, this is only a rough assessment, and the specific situation will change according to the strength of the mission and the wisdom level of the messenger, and they are not completely the same. It's a pity that I have never encountered any Lord-level or elite-level gods again, and most of them are minion-level gods messengers. As a result, Su Chin's ability points have been stuck at 4,330 points and have not changed for half a day. My dear wife, it seems that there are no more divine messengers, right? It feels so strange. When I came here a month ago, there were a lot of divine messengers on the road. How come there are so few of them all of a sudden? Could it be caused by the attack by the gods that time? I don't quite understand. Never mind. I'm tired of eating compressed biscuits anyway, so let's go home. The two then chose the east gate, which was closest to their current location, and returned to Tiana City. After returning home, Su Chun received another letter. Fortunately, this time it was just a college acceptance letter. The 6th Tianji College? Su Chun looked at the school name on the admission letter and muttered to himself. There are a total of 6 universities in Tiana City, namely Tianhe Vocational College from number 1 to number 6. The 6th Tianji College is the worst among them, with most of its subjects being logistics-related. Although he now possesses the 2 vocations of God Slayer and Dragon Knight, he has not reported them. So, based on my performance in high school, I can only enter such a poor university. Su Chun, are you going to school? This time, Long Luo'er changed into a blue and white maid outfit and came to Suchin to ask, "I'm considering whether to go. After all, this university is the worst in Tiana City. You humans are really weird. With your qualifications, you can only go to the worst university." Well, my performance in high school was really not that good, and I didn't apply for the vocation. Long Luo crossed her arms and said angrily, "I think you shouldn't go. Can your university teachers teach as well as I do?" I thought the same thing, but Suchin paused, not knowing whether he should say this out loud. Long Luo also sat beside Su Chun with great interest and asked in a cute voice, "Just what? Don't keep me in suspense." The residency in Tiana City is not permanent. It is only for 30 years. For a long time, there were only 3 ways to obtain permanent residency, one of which was to obtain a diploma from one of the 6 universities. What about the other 2 options? Suchin moved towards Long Luo and whispered in her ear, "The second way is to give birth to 3 or more children, and all of them have awakened their vocations." As expected, Long Luo's expression instantly turned red again. He raised his little fist and patted Suchin's chest to express his dissatisfaction. This method doesn't exist. What about the third one? Even if you join the night watch, police, adjudicator, or other civil service agencies, your residency is permanent during your tenure. After serving for 15 years, you will also receive permanent residency. After all, the maximum range that the barrier can protect is limited, and space needs to be allocated for growing crops. So residential space is naturally limited. In addition, the higher the realm, the longer the lifespan, so it is naturally impossible to support idle people. China is now pursuing a policy of elite training, focusing on cultivating humans who are higher in the sequence of their vocations. You should know that if the sequence of the natural duties can reach the top 200 combat-type natural duties, at the same level, one person is equivalent to more than 100 combat-type natural duties beyond the sequence 500. If you spend more than 10 times the resources for training, you can cultivate more than 100 times the combat capability. You can figure out the choice with just your toes. However, logistical duties are definitely needed to guarantee basic living, so policies such as the right of residence were introduced. Although the 6th Tianji College is the worst university in Tiana City, its admission rate is very low, and its graduation rate is less than half. As for the best first-tier vocational college, the graduation rate is not even 1/10, but everyone is still scrambling to get in. And joining various civil service agencies is hundreds of times more difficult than in the previous life. You must be high enough in the natural career sequence and go through multiple interviews to get this job. Therefore, more than 90% of the people who want to obtain residency choose to have children. Of course, this is also what the Chinese government is happy to see. After all, the base number of newborns is high, and the probability of awakening the frontline vocation sequence will be greater, and there will be enough cannon fodder to fight against the gods. After hearing these 3 methods, Long Luo also sighed. It was a complete waste of time going to that crappy university. Having a child is even more impossible. The dragon race's fertility rate is too low. Usually, it is considered good to have 1 child every few decades. And taking the civil service exam requires a 15-year commitment, which is a waste of time. Is it the same in other cities? Will you be driven out of the city if you don't have the right to reside there? Most of the time, if you don't have residency, you have to pay half of your income in residency tax every year. It's a headache anyway. Or, ding dong ding dong. Just when Long Luo was about to say something, the doorbell rang. Perhaps because of the previous courier assassination incident, Suchin was very cautious and looked through the cat's eye a few times first. After all, he didn't have many acquaintances in Tiana City, and no one knew the address of his new home. There were 3 people outside the door, 2 men and 1 woman, all wearing night watchman uniforms. Night watch? What's going on? After hesitating for a long time, Suchin finally opened the door. When the leading woman saw Suchin, she immediately showed a happy expression, and the 2 men behind her also breathed a sigh of relief. The woman immediately took out her night watchman ID and bowed slightly. "Hello, I am Yu Qianqian, the captain of the 3rd team of Tiana City Night Watchmen. The 2 of them are also members of the 3rd team. Mr. Suchin, can we have a chat?" Chapter 18, A Visit from the Night Watchman. Suchin frowned slightly. He really couldn't understand why the night watchman wanted to find him. "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" Although the question was asked, Suchin was still prepared to enter the battle at any time. After all, no one can guarantee that these people are the real night watchmen. Seeing this scene, Yu Qianqian nodded with satisfaction. Excellent talent should be like Suchin, always vigilant. "Mr. Suchin, we have no ill intentions. We are here just to ask you a few questions. Is the person in this photo you? As Yu Qianqian spoke, she took out the photo of Su Chun using a longbow to shoot a centaur monster that day. When Su Chun saw the photo, he was stunned for a moment. He had no memory of that time, but he could definitely recognize that the blurry figure in the photo was himself. Is this what happened? I thought it would be worse, but I didn't expect it to be killed with just one arrow. At this time, Long Luoer, who was in the house, saw that Su Chun had not returned yet, so she also came to the door. Su Chun, who are these people? When the three night watchmen saw Long Luoer's attire, they were stunned. Zhang Chenhai and Zhang Haiba had heard about Long Luoer's strength from Yu Qianqian in advance. Even if all 50 clergymen in human history attacked Long Luoer together, they might not be able to defeat her. It was so outrageous. They also unconsciously conjured up an image of a majestic dragon girl in their minds. However, such a powerful being actually lives in an ordinary citizen's house and wears a maid outfit, which is a huge contrast to the impression she has. Lolo, they call themselves the Night Watchmen, but I'm not too sure. That should be the case. They have a strong aura of God's messengers. It must be because they have been fighting with God's messengers for a long time. Yeah, Su Chun also breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Long Luoer had confirmed their identities. After the three of them entered the house, Long Luoer didn't know what medicine she had taken was wrong, but she actually took the initiative to serve tea and water, as if she was really a virtuous wife. Looking at the tea brought by Long Luoer, Yu Qianqian, Zhang Chenhai, and Zhang Haiba were trembling with fear and did not dare to take it at all. Are you kidding? No normal person would dare to accept the offer of one of the world's top experts serving you tea or water. After a moment of silence, he finally got to the point. As for the person in the photo, it is indeed me, and the centaur monster was actually killed by Luo after he was crippled. After thinking for a while, Su Chun decided not to reveal the fact that the centaur monster was Orobus. After all, no one would believe if you said that you had killed 72 demon gods. Yu Qianqian asked, Mr. Su Chun, what is your vocation? Su Chun sighed inwardly. Fortunately, he had discussed with Long Luoer in advance how to respond when asked what his vocation was. It is very dangerous to rashly reveal that you are a clergyman. Clergy who have not grown up are likely to become assassination targets of other countries. After all, the number of clergy determines the strength of a country. My mission is sequence 100 Freedom Warrior. As for the bow and arrow in the photo, it is actually Long Luoer's treasure. I just borrowed it to use. The so-called free man is the most special profession among all vocations. He has no weapons that he is good at, no magic and no natal weapon. But the body's various functions and learning abilities will be greatly improved. People who awaken to this kind of vocation will generally choose a career that they love. If they want to use a sword, they will use a sword. If they want to do logistics, they will do logistics. They are the only people in this world who can live according to their own ideas. To sum it up in 6 words, all round but mediocre. When they heard Su Chun say that he was a free man, the 3 night watchmen immediately showed a lost expression. Although the freeman is the 100 duty sequence, most people do not agree with this duty. In terms of status, it may be equivalent to a duty around 300. But soon, the 3 of them regained their solemn expressions. After all, the natural duty of a liberator can bring out considerable combat effectiveness if trained well. What's more, Su Chun's marriage partner is Long Luoer. If he can invite Su Chun to join the Night's Watch. If there is a crisis in the future, Long Luoer may be able to help. Su Chun, you also know that the vocation of a free man needs someone's guidance to better play its value. My vocation sequence is 115 Sniper, and I am good at hot weapons and long-range shooting weapons such as bows and arrows. The uncle with a stubble on his face is Zhang Haiba, and his vocation is sequence 179, Sword Saint, and he is good at using swords. The other younger uncle is Zhang Chenhai, who was originally the captain of the 11th team, but he came to our 3rd team because the gods attacked and wiped out all of them. His vocation is a magic swordsman with sequence 188, and he is also good at using swords. In addition, there are people in the headquarters who are good at various weapons and can guide you on the way forward. How about joining the Night's Watch? Su Chun was also stunned. He didn't expect that these people were actually here to invite him to join the Night Watch. But he calmed down and began to think about the pros and cons. Yu Qianqian was not in a hurry when she saw Su Chun's reaction. Su Chun, this is my business card. If you're interested, please contact me. Okay, Su Chun nodded and agreed. Afterwards, Yu Qianqian took the other 2 and left. On the way, Yu Qianqian scolded the 2 of them to express her dissatisfaction. Why don't you say anything? I'm the only one talking. Qian, it's not that we don't want to say it. Long Luoer has been sitting there watching us. The pressure is too strong. Let's not talk about Zhang Haiba, that 40-year-old unmarried man. Zhang Chenhai, you were once the captain of a detachment, so why are you so cowardly? Qian, it's okay as long as you can handle it. We are just there to support the occasion. Forget it. I have to admit that you are a free man, so you are still a good candidate. Zhang Haiba stopped at this time, holding his chin with his hand, looking thoughtful. What's wrong? Yu Qian asked. It's not uncommon for aliens to come to us humans to register for marriage. But why would a world-class expert like Long Luoer come to our human marriage bureau to register? And why was she matched with a man whose mission was just to be a free man? Are you doubting the ability of the prophet? No, I don't doubt the power of the prophet at all. But I think that Su Chun must be hiding some secrets that no one knows, so he can be a good match for Long Luoer. Inside the house, Su Chun breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the three of them leave. Su Chun, do you want to join them? To be honest, my dream before was to join the Night's Watch. I don't know why, but I hesitated when I was invited. In fact, it's not bad to join them. After all, I only know swordsmanship, and if you get other vocations in the future, you will really need a mentor who can use other weapons. That's true. By the way, Luo, I remember you said at that time that you would reward me after I defeated that heroic woman. Can you fulfill your promise now? Looking at Su Chun, who was full of expectations, Long Luoer sighed. What was coming was bound to come. Okay, what do you want me to do? Of course, it's what I want to do. Chapter 19, Long Luoer cried. Luckily, I saw the swimsuit by chance and bought one. It was a real feast for the eyes. Su Chun sighed as he sat on the bathroom steps. Standing behind him was Long Luoer, wearing a pink one-piece swimsuit. At this time, Long Luoer was rubbing Su Chun's back gently with a bath ball in order to fulfill her promise. Alas, I really shouldn't have agreed to your request. But I'm surprised. I thought you definitely wanted to be a real dragon rider. Is there anything more painful than a white-haired lowly rubbing my back in a swimsuit? What are you doing? The force of the back scrub was neither too strong nor too weak, just right. Unexpectedly, Long Luoer suddenly increased her strength and almost rubbed off a layer of skin. Although I don't know what the word lowly means, I always feel that it is not a positive word. Lolita is such a nice word. It's used to describe cute little girls like you. I'm not lying to you. Humph, I don't care anyway. If you call me a lowly again, I'll beat you up. I'm sorry, my dear wife, Sister Luo. That's more like it. Half an hour later, Su Chun was lying on his bed, enjoying a feeling he had never experienced before. It feels so good. This is the first time I've felt so good in my 18 years of life. Su Chun sighed secretly. No wonder in previous cartoons, there were often scenes of sisters rubbing their brothers' backs in the bathroom. The lowly small size, gentle strength, and cute voice can really make people feel happy. It is said that art comes from life, and it is true. I really hope that Long Luoer can rub my back every day. Sure, I'll give it to you whenever you can beat me. Not to mention rubbing your back. I'll even give you a massage before bed every day. At this time, Long Luoer changed back into her previous blue and white maid outfit and came to Su Chen's room. Can we use the Dragon Knight? Of course, but I don't know whether my amulet's energy will run out first, or you will turn into dust in the world first. My dear wife, are you going to kill your husband to prove your truth? Humph, I told you to think about those nonsense every day. The next day, Su Chen sat in front of the computer, typing quickly on the keyboard with one hand and moving the mouse quickly with the other hand, trying to find out if there was a shuttle bus to a nearby city. He discussed with Long Luoer for a long time last night and decided not to report to the 6th vocational college. However, practicing too much magic crystal in a short period of time will put a greater burden on the body. So why not just go and take a look around other cities? Maybe you can meet a lot of God's messengers. The most important thing at the moment is to accumulate enough ability points and then draw the vocation again. However, this world is different from the previous life. The distances between cities are far apart, and the bus services are extremely rare. After all, there are many God's messengers outside the city. In addition to being equipped with a defensive barrier, each bus must also have 2 dedicated people above the heroic level before it can depart. Hard work pays off. After searching on Baidu for an hour, I finally booked a bus to Yui City that would depart in 3 days. Each ticket costs 500,000 Chinese yuan. However, Long Luoer agreed to let her pay for it, so Su Chen decisively clicked the payment button. My eyes were almost blinded by searching, but at least I made an appointment. At this time, Long Luo walked out of the master bedroom, wearing a milky white pajamas with a cartoon dragon printed on it. She looked very cute as she yawned and touched her tangled pure white hair. Good morning, Su-Chen. Lolo, good morning. It's rare to see you get up later than me. It's all because of you. Su-Chun was completely confused. He clearly saw with his own eyes that she went back to the master bedroom to sleep first. How come it suddenly became his problem? Stop talking. It's all because you asked me to rub your back yesterday. I dreamed about rubbing your back all night. That feeling was terrible. It was even scarier than meeting a messenger of God in a dream. Being able to appear in your dream, it seems that our relationship has taken a step forward. Come in. Have you booked the train ticket? Su-Chen didn't say anything. He patted his thigh and motioned Long Luo to sit down and watch. Maybe they were really close, or maybe she wasn't awake yet. Su-Chen didn't expect that she would actually sit on it. Long Luo stared at the electronic ticket on the computer screen with hazy eyes and asked a question. Is this the shuttle bus of the Chiching Business Alliance? Isn't this a notorious company in Tiana City? Su-Chen looked at Long Luo sitting on his lap. She turned her head slightly to reveal a pitiful face. The faint fragrance emanating from her cherry lips when she spoke, coupled with her cute voice, made the little brother suddenly lose his composure. What the hell? Calm down, little brother. This is no joke. Namo, Namo, Namo. There is no woman in my heart. I draw my sword naturally, and the lowly will only affect the speed of my drawing the sword. Finally, under Su-Chen's strong suppression, the little brother finally calmed down. If Long Luo really finds out, he will definitely be slapped twice. Su-Chen, I'm asking you a question. Why are you in a daze? Sorry, I was just thinking that the Chiching Business Alliance is really rubbish, but there is nothing I can do. I can't find another shuttle bus. How much did it cost? 1 million is not too much, but it's not cheap either. Okay, let's go out and sell some magic crystals later. Long Luo took a shower in the bathroom, changed into a cream-colored dress, and then went out with Su-Chen. Today is August 1st. As soon as I walked out of the door, I felt a hot breath blowing towards me. The girls on the street changed into cool clothes to show off their graceful figures. Compared with them, although Long Luo is very beautiful, her figure is too thin. Su-Chen bought her a bra with a larger cup size some time ago, but it was obviously too big. Looking at Su-Chen with a sigh on his face, Long Luo was a little confused. Su-Chen, what's wrong with you? Is it too hot? That's not the case. By the way, are you an adult? Hearing this, Long Luo suddenly showed a speechless expression. Is this something a normal person would ask? Su-Chen, are you out of your mind? How can I have a vocation when I'm not even an adult? It seems so, but why do I feel that you are so small? Are all the girls of the Shenlong clan so small? Su-Chen thought that Long Luo was going to hit him again, but unexpectedly, tears appeared in the corners of Long Luo's eyes. I don't want to either. I obviously eat more than my sister, but my sister is almost 1.8 meters tall now, with a curvy figure, and can even wear a tube-top evening dress. I am not willing to give up either. Woo-woo-woo. What no one expected was that Long Luo actually burst into tears. Her usual fearless attitude was gone, and she seemed like a little girl under 15, crying her eyes out. More and more people gathered around, and Su-Chen realized that he had said the wrong thing, so he quickly picked up Long Luo and left. Chapter 20: The Darkness of the Sales Center. Su-Chen carried Long Luo to the park bench. Looking at the sobbing Long Luo, Su-Chen also felt very embarrassed. I really didn't expect that she cared so much about her figure. But come to think of it, what girl doesn't care about her figure and appearance? Even the girls of the Dragon Clan are the same. Luo, I'm sorry, but I like Luo the most. What? Long Luo, who was still sobbing, suddenly stopped crying and turned to look at Su-Chen. Even though she had just cried, the traces of tears could not hide her unimaginable beauty. He said, no matter what your figure is like, I like you. Su-Chen shouted loudly. Seeing this, Long Luo quickly covered Su-Chen's mouth. What are you doing? We are in a park. Why are you shouting so loudly? There are so many people here. I can't afford to lose face like this. If you don't cry, I won't shout. All right, after you've made such a fuss, I don't have anything to cry about anymore. Lolo, you are so beautiful. Stop talking nonsense, let's go. Long Luo turned her face away and muttered. But no one noticed that Long Luo's cheeks had turned very red at this moment. After the little episode, the two came to the sales center. As for why I came here, of course it's because there are people here who know what's good. When one of the salespersons at the front desk saw Su Chun and Long Luoer, he immediately showed an excited look and trotted over to them to greet them. Mr. Su, Ms. Long Luoer, is there anything I can help you with? Look, can you help me call the boss? I have some magic crystals that I want him to buy. No problem. Please follow me over here. The two were taken to the reception room they had visited last time. 2 minutes later, the bearded uncle also came here with a flattering smile. Do you two have any magic crystals to sell? Yes, I have 10 magic crystals here. The quality is the same as last time. As he spoke, Su Chen took out a plastic bag from his pocket, which contained 10 magic crystals. The bearded uncle did the same thing as last time. He picked one up and began to consider it carefully. Not bad, not bad. They are indeed of the highest quality. By the way, do you have any more magic crystals like this? Su Chen frowned slightly and turned to look at Long Luoer's position. She was still sitting on the chair, swinging her legs, and had no intention of continuing selling. Sorry, these are the last. No problem, haha. I'll still buy it for 580,000 this time. Is that okay? Yeah, that's it. Su Chen took out Long Luoer's mobile phone and opened the payment code icon. This was her request. After all, she had mentioned that all daily expenses would be borne by Su Chen. Soon, the transfer of 5.8 million was successful. Su Chen didn't stay for too long and immediately took Long Luoer away. After the two of them left, the flattering expression of the bearded uncle suddenly turned cold, and he said with cold eyes, Xiaoli, what are the results of the measurement? A female salesperson named Xiaoli immediately came out of the room and brought in something that looked like a mobile phone, which was located at the threshold of the reception room. Boss, the value shows that it is over 500,000. That couple has at least 5,000 magic crystals. Hearing this, the bearded uncle was overjoyed. Xiaoli, do they still live in that house now? Yes, but it seems that the night watchman visited yesterday. Have you investigated their origins? Xiaoli immediately took out her mobile phone and began to report the situation in detail. The man's name is Su Chen. I have been investigating for a month, and all I can find out is that he is an orphan without a father or a mother. He has no past record at all, and his activities have only started 3 years ago. It's as if he appeared out of thin air in Tiana City. As for the girl from the Dragon Clan, her name is Long Luoer. She should be from the Divine Dragon Clan, and she just came to Tiana City a month ago. The two of them had been practicing swordsmanship on the rooftop of that building a month ago, and then they went out of the city for a while and just came back yesterday. The uncle lit a cigarette, pondered for a long time, and then asked, Do you know the realm level? And the vocation? I don't know their realm, but their vocation sequence is probably relatively high. The Night's Watch has been visiting them frequently in the past few days. I guess only those with high vocation sequences would be worthy of the Night's Watch's attention. At this time, Xiaoli's cell phone rang. The uncle nodded and motioned for her to answer the phone first. Xiaowen, what's wrong? Really? Has it been confirmed? 3 days later? I get it. After Xiaoli hung up the phone, she immediately showed a look of joy. Boss, the monitor just sent a tip that Su Chen and Long Luoer seem to have booked a bus to Yue City from the Merchant Alliance in 3 days. Sure. Yes. Xiaowen said it herself. Great. Great. I never thought that after 30 years of undercover work on humans, I could finally collect 10,000 of the highest quality magic crystals. The uncle stood up and exclaimed with an ecstatic expression. At the same time, he took out a huge, beautifully decorated box from the space ring, which was filled with the highest quality magic crystals. Boss, you are wise. As long as you collect 10,000 magic crystals, you will be able to regain your godhood. Xiaoli, you will have all our compatriots hiding in Tiana City gather here. No matter how strong that couple is, they must not fail in 3 days. Yes, my beloved Lord God. After Xiaoli left, the uncle's whole body began to melt and gradually turned into a black shadow. It seemed to be standing there, yet it seemed to be just a shadow on the ground, floating and elusive. 10 minutes later, another female waiter walked into the reception room with a fat man dressed in jewels. Sir, please wait here for a moment. Our boss will be here soon. What's going on? I'm the operations director of Chiching Business Alliance. You guys are here to talk to me, but you want me to wait for your boss? What's your attitude? Sir, please wait a moment. We apologize for the inconvenience. We will compensate you for your loss later. Really? Just wait a minute. The fat man sat on the chair with a speechless expression. He had no idea why he was called here. If there weren't so many pretty girls in the sales center, I would definitely not come here. However, at this moment, the shadow on the ground seemed to come alive and directly turned into a black shadow in the shape of a human, walking towards the fat man. Who are you? What do you want? The fat man questioned on the spot and summoned a giant hammer from the void. However, the humanoid shadow did not speak, but manipulated the shadow to directly bind him. At the same time, his appearance also became exactly the same as that of the fat man. Be it appearance, temperament, or even the sense of superiority from enjoying wealth and glory for a long time. They're exactly the same. You, are you? At this time, the shadow on the ground bound his mouth and began to gradually devour the fat man, giving him no chance to struggle. 10 minutes later, the fat man finally opened the door of the reception room and walked out with a strange smile on his face. Chapter 21 Double Phantom. After Su Chun and Long Luoer returned home, they immediately collapsed on the sofa like deflated balls. Su Chun, what's wrong with you? I don't know. After I entered the sales center, I felt like my whole body was about to explode, as if endless power wanted to burst out from my body. I have been suppressing this power, and now I am almost exhausted. Explosive power? I didn't even feel it. I don't understand it either. I didn't feel this way the first time I went there, and I felt normal again after I left the sales center. It's as if that place has something against me, and I don't know why, but I inexplicably hate that boss. Su Chun, are you sick? As Long Luoer spoke, she touched Su Chen's forehead with her hand. That shouldn't be the case. Although that feeling was uncomfortable, I really felt that at that time, my strength was even stronger than that of the Dragon Knight. If I didn't suppress it, there was a high probability that the sales center would be razed to the ground. I think it's a disease, and it's very serious. Why don't we go to the hospital for a checkup? In the end, unable to resist Long Luoer's persuasion, Su Chun was taken to the hospital in the city center for examination. But the result is that everything is normal and I am healthier than anyone else. Holding the hospital's test report, Su Chun and Long Luoer were also confused. Su Chun, how do you feel now? Everything is normal. It couldn't be more normal. Could it be that there is something wrong with the sales center? But I didn't feel anything either time. No, I have to check again. Well, come on. I won't be able to sleep well unless I figure out what's going on with you. Hearing this, Su Chen's heart suddenly felt warm. I didn't expect Long Luoer to care about me so much. The two came to the sales center again, but they didn't expect that they had been surrounded by police and a cordon had been set up. Su Chun was stunned. He had just been here 2 hours ago, so how come it was suddenly sealed off? So he found a tall man and asked him, "Hey buddy, what on earth happened here? I heard that the owner of the sales center disappeared. I don't know much about it." Missing? Yes. It is said that he disappeared immediately after meeting with the operations director of Cheeching Business Alliance. Now the police in the entire city are looking for him, but they can't find him. Look, the fat guy over there is the operations director of Cheeching Business Alliance. As the tall man spoke, he pointed at a fat man who was being questioned by the police in front of the sales center. He was dressed richly, with diamond rings on all 10 of his fingers. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was worth a lot of money. Is he the operations director of Cheeching Business Alliance? However, when Su Chun looked at the fat man, he suddenly felt that a force was about to explode. The power quickly filled his whole body, and even the ability correction provided by the Dragon Knight was no match for it. Along with that, a feeling of hatred also surged into my heart, as if it was an enemy with whom I had a life-and-death feud. It was becoming increasingly difficult for Su Chun to suppress this force. He took Long Luoer's hand, took a step forward, and came directly to 100 meters away. The tall man was shocked by Su Chun's action. Fuck, this guy is awesome. He could take one step over 100 meters. Is he a legendary being? Su Chun pulled Long Luoer directly to a fountain and stopped. Su Chun, what's wrong with you? Long Luoer asked with concern, a worried look on her face. Su Chun was seen breathing heavily and slowly sitting down on a chair next to the fountain. It took him a while to return to normal. Seeing Long Luoer's worried expression, Su Chun also felt very guilty. He looked at his feet, his face full of confusion. Just now he seemed to have burst out with physical functions more powerful than the Dragon Knight. Moreover, this was clearly the first time I met the operations director of Cheeching Business Alliance, so why did I feel like there was a deep blood feud between us? Sorry, Lolo, I seem to be sick again. Su Chun, calm down. Can you describe what it feels like? I don't quite understand. He was fine at first until he saw that fat man, and then he immediately became like this. After a moment of silence, Long Luoer said, "Could it be the power of the God Slayer? When you took me away from the sales center just now, to be honest, I almost couldn't keep up with your speed." "God Slayer? Xiao Jin, are you there?" "Yes, master. What can I do for you?" The golden fairy instantly appeared in front of Su Chun, floating around with a smile on his face, as if he had anticipated Su Chen's call. Xiao Jin, last time you said that the God Slayer is a specialized vocation for the gods. So under what circumstances will this power be stimulated? Everywhere you look, every place you hear, will inspire the power of the God Slayer. Is it possible that what I see is... At this moment, an extremely terrifying guess suddenly emerged in Su Chen's mind. The power that he suppressed before was probably the power of the God Slayer. The only condition that can trigger the power of the God Slayer is to encounter a god. Then there is only one possibility, that the boss of the sales center and the operations director of Chiching Business Alliance are both incarnations of gods. Long Luo'er is also very smart. She naturally thought of what Su Chen thought of. The two looked at each other, nodded, and immediately returned to the sales center tacitly. However, at this time, the operations director of Chiching Business Alliance had already left, and only the police who were investigating the scene were left. Su Chen, do you still have that feeling now? No. It seems that there should be no gods here. But what kind of gods are they? What kind of abilities do they have? I don't quite understand. The powers of gods vary. It's hard to tell what they are based on the known clues alone. After Su Chen pondered for a while, he said, when I first entered the sales center, there didn't seem to be anything unusual. Could it be that he was replaced during the month we were practicing? For example, the uncle with a stubble on his face made me feel very disgusted when I saw him this time. At this time, Xiao Jin took the initiative to show up and answer Su Chen's questions. Master, God's layers are sworn enemies with gods who violate the divine treaty, and they will automatically develop hatred. The stronger this feeling is, the more serious the harm caused by the gods. Master can also use this to distinguish who is a god. Is that so? So the boss of the sales center and the operations director of Chiching Business Alliance are both gods. Wrong. Long Luo'er spoke immediately. Gods have a very strong sense of territory and almost no sense of cooperation, so it is impossible for two gods to exist in the same city. Su Chen, I know what god this time is. It's probably a double phantom that can perfectly imitate the other party and devour the other party to obtain the memory. Nils, who was deprived of his godhood 30 years ago. Chapter 22, Gods and God's Messengers. Double phantom? Su Chen murmured with a questioning look on his face. I have heard of such urban legends in my previous life. When someone passes by a dark corner, he or she will see someone who looks exactly like him or her. But this is not an illusion, but an ability exerted by a monster called double phantom. It will kill the original owner, devour their memories, perfectly restore this person, and allow them to live on as the original owner. When the end of life is approaching, it will use the same old tricks again and take away the next person's life. Yes, 30 years ago, the gods' court was in turmoil, and many gods were expelled from the gods' fold and stripped of their godhood. As far as I know, the double phantom Niels is one of those gods. I'm afraid the bearded uncle and the fat man are both him. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. Xiao Jin, can the gods see through my mission as a god slayer? Or will the gods have any extreme reactions to god's layers? No, except for the ancient gods, no one knows the existence of the god slayer. Really? Then I think I know why Niels wants to change his identity. What do you mean? Long Luo'er asked curiously. I think it should be this. Su Chen laid out all his conjectures, including the evidence that could verify these conjectures. Long Luo'er once said that magic crystals contain a large amount of spiritual power, and the quality of the magic crystals provided by Long Luo'er is very high. As for the Godhead, it is actually the proof that gods can draw on the spiritual power of heaven and earth and have infinite lifespan. In the simplest terms, gods with Godhead are actually immortal species with infinite spiritual power. Although there may still be some differences, in general, it can be considered that gods are such a special kind of existence. It's just that, because they have lived for a very long time, their realm is particularly high and their strength is very powerful. Depriving them of their godhood means cutting off their supply of spiritual energy, and they can be completely consumed to death. But if one possesses a large amount of spiritual energy reserves, he can exert power close to that of a real god without having a godhead. In other words, he is a false god. As for the spiritual power reserve, it is of course the high-quality magic crystal stone that contains a large amount of spiritual power. Perhaps it was because a month ago, Long Luo'er sold a large amount of magic crystals to the owner of the sales center, which led to him being targeted and killed by the double phantom. This time, 10 magic crystals of the same quality were sold. Nils probably believed that Su Chun and Long Luoer must have other magic crystals on them, so he had the evil intention of killing them and robbing them. It happened that I had made an appointment for the Cheeching Business Alliance's shuttle bus this morning. Nils probably also got hold of this information, and he took advantage of the situation by replacing the Cheeching Business Alliance's operations director in order to manipulate the bus's route and passengers. It is much safer to seize magic crystals outside the city than inside the city. As for why he hadn't taken any action in a month, it was probably because he hadn't figured out Long Luoer's true strength, or he thought that the 100 magic crystals were Long Luoer's entire fortune. After listening to Su Chen's thoughts, Long Luoer immediately patted Su Chen on the back. Sure, Su Chen, I didn't expect you to be so smart. Thanks to Luo's tip, but now that we have guessed their course of action, what should we do? Should we wait until we leave the city in 3 days before killing them? Nil's realm should not be high, probably around the legendary realm. If a fight breaks out in the city, it would be difficult to deal with if our house is damaged. The legendary realm is not that high, but I don't know if I can beat him with the God Slayer's enhancement. If not, I'll have to ask you, my wife, for help. Long Luoer sighed. If Su Chun was able to kill Orobus in seconds a month ago, killing Nils would probably be easier than crushing an ant. But looking at his current condition, it remains to be seen whether he can perform to the same level as he did that day. Nil's head must be given to Su Chun, and the ability points obtained must be high. Maybe he can directly collect 10,000 points and then draw the vocation again. Okay, I'll help you then. I'm hungry, and I haven't even had lunch yet. Su Chun, you understand. Alas, we can only eat at roadside stalls. In the end, the two decided to kill Nils after leaving the city. After all, Nils gave up his original identity for this matter, so he must have attached great importance to it. It would probably be difficult to find his trace in the city. That night, Su Chen lay on the bed, looking at the business card that Yu Qianqian had left behind, and fell into deep thought. Should I seek help from the Night Watchmen in this matter? Are they strong enough to participate in the battle between legendary realms? Or does the Night's Watch's purview include executing gods? Su Chen thought for a long time, but was still hesitant. Su Chen, what's wrong with you? Long Luoer was still the same. She changed into a pure white dress and came to Su Chen's room, sitting on the bed, and asked, Lolo, do you think we should tell the Night Watch about this? The double phantom thing? I think it's better not to. In the attack by the gods a month ago, more than 3 Lord-level gods were killed. This means that there should be several talents above the Emperor level or even at the legendary level in the Night's Watch headquarters. If they steal your head, you'll be finished. Su Chen smiled bitterly. Previously, I was considering that the Night's Watch might not be strong enough to participate in the battle between gods. I didn't expect that. Now I am considering whether I will steal someone's head. Seeing that Su Chun didn't say anything, Long Luoer continued to add, Moreover, your vocation as a god slayer cannot be known to others. Once it spreads out, both humans and gods will probably regard you as a heretic, and then you will really have no place to stay. Let's not talk about the gods for now. Why do humans also hate me? Because there are many good gods or neutral gods. Their existence is a blessing to some places and has almost become their belief. Once a force that may endanger the gods they believe in appears, can they not kill you? Is this true? When I was in high school, all I learned was that gods are evil. Long Luoer sighed and continued. This involves the source of the god's power. The cultivation method of gods with divine power is quite special. In addition to cultivating rare treasures like ordinary people, they can also gain power from various creatures that believe in them. Every time one more person believes in a god, the god's power will increase faster. The reason why you humans educate you this way is probably because they are afraid that you will believe in the wrong evil god, causing the other party's strength to increase greatly. Su Chen suddenly realized that if it weren't for Long Luoer's explanation, he would have been kept in the dark. But there is still a question lingering in my mind, which makes me feel confused and unhappy. Where did that God's messenger come from? That disgusting appearance doesn't really fit the name of God's messenger, does it? The divine envoy, as the name implies, is the apostle of God. As I just said, the gods will gain power from all creatures that believe in them. But the number of creatures in this world is limited after all, so they reach out to the dead. After the dead creatures are resurrected by the gods, they will continuously provide them with the power of faith. The gods use this power of faith to resurrect other creatures again. From the very beginning, animals to the heavenly beings, all can be resurrected by the gods and become messengers of gods. All the messengers of gods in this world come from this. Chapter 23 Departure. Su Chun was stunned. He also thought at first that the disgusting creature might have been transformed from animal corpses. I just didn't expect that even the corpse of a celestial being could be transformed into a divine messenger. This is a bit too outrageous. Doesn't that mean that as long as there are living creatures, there will definitely be messengers of God born, and that messengers of God can never be killed no matter what? So what is the purpose of everything humans have done so far? Long Luo'er looked at Su Chen's astonished expression and felt a little regretful. Is it a good thing or a bad thing to tell him this? Will knowing that the god's messengers cannot be killed in any way affect his character? But now that things have come to this, we can only take it one step at a time. Go to bed early. I will set up a barrier at home tonight. Even if they attack me by surprise, I will be able to sense it. Well, thank you, my wife. 3 days passed quickly. The TV kept broadcasting news about the disappearance of the sales center owner, and Su Chun was no longer surprised. It's just a pity that such a generous boss was targeted and lost his life because of purchasing Long Luo'er's magic crystal. I can only lament the injustice of the world. As for Su Chun himself, with the help of the magic crystal stone and Long Luo'er, he successfully broke through to the middle stage of the warrior realm. This is good news amidst all the bad news. Today, Long Luo'er also changed into the outfit she wore when they first met, which made her look particularly adorable. Su Chun, this is for you. Long Luo'er took out a pendant and handed it to Su Chun. This pendant looks exactly like the amulet she wears to protect herself from mind control, except for the different gemstones on it. The one given to Long Luo'er was an emerald green gem, while the one given to Su Chun was a pure white crystal. What is this? The crystal of life can resist one fatal injury. Hearing this, Su Chun was almost moved to tears. We only have one life, and treasures that can resist fatal damage are almost priceless. If it were put up for auction, it would fetch at least hundreds of billions or even trillions of Chinese yuan, which is almost equivalent to half a city. But Long Luo'er casually gave the pendant to Su Chun. If this is not true love, then what are those who only talk but don't take any actual action? I love you, honey. Su Chun stepped forward and prepared to hug Long Luo'er, but she pushed him away with a look of disgust. It's just an insurance policy. What do you think? Do you think I care about you? If the crystal breaks, you will have to work for me to pay off your debt for the rest of your life. No matter what, Lolo, I love you. Stop talking nonsense, and let's go. The bus should leave in an hour, so it's probably time to go out now. As Long Luo'er spoke, she stretched out her slender hand. Su Chun also understood what she meant, and imitated the Western gentleman he saw on TV dramas in his previous life. He slowly took Long Luo'er's hand and walked out of the house together. After arriving at the station, Su Chun found that almost all the passengers waiting for the bus here were women. Apart from that, only a few children were seen. The only man was a tall young man wearing a suit and sunglasses, pulling a huge suitcase with his right hand. When Long Luo'er saw this scene, her brows furrowed slightly. Pulling Su Chun's sleeve, he whispered in his ear, Su Chun, I just used the dragon eye to look. The mother and son on the left chair, the 3 women talking by the railing on the right, the 2 children playing in front of the bus, and the 4 women walking together in front are all double phantoms. So many. Su Chun responded softly. Yes, that's all I can see. I'm afraid the real number is much more. As for the man in a suit, his strength has reached the late emperor realm. I'm afraid he is the guard of this bus, but his position is not clear yet. The emperor realm, it's really powerful, but I don't seem to have the same feeling of power surging through my body as before. I guess Nils may not be around. Long Luo'er was silent for a long time and said hesitantly, let's stay together in the car later. If there is any danger, you can switch to the Dragon Knight and use my power to kill them. Hearing this, Su Chun was stunned for a moment. Not to mention that Long Luo'er would actually take the initiative to ask to lean against each other. She actually allowed me to borrow her power. It seems that the current situation is indeed not optimistic. At this time, a gorgeously dressed woman walked out from the station lounge. She has a hot body, graceful demeanor, and pretty looks, and looks like a pure school beauty. Su Chun quickly picked up his mobile phone to take pictures. After all, girls like this are rare. But Long Luo'er told her that she was also a double phantom. What a pity such a beautiful girl was killed like this. Su Chen's expression instantly became much more depressed. I remember someone said I was the cutest person in the world. Of course, no one is as lovely as my wife. Then why do I feel like the way you look at Gongnu has changed? You even took a photo. Being beautiful is one thing, but I always feel like there's something special about her. Hee hee. You might as well say that she is a guardian by nature, and she is born with the ability to attract other people's attention. Suchin looked at the elusive power in his hand and was also very confused. Is that woman a god? Just when Suchun and Long Luoer were arguing, completely unnoticed, this gorgeously dressed woman glanced meaningfully in the direction of Suchun and Long Luoer, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a beautiful yet weird smile. A moment later, with the arrival of the last passenger, the shuttle bus to Yui City finally started. The entire body of this shuttle bus is tightly wrapped with extremely hard alloy plates, and even the tires are armored tracks. It's more like a tank than a bus. Fortunately, the interior of the bus is very cool, and there are display screens all around, so passengers can check the situation nearby at any time. Seeing that the bus had already left Tiana City, Suchin couldn't help but ask, Lolo, I still don't seem to feel that Niels is nearby. Is he not coming? I think he will definitely come. Gods are very contradictory. They want to command everyone, but they are also very suspicious of their subordinates. According to your speculation, he must know that I have a lot of magic crystals, so he spent so much effort to snatch them. He must be worried about only his subordinates participating in such an important matter. How much free time does this require? If it were me, I would definitely be sitting at home, using the intercom to direct others to do things. The game between gods is not as simple as you think. Since one's godhood can be taken away, one can naturally rob others of their godhood. In fact, I don't think Nils would be willing to rely on the spiritual power of those magic crystals to become a false god. Instead, I think he must want to use a large number of magic crystals to achieve a certain purpose. That's true. I'll keep an eye on Nils's movements. The shuttle bus was not moving very fast, only 30 kilometers per hour at most. During this period, they were attacked by several gods' messengers, but fortunately, they were all blocked outside by the barrier. It was getting close to evening, and just as everyone was unpacking their own convenience foods to prepare for dinner, the left side of the bus suddenly seemed to be hit by something and began to roll to the right. Suchin also subconsciously hugged Long Luoer tightly, and the two of them crashed into the alloy plate of the bus as the bus rolled, making a clanging sound. Lolo, are you okay? You didn't have to protect me, but thank you anyway. I'm fine. What happened? Just when the passengers were confused and didn't know what was going on, Suchun felt the hot feeling coming again. His strength began to gradually increase, and his whole body seemed to be about to explode. It goes without saying that the gods are coming. Chapter 24. The Corpse King Hamba. A little earlier in time, Suchin and Long Luoer were leaving Tiana City on the bus. Inside the Night Watch headquarters, the meeting room of the third team. Xiao Chun, are you sure? Yu Qianqian asked the handsome man who was reporting the situation in front of her. Yes. Reports show that a king-level divine messenger appeared in the east of Tiana City. His original identity may be Zhang Wuya, the former top master of Yui City. Zhang Wuya. How could it be him? Yu Qianqian murmured with a lost expression. Hearing Zhang Wuya's name, Zhang Chenhai and Zhang Haiba, who had been calm and composed, also looked embarrassed. Zhang Wuya was a powerful warrior in the late Emperor realm during his lifetime. The god of war, who has the vocation sequence 112, is a vocation that is good at using a giant axe. 3 years ago, he came to Tiana City because of the mission. He single-handedly defeated 10 masters of the Emperor and Hero realms from the Night Watch headquarters in Tiana City. Yu Qianqian, who was also there at the time, was completely impressed by his strength. It's a pity that God is jealous of talented people. When he completed his mission and returned to Yui City, he unfortunately encountered a wave of attacking God's messengers and was eventually killed by an Emperor-level God's messenger. I thought we would never meet again in this life, but I didn't expect that Zhang Wuya would be resurrected by a god and reappear in the world as a messenger of God. Yes, the director has just issued an order to put Tiana City in a martial law, and at the same time ordered the 3rd and 4th teams to lead everyone to survey the situation. Okay, I get it, go down now. When the handsome man named Xiao Chen left the meeting room, Yu Qianqian, Zhang Chenhai, and Zhang Haiba just lay down on the chairs like Guyu, with expressions that showed they had lost all hope in life. It's a headache. I really don't want to face Zhang Wuya, Yu Qianqian muttered in a low voice. We can't help it. Because of the attack by Eurobus a month ago, almost all the detachments suffered a devastating blow. It seems that only the 3rd detachment and Zhao Shana's 4th detachment are intact. Zhang Chenhai smiled bitterly and explained with regret. What should I do? Should I take a sick leave? Zhang Haibo responded with a grin. Can you be a little more motivated? If you continue like this, you'll never find a wife in your life. Yu Qianqian immediately retorted. It's as if I can get a wife by participating in this difficult mission, Zhang Haibao muttered with a disappointed look on his face. Didn't you arrogantly say at the time that you didn't want to use the big data matchmaking system to find true love? What happened? In the past 10 years, I'm afraid you haven't met a single woman other than me, right? Don't mention it. I've already registered. Which woman would register in her 30s or 40s? Do you still think that you can match with a 16-year-old high school girl at your age of 40? She can call you daddy. Yu Qianqian became more and more excited as she spoke. Originally, with Zhang Haibao's realm in the early stage of the Emperor realm, he would definitely be qualified to be the captain of the third team. But in the end, he always faced everything with an indifferent attitude. As a result, the director promoted Yu Qianqian, who was only in the late heroic realm, to the position of team leader. As a result, she had more work to do, while Zhang Haibao had more free time. This is a rare opportunity to confront him, and I must not miss it. Stop talking, I was wrong, okay? Okay. Both of you keep quiet for a while and gather in the basement now. Zhang Chenhai sighed and mediated when he saw this. I'll settle the score with you later, Yu Qianqian said coquettishly. Finally, the three of them arrived at the basement of the Night Watch headquarters. There are already 5 people waiting here. Chenhai, I didn't expect that we would act together this time, huh? Zhao Shanhe, the captain of the 4th team, patted Zhang Chenhai on the shoulder and greeted him. Zhao Shanhe, I hope you won't just be a transparent person by then. Zhang Chenhai pushed away Zhao Shanhe's hand and complained speechlessly. My vocation is to be an assassin, so I must fight in stealth. All right, I won't bother with you anymore. Time is urgent, let's get going. As Zhang Chenhai finished speaking, the 8 people from the 3rd and 4th teams came to the bottom floor of the basement together. This is the armory of the Night Watch headquarters in Tiana City. The weapons here basically symbolize the highest level of human technology. China can only deploy a dozen of these weapons in each city to prevent attacks from Lord-level and above messengers of gods and gods themselves. As the saying goes, everyone who fights with long-range weapons has a heart for close combat, and Yu Qianqian is no exception. Her natural vocation is a sniper, and her primary weapon is an ultra-long-range sniper rifle powered by spiritual power. But she hardly ever used it, and she always wandered around the sword section of the armory. Let's use this time, Yu Qianqian said this, picked up an electromagnetic sword, and put it around her waist. Hey, your opponent this time is Zhang Wuya. With your sword, I'm afraid it will shatter after the next move, right? Zhao Shanhe came directly to Yu Qianqian and complained. Sword defeats axe. Have you heard of it? You've been playing games too much. I think it would be better for you to provide support from a distance. It's okay. I took this sword just to prevent any emergencies. As for Zhang Haibao and Zhang Chenhai, neither of them chose a weapon. They both had a natural talent for using swords, so naturally they had practiced swordsmanship to perfection. Even though these weapons are the products of humanity's highest technology, they are still not as good as the habits of using one's own weapons. Afterwards, each night watchman selected the spare weapons he needed, got on the night watchman's special armored vehicle, and drove towards the east gate of Tiana City. The scene returns to Su Chun. All the double phantoms in the carriage had bewildered expressions on their faces. Apparently, the shuttle bus attack was not part of their plan. Su Chun, be careful, the attack is coming again. As Long Luo spoke, she performed levitation magic for herself and Su Chun. In this way, no matter how the shuttle bus rolls, at least it will not be injured by hitting the alloy plate. Lolo, the god that attacked this time, doesn't seem to be Niels. I don't feel as disgusted as I did when I saw him before. This is really beyond our expectations. We have to leave the car first. Yeah, I got it. As Su Chun spoke, he knocked the alloy plate on the ceiling of the carriage away with just one palm. Relying on the magic of floating, Su Chun and Long Luo came out of the rolling carriage together. The scene before them shocked the two of them. I saw a man holding a huge axe constantly attacking the bus, which was almost full of double phantoms. He had a hideous expression. His flesh had rotted and turned black, and half of his face had been exposed due to decay, making him look extremely scary. A few dozen meters behind him stood a Taoist priest wearing a green Taoist robe and with talismans on his face. He looked less than 1.6 meters tall. Long Luo looked at the Taoist priest with a serious expression. After a brief silence, he reminded, Su Chun, that Taoist priest is Hamba, a member of the zombie clan, known as the Corpse King. He was also one of the gods who was expelled from the divine court 30 years ago. Chapter 25, 1 Battlefield, 5 Forces. When Su Chun and Long Luo'er looked at Hamba, Hamba also looked at them. Under the spell-covered expression, it was impossible to tell what her expression was. Even so, it's still creepy. However, Hamba seemed to have no intention of attacking Long Luo'er and Su Chun at all. Instead, he stayed quietly where he was, watching the man holding a huge axe continue to attack the shuttle bus. Su Chun, are we going to go? Although I don't know what his purpose is, since he attacks human buses, he must not be a good god, right? That's true, but my dragon eyes can't see through him. I'll go and test his realm first. Don't attack yet. As soon as Long Luo'er finished speaking, he immediately pulled out a pure white sword from the void. At the same time, fire magic was cast and attached to the sword. He took a step forward and came directly to the front of Hamba. He swung his sword, but it was unexpectedly blocked by the talisman used by Hamba. Dragon Clan, don't get in the way. Really? You've seen me here, but you're still attacking our Dragon Clan's allies, the humans? I'll explain it to you later. There's a double phantom in this car. Don't you know that there are ordinary humans in the car? This is a necessary sacrifice. All the double phantoms in Tina City, except Neil's, are on this car. If one of them escapes, there will be endless troubles. I have the eye of the dragon, so I can naturally tell which ones are double phantoms. Long Luo'er and Hamba have been in a stalemate. However, it can be seen from Long Luo'er's face that she seems to have used up all her strength. On the other hand, Hamba blocked her attack with just one hand. Obviously, Hamba's realm should be higher than Long Luo'er's, but she doesn't seem to be that eager to fight. At this time, Su Chun finally couldn't bear it anymore. Switched to Dragon Knight, summoned the spear, and joined the battlefield of both sides. How could he just stand by and watch his wife fall into such a disadvantage? Su Chen's joining immediately turned the situation around. I have to say that it is truly worthy of being a special mission for gods. With just one move, the drought demon was repelled. Who are you? How can you have such power? Even though her face was covered by the talisman, one could still clearly feel her shocked expression. Su Chun, thank you. His realm should be much higher than mine. It's okay. After all, as a man, how can I watch my wife fall into a disadvantageous situation without rescuing her? Okay, stop talking nonsense and think about how to deal with him first. Hamba looked at the two people in front of him who were full of fighting spirit and broke out in a cold sweat. For some reason, even with her late stage of the transcendent realm, she actually felt a little bit of fear towards a human being. At this moment, the man in a suit pulling a suitcase in the carriage also came out as Su Chun broke the ceiling. This is really a tough job. Fortunately, there are other strong people in the Crimson Giant Axe. Is it Zhang Weya? I didn't expect to meet him in this capacity. When the man wielding the giant axe saw the man in the suit, he suddenly burst into endless murderous intent and rushed towards him with a roar, as if they were his mortal enemy in life. However, the man in the suit just stood there quietly, and when the man with the giant axe approached him within 10 meters, he immediately took out a heavy laser cannon from his suitcase. Aim and shoot. A beam of light, as thick as a bamboo, shot out from the muzzle and pierced through the left arm of the man with the giant axe in less than 10 seconds. However, this did not stop the man with the giant axe from running towards the man in the suit. When the distance was less than 5 meters, the man in the suit took out a sword from the void and began to fight head-on with the man with the giant axe. Even though he was holding a huge axe, his movements were extremely agile. The man in the suit was agile and would fight back every time he dodged an attack from the giant axe. However, each attack could only leave superficial wounds and was completely unable to stop Zhang Weya, who was already a messenger of God. So strong. He is indeed Zhang Weya. He is still so strong even after his death. The man in the suit muttered as he retreated to the rear. Ouch! The man with the giant axe roared and continued to rush towards the man in the suit. Suddenly, 3 bullets flew from the distant plane and hit the man with the giant axe on the head without any deviation. Bang! 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 As 3 sounds were heard, smoke and dust covered the entire head of the man with the giant axe. How lucky! There are reinforcements again. Looks like today is my lucky day. The man in the suit complained while looking in the direction where the bullet came from. After the smoke cleared, it was seen that the entire head of the man with the giant axe had completely turned into bones, but it did not affect his standing body at all. However, at this moment, a dagger suddenly appeared out of nowhere and pierced his heart directly, and then he was suddenly knocked away as if he was hit by something. Ouch! After stabilizing his body, the man with the giant axe roared again and began to swing the giant axe around randomly, but nothing happened. Tisk, why don't you just die? In the distance, Yu Qianqian was lying on the grass with a sniper rifle in her hand, complaining. Even that loser Zhao Shanhe can kill with one strike. Is he a king-level divine messenger? Zhang Chenhai stood beside Yu Qianqian, muttering to himself while holding a telescope. Don't pay attention to him for now. How are the passengers on the bus? And Su Chun and Long Luoer, why are they here? Are they still fighting with a Taoist priest? Master Haiba seems to have started rescuing the people on the bus. I just heard him say that there are currently no casualties. That's fine. Continue attacking Zhang Wuya. You should also pay attention to Su Chun. Although there shouldn't be any casualties with Long Luoer here, it's better to be prepared. I see. There's nothing I can do. Hamba murmured and took off the talisman on his face, revealing the face of a girl about 18 years old. Although she looks very delicate, she gives people a feeling of being experienced. She placed the talisman at her feet, clasped her hands together, and began to infuse spiritual power into the talisman. Seeing this, Su Chun and Long Luoer immediately rushed forward to stop it, but it seemed like they had hit a wall of air. Block? Then, all spirit method. Break it! Long Luoer immediately released a spell, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy directly hit the barrier. But it only caused a slight ripple and failed to break the barrier. On the other hand, Hamba continuously releases spiritual power within the barrier. Its vast and boundless flow of spiritual power should have been without any form or color, but because it was too dense, one could even see light blue spiritual power patterns appearing around Hamba. One part maintains the stability of the barrier, while the other part is transferred to the talisman at the feet. Upon seeing this, Su Chun hurriedly called out Xiao Jin, wondering if he could find out more about the God Slayer's hidden abilities. Xiao Jin, is there any way to break his barrier? Master, the weapon created by the God-killing Golden Book can break all obstacles in the world, but the gap between you and Hamba is too big, and the God-killer's ability correction cannot make up for this gap. But there are other tricks. Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me now. Master, you can open the Golden Book of God-killing, turn to the page about Hamba, and use your ability points to weaken his realm. This way, you may be able to break his barrier. Su Chun was suddenly confused. He had read the entire Golden Book of God-killing before, but did not find any information about gods other than Orobus. Is it true that all the gods I have seen are recorded in the Golden Book of God-slaying? Su Chun immediately switched his spear to the Golden Book and quickly flipped through it. Finally, when I was about halfway through, new information appeared. Nim Tinge. No. 00255. Realm. Late Transcendent Realm. Charge none. Status. Alive, deprived of divinity. Chapter 26, Su Chun versus Hamba. Su Chun was stunned. Long Luoer clearly said that her name was Hamba. So how did it become Tiamba? Can the name of a god change? Moreover, she had clearly sent her resurrected messenger of God to blatantly attack the human shuttle, and she was not charged with any crime? On what basis does the Golden Book of Deicide judge whether a god is guilty or not? Xiao Jin, how do we weaken his realm? The owner can operate the book just like a computer by clicking on the contents in the Golden Book. Upon hearing this, Su Chun immediately clicked on the realm column of Hamba with his index finger. Soon, 3 options appeared before my eyes. Option 1. Improve your realm. Option 2. Lower your realm. Option 3. Stabilize your state. Su Chun looked at these 3 options and was a little confused. Let's not talk about lowering the realm. After all, the Golden Book of God-slaying was originally used to kill gods. It is normal to reduce the strength of gods and increase one's own winning rate. But why can it also improve the realm of other gods? Are you looking for trouble because you think the other party is too weak? Or is it possible to subdue the gods and make them your subordinates? But now is not the time to think about these things. The important thing is to break his barrier as soon as possible. Su Chun immediately clicked on the option to lower his realm, and soon Xiao Jin's voice sounded in his mind again. Although Xiao Jin in front of him still had a silly and cute look and didn't open his mouth to speak. This god's realm has reached the late stage of the extraordinary realm. The master can consume 1,000 ability points to reduce it to the epic peak in a short period of time. Consume it. Although 1,000 ability points are too many, it is necessary to do this now. Otherwise, when Hamba releases his ultimate move, getting injured would be the most serious consequence. On the God-killing Golden Book, the column for Hamba's realm immediately changed to the peak of the epic realm as Su Chun finished speaking. The spiritual threads surrounding Hamba were becoming fainter and thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye. "What have you done?" Hamba was horrified. Obviously, he didn't expect that his realm could be taken away by human beings. Of course, Long Luoa also saw this scene. She did not miss this opportunity at all, raised the white sword, and began to chant magic spells. All spirit method. Condensate the sword. Break. All the spiritual energy around Long Luoer gathered on the sword, emitting brilliant light. A sword slashed out. In an instant, the originally unbreakable barrier was shattered by Long Luoer's sword. Suchin also took this opportunity to rush directly to Hamba and fight with him. "Damn it, this is the only way." Hamba hummed in a low voice and quickly left his original position, throwing 6 talismans on the talisman at his feet. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy began to gather there frantically. The earth began to shake violently, as if there was a magnitude 10 earthquake. With the talisman as the center, the entire ground began to crack to both sides. A hand suddenly stretched out from the crack, and slowly, the whole body appeared from the crack. I saw a headless monster appear in front of me. He is over 5 meters tall, and his legs alone are taller than Suchun. Every time I walked, the ground shook, as if it was a natural disaster. In his left hand, he held a huge axe that was taller than the monster, and in his right hand, he held a shield engraved with ghostly patterns. It goes without saying that this is none other than the ancient heroic general, Xing Tian. "Suchun, be careful. This is Hamba's ultimate move, the divine corpse summoning. It can drive the spirits of ancient heroes who have passed away, but it seems that it cannot be fully displayed. At best, it is only 1/10 of its peak strength. I will deal with Xing Tian. You try to see if you can kill Hamba. Be careful." "I see." The two of them quickly discussed a strategy. Suchin took a step forward and came directly in front of Hamba. The spear and the talisman collided with each other, making a clang 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 sound. In just a few breaths, the two sides had fought dozens of rounds. However, it can be clearly seen that Suchun has the upper hand and has even left several scars on Hamba's body. Finally, half a minute later, Suchin found a flaw and swept the spear directly towards Hamba's neck. The angle of this attack was very tricky, and Hamba, who had just received Suchin's attack, had no time to stabilize his body. Seeing the spear coming at him, Hamba could only use his trump card to save his life. Having taken several of Suchin's attacks head-on before, Hamba had a rough assessment of Suchin's attack capabilities. As a zombie, she would not be hurt even if she was hit. There is no pain at all, and it will be restored to its original state after a battle with just some stitches. But Suchin's attack was completely different. Anyone scratched by his weapon would be extremely painful, and the wound could not be healed even with the use of spiritual power. If this blow hit her neck, she would surely be beheaded and die. "Damn it, puppet talisman. Get out!" Hamba took out another talisman from his sleeve and activated it successfully before Suchin's attack hit him. The golden spear pierced through the neck of Hamba, and the head and torso were separated instantly, but soon turned into foam and disappeared, and then appeared behind Suchun. 10,000 corpses are worshipping you." As Hamba finished his words, hundreds of ragged zombies broke out of the ground and all gathered towards Suchun. I never thought I'd see a zombie siege in my lifetime, but it doesn't look that bad. The zombies look scary, but in front of Suchun, who has the bonus power of the God Slayer, they are like ants. Every time he swings the spear, he can take away at least 3 zombies. "Hamba, could you please stop doing these unnecessary things? Then it seems that I can only let you suffer a little." Hamba threw out 6 talismans again, surrounding Suchun, directly forming a hexagram that trapped Suchun in the formation. At the same time, she took out a talisman that was bigger than her and began to activate it. "Done hitting, since you insist on stopping me. I can only make you my corpse general." With the drive of Hamba, the huge talisman quickly split into 6 rays of light and injected into the 6 corners of the hexagram. "Xiao Jin, can this hexagram be broken?" "Yes, master, but it will cost 500 ability points." Suchun gritted his teeth and decided to use his ability points to break the formation. After all, he had tried several times but failed to break the barrier. It was obviously several levels stronger than the barrier that Long Luoer had just broken. "Xiao Jin, consume it." "Received, master." As Xiao Jin finished his words, the hexagram formation instantly dissipated. At this time, Hamba was also severely damaged by the backlash of the huge talisman. He covered his chest, gasped for breath, and fell to his knees on the ground, with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Obviously, Su Chen won this battle. Chapter 27. Long Luo'er defeats Niels. Go forward a little in time. Long Luo'er looked at Xing Tian in front of her and just bowed silently. She naturally knew how powerful Xing Tian was in the past. However, what was in front of him now was just a puppet that looked similar to Xing Tian, but whose strength was not even 1/10 of what it used to be. Xing Tian, I respect you as a hero, so I will let you rest in peace. However, Xing Tian could not hear any sound at this moment. He raised his giant axe and chopped towards where Long Luo'er was. Long Luo'er looked at the incoming giant axe and dodged the attack by simply moving sideways. At the same time, he jumped onto the joint of the axe and followed the axe handle directly to the front of Xing Tian. Rest in peace. With the sword slashing out, Xing Tian's body was split into two again. Just as Long Luo'er was about to look for Su Chun, a black shadow appeared on the ground. Is this Niels' teleportation array? I didn't expect you to dare to come to me. You really overestimate your abilities. Long Luo'er took advantage of the situation and jumped directly into the shadow, intending to capture Niels, who was hiding in the distance, and bring him to Su Chen. As a wave of space magic came, Long Luo'er arrived at the top of the mountain hundreds of kilometers away from the shuttle bus in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a figure gradually emerged in front of Long Luo'er. Didn't you say you were seriously injured? But it doesn't matter. I am Niels, the god of the double phantom. Little dragon girl, I will give you two choices. 1. Hand over the magic crystal on you, and maybe you can reunite with your husband later. 2. I will kill you and kill your husband in your image, and you will meet in hell together. Niels' tone was very calm, as if he was describing something ordinary. After hearing this, Long Luo'er pondered for a few seconds and responded, You can let me hand over the magic crystal, but can you tell me first, what do you want to do with the magic crystal? Of course, I will use 10,000 magic crystals to open the dimensional door, go back to the past, and take back my godhood. It was obvious that he was very confident in his own strength and did not think that he would lose to Long Luo'er. In other words, he had no intention of letting Long Luo'er leave here alive, which was why he revealed such important information. However, when these words came out, Long Luo'er was stunned. She had never heard that magic crystal had such a function. There are at least tens of thousands of magic crystals in his home in Shenlong Valley. If he could really go back to the past, he would have gone back long ago. But looking at the confident look on Niels' face, either he was deceived by someone, or it was true. Really? But I suddenly changed my mind. I don't choose either of these two options. Neil, who looked like the operations director of Cheeching Business Alliance, was stunned for a moment. He wondered if he had heard something wrong. The dragon girl in front of him actually rejected him, a god. You know, when he possessed godhood in the past, even the strong ones at the peak of the epic realm had to give him some face. Now he was actually rejected by a little girl from the dragon clan. However, Long Luo'er's next words completely ignited Niels' anger. As for me, how about choosing the third option and taking you back to kneel before my husband and beg for mercy? Cool this. Countless shadows attacked Long Luo'er. However, to Long Luo'er, these attacks were extremely weak. So you're a god in the early epic realm. I really underestimated you. However, you're still too weak. Long Luo'er walked through the swamp formed by the black shadows as if it were flat ground. As for the attacks from those black shadows, they were all blocked by Long Luo'er and could not touch her at all. Niels' expression changed from anger, at first to shock, and finally to fear. Ever since he was expelled from the divine community 30 years ago, he has been living in poverty and has been cautious in everything he does. The purpose is to one day regain his own divinity, return to the divine court, and take revenge on the gods who took advantage of his misfortune. Niels just received a call from Xiaoli, saying that the bus was attacked by a drought demon, and Long Luo'er was completely no match for the drought demon and was almost killed. So he immediately used his life-saving trump card, teleporting Black Shadow, and quickly took Long Luo'er back. Otherwise, once Long Luo'er was killed and the space ring fell into the hands of Hamba, he would never be able to get it back. As for Hamba, Niels naturally knew that he was a powerful being in the extraordinary realm and someone he absolutely could not afford to offend. And there are some frictions between Niels and Hamba. When she was in the divine court, she could not harm other gods due to the restrictions of the divine treaty. But it's different now. He has been expelled from the list of gods. Hamba wants to kill Niels and will definitely not show mercy. As long as Niels regains his godhood, he will be able to fight even if the drought demon comes. However, now he is just one step away. As long as he kills Long Luo'er, he will be able to realize his long-cherished wish. But who knew that he was no match for Long Luo'er at all? Wait! Before Nils could finish his words, Long Luo'er had already rushed in front of him. With one sword, Nils was cut into two pieces, turning into a black shadow on the ground. Huh, a god shouldn't die so easily, right? He should be able to finish off Suchin in time. Long Luo'er murmured, took out a crystal ball from the space ring, and sucked all the black shadows on the ground into it. The scene returns to Suchin. Suchin looked at the dying Hamba kneeling on the ground and did not dare to be negligent at all. He had something he wanted to confirm. Xiao Jin, let me ask you, why is there an option to consume ability points to upgrade the god? Master, if the god is innocent, as long as he is willing to surrender, you can use the Golden Book of God Slaying to collect him into your possession and use him as your subordinate. If you want to improve the strength of your subordinates, you can use this method to improve the realm of the god. Is there such a thing? What if the other party resists? When an innocent god is included in the Golden Book of God Killing, his soul will be fixed by it, and any thoughts of his will be known by the master. As long as the master is willing, he can turn his soul into ashes in a single thought. Suchin stared at Hamba, who was kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath, and some ideas came to his mind. In that case, why not give it a try? It would be nice to have a thug from the extraordinary realm. What should we do to subdue her? As long as the other party is willing to surrender, click on the other party's name on the interface of the God-Killing Golden Book, and the option to subdue him will appear. Suchin nodded and walked towards Hamba. Suchun came in front of Hamba, put the spear on her neck, and looked down at her with cold eyes. Hamba, or should I call you Tyaneba? Hearing Suchin calling out her real name, Hamba raised her head and stared at Suchin. How do you know that name? How I know is not important. Tyaneba, I will ask you a question now. Will you surrender to me? Or will you die under my gun? Chapter 28. Subjugating the Heavenly Maiden. Hamba was stunned. She was once a god and lived for more than 3,000 years. Even most of the gods that exist in the divine court still have to give her some face. And now, there was someone who actually asked her to surrender. Which country is this joke on? How ridiculous, human. Don't think that you can be above the gods just because you have borrowed some secret treasure. Really? But haven't you been stripped of your godhead? How can you still call yourself a god? After these words were spoken, Hamba shut up completely. After all, now that she has lost her divine nature, she is at best just a zombie of a very high level and has nothing to do with the gods. Even if Zhang Wuya was resurrected and became a messenger of God, he would not be able to obtain the power of faith from him. At best, he would just be an additional thug. Seeing that Hamba didn't speak, Suchun continued to add, "If you are willing to submit to me, it is not impossible to help you regain your godhood in the future." Suchun also read key information from Hamba's words. She seemed to care a lot about her identity as a god. Although no one knew why, there was nothing wrong with making a pie in the sky. As long as Hamba's soul is bound by the God-Killing Golden Book, she can't escape. A transcendental fighter who doesn't need to eat or drink wouldn't waste it. Sure enough, the effect of this sentence is very obvious. Even a god who had lived for thousands of years showed a hint of emotion on his face when he heard that he could regain his godhood. Seeing that Hamba had some reaction, Suchin continued to increase the stakes. As long as you submit to me, I can immediately return the extraordinary strength that I just took away from you. Not only that, in the future, as long as you gain my trust, I can also help you break through to the Saint Realm. After these words were spoken, Hamba began to hesitate. To be honest, this condition is very attractive. If it were true, I'm afraid many gods would come to seek refuge here. But the question is, who would believe this ridiculous nonsense? Hamba was naturally considering these things, considering the credibility of the person in front of him. At this time, Xiao Jin also flew to Suchin's ear and whispered, "Master, if you say so, she will definitely agree." After hearing Xiao Jin's words, Suchin frowned. Is this even possible? Is their hatred so deep? Yes, master. And as long as the gods bound to the Golden Book of God Slaying kill the gods' messengers, gods, and heavenly officials, they will also provide the master with ability points. That's fine. Looking at the hesitant Hamba, Suchin decided to try Xiao Jin's method. Tian Nuba, I don't care whether you believe it or not. As long as you are willing to surrender, I will let you kill all the double phantoms, including Nils, of course. Sure enough, this sentence had an immediate effect. After all, the reason why Hamba came here was to kill Nils. The hatred between Hamba and Nils cannot be explained in a few words. Now, I have the opportunity to destroy all the double phantoms with my own hands, and I must not let this opportunity go. If you can do what you say, I am willing to surrender. Su Chen nodded and immediately switched his spear to the god-killing golden book. I turned to the page that mentioned Tianu Ba and immediately clicked on her name. Choose 1. Bind this target. Option 2. Kill the target. Currently unavailable. Option 3. View the target's past experience. Currently unavailable. The last 2 cannot be used? Perhaps she needs to be included in the golden book of god killing before she can be used. While Su Chan was thinking, he clicked on the first option. Suddenly, a golden halo appeared above Hamba's head. The aperture gradually covered her, and after a few seconds, she disappeared from sight. And the power of the God-Slayer disappeared completely at this moment. At the same time, the interface of Hamba in the God-killing golden book also changed. Nim Tinge. No. 00255. Realm. Late Transcendent Realm. Loyalty 40. Status. Alive, deprived of godhood. Bound to the golden book of God-killing. At this time, with the sound of a dragon roar coming from the sky, a snow-white flying dragon came above Su Chen's head. Su Chen, look what I brought you. No way. Are you Luo Luo? Yeah. How come you don't even recognize what I look like? And you keep telling me how you love me. Sorry, my dear wife. This is the first time I see you like this. Snort. With a flash of white light, Long Luoer turned back into a low leader again. Cute and jumping around. Here, your ability points. I saw Long Luoer holding a crystal ball in her right hand, and there was a mass of black, mud-like stuff wriggling inside. Is that Nils in here? How disgusting. This is the true form of the double phantom. By the way, where's the Taoist zombie? Did you kill him, Su Chen? No, actually. After listening to Su Chen's explanation, Long Luoer's eyes widened. It is really hard to imagine that one can subdue gods and make them help one, and control their life and death in a single thought. But considering the ability of the God-Slayer, perhaps it should be so. So, where is the zombie in the Golden Book now? Long Luoer looked at the God-killing Golden Book in Su Chen's hand and asked puzzledly. That should be it. Xiao Jin, how do we get Hamba out? Master, the goddess Ba has been successfully bound to the Golden Book of God-killing. If you want to summon her out, just tell me. Then summon her out now. Good master. As Xiao Jin finished speaking, Tian Ba reappeared in front of him. As for his realm, it has also recovered to the late stage of the extraordinary realm. However, at this moment, Tian Ba's face was completely filled with shock. It is hard not to imagine what she saw during the time she was included in the God-killing book. As soon as Hamba was summoned, Su Chen immediately knelt down. Master Su Chen, Hamba is willing to serve you. Su Chen also felt confused. He was so reluctant just now. Why did he kneel down suddenly? When she looked at Xiao Jin, her face showed a rare, embarrassed expression, and she was obviously hiding something. Xiao Jin, what is in the God-killing golden book? Why did her attitude change so quickly? She's in front of me, and I don't seem to have any strength anymore. Master, in fact, the God-killing golden book is a new world opened up by the first generation of God-killers. I have never been in it, so I don't know much about it. As for the Master's power, after being bound to the God-killing golden book, she is no longer affiliated with the power of God, and maintaining her existence requires the consumption of the Master's spiritual power. Is that so? No wonder I feel like my spiritual power is draining so quickly. It seems that my idea of sending a bunch of God's thugs to hunt God's messengers outside the city while I stay at home and play games will not be realized. When Long Luoer heard this, she immediately stood on tiptoe and pinched Su Chen's ear. Don't be lazy. You must not miss any of the required exercises. I know. I'm running out of spiritual power. Let's deal with the business first. Luo, give the crystal ball to Hamba. Long Luoer hesitated for a while, but still handed Nils over. Su Chen added, from now on, I will call you Tian Ba. This should be your real name. Nils is now handed over to you. Let's end the feud between you and him here. Thanks. The goddess Ba looked at Nils, who was sealed in the crystal ball, sighed, and immediately used her divine power to turn Nils and the crystal ball into nothingness. At the same time, Xiao Jin's voice sounded again in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations to the Master for killing the god Nils. This target has violated Article 4 of the God's Treaty. The reward is doubled, and you will get 12,000 ability points. Chapter 29, After the War. In the distance, the Night Watchmen were struggling with the king-level divine envoy Zhang Wuya. Hey, this one is too fat, isn't it? Zhao Shanha revealed his figure and muttered, "Brother, please try harder. I am almost dying of exhaustion from dodging his attacks." The man in the suit complained after dodging Zhang Wuya's giant axe attack. During this period of time, the two of them have been entangled with Zhang Wuya. The man in the suit was responsible for attracting Zhang Wuya's firepower, while Zhao Shanhe was responsible for attacking Zhang Wuya in stealth. I was able to pierce Zhang Wuya's vital points every time, but I never saw him slow down because of it. He's too weak. Why don't we switch and let me attack? I want to change too. Yu Qianqian also kept using a sniper rifle to provide cover from a distance, but it was of no avail. It's so difficult to deal with even after death. It's really disgusting. Yu Qianqian smacked her lips and complained. After all, he is a king-level divine envoy. We don't even have a legendary expert here. It's a good result to be able to fight him. Zhang Chenhai explained while keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. My spiritual power is almost exhausted. If I can't win, I have to retreat. How are Haiba and the others? Well, most of the passengers have been rescued, but according to the passenger list, it seems that a few people are missing. Missing? Yu Qianqian fell into deep thought. There are no other gods here, so how could they disappear inexplicably? Even if there were serious injuries or deaths caused by the bus attack, we should have seen the bodies. How could they just disappear? Could it be? Yu Qianqian immediately realized the possibility and shouted, "Chenhai, quickly get Haiba and the others away from those passengers. I'm afraid there may be a species that can transform among them." After hearing this, Zhang Chenhai also realized the seriousness of the problem. "Haiba, did you hear that? What's the matter, Chenhai? Why are you so anxious all of a sudden? Get away from those people." Before he could finish his words, he heard a rustling sound coming from the other end of the intercom. Obviously, something happened to Zhang Haiba. Zhang Chenhai immediately picked up the telescope and saw that all the protected passengers had started fighting with Zhang Haiba and other night watchmen. Among them, it can be seen that 2 night watchmen have fallen to the ground seriously injured due to the sneak attack. After all, no one would have thought that the rescued passengers would suddenly launch an attack. And Zhang Haiba was waving a sword and moving between the passengers. Each swing of the sword cut the passenger in half, revealing the Black Shadow's true form. Qianqian. Oh no, that seems to be a double phantom. It's bad. Zhang Chenhai, you should also go to support us quickly. We must not let the double phantom devour our people. If they succeed in copying it, all the information in the headquarters will be leaked. Receive. Zhang Chenhai drew out his own weapon and rushed towards Zhang Haiba. Soon, they successfully reunited. "Master, what should we do now?" Zhang Chenhai asked. After he exchanged a few moves with these black shadows, he found that their realm was not low, at least above the heroic realm. "What else can we do? Just leave it alone. We can't let these double phantoms leave even if we die. Once they infiltrate society, the harm they cause is simply unimaginable." "That's for sure. Master, I'm going to use my ultimate move. If I run out of energy later, remember to carry me away." Hey. There are other people here, don't put that. Without waiting for Zhang Haiba to finish speaking, Zhang Chenhai immediately released his ultimate move. Sword formation of the gods. Ow! As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of swords emitting light blue light appeared in the air. After a few breaths, they were directly released towards all the dark shadows around. The angle of each sword was controlled very precisely, without causing any harm to the other Night's Watchmen who were fighting against the Double Phantom. Many Double Phantoms directly transformed into mist-like bodies to avoid the endless rain of swords. However, in Zhao Shanna's 4th team, there was a Night Watchwoman whose natural duty was a magician. Whenever he saw a Double Phantom changing its form, he would immediately cast freezing magic to freeze it. Now a situation has arisen where the surviving Double Phantom will be pierced by the sword rain if it does not atomize, and will be frozen and then broken after atomizing. There is no choice at all. So, a few minutes later, almost all the Double Phantoms were killed. Unfortunately, 2 new Night's Watch members also died in this battle. Zhang Chenhai lay on the ground gasping for breath. Last time, his special move was easily resolved by Eurobus. This time, I finally proved myself. Well done. You are worthy of being my good apprentice. Zhang Haiba lit a cigarette and praised. This is not bad at all. If I were stronger, Xiaolin and Xiaoyan wouldn't have died. They have only been members of the Night's Watch for less than a year. But you also saved 3 Night Watchmen including me, so you don't have to blame yourself too much. Alas, when will this kind of day end? At this moment, with a loud bang, Zhang Wuya's body fell to the ground, and the battle with Zhang Wuya in the distance also came to an end. Oh my, this messenger of God is dead? I didn't expect that he was killed by your scraping. It's probably not me who killed him. It's more like the God who resurrected him died, so he turned back into a corpse. But being able to fight a king-level envoy of God is enough for me to brag about for a year. The God who resurrected him? Am I wrong? Isn't that the Taoist priest? The man in the suit muttered to himself, looking at the female Taoist priest beside Su Chun. Of course, Zhao Shana didn't hear it. Soon, Su Chun and others also reunited with the night watchman. All the passengers in the car, except the guards, died. Yu Qianqian stepped forward and greeted them. Su Chun, His Highness Long Luo, we meet again. Well, Sister Qianqian, I haven't seen you for 3 days. You are still as beautiful and powerful as ever. Long Luo did not reply, but just used the dragon eye to check if there was any double phantom sneaking in. Okay, stop flattering me. Who is this? As Yu Qianqian spoke, she looked at the female Taoist priest standing next to Su Chun. They were fighting just now, but now they are shaking hands and making peace with each other. It's really strange. I'm just a Taoist priest passing by. I just had some misunderstandings with Mr. Su Chun, but we've reconciled now. So that's how it is. By the way, Mr. Su Chun, it's not convenient to talk here. How about we get in the car and talk? Su Chun looked at Long Luo, only to see that she had an indifferent expression, obviously wanting to leave the decision to Su Chun. Yeah, no problem. The night watchman's car drove over. It was an armored vehicle that looked even larger than the bus and could accommodate at least dozens of people. Everyone got on the bus and drove to Tiana City together. Chapter 30, The Night Watchman's Invitation. In the car, everyone seemed to be talking about the heroic deeds that had just happened in order to relieve the depressing atmosphere. No matter what the reason was, at least the king-level gods and many double phantoms were killed. It was a blessing in disguise, and there was no need to talk about unpleasant things. Zhang Haiba secretly pulled Yu Qianqian aside and whispered, Qianqian, I think this Su Chun is not simple. What do you mean? Yu Qianqian was full of confusion. Even if Su Chun was a free man, he had only awakened his vocation for a month. No matter how evil a person is, he can never achieve much. Although Zhang Haiba's behavior is somewhat improper, his strength is unquestionable. To receive his praise, one must be quite capable. Just now, I actually caught a few glimpses of the fight between Su Chun and the Taoist priest. Although the distance was very far, I could still feel that it was very intense. And Qianqian, did you feel it? The pressure emanating from the Taoist priest was a bit scary. To be able to tie with such a Taoist priest, one can imagine his true strength. Actually, I have the same feeling. I always feel that the Taoist priest is not an ordinary person. But could it be that he is wearing some secret treasure to ward off evil spirits? That's a possibility, but I think we should win over Su Chun as soon as possible. That's exactly what I'm thinking. But how can I convince him? Zhang Haiba pulled out a bunch of photos of movie stars from somewhere and said with a smile, As for men, everyone knows. Although it's not very polite to say this to Long Luo, she is very beautiful, but her flat figure will definitely not satisfy Su Chun. Yu Qianqian glanced at Zhang Haiba with disdain. I knew that Zhang Haiba had no good intentions. A man of 40 still thinks about a 20-year-old girl every day. It's really unique. If Long Luo heard this, it would not be surprising if he wiped out the entire Tiana City Night Watch branch. I remember you seem to have met a 35-year-old unmarried woman a few days ago. What's her phone number? No, I'm wrong, okay? These are all my personal collections, and I don't have a backup on the computer. If you fail to win over Su Chun today, you can expect to receive a breakup notice tonight. Zhang Haiba was seen walking towards the rear of the car with a gloomy face, while Yu Qianqian beside him had a smile on her face. As soon as Zhang Haiba saw Su Chun, his expression changed immediately, and he put his hand on Su Chun's shoulder, as if they were old friends. Su Chun, I want to tell you something. Don't tell anyone else. What's wrong? Zhang Haiba whispered in Su Chun's ear. I know a shop full of girls with big breasts. When Su Chun heard this, his brows frowned slightly, a little confused about what Zhang Haiba was trying to do. This world allows sex shops to exist, and they can even be opened in the city center with great fanfare, with advertisements everywhere. There are other races among them, which can almost satisfy everyone's taste. The price is also very cheap, basically equivalent to one day's food expenses. The intention of doing this is obvious, which is to increase the birth rate. When Su Chun first came here, he wanted to go over and take a look, but when he heard that there were no protective measures for sale here, he immediately felt discouraged. I don't want to ruin the happiness of the rest of my life just for a moment of pleasure. I have a wife, so I don't need to go there. Having said that, Su Chun couldn't help but feel a little sad. Even though I've been married for more than a month, I'm still a virgin. They are probably the most miserable couple among all married couples. Don't say that, Su Chun. Do you want to join the Night's Watch? I can take you there anytime. Su Chun was speechless for a moment. At first I didn't know what he wanted to say, but I didn't expect that he was here to persuade me to join the Night's Watch. Zhang Haiba continued to talk nonstop. To be honest, there are a lot of big-breasted girls in the Night Watch. Look at the girl holding the staff over there. She must have more than 100 breasts. Qian in our team is not bad either. She should have one too. These two are just the tip of the iceberg. There are even more in the headquarters. Although they have already been married, it doesn't stop us from admiring them. Moreover, many of the girls in the other teams are from Tianji University, which is absolutely pleasing to the eyes. And they love to tease the younger students, which is totally a man's paradise. Not only that, we night watchmen have very good benefits. 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. 5 days on the job and 2 days off. 30 days of annual leave a year. There are allowances for various holidays. Even if you get injured and stay at home to recuperate, your salary will not be deducted. Maternity leave starts at 30 days. You can also be the first to experience China's most advanced high-tech products for free. And, I have to say, as expected, a 40-year-old man is like a seasoned veteran, and he is very good at fooling people. If he wasn't wearing a night watchman's uniform, people would have thought he was a pyramid scheme leader. Putting aside the fact that Long Luo'er is his marriage partner, the vocation of a free man is indeed worth cultivating. The Night's Watch is short of people now, so we will naturally do everything we can to recruit outstanding candidates. Switch inside. In fact, I discussed this with Long Luo'er before, and joining the Night Watch for training is indeed a good choice. However, seeing Zhang Haiba like this, Su Chun became a little skeptical about the Night Watchman style of doing things. Can I discuss this with Luo? Of course. So, Su Chun and Luo came to the front of the car and discussed in a low voice. Su Chun, I'm so sorry that I don't have big breasts. Lolo, don't be angry. I never said anything bad about you. I love Luo the most. Even if I get dented, I love her. Long Luo'er grabbed Su Chun's ears and said coquettishly, Su Chun, do you want a beating? I was wrong. No matter what, Lolo, I love you the most. Long Luo'er sighed. There is nothing we could do about it. She had also heard that human men like girls with big breasts, and her own figure was indeed too skinny. Oh, forget it. So, didn't we agree to join the Night's Watch before? It's fine to join, but I want to add a few conditions. I'm afraid they will say I'm ungrateful. Tell me about it. 2 hours later, the Night Watch armored vehicle finally returned to the Night Watch headquarters. Su Chun and Long Luo'er were also taken directly to the meeting room of the third team by Yu Qianqian and Zhang Chenhai. After everyone sat down, Yu Qianqian couldn't wait to ask, Su Chun, how is it? Have you discussed it? Su Chun nodded and responded, we have discussed it. I am willing to join the Night's Watch. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianqian and Zhang Haiba immediately showed delighted expressions. But soon, as Su Chun put forward 3 conditions, the expressions on their faces suddenly turned gloomy. I can join the Night's Watch, but I hope you can meet my 3 conditions. First, even if it is not within the scope of my mission, if I have a reasonable reason, please allow me the right to interfere in other tasks. Second, I don't need the training resources distributed by the Night Watch. Please help me convert them into an equivalent amount of cash. Third, I know that the Night's Watchmen will sometimes sacrifice themselves for the citizens, but I won't. Therefore, under any circumstances, I will prioritize my own life and Lolo's life, even if it will disrupt the above plan. Chapter 31 Join. After Su Chun stated the 3 conditions, his heart was already in his throat. He knew that these 3 requirements were indeed a bit unreasonable, but they were necessary conditions. First of all, if the gods attack, the Night's Watch will obviously not let Su Chun, a new recruit, go to fight. When you really encounter a god, having him join the battle will definitely greatly increase your chances of winning. Moreover, he would receive rewards for killing gods, and if he encountered an innocent god, he could even try to recruit him as a subordinate. Therefore, there must be the right to intervene in other tasks. The second one is entirely for Su Chen's personal purpose. The training resources that the Night Watch can provide are inferior to those provided by Long Luo'er in terms of quality and rarity. It would be a waste of resources to keep it there, so it would be better to exchange it for cash to maintain daily life. After all, daily expenses have to be provided by Su Chun. Long Luo'er is very rich, but she is only responsible for other aspects. After buying a house, she still has to pay for living expenses. It's not like she's just a gigolo. As for the third point, it was proposed by Long Luo'er. The purpose of joining the Night's Watch was to train Su Chun and improve his combat effectiveness. In other words, to increase the probability of survival. If you join the Night's Watch and have to sacrifice yourself because of the orders of your superiors, it's better not to join. It's not just the Night's Watch where you can train. After Zhang Chenhai heard Su Chen's 3 conditions, his face turned very ugly. You know, the conditions for joining the Night's Watch are already very harsh. At that time, Zhang Chenhai graduated with the top scorer in a vocational college and had to pass various interviews before joining the Night Watch. Su Chun has just awakened his vocation. It was only because he was judged to be worth training that he was allowed to join the Night's Watch through the back door. Even if his wife is Long Luo'er, so what? Can she guarantee that she will continue to serve humanity after Su Chun dies? The 3 conditions proposed are too disrespectful to the Night Watch. Just when Zhang Chenhai was about to say something, Yu Qianqian stopped him. Su Chun, we will consider the conditions you mentioned. If you don't mind, can you stay for dinner? Su Chun was relieved when he heard that Yu Qianqian did not scold him for being ungrateful. After all, the demands put forward are indeed a bit excessive. Yeah, okay. Outside the corridor, Zhang Chenhai asked in confusion, Qianqian, isn't this kid a bit too much? Yu Qianqian sighed and responded, no wonder the director said you were too impulsive before. Now it seems to be true. Zhang Chenhai was speechless, thinking that this was indeed the case for him. On the night when the god attacked, if he had not insisted on challenging the god, 23 people would not have ended up being sacrificed. Not only the director, but also his good friend Zhao Shanhe and Master Zhang Haiba evaluated him this way. Fortunately, no irreparable mistake was made. I think he must have some confidence to make such a request. No matter how confident he is just a kid who has just awakened to his calling. We have all been in Tianjin University for 4 years and have not put forward any conditions. He actually gave up and did not mention it. A person's value depends on many aspects. Personal strength, power behind you, bargaining chips, wealth, social circle. We cannot judge how much impact a person can bring based on just one aspect. She shook her head and advised, even if we don't consider Su Chen's training value, we must consider the tactical value of his wife, Long Luo. Tactical value? Yes, the information about the dragon race is top secret. I was lucky enough to have a look at it a year ago. Long Luo'er is a dragon that has killed no less than 10 gods alone. Although this may not be known to the public, it is widely circulated among some gods and a very small number of races. It can be said that as long as other people know that Long Luo'er is in our Tiana city, the gods, alien races, and foreign forces who know her want to attack Tiana city, and even China must consider the consequences. Do you understand this? Zhang Chenhai suddenly understood. Long Luo'er's situation is like a nuclear weapon. Even if it is not launched, just leaving it there will have an extremely powerful deterrent effect as long as people know that China has nuclear weapons. Sorry, Qianqian. I was impulsive just now. It's all you need to know. Let's go and tell the director about this. In the director's office, Yu Qianqian and Zhang Chenhai were reporting what happened today. That's how it is? Yu Qianqian said with a little sadness. After Yang looked at the submitted report, he sighed deeply and praised. Well done. Facing a king-level divine envoy, being able to do this is already the best result. Yu Qianqian and Zhang Chenhai also breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. After all, not only were almost all the passengers on the bus killed, but 2 team members were also sacrificed. I thought they would definitely be scolded, but I didn't expect Director He to actually praise them. Director He continued, since these passengers have chosen to leave the city, they must be responsible for their own safety. You don't need to blame yourself too much. As for the 2 team members who died, they seem to be rookies, right? Yu Qianqian looked guilty and responded, yes, they are all newcomers who just joined the 4th team a year ago. Their children seem to be only 2 or 3 years old. Talk to the finance department and give them a pension 5 times higher than the rest, and apply for permanent residence permits for their wives in Tiana City. Yu Qianqian, you stay. Yes. Receive. After Zhang Chenhai left, Director He took out another report and asked Yu Qianqian, is this what Su Chun said? Yes, Director He. These are the 3 requests he made. The serious expression suddenly changed 180 degrees. Even Yu Chanqian had never seen director. He's so happy. Okay, okay. I didn't expect that this was the only request. I agree. Also, he will be given 3 shares of his salary and other benefits. When Yu Chanqian heard this, she was stunned. She had long expected that director he would agree to Su Chen's request, but she did not expect that he would take the initiative to increase the stakes. How much do you value Su Chen and Long Luo'er? Director He, are you sure? Will this cause dissatisfaction among others? Yu Chanqian, you're a smart person. You should know the tactical value of Long Luo'er, but you should also think about why Su Chen, a seemingly ordinary person, would have to marry for 2 years. Why can an ordinary person like him marry a peerless monster like Long Luo'er? After leaving the director's office, Yu Chanqian strolled in the corridor. When visiting Su Chen before, Zhang Haibao mentioned that Su Chen must have some unknown secrets. I didn't think much about it at the time, but now it seems that I indeed overlooked this point. She came to the meeting room of the 3rd team and looked at Long Luo'er and Su Chen flirting on the sofa and sighed secretly. Let's not worry about that for now. It's more important to notify Su Chen. When Su Chen and Long Luo'er saw Yu Chanqian coming, they waited anxiously for her to announce the result. When the results were announced, the 2 immediately clapped and celebrated. Su Chen, welcome to join our night watch. Chapter 32, The Third Duty. Dragon Master. Thank you, Sister Chanqian, for speaking for me. Su Chen responded immediately. This is the director's idea. It has nothing to do with me. However, I am very curious about why you were able to match Long Luo'er. Who knows? I don't know how the big data matchmaking system works. Maybe I am the one destined for Long Luo. On the other hand, Long Luo'er just sat there playing with his phone and didn't seem to want to explain. Yu Qian see it. She knew that Su Chen was just trying to fool her, but there was nothing she could do. You can't force others to tell your secrets, right? By the way, where is that female Taoist priest? I remember she went somewhere after getting off the bus. I don't know. I don't know her very well. I guess she went there to get cheated. Well, forget it if you don't know. Su Chen, I think it's getting late. Do you want to stay in the bureau and rest? Su Chen immediately responded. No, thank you. Luo and I have to go home tonight. Yu Chanqian immediately showed an expression that showed she understood everything, and it was obvious that she had misunderstood. While maternity leave is 30 days, that's not the case. Long Luo'er, who was playing with his cell phone, finally retorted. After returning home, Su Chen couldn't wait to summon out the golden book of god slaying, wanting to see if he could draw a good vocation. He was as excited as if he had accumulated enough raw stones for 10 consecutive draws in his previous life. Su Chen, don't smoke. After I take a shower, you should also take a shower before smoking. Oh, this doesn't need to be so troublesome, right? No. This kind of sacred ritual must be performed with awe. And I just read on my phone that taking a bath and washing your face can help increase your chances of winning good prizes. Su Chen sighed. I really didn't expect that the world would actually play this game. If I hadn't burned incense and prayed to Buddha and took a bath for an hour before the lottery, and hadn't drawn 9 blue and 1 purple out of 10 consecutive draws, I would have almost believed it. But I feel helpless because my wife is so cute. Okay, by the way, Luo, do you know? There is a saying on the internet that if someone helps rub your back before the lottery, you will definitely win something good. Huh? Really? Long Luo'er was confused. She had just been looking at the mobile phone for a while in the bureau, so naturally, she didn't find much information. However, for a native human like Su Chen, what he said might not be true. It's true. Luo, you've never lied to me before. I promise that I can draw a powerful combat vocation. So, the scene changed again to the scene where Long Luo'er was wearing a pink one-piece swimsuit and rubbing Su Chen's back. Su Chen, how is it? Are you comfortable? It feels so good. By the way, Luo, there's a saying on the internet that if a lovely wife massages her husband's shoulders, her luck will definitely improve. Really? You didn't make that up on the spot, did you? Lolo, I won't lie to you. Remember, the more comfortable you pinch, the better your luck. During this period of time, Su Chen tried every possible way to get Long Luo'er's service, which was really great. Anyway, Xiao Jin has said that the rewards on the turntable are all divine positions. So no matter what you draw, it can be attributed to good luck. In this way, I can enjoy my lowly wife's attentive service every time I draw a lottery in the future. It's perfect. Finally, an hour later, the two sat on the sofa, looking at the golden system interface of God Killer with full anticipation. The place that originally symbolized the Dragon Knight Award has been replaced by another reward. It looks like a person wielding a sword, so it's probably related to swordsmanship. Xiaojin, let's start the lottery for the vocation. Good master. As the turntable began to turn, a few beads of sweat appeared on Su Chen's forehead. After all, this chance to win the lottery was obtained after a huge battle, so it is impossible not to be nervous. Su Chen looked at the spinning turntable, swallowed his saliva, and said, Xiaojin, stop. Good master. Soon, as the turntable slowly stopped, Su Chen's heart rose to his throat. Finally, the pointer of the turntable stopped in front of a very abstract pattern. One person commanding many little men to attack. I have no idea what his job is. Su Chen and Long Luo'er stared at Xiaojin expectantly, wanting to hear her announce what this vocation was. Master, congratulations. This time the reward is the 98th Dragon Master of the Heavenly Duty Sequence. Huh? Su Chen and Long Luo'er were confused. The Dragon Rider is a vocation that has never been recorded in any literature and is probably an unconfirmed divine vocation. But the question is, why does the word dragon appear in the vocation? Could it be related to the Dragon Clan? Su Chen's heart was pounding wildly. He had a hunch that this vocation was definitely one that was specialized for the dragon race. After a moment of silence, Su Chen asked, Xiaojin, what exactly is the vocation of a dragon master? Master, dragon tamers are a special class and are almost immune to all magic. However, their combat abilities are relatively weak, their physical enhancement is low, and they are not proficient in magic and weapons. However, even humans who possess the dragon tamer vocation can learn dragon language and can also establish contracts with multiple dragons, greatly improving the combat abilities of the dragons. Su Chen was completely confused. Sure enough, it is another profession related to dragons. However, unlike the Dragon Knight, the Dragon Rider can enhance the combat effectiveness of the Dragon Clan, while the Dragon Knight can gain power from the Dragon Clan. At this moment, Su Chen only felt that there was a dragon beside him that was ready to eat him. Well, my dear wife, please listen to my explanation. I'm listening. Can you explain why you were so lucky to draw a vocation related to the Dragon Clan? Did you and Xiaojin collude with each other? Did you do it on purpose? Su Chen clasped his hands together, knelt on the sofa, and begged. I really don't know. I was wrong. It seems that I was giving you a bath that was too comfortable just now, right? After changing my job, I can skip the stage of charm and control me freely, right? No. Luo. Didn't you listen to Xiaojin's explanation just now? The Dragon Master can increase your strength. Long Luo'er put her little feet directly on Su Chen's face and said coquettishly, Yes, after the contract, you can order me around at will, just like binding yourself to the gods in your god-killing book. I don't know why, but Su Chen just felt a little bit comfortable when Long Luo'er stepped on his face. Could it be that he had awakened some special hobby? As the force grew stronger, Su Chen quickly asked Xiaojin for help. Xiaojin, Dragon Masters don't have the ability to charm dragons, right? Also, what on earth is the contract all about? Master, the Dragon Master does not have the power to charm the dragons. As for the contract, it only establishes a connection of power and does not have any special side effects. However, even without a contract, as long as the Dragon Master is present, the surrounding dragons can increase their power to a certain extent. Hearing this, Su Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. At least it was a vocation that he could use permanently. Lolo, did you hear that? There are no side effects at all. I can even increase your strength. I heard it, so what? This is what you call good luck. Tonight, Su Chen was destined to kneel in front of Long Luo'er's bed and beg for forgiveness. Chapter 33 Undercurrent. The next day, at the Night Watch headquarters. Su Chen, I actually have something to say, but I don't know if I should or not. It's a good thing for young people to be energetic, but they also need to know how to control themselves. How many times did you two do it last night to have such dark circles under your eyes on your first day? Yu Qianqian looked at Su Chen, who was listless, and complained. On the other hand, Long Luo'er was sitting on the sofa playing with her mobile phone with a radiant look, which was totally out of place with Su Chen's appearance. I played games all night long. Su Chen scratched his head and was too embarrassed to say that he had knelt in front of Long Luo'er's bed all night last night and begged for forgiveness. Oh, never mind. I don't know what to say to you. This is your uniform. Wear it. Thanks. Su Chen was so happy when he saw the night watchman uniform handed to him by Yu Qianqian. The Night's Watch uniforms have 5 enchantments. First, It has a great buffering effect on impact damage. Second, it has a great effect in reducing the damage caused by slashing. Third, it can be freely adjusted according to the wearer's size. Fourth, you can adjust the temperature inside the clothes according to your preferences. Fifth, it has anti-fouling effect and does not need to be cleaned at all. If such a five-fold enchanted garment were sold in a clothing store, it would cost at least 20 million Chinese yuan. I have to say that the Night's Watch is really generous. If you join the Night's Watch, you will be distributed such clothing. Su Chun, there is no mission today. You can familiarize yourself with the structure of the Night's Watch headquarters with Long Luo'er, or you can go to the training ground to practice fighting. Yu Qianqian was not surprised that Long Luo'er stayed here. Since the marriage policy was introduced, the Night Watch also added a policy for couples matched through big data. Regardless of whether they are male or female, when either of them works in the Night Watch, their spouse can freely enter and exit the Night Watch headquarters. However, he cannot participate in various missions and can only observe the situation of his marriage partner in the intelligence gathering room of the headquarters. However, this rule does not apply to Long Luo'er and Su Chun. They have the right to participate in or refuse missions at any time. I understand. Thank you, Sister Qianqian. The two of them strolled in the corridors of the Night's Watch headquarters. Along the way, I saw many night watchmen casting curious glances at me. But they didn't say much, just said hello and went about their own business. Su Chun, I feel the atmosphere here is pretty good. Everyone is very polite. I like it here. Yes, after all, the assessment standards for the night watchmen are very strict. Those who come in are all elites with higher education, so their etiquette is naturally in place. What are we going to do next? Should we go play at the drill grounds? I feel like there's nothing much to do here after walking around. That's not a joke. The two came to the basement of the Night Watch headquarters and walked to the left to reach the training ground. I saw the man in the suit from yesterday swinging a katana wildly on the training ground. However, judging from his behavior, there was obviously another person there, but his figure was hidden. Obviously, the opponent of the man in the suit is Zhao Shanhe, the captain of the fourth team. The Night's Watch is nothing special. All you can do is hide and dodge. I felt like I could have beaten you 10 years ago. You haven't hit me once yet. Take it. Zhao Shanhe's vocation sequence is 155 assassin. His strongest ability is that he can become invisible. Even his breath can be hidden, leaving no trace at all. He is good at using small weapons such as daggers and short knives, moves very quickly, and has a certain immunity to poison. He is almost invincible in a one-on-one fight at the same level, because you never know when he will make a move. When you see his figure, there is a high probability that he has been fatally injured. As for the suit man's mission, Su Chun quickly recognized that he was the Dark Warrior with mission sequence 138 based on the knowledge he had learned before. He is good at using medium-sized weapons such as katana and longsword. They have great endurance and are good at continuous combat. They can fight for 3 days and 3 nights without eating or drinking. They are the best mercenaries. He has a certain night vision ability and a very high correction for various physical abilities. Except for not being able to use magic, he can be said to be an all-rounder. The only drawback is that it has weak magic resistance and is especially afraid of light magic. Suddenly, a dagger stabbed out from the void and pointed directly at the neck of the man in the suit. The man in the suit seemed to have expected this, lowered his head, and then slashed behind with the back of the knife. Clang! A sound of metal collision was heard, and Zhao Shanhe gradually revealed his figure. You are too shameless, aren't you? How come you can tell where I'm attacking from? You are still too naive. I have fought against assassins at the peak of the Emperor Realm in the Northwest battlefield. As for when and where you will launch an attack, I have a rough idea of it. Oh, no more playing, no more playing. Are you going to join the Night's Watch? The man in the suit took out a cigarette and handed it to Zhao Shanhe, then lit one for himself and said, Night Watchman, it's really a bad memory. What's wrong? It's not easy for you to join the Night's Watch with your strength, right? Have you heard about what happened on the Northwest battlefield 10 years ago? The gods descended, and the entire northwest region of China turned into a desert. Lianshan City, where I was born, also disappeared forever at that moment, including my 3-year-old daughter. At that time, I had only joined the Night's Watch for less than a month. Xinting, the capital of demons. A man with 6 black wings on his back turned and looked at the woman kneeling on the ground with a very indifferent expression. If Su Chun were here, he would definitely recognize this woman as the pure school beauty he saw at Tiana City Station. Didn't you say you were going to look for the Eurobus? So, did you find it? The woman replied, I'm sorry, I didn't find any trace of Eurobus. According to the humans who attacked the city that night, Orobus disappeared after killing dozens of night watchmen in the city. Disappeared? The man stared at the woman kneeling on the ground with eyes that seemed to see through everything, and he was obviously very dissatisfied with the result. Yes, at least we haven't received any reports of anyone killing Orobus. I think it's very likely that after killing his enemies in Tiana City, he went looking for other enemies. After all, given his personality of always provoking others for no reason, he must have enemies all over the world. If that's the case, that would be great. I'm just scared now. The black-winged man didn't finish his words, but the woman kneeling on the ground obviously understood what he wanted to say. The woman continued, "The God Slayer? Astaroth, you go down first. You will tell Baimon and Phoenix later that from today on, the three of you will monitor every move in China 24 hours a day. If you see anything unusual, report to me immediately." "Yes, I understand." After saying this, Astaroth left. She walked in the dark corridor, and her original expression of awe suddenly disappeared, replaced by a cold and gloomy look. Although he has an approachable face and a long-awaited figure, he exudes a sense of sadness at this moment. "Su Chen, let me see. As the second God Slayer, can you do what the first God Slayer failed to do and subvert the entire God Court?" Astaroth murmured in a low voice, with a sinister smile on his lips. Chapter 34, Divine Treaty. After hearing the story of the man in the suit, Zhao Shanhe immediately burst into tears. "Li Yang, I didn't expect you to be so miserable. You've been in the Night's Watch for less than 3 days, and you've already encountered something like this. Oh, don't mention it. It happened 10 years ago. Li Yang, I didn't care at first, but I changed my mind. I must let you join our Tiana City Night Watch." Zhao Shanhe hugged the tall Li Yang as if he were a long-lost brother. "Ouch! Can you please stop doing that? Your snot and tears are all stuck to my suit. It's okay. Your suit has an anti-fouling enchantment anyway. If you don't agree, I will hold you forever." "What a headache, little brother over there. Have you had enough of eavesdropping? Shouldn't you come over and persuade the captain of your Night's Watch?" Su Chun was stunned. He didn't expect that he could be discovered even when hiding behind a pillar. "I didn't intend to eavesdrop at first, but Li Yang's story was at a crucial moment, and I didn't want to disturb him, so I could only subconsciously hide behind the pillar. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that." "It's okay, little brother. It'll be okay if you can come over and help pull this guy away. Isn't that Brother Su Chin? Good morning. I'm Zhao Shanhe from the 4th team. I'm sure you know me." Zhao Shanhe shouted loudly, but still had no intention of letting Li Yang go. "Captain Zhao, Sister Qianqian was looking for you just now." "She's looking for me? Why is she looking for me?" "I don't know. Why don't you go ask her?" After seeing Zhao Shanhe finally leave, Li Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you for helping me out, little brother. And good morning, little girl from the Dragon Clan." "Well, good morning." Long Luoer rarely responded. "It's okay. Actually, I have something I want to ask you. Can you answer it? If it's about joining the Night's Watch, please allow me to refuse." "That's not the case." Su Chun, Long Luoer, and Li Yang came to the rest area next to the training ground together. The reason why Su Chun sent Zhao Shanhe away was that he actually had his own purpose. Regarding yesterday's casualty report, Su Chun had naturally read it on the file bound to the Night Watch. "I was just browsing casually, but I found something extremely strange." After telling Long Luoer this morning, she initially thought she was overthinking it, but after washing her face, the more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. Fortunately, there was one surviving passenger on yesterday's bus, and that was the guard Li Yang. I wonder if he could know some inside information. "Li Yang, I want to ask you, was this woman on the passenger list yesterday?" As Su Chen spoke, he took out the photo of the pure school beauty that he had taken at the station. "It was an unintentional act at the time, but I didn't expect it to play a role here." Li Yang paused after seeing the photo. He was very impressed by the person in the photo. After all, he was very good looking, and as a man he would definitely take a few more glances at him. The most important thing is that when Li Yang received the passenger list from Chiching Business Alliance, he did not seem to see the photo of this woman. But his job was to escort, not check tickets, so he didn't pay much attention when she got on the bus. This pretty girl was not on the passenger list. After she boarded the bus, she sat alone at the front and didn't talk to anyone. When the bus was attacked, I was not in the mood to pay attention to other people. I just glanced at her when I left the bus, but I didn't see her. Maybe she fell into my blind spot because the bus rolled over. After leaving the drill ground, the two returned to the lounge assigned to them by the Night Watch. Each night watchman is assigned an independent lounge, which is very soundproof and does not have any surveillance equipment. It is about 60 square meters, with one bedroom, one living room, and one bathroom, and complete living facilities. There would be no problem living here even if you treat it as your home. Except for work needs, almost no one will come to disturb, making it the most suitable place to summon the God-killing Golden Book. As soon as she entered the room, Long Luo'er immediately apologized. Su-chun, I'm sorry. I feel like I wronged you at that time. There might really be something on that woman. It's okay. I didn't investigate further at the time. I just thought that woman was a little weird. Luo, you said she was a double phantom, but there seems to be no record of her being killed. Does the double phantom have other abilities? Without that, we can only imitate other people and copy their memories. Except for Niels, no one should have the ability to escape long distances. Is it not possible? A terrible guess suddenly emerged in Su Chen's mind. In order to verify this idea, he immediately summoned the God-killing Golden Book and began to read it. Sure enough, information about the newly emerged gods was found on the 6th to last page of the God-killing Golden Book. Nim Esteroth. No. 00029. Realm. Early stage of the Divine Emperor realm. Crime. Violation of the Divine Court Supremacy Treaty. The 29th of the 72 demon gods? Long Luo'er murmured, obviously a little afraid to imagine it. Only a month had passed, but we had already encountered 2 of the 72 demon gods. Su Chen scratched his head, a little confused. Let's not talk about who this god is. What does this crime mean? At this time, Xiao Jin suddenly appeared in front of Su Chen and seemed to be ready to explain. Master, do you want to know the Divine Treaty? Yes, can you explain? Su Chen was actually quite curious about what the Divine Treaty was. It was also quite strange that when Hambo attacked the human bus before, he was not charged with any crime. Could it be that the Treaty of God is not like human law, where murder, theft, robbery, and so on are not considered crimes? Xiao Jin flew to the center of the God-killing Golden Book, bowed, and began to talk about the treaty with the gods. Master, there are 8 articles in the Divine Treaty. These are the rules set by the God of creation to prevent gods from abusing their power and destroying the world. As long as a god violates the Divine Treaty, any god can launch a crusade against him. If the crusade is successful, half of the other party's realm will be obtained. Therefore, since ancient times, there are very few gods who violate the Divine Treaty. Even if there are, they will hide it to the end. It is also because of this that there will be no situation where the gods are too powerful and wantonly kill the creatures of the lower world. Article 1. Internal fighting is prohibited. Private fighting between any gods is prohibited. Article 2. Boundaries of faith. Any god is prohibited from forcibly changing the beliefs of other gods' followers. Article 3. Peace treaty. Any god is forbidden to wage war against the lower world species. Article 4. Time principle. Any god is prohibited from manipulating time. Article 5. 6 paths of reincarnation. Any god is forbidden to break the rules of soul reincarnation. Article 6. The heavenly duty is established. It is forbidden for any god to obtain the heavenly duty by any means or to plunder the heavenly duty of others. Article 7. The God Court is supreme. Any god is forbidden to rebel against the God Court or to persuade other gods to rebel against the God Court. Article 8. God of creation. It is forbidden for any god to create objects, laws, or life. Chapter 35, First Mission. After Xiao Jin explained the 8 rules of the Divine Treaty, the lounge fell into deathly silence, with only the breathing sounds of Su Chun and Long Luo'er echoing in the room. After a moment, Su Chun slowly said, Xiao Jin, so the god named Astaroth is a traitor? Master, that's not entirely true. She just had the idea of rebelling against the heavenly court, but I don't know whether she actually took action or not. Yeah, Su Chun suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Although I don't know how powerful the God Emperor is, as one of the 72 demon gods, his strength is definitely not weak. Moreover, Astaroth is the 29th pillar, and is higher in the sequence. He may be even stronger than the Orobus he encountered before. Now, without the first-generation God-slayer to play with us, we may not be able to defeat him. Su-chun, what should we do now? Will this god, named Astaroth, discover you? Long Luo'er pulled Su-chen's sleeve and spoke with a worried look on her face. I don't know now. I can only hope that the god didn't see the power of the god-killing Golden Book that I used at that time. Well, that's all we can do. Fortunately, she didn't attack us directly. It's possible that she didn't see your power. Su Chen flipped through the golden book of God killing again and found that Nils, who was killed before, had violated the fourth article of the God's Treaty. He was immediately confused. Lolo, that Nils, can he manipulate time? Actually, Long Luoer told Su Chen that Nils wanted to use the magic crystal to go back to the past, and he immediately fell into deep thought. Going back to the past and changing the future is like something you can only see in science fiction movies, although this world is already magical enough. Xiao Jin, according to Article 4 of the Spiritual Treaty, does it mean that as long as you have an idea, you will be charged with a crime? Master, that's not the case. After all, almost half of the gods have thought about going back to the past to change something they did before, but that's just a thought. Anyone who can commit this crime must have successfully manipulated time. After these words were spoken, Long Luoer and Su Chen were stunned. If I thought at first that Nils was deceived by someone, now it seems that what he said is probably true. It is precisely because he has tried to manipulate time that he is so sure that he can go back to the past by using 10,000 magic crystals. Long Luoer looked at the magic crystal stone taken out from the space ring and sighed deeply. If I had known earlier, I should have asked for the method to go back to the past before killing him. Long Luoer murmured with a look of self-blame. Su Chen patted Long Luoer's little head and comforted her. Don't blame yourself. After all, if it were me, I wouldn't believe that I could manipulate time and go back to the past. But now that you know it, just give it a try when you have time. There's no need to rush. At this moment, the communication device in Su Chen's pocket suddenly rang, and the screen showed a call from Qianqian. This is a communication device that everyone will be issued after joining the Night Watch. It is said to use spiritual power as a medium for transmitting information. Even if they are sealed in an airtight iron box, they can still communicate without any obstacles. I'm Su Chen, Sister Qianqian, what's wrong? The superiors have assigned a mission. The protective barrier in the northeast of Tiana City has been broken. Although it has been urgently repaired, according to eyewitnesses, it seems that two unidentified creatures have entered the city and hid in the second-day vocational college. I see. Where do we meet now? I have forwarded the task content to your website. Just gather at the vocational school the next day, within half an hour. After ending the contact, Su Chen and Long Luoer looked at each other and nodded. After all, it's not a good idea to think about so many trivial things now. It's better to seize the time to improve yourself. I opened the Night Watchman and found an unread email in the upper right corner of my personal information. When you click on it, all the information related to the task appears before your eyes. Mission: clear out the gods who invaded the second vocational school. Estimated mission difficulty: boss level envoy. Mission location: second day vocational college. Task reward: 2 million Chinese currency. Required number of people for the task: 4 or more. Su Chen: such a simple task is worth 2 million Chinese yuan. Long Luoer asked jokingly. It's not that everyone will get 2 million, but that all those who participated in this operation will share the 2 million equally. I have now joined the third team, which currently has 4 people. Each person should be able to get 500,000, which is enough for you to have 50 meals. Hearing this, Long Luoer pouted and stepped on Su Chen's foot again. Although I eat a lot, why do I feel that what you said sounds a bit disgusting? I like you so much. How dare I despise my wife? Snort. The two walked out of the Night Watch headquarters, hailed a taxi on the roadside, and headed to the next day's vocational college, not forgetting to ask for an invoice. At this time, in the second vocational college, in a classroom on the top floor of the first grade teaching building. Fuck, why the hell wasn't I admitted to the first vocational college? Was it because my performance in high school was not good enough? Zhang Zhe complained indignantly after kicking a desk to pieces. Hubby, calm down, it's not bad to be able to enter the second-year vocational college. A woman behind Zhang Zhe comforted him. She is Zhang Zhe's marriage partner, Lin Ruxue, the daughter of a company that sells basic cultivation resources in Tiana City. Xiao Xue, I know that the second vocational college is really good, but I was always at the top of the class in high school, and my career sequence was 375. Wang Fei's career sequence was even lower than mine, and his grades were not as good as mine. He was able to enter the first vocational college. How could I be so inferior to him? I can't swallow this. Actually, I've heard some rumors. Lin Ruxue paused in the middle of her speech. She was hesitating whether to tell this matter. After all, it was just a rumor and had little credibility. Xiao Xue, what's the rumor? Do you remember what happened on Pingnan Street a month ago? Pingnan Street? Zhang Zhe recalled and quickly remembered that it was there that he was beaten up by Su Chen. Suddenly, a feeling of unwillingness surged in my heart. That night, Zhang Zhe returned home. Even though he had spent the entire night with Lin Ruxue, he was still not completely relieved. He swore that sooner or later he would kill Su Chun. Seeing this, Lin Ruxue continued to add, "It is said that there seemed to be a teacher from the first vocational college at the scene. It was because of this incident that they refused to admit you." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Zhe became furious and punched the wall of the classroom straight through. "Su Qin, just wait for me. Not only did you make me look bad, but you also prevented me from even getting into the first vocational college. Sooner or later, I will kill you. That white-haired girl will become my plaything sooner or later." At this moment, two shadows appeared behind Zhang Zhe and Lin Ruxue, slowly approaching them. "Who?" Zhang Zhe suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and immediately turned around and asked. However, he did not find anything there. "What's wrong?" Lin Ruxue asked. "It's okay. I just felt like there was someone behind me. Don't scare me. There's no way there would be a ghost in broad daylight." Zhang Zhe scratched his chin and carefully looked around the classroom, and indeed did not find any suspicious signs. "Forget it. Maybe I'm worrying too much." "Really? You're such a bad guy, husband." When Zhang Zhe heard this, coupled with Lin Ruxue's delicate expression, his blood immediately rose. He put his arm around Lin Ruxue's waist and said with a smirk, "Xiaoxue, I'm very angry now and need someone to comfort me. There are only two of us in the classroom now." As Zhang Zhe spoke, he stroked Lin Ruxue with his hand. "That's annoying." Just as the two were about to tangle with each other, two phantoms appeared behind Zhang Zhe again. Chapter 36: Su Chen's Conjecture. At this time, Zhang Zhe had completely sunk into his wife's arms and did not notice that the danger was coming. Two phantoms slowly approached and suddenly pounced toward Zhang Zhe and Lin Ruxue, turning into a ball of mist that enveloped the two of them. "What on earth is this? Husband, help!" They wanted to struggle, but they were unable to move, as if they had fallen into a bottomless swamp. They wanted to call for help, but their throats were filled with liquid and they could only make muffled and tiny sounds. They wanted to resist, but found that the power of their mission could not be exerted at all. It clearly looked like a ball of mist, but it seemed to wrap the two of them up like liquid. The liquid gradually penetrated into their bodies from any place that could enter: ears, nose, eyes, mouth. After a while, there was no more movement in the classroom. There were only two naked men and women standing there with weird smiles on their faces. "We managed to get in, even though these two bodies are too weak." The woman spoke first. "After all, our whereabouts have been discovered. I'm sure the night watchman from Tiana City will come here soon. We have to leave here quickly." The man responded, "That's right, but we can't just walk out like this." The woman said as she looked at the two naked bodies. "If I had known, I wouldn't have eaten their clothes just now and wasted my energy on creating them," the man complained, while white mist like smoke emanated from his mouth. "I saw a cloud of mist entangled the two of them. In less than 10 seconds, they were wearing a set of second vocational college uniforms, which looked exactly like new ones. Let's go." Just as the two of them were leaving the classroom, they discovered that the entire academy had been shrouded in a barrier. There were 3 night watchmen standing at the school gate, seemingly waiting for someone, and did not rush in. "It came so quickly. What should we do now?" the man asked. "We've wasted too much time trying to seize these two bodies. Now it seems we can only blend in with the students. The night watchman should have no way to identify us. From now on, I am Lin Ruxue and you are Zhang Zhe. I will call you husband, and you call me Xiaoxue. Don't get us confused. It will be bad if the students find out." The woman responded, "Ishe, Keither, let's go. I see most of the students have been called to gather on the playground. If we go too late, we might be suspected." "Well, let's go, husband." In the taxi, Su Chin looked at the content of the task and sighed secretly. "Lolo, you are a leader-level divine envoy. I should be able to borrow your power, right? Why can't you have a little more confidence in yourself? Didn't you defeat a mid-level hero hunter last time? Why are you afraid of a leader-level divine envoy?" "Lolo, this time is different. There are other people here. What if my head is taken away by Sister Qianqian, Brother Chenhai, and Uncle Haiba? Wouldn't that be a huge loss?" Long Luo'er was also helpless. The ability of the Dragon Knight to draw on the power of dragons is simply too outrageous. She also played computer games several times during this period. Whenever she encountered an enemy she couldn't defeat, she would turn on the cheat code and defeat it instantly. Then she would turn off the cheat code and continue to enjoy the plot. It was so cool. After using the cheat code once, you will definitely want to use it a second time, and it has no effect on the progress of the game. But the thing is, reality is not a game. After using the golden finger, it doesn't help my own strength at all. Sometimes, it is not enough to just have a high level of realm to defeat the opponent. It also depends on actual strength and the ability to respond to emergencies. Daily accumulated combat experience is extremely important. You really want to be lazy? Well, forget it. If you kill one of the 2 boss-level gods envoys today, I'll help you rub your back once. Don't worry, I will kill both of them. Your attitude changed so quickly. I almost doubted whether you were deliberately trying to trick me into increasing the stakes. I was clearly doing this for your own good. As Long Luo'er spoke, she pulled Su Chen's ear to express her dissatisfaction. Rewards are motivation. However, I have a feeling that this enemy is not as simple as the god's messenger. What do you mean? God's messengers are supposed to be dead creatures. They don't have any thoughts at all. They only act on instinct and mechanically obey the orders of the gods who resurrected them. But these 2 gods' messengers actually took the initiative to enter the campus and hide. Are they really God's messengers? After hearing this, Long Luo'er nodded, looking thoughtful. What Su Chen said does make sense. If it was a wandering, low-level divine messenger, he should not have such high intelligence. After breaking the barrier, he should have attacked the citizens on the spot instead of hiding in an academy several kilometers away from the barrier. If it is a high-level divine messenger, it is not surprising that he possesses a certain degree of wisdom. But the question is, why would a high-level envoy of God go to such great lengths? The gods who possess wisdom have at least reached the king level or even the emperor level. With their strength, even if faced with the siege of Tiana City's night watchmen, they should be able to escape unscathed. There is no need for them to hide. If it was instructions from God, then the situation would be completely different. What is the purpose of God? Why did the gods choose Tiana City? Could it be that the gods discovered Su Chen? Suddenly, Long Luo'er broke out in a cold sweat. If Su Chen's identity as the Godslayer were really exposed, what awaits him would be endless hunting by the gods. Even if Su Chen now uses the power of the Godslayer, he can only barely win against Hamba, who has lost his godhood and is still in the extraordinary realm. After the extraordinary realm is the saint realm. After the saint realm is the dominance realm, the heavenly god realm, the true god realm, and the divine emperor realm. Most of the gods in the divine court are old monsters who have lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Most of them are above the saint realm, which is definitely not something Su Chen can handle at the moment. Seeing Long Luo'er's panic, Su Chen also touched her head and said softly, "Lolo, don't be so nervous. I think it is most likely an alien race like the double phantom before. You are too optimistic. Also, please stop ruffling my hair. I worked so hard to get it done." Long Luo'er hid aside, covering her long white hair, and said coquettishly. He even showed the look of a mad kitten, even though he was clearly a dragon. Okay, I'll help you comb your hair." Although Su Chen appeared to be very optimistic verbally, he was actually very nervous inside. After all, there were several of his high school classmates in the next vocational college. At that time, with what identity will Su Chen face these people? The person who used to be the last one in the class suddenly became the night watchman and saved himself several years of detours. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. After all, my motto is that there must be a way out when the car reaches the mountain. If there is no way, then find one. Chapter 37 Proposal. After Su Chen and Long Luo'er got off the car at the gate of the second vocational college, Yu Qianqian, Zhang Chenhai, and Zhang Haiba immediately came to greet them. "You're so slow. Su Chen, it's only the first day, and you're so lazy," Yu Qianqian scolded. Su Chen was stunned for a moment and looked at the time on his mobile phone. There were clearly still 5 minutes left before the appointed time, so why was he still being scolded? But although I think so, I dare not say it out loud. After all, they're their superiors now. Su Chen contradicted his boss on his first day at work and didn't want to be used as a negative example to educate newcomers in the future. "I'm sorry. I'm late. Okay, I was just kidding. But Long Luo'er, you're here too," Yu Qianqian said with a smile, looking at Long Luo'er who was following behind Su Chen. She had never thought that such an ordinary mission could actually require a top expert like Long Luo'er to be dispatched. But no matter what, as long as Long Luo'er can join the battle, no matter how difficult the task is, it will be solved. I'm here to protect Su Chen. After all, he is still too weak now. You have such a great relationship. You're worthy of being a couple matched by big data, Yu Qianqian said with a smile, and did not forget to pat Su Chen on the shoulder. "What's so good about it?" Long Luo'er pouted and said coquettishly. At this time, Zhang Haiba came to Su Chun with a report. Xiao Su, let me explain the current situation to you. According to reports from several eyewitnesses, the target this time is most likely not a divine messenger. They are intelligent and know how to hide among people. They are most likely other alien races. Their specific strength and purpose are currently unknown. We have gathered all the students on campus to the playground, but the two aliens will probably continue to hide. You and Long Luoer will be responsible for protecting the students on the playground, while Captain Yu, Chenhai and I will search for the monsters in the teaching building and dormitory building. I understand. Su Chen responded immediately after taking the report. It seems that other aliens are attacking as I thought, but what is their purpose? By the way, this is for your wife. As Zhang Haiba spoke, he handed Su Chen a ring inlaid with a sapphire. What is this? Captain Yu bargained with the director for a long time last night to get this treasure that can cover up your wife's identity as a dragon. Is there such a treasure? Thank you so much. Su Chen responded excitedly and almost shouted out loud. After all, he had thought about how to cover up Long Luoer's dragon horns many times. After all, his identity as a dragon was too conspicuous among humans. He tried wearing a hat and using long white hair to cover the dragon's horns. Although it had some effect, Long Luoer didn't like it, and Su Chun had no choice. Now there is a treasure that can conceal the identity of the dragon clan, which is really a timely help. Although I don't know what the exact principle is, since Yu Qianqian spent so much effort to get it, the effect must not be too bad. By the way, Su Chun, that ring needs to be charged, so don't wear it every day. Yes, I understand. After Su Chun responded, he immediately asked Long Luoer, Luo, it should be okay to wear a ring, right? This is much smaller than a hat. Yes, no problem. Help me put it on. Su Chun looked at Long Luoer's angelic face, then looked at the ring in his hand, and an idea suddenly came to him. Although Luo and I have already been married, this ceremony is absolutely necessary. Su Chun knelt on one knee, took Long Luoer's left hand, and put the ring directly on her ring finger. In an instant, the white dragon horns on Long Luoer's head disappeared, as if they had never existed at all. However, when Su Chun touched it with his hand, he found that the dragon horn was still there, but it was covered. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Isn't this what you humans did when men proposed to women before we had a matchmaking system? Yes, I am proposing to you. Luo, I like you. Are you willing to marry me? Hearing this, Long Luoer blushed instantly. She really couldn't imagine that Su Chen would propose to her in front of the other three people. Even though she was a little dragon who had lived for 90 years, she felt very shy at this moment. What? You keep saying these things but never take any real action. Lolo, I will prove it to you. I will become stronger and stronger until I can't even beat you. Then, I will protect you forever. What? Really? You were just trying to back down. I'm not just standing still. I can get stronger too. Long Luoer had already lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Su Chun. Or perhaps she really didn't want Su Chun to see her shy look. But Su Chun didn't care about all that. The atmosphere had already been created, so how could he stop there? So Luo, will you marry me? Long Luoer raised her right hand and gently hit Su Chen's chest to express her dissatisfaction. I'm already your wife. Why are you asking this? Really? That's different. I want to hear you say yes. Perhaps the group has invaded this world. Or perhaps it is the resentment of a 40-year-old single man. Zhang Haiba finally couldn't help it. He walked between the two of them and coughed twice. By the way, could you please stop showing off your affection? If you keep dragging it out, it will be terrible if a student gets hurt. Sorry, we're starting the mission now. After saying that, Su Chun took Long Luoer's hand and walked into the barrier. Yu Qianqian also covered her mouth and laughed secretly as she came to Zhang Haiba, patted his shoulder, and teased. This is the love of young people. You might as well take a closer look. Maybe you can have a good dream tonight. Captain Yu, I'm getting angry. All right, it's getting late. Let's start the mission. Zhang Chenhai also hurriedly advised that if they didn't start the mission soon, there would really be victims. As for Long Luoer, she just kept her head down and walked, not daring to look directly at Su Chen. For some reason, she didn't reject Su Chen's behavior just now, but felt a little happy instead. What's wrong with me? When Long Luoer looked up again, she found that Su Chun was also looking back at her. What's wrong? It's okay. I'm sorry for saying so many weird things just now. It's okay. I didn't take it seriously. I'm glad you're all right. Let's go and start the mission. Long Luoer looked at Su Chen's back, unable to take her eyes off him. Perhaps, since that night, Su Chen stood in front of Long Luoer, blocking the terrifying god's sight, leaving behind a tall and reliable back. Perhaps from that time on, Long Luo'er fell in love with this human man who dared to go against the gods in order to protect her. I do. Long Luo'er muttered quietly, without letting anyone hear. Chapter 38, Old Classmates. After Su Chen entered the campus, he found that there were nearly 200 people gathered on the playground. They should be all the students of Tianji College. Although each city in this world is much larger than the cities in the previous life, there is almost no communication between the cities, and the teacher and student resources are limited. In addition, an elite training system is adopted, giving priority to providing more abundant teaching and training resources to outstanding talents. Each university is estimated to enroll about 50 people each year, which is already a lot. After seeing Su Chen, 3 freshmen immediately started talking. Could that person be Su Chen? That uniform. Has he joined the Night's Watch? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We all know Su Chen's high school grades, and he hasn't even gone to college yet. How could he possibly join the Night Watch? Could he have gotten a Night Watch uniform from somewhere? Is he trying to kill himself? Let's go up and ask. Soon, the 3 of them came in front of Su Chen and Long Luo'er. As for these 3 people, Su Chen certainly recognized them. They were all his high school classmates and also top students in the class. The relationship is neither very good nor very bad. Their luck was not very good, as their awakened vocations were all between 400 and 500. Otherwise, they would have been the talents that could have entered the first vocational college. Su Chen, do you want to live? You are wearing this uniform for fun. Don't you know what will happen if you are caught? Squad leader Jean Lily asked first. In China, if someone is caught impersonating a night watchman, he will basically be sentenced to death without any chance to defend himself. After all, in a world where one could be attacked by gods at any time, the night watchmen, who are there to maintain the peace and stability of Tianhe City, must not be imitated by others. Su Chen smiled calmly and responded, "That's not me. I'm just a regular night watchman." As soon as these words came out, the 3 old classmates in front of him were immediately stunned. The Night's Watch is such a majestic existence that even if you graduate from the first vocational college, there is a high probability that you will not be able to join the Night's Watch. However, now they were told that Su Chen, who had below average grades in high school, had joined the Night Watch without even going to college. No one would dare to believe it. Seeing them like this, Su Chen could only wave his hand. After all, reality is so magical that no one can guarantee that the ugly duckling cannot become a white swan. However, in order to explain his purpose as quickly as possible, Su Chen also took out his ID and asked to cooperate with him in the demon exorcism work. 2 divine messengers have sneaked into this university. Now is not the time to exchange pleasantries. I have received instructions from my superiors to come and protect you. When the 3 old classmates saw the night watchman's ID, they were shocked again. I really didn't expect that Su Chen actually became a night watchman. This is a job that many boys dream of. However, when they came to their senses, Chun Junkai, the tall and thin man on the left of the squad leader, couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Su Chen, have you awakened a vocation within sequence 200? Why were you able to join the Night Watch at the age of 18? Zhao Yi, the fat boy on the right of the class monitor, also echoed. Yeah, what kind of vocation did he awaken to be admitted to the Night Watch without even going to college? Could it be a divine vocation? Su Chen quickly interrupted Zhao Yi's wild thoughts and explained. What are you thinking about? What is the concept of a clergyman? Can someone like me awaken? Then how did you get into the Night's Watch? Zhao Yi asked. Su Chen sighed. There was really nothing he could do. After all, a classmate who was originally the last in the school suddenly transformed himself into a night watchman that everyone respected after not seeing him for 2 months. If it were Su Chen, he would probably also get to the bottom of the matter. In fact, although the vocation I awakened is at the top of the sequence, its status is actually not much different from yours. So, what is it? Jean Lily finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and came up to Su Chen and asked, Liberator. When they heard the word free man, the 3 old classmates immediately showed a lost expression. I thought I would hear some cool professions like sword master, guardian, and paladin, but I didn't expect it to be the unremarkable freeman. Seeing this, Su Chen continued to add, Last month, the gods attacked, and many Night's Watchmen were sacrificed. At that time, they were short of people. I happened to be spotted by an instructor of the Night's Watch because of my natural characteristics as a free man and my considerable talent, so I joined the Night's Watch. What? So he went in through the back door? The 3 old classmates complained in unison, but they couldn't hide the envy in their eyes. No matter what, joining the Night's Watch is something that can be recorded in the family tree. After being shocked, the three finally noticed Long Luo'er, who was following Su Chen. Su Chen, is she your marriage partner? She's so cute. Zhao Yi looked at Long Luo'er with his eyes almost shining. It was said that his marriage partner was a tiger tank. Although it matched his personality well, he still complained in class every day and his bed collapsed several times. Of course, don't you see whose wife she is? Su Chen said proudly. All right. Didn't Su Chen just say that now is not the time for small talk? Let's gather at the playground. As Jean Lily finished speaking, everyone finally returned to the playground, and Su Chen took Long Luo'er to the front of the stage, looking at the people below calmly. As for the students in the audience, they were looking at each other and whispering. Is that man a night watchman? So young. The girl next to him is so cute. Is she his marriage partner? I'm so envious. It seems that a divine messenger is really coming. But why does this night watchman seem a little unreliable to me? What do you mean? Do you dare to question the strength of the Night's Watch? He can probably beat you with one hand. They didn't know what had happened. They just knew that a messenger of God had invaded the school, and they all needed to gather on the playground. Looking at Su Chen on the stage wearing the night watchman uniform, some were in awe, some were curious, and some were suspicious. As for Su Chen, although he looked relaxed, his palms were already full of sweat. More than half of the people here are at a higher level than he is now. But now Su Chen has to explain to everyone that he is here to protect them. What kind of punishment is this? But now it is an emergency, so it should be okay to act first and report later. Xiao Jin, help me switch to Dragon Knight. Yes, master. In an instant, endless power gathered from the palm of the hand, holding Long Luo'er. Su Chen immediately recalled the last time he used Long Luo'er's power to perform the wind blade. He gathered his strength on his middle finger and index finger and slashed it forward. A 10-meter-long wind blade swept across the entire playground, as if a Category 5 hurricane had blown up, and even the barriers seemed to be about to break. Chapter 39, Mirage. The female students in the audience all held up their skirts to prevent exposure and screamed from time to time. The male students in the audience were all dumbfounded, staring at Su Chen on the stage in amazement. All doubts, sarcasm, and distrust about Su Chen's strength disappeared in a gust of wind blade. Damn, just by curling up his fingers into a knife, he could form such a huge storm. I'm afraid even the powerful emperors can't do this. The wind blades dissipated, and the whole place was dead silent. Seeing that everyone had finally quieted down, Su Chen took a deep breath and said, I am Su Chen, a member of the Night Watch's 3rd Squadron. I believe everyone has already known that a divine messenger has invaded the school. Now our Night Watch's 3rd Squadron is carrying out the mission to eliminate the divine messenger. Please cooperate and do not leave this place. I will stay here to protect you. After these words were spoken, the whole audience remained silent. Everyone stared at Su Chen silently and did not dare to refute. But from the expressions on all their faces, it could be seen that they felt a lot more relieved. After all, how can they not feel at ease when there is such a strong person protecting them? At this moment, Su Chen only felt that his feet were stepped on several times, obviously by Long Luo'er. Did the amulet take effect so quickly? Why did she get enchanted so quickly today? Su Chen had no choice but to quickly switch back to the Godslayer. Long Luo'er pulled Su Chen aside and whispered in his ear, Why did you suddenly switch to Dragon Knight? Su Chen also responded easily. Isn't it to convince everyone? Otherwise, with my mediocre skills, who can convince me? Oh, forget it. I just checked with the Dragon Eye and found that 2 students have been possessed by monsters. They are from the Mirage monster clan. Mirage? Su Chen's face was full of question marks, as he had never heard of such a race. After all, in order to prevent students from mistaking their allies for alien races, the Chinese government has stipulated that junior and high schools must conduct teaching exams on all races. If you don't get 100 points, you need to retake the exam, which is more important than practicing. Su Chen was no exception. After all, he couldn't graduate without 100 points, but he had never seen the Mirage demon race in textbooks. Long Luo'er crossed his arms and explained in a condescending manner. Since Mirage monsters are extremely rare, with less than 10 in the entire world, they are not even recognized as a species. It's normal that you don't know about them. I also happen to see them in our family's ancient books. They have no specific form, their lifespan is close to infinite, and they have always lived in the world in a mist-like body. They can produce mirages that make people hallucinate. If necessary, They will even use the mirages to invade the bodies of other species, obliterate their souls and consciousness, and turn them into their own bodies. After hearing this, Su Chun felt his scalp tingling. Why are the alien races in this world more terrifying than each other? First, a double phantom wiped out the original owner and then replaced him, and then a mirage took over the body. Are you sure this isn't the Cthulhu mythology? Which two people were possessed? You know one of them, the man you called Zhang Zhe before. I don't know the other woman. She has long dark blue hair and looks okay. Dark blue hair? Looks like that's Zhang Zhe's marriage partner, Lin Rushue. After all, 2 years ago, on the day when Zhang Zhe got married successfully, he posted countless photos of his wife in the class group. What was particularly impressive was her dark blue hair. It was hard not to recognize her. Su Chen, what should we do now? It seems that these two monsters are the ones that invaded. If we kill them, will others be able to tell that they were possessed by the Mirage monster? Long Luo'er shook her head and responded, No, the body of a Mirage monster is just a ball of gas. A Mirage monster that has successfully acquired a body looks exactly like a normal person, but it also loses the ability to vaporize again. Unless it abandons the body it has seized, it can only live forever with that body. It's a headache, Luo. Please help keep an eye on those two people while I think of a countermeasure. At the same time, on the playground, a man and a woman were communicating nervously. Hubby, what should we do? That night watchman seems very strong. Can we escape? Don't panic. In the memory of this body, the night watchman was a loser in the school. Although I don't know how he exerted such strength. I think he was just bluffing. If he really found us, he would have rushed over and killed us long ago. But I always feel that he is not bluffing. Lin Rushue's expression became increasingly nervous, obviously frightened by Su Chen's wind blade just now. Don't worry, Xiaoxue. Even if he is very strong, he will definitely not be able to identify our true form. The only people in this world who know of our existence, except for those ancient gods, have long disappeared in the long river of history. We must not reveal our true identity. As long as we survive today, we can live on as this body. But didn't that man recognize our host? What if we are recognized? Wouldn't it be? Zhang Zhe quickly interrupted Lin Rushue and comforted her. Xiaoxue, don't worry. And didn't the goddess Ming say before? As long as we can hide in Tianji College for a month, she promised to give us the body of a legendary master. Just think about it. By then we will have both an immortal soul and a powerful body. We can travel to every corner of this world until the world is destroyed. Listening to Zhang Zhe talking about a bright future, Lin Rushue's nervous expression finally eased a lot. Yes, as long as they can survive today, once they blend into the crowd, no one will be able to spot them anymore. I know. I'll try my best not to expose myself. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, several loud noises were heard. A pervert wearing a red cheongsam that was obviously the wrong size, white stockings on his face, and a figure like a woman appeared in Su Chen's original position. She was like a madman, constantly throwing explosive spells around. Each spell exploded like a small grenade when it touched the ground. She kept muttering words that were completely incomprehensible. All the students on the playground suddenly became chaotic. Shit, the messenger of God appeared. Where's the night watchman? Didn't he say he would protect us? Where is he? This divine messenger doesn't look strong. Let's go together and get rid of her. Add me in, damn. I didn't kill a single God's messenger a month ago. I have to perform well today. It was obvious that the students thought this madman was a messenger of God who had invaded the academy. Some students wanted to fight to the death, while others wanted to escape in the chaos. The situation was completely out of control. Zhang Zhe and Lin Rushue immediately realized that this was a perfect opportunity to escape. Now there are other people who are considered to be invading enemies, and as long as they blend into the crowd, it is basically impossible to be suspected. The two nodded to each other and merged into the flood of students fleeing in all directions. As for Su Chun, he was standing on the top of the teaching building, silently watching every move of the two men. Chapter 40: Su Chen's Plan. Let's go back a few minutes. That's it. Su Chen explained his plan with pride. As for Long Luo'er, she looked at Su Chun as if he was an idiot. Su Chun, have you ever thought about this question? If I go to the playground and make a scene, how can I continue to stay in Tiana City? Didn't you transform into a pure white dragon before? Can't you transform into that form? Long Luo'er sighed and shook her head helplessly. If we dragons transform back to our original form, we will gradually drain the surrounding spiritual energy. It will take about a minute. By then, all the students will look towards me when they sense the flow of spiritual energy. Do you think the transformation was successful in one go? But wasn't it just a moment when you turned into a human form before? Su Chun was indeed a little fanciful. He thought that the transformation of the Dragon Clan was like the magical girl anime he watched in his previous life. During the transformation, they were invincible and the time around them stood still. Ah, it seems I still need to teach you some basic common sense. I almost doubt whether you came from somewhere else. When I transform into a human form, I only need to release my spiritual power. It's like a balloon. It takes time to inflate it, but it only takes a moment to deflate it. I see. Sorry, I took it for granted. However, your method should be feasible. The problem is, where can we find someone who can handle the student's beating without having to worry about exposing his identity? As soon as these words came out, Su Chen suddenly had an idea. He felt like his brain had really short-circuited just now. He didn't even think of such a suitable candidate. Xiao Jin, can you summon the goddess Ba now? Yes, master. Shall we summon her now? No need for now. Can I talk to her alone? Good master. Soon, the voice of the goddess Ba sounded in Su Chen's mind, her tone full of respect and awe. Master Su Chen, what can I do for you? Su Chen was also stunned. Why did Tian Nuba become more and more respectful? It seemed that she had completely recognized him as the boss. But this is also a good thing. At least it shows that Tian Nuba is truly submissive, and there is no need to use terrorist means to threaten her. I'll bring out 2 sets of clothes for you to change into. When you come out, don't worry about anything else. Just make a scene here, but try not to hurt anyone else. Just make sure you survive. Understood, Master Su Chen. Soon, Su Chen took out a red Chong Sam and white stockings from Long Luo or space ring, and threw the Chong Sam into the small world of the god-killing golden book according to Xiao Jin's instructions. Soon, the goddess Ba said that she was ready. Then, Xiao Jin summoned the goddess Ba. Good master. As Xiao Jin finished speaking, Tian Ba instantly appeared on the stage. Su Chen and Long Luo were stunned when they saw the appearance of Tian Ba. The goddess was wearing a red Chong Sam normally, but she put stockings on her head. Her 2 bare and thin feet were very white, which made people sigh that she had a pair of good legs. No, is this how white stockings are used? Would a normal person put stockings on their head? Could this be a pervert who escaped from a mental hospital? Although I really want to complain a few words, is this Tianba too out of touch with the times and doesn't even know how to use stockings? But now that things have come to this, there is no going back. While Tianba was making a fuss, Su Chen switched to the Dragon Knight. With a light jump, he leaped dozens of meters high. He brought Long Luo directly to the top floor of the teaching building and watched every move of Zhang Zhe and Lin Ruxue. However, the farce here also attracted Yu Qianqian and others who went to the dormitory and teaching buildings to explore. The 3 of them immediately gave up their original plan and went directly to the playground to confront Tian Ba. Captain Yu, this crazy woman is very strong. I estimate her realm is at least above the Emperor realm. She might be one of the monsters that invaded the academy this time. Zhang Haibao reminded. I understand. Chen Hai, go and evacuate these students. They seem to think they can beat the madman in front of them. Don't let them get too excited. Haibo, hold on. If you can't win, retreat immediately. I'll go find Su Chen's whereabouts. He may be fighting with another monster, but with Long Luo by his side, his life should not be in danger. Yu Qianqian fired a shot at Tianba and gave the order. Receive. Zhang Chenhai and Zhang Haibo responded immediately and began to perform their tasks. At the same time, Zhang Zhe and Lin Ruxue followed the fleeing students back to the dormitory area and hid in Zhang Zhe's dormitory. The main reason is that the protective barrier set up by the night watchman is still there, otherwise he would have slipped out of the school long ago. Hubby, while the night's watch is still fighting that lunatic, should we get another body? No need. If we are discovered at this time, with 2 bodies dead in the dormitory, the night watchman may continue to maintain the barrier until the real culprit is caught. We just need to wait for the night watchman to kill the madman. Just then, the dormitory doorbell rang, which scared the 2 of them. Who is it? Zhang Zhe asked through the door. It's me, Zhang Zhe, Jean Lily. I'm a little scared and don't dare to stay in my dormitory alone. You are the best in our high school. I think it will be safe to stay with you. Are you the squad leader? But Xiao Xue is here too. Would it be inconvenient for you to come in? While Zhang Zhe responded, he tiptoed to the door and checked the situation outside through the peephole. Jean Lily was seen standing alone in front of the door, looking nervous, as if she was really frightened. It's okay. I won't disturb you too. If Zhang Zhe wants to play double, I don't mind. Anyway, my husband is still at work. As long as you can protect me, I'm willing to do anything. At this time, Lin Rushue came to Zhang Zhe's ear and whispered, "Why don't we let her in?" The night watchman's investigation report said that two monsters invaded the academy, so it's natural to think that the two monsters traveled together. If the three of us stay together, it will reduce a lot of suspicion. The original owner's memory is enough to deal with her. Zhang Zhe nodded, thinking it made sense. "Okay, come in then." "Thank you, brother Zhang Zhe." But when Zhang Zhe opened the door, it was not Jean Lily who came in, but Su Chun, who was wearing the night watchman's uniform, and Long Luo were following behind him. As for Jean Lily, she had already disappeared. "Hey Zhang Zhe, how are you? It's been almost a month since we last met." And Lin Rushue, "Good afternoon." Chapter 41. The Illusion of the Mirage. When Zhang Zhe and Lin Rushue saw that the person coming was Su Chun, their hearts rose to their throats, and they stepped back repeatedly until they hit the wall. They thought that Su Chun had been killed by that crazy woman. Otherwise, why did Su Chun just evaporate on the spot when the crazy woman appeared? It is still unclear what Su Chun's purpose in coming here is, but he must not rashly reveal his identity. "Su Chun, bastard. Are you here to show off your night watch uniform in front of me? Your colleague is fighting with that lunatic. Why are you hanging around here?" Zhang Zhe cursed. Originally, he wanted to talk to Su Chun in a nice tone, but considering that the host's memory contained particularly great hatred for Su Chun, talking to him in an angry tone will be less likely to arouse suspicion. Hearing this, Su Chun laughed out loud. "I didn't expect that at this time. You are still pretending." "Zhang Zhe, there's no need for you to be so angry. I just came to see how my old classmates are doing." "Su Chun, I know you have some conflicts with my husband, but in this situation, shouldn't you help your colleagues first?" Lin Rushue interrupted. "That's right. Why the hell are you coming to our dormitory at this time? Are you interested in watching other couples discuss the mysteries of life? There's no need, right? Isn't the white-haired girl very beautiful?" Zhang Zhe also echoed. Just when Su Chun wanted to continue teasing the two mirage monsters, Long Luo gently tapped Su Chun's back with her hand, indicating that the isolation barrier had been deployed. Then there is no need to waste time with these two monsters. After all, if we delay any further, Yu Qianqian and the others might find out. Next, it's hunting time. Yes, the greetings are over now. Should I call you Mirage Monsters? Or should I call you Zhang Zhe and Lin Rushue? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Zhang Zhe and Lin Rushue's eyes were instantly filled with murderous intent when they looked at Su Chun. They were exposed, but not completely exposed. There are only two people in front of me. As long as I can take over their bodies, I will be able to rest assured until a month later. "Xiao Jin, help me switch to Dragon Knight." "Good master." Su Chun summoned a spear, took a step forward, came directly in front of Zhang Zhe, and swept towards his neck. Zhang Zhe also decisively gave up Su Chun's body. As a puff of green smoke floated out of Zhang Ze's mouth, the entire dormitory was dyed red by Zhang Ze's blood. At the same time, the green smoke directly wrapped Su Chun, and Su Chun also stopped and stood still. Seeing this, Lin Rushue decisively gave up her body and turned into mist to surround Long Luo. Unexpectedly, Long Luo just squeezed her hand lightly and caught the mist in her hand like a small animal. "How is that possible? Who are you?" Although no one and no mouth could be seen, the fog made a hoarse questioning sound, which seemed particularly strange. "Just an ordinary bride of the night watch. Just stay here and watch. Let me go." "Su Chun, I believe in you. This mere illusion of the mirage will only be a stepping stone for you to become stronger." Long Luo looked at Su Chun lovingly and murmured. Having said that, Long Luo still concentrated her spiritual power in her hands, ready to help Su Chun break the illusion at any time as long as something was wrong. At this moment, Su Chun was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. This is not the second vocational college, nor is it Zhang Ze's dormitory, but a brightly lit city scene. The Oriental Pearl Tower stands before our eyes. It is obvious that this is the city where Su Chun once lived, the Magic City. Is this an illusion? "Xiao Jin, help me break this illusion." However, half a minute passed and no response came. Su Chun was confused. In theory, no matter where you are, as long as you call Xiao Jin, she will appear immediately. Is it a dream that I traveled to another world and married Lady White's Silk Dragon? Su Chun didn't believe it. So he gathered his spiritual power in his hands and prepared to summon the god-killing Golden Book. However, The spiritual power that he could control freely in his body now seemed to be completely unfeeling, and he was just an ordinary mortal. Is this really a dream? Su-chin strolled alone on the bustling street, constantly recalling every little detail of his time with Long Luo, tears streaming down his face unconsciously. Feeling hungry, Su-chin walked into a ramen restaurant and ordered a bowl of beef ramen. Was that really a dream? But why am I? Looking at the ramen served in front of him, Su-chin recalled the scene where Long Luo had eaten him out of money. Behind the ramen bowl stacked half a meter high, a girl with long silver hair kept repeating the process of eating noodles and drinking soup as if it was a bottomless pit. The cherry lips didn't move much, but the food disappeared in front of her at an unimaginable speed, which made people marvel. After eating, she did not forget to complain about Su-chin, saying that a grown man could not eat as well as a girl like her. This memory is so profound. How could it be a dream? Handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat? At this moment, a girl with long silver hair also came to Su-chin and greeted him. This girl has skin as white as cream, bright eyes and white teeth, and is dressed very beautifully. Even the school bell in Su-chin's high school could not be compared with her. Good. Handsome guy, what's wrong? Judging from your expression, are you heartbroken? The girl sat down opposite Su-chin's table, supporting her cheeks with her hands, looking at Su-chin teasingly. No, I just had a dream. Dreams, yes. If it's a good dream, it will indeed make people imagine a lot when they wake up. But people always have to face reality. Really? Thank you for enlightening me. It's okay. We are also quite predestined. What's your name? My name is Su-chin. My name is Long Luo. If you don't mind, please chat with me. In the following 3 years, the relationship between Su-chin and Long Luo quickly heated up, and they almost developed to the point where they could talk about anything. On the night before the college entrance examination, Long Luo came home and sat on the bed shoulder to shoulder with Su-chin. He fiddled with his long silver hair, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't find a suitable opportunity to start. Finally, after a moment's silence, she spoke. Su-chin, is there anything you want to do in the future? Is there anything you want to do? For some reason, Su-chin always thought of the dream he had 3 years ago. He once promised a girl that he would become stronger than her, to the point where he could protect her. However, the magic world is very peaceful now. Our motherland has become the largest country on Earth. Even the President of the United States has to give us some space. There is no danger at all. So how can we talk about protection? Yes, I want to marry you in the future and have 4 children, preferably 2 boys and 2 girls. Then I want to be a full-time wife and focus on raising the children. If you don't mind, you can inherit my father's 100 billion group. I think you can definitely do it better. Chapter 42 Dream. Su-chin was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect that a rich girl like Long Luo would be so straightforward. Can I take this as your confession? Sure, if you like. I'll tell you every day. How straightforward. I thought your dream was to travel around the world. Yes, my dream is that simple. Well, I should go back now. We have to work hard for tomorrow's exam. Well, good night. As for the college entrance examination, Su-chin and Long Luo lived up to everyone's expectations and were both admitted to Huaqing University. For years later, the two again became graduate students of Yinqing University with nearly perfect scores and got engaged at the same time. At the wedding, as soon as the MC delivered the speech, "Please ask the groom to put the ring on the bride's finger," the audience burst into warm applause. After Su-chin looked at the wedding ring he had bought with the money he saved from working part-time for half a year, he fell into deep thought. He always felt that he had confessed his love to someone very important in his life and had made a vow to protect her. Although I haven't heard the reply yet, it doesn't matter. Su-chin closed his eyes and carefully recalled the girl who was less than 1.6 meters tall. He has a pair of white horns on his head, likes to wear white clothes, and has rubbed his own back. Lolo, I will prove it to you. I will become stronger and stronger, so strong that even you can't beat me. When the time comes, I will protect you forever. Lolo, what's wrong? Long Luo, who was wearing a wedding dress, looked at Su-chin, who was slow to move, and asked in a low voice, I'm sorry, I can't put the ring on your finger because you are not her. As soon as Su-chin said this, the entire wedding banquet fell into dead silence. No one expected that this famous and envied couple would have the man regret his engagement in public at the wedding. The MC didn't know what to say and could only twitch his lips awkwardly. Su-chin, what's wrong with you? I'm Long Luo. Didn't you say you like me the most? Long Luo's beautiful face was immediately covered with tears. It was obvious that Su Chen's words were too much of a blow to her. No, that's not a dream. That's reality. Long Luo, who are you? Why are you approaching me? Did I do something wrong? Why did it suddenly? You didn't do anything wrong. It's this world that's wrong. You are nothing but a beautiful fantasy in my heart. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire wedding banquet was instantly shaken. Cracks gradually began to appear in the ceiling, floor, and walls, as if the world was collapsing. How could I be imagining this? I'm obviously thinking about you so much. How could you say that to me? I've always been curious. On that night 7 years ago, I had nothing, and you were the daughter of a billionaire group in Shanghai. Why would you appear in an affordable restaurant with your status? What merits did I have that you were attracted to me? I'm Su Chun because I like you. Like? Why? Love at first sight? Yes, love comes very suddenly. When I first saw that girl, I fell in love with her instantly. Long Luo, admit it, you were just a thought I once had. Long Luo lowered her head, and after a moment's silence, she spoke. Humph, even if you wake up now, what does it matter? Now that you have entered my illusion, do you think you can escape? Your body will belong to me from now on, so sink into this world and never go out again. Long Luo's originally beautiful face suddenly became extremely hideous, and his body gradually turned into mist. She waved her right hand gently. Everyone at the wedding banquet began to gradually disappear into the mist, and the white mist enveloped the entire wedding scene. Su Chen closed his eyes and carefully recalled the unnatural things in the past 7 years. Although tonight's menu had not been decided, he knew what dinner was. The college entrance examination questions were not leaked, but he knew the questions and answers. He knew the names of his college classmates, even though he had never met them before. All of this seems to be predicted. In fact, all of this is just because Su Chen thought so. So he knew these things in advance, and there would never be anything that Su Chen didn't know. In other words, everything in this world is actually what Su Chen thinks in his mind, and this world is actually Su Chen's own dream. The Mirage Demon transformed into Long Luo based on the appearance of Su Chen's ideal girl, and deliberately led Su Chen astray and immersed himself in such a dream. After thinking it all through, Su Chen felt that the so-called Mirage illusion was nothing but a joke. In your own dreams, you can completely control the development of things without the need for any external forces. Really? I want to see who can escape. Su Chen's mind moved, and he directly turned into a dragon rider without any need to convey it through Xiaojin. In an instant, the fog was torn apart as if by a tornado and quickly dissipated. What did you do? A voice came from the fog. It was obvious that it was the questioning voice of the Mirage monster. Little Mirage, do you think I don't know? The illusion you are so proud of is at best just an ordinary illusion magic. My vocation is to be immune to almost all magic. Now that you have entered my body, you should know the consequences, right? No, I don't believe it. How could there be such a vocation? No, how is that possible? Why can't I use any of my magic? Don't kill me. Let me go. I don't want to die. The Mirage Demon's originally arrogant tone gradually began to turn into shock, fear, and humbleness, and finally, he began to beg for mercy. After a while, as the wailing of the Mirage monster became quieter and quieter until it disappeared, the white mist finally dissipated, and all that came into view was the dilapidated wedding scene. Congratulations to the master for killing the heroic Mirage monster and gaining 200 ability points. If possible, I hope to be here with Long Luo. Su Chen murmured softly, closed his eyes again, and his whole world collapsed. When he woke up again, he still felt something soft behind his head. Their faces were close to each other, and they could smell the fragrance of Long Luo with every breath. This scene was just like the first time they met. Su Chen, you finally woke up. My legs are almost numb. Lolo, good afternoon. I feel like this scene is familiar. It's still afternoon, and now it's evening. Really? I was unconscious for so long. Su Chen sat up slowly and found Yu Qianqian standing beside the bed with a relieved expression. Sister Qianqian, I'm sorry to have made you worry. Su Chen got out of bed, came to Yu Qianqian, and said, I'm glad you're okay. I was so worried. Yu Qianqian tapped Su Chen's head gently and comforted him. Brother Chenhai, where are Uncle Haiba and the others? They? Yu Qianqian found a chair and sat down, then began to tell what happened during Su Chen's coma. Chapter 43. Their respective battlefields. Time goes back to the afternoon. After receiving the order, Zhang Chenhai immediately began to evacuate the students. Although the situation looked very chaotic, fortunately, no students died. At most, only a small part of their skin was burned by the high temperature of the explosive talisman. He had been a discipline committee member at the first vocational college, so he naturally knew how to deal with emergencies. The best students were those who could obey his orders. If he encountered someone who didn't obey his orders, he would just go up and knock him unconscious, and then let other students carry him away. Just like that, in less than 3 minutes, all the students staying on the playground evacuated towards the dormitories. After searching the entire teaching building, Yu Qianqian came to the playground, but did not find any trace of Su Chun. Chun-hai, have all the students been evacuated? Yes. Everyone is running towards the dormitories. Oh no, there might be another monster over there in the dormitory building. Come with me. When the two arrived at the dormitory area, they did not find any disturbance. Just as the two were about to begin a carpet search, Jean Lily ran out of the dormitory building and came to them. It's the night watch. A night watchman named Su Chun is fighting a monster. Can you help him? Where is he? Please follow me. After Jean Lily brought Yu Qianqian and Zhang Chunhai to Zhang Zai's dormitory, the scene in front of them was also shocking. Zhang Zai's head was separated from his body and his blood was splattered all over the dormitory. His spouse, Lin Ruxue, was leaning against the wall and did not appear to have suffered any injuries. As for Su Chun, he lay on the bed as if nothing had happened, and even used Long Luo'er's legs as a pillow. You two are here. We killed the monsters here, but there were some sacrifices. Long Luo'er spoke, pointing at Zhang Zai and Lin Ruxue with her little finger. Master Long Luo'er, thank you for your help. Yu Qianqian thanked him and immediately took Zhang Chunhai to Lin Ruxue to confirm the situation. Sadly, she also lost her vital signs, as if her soul had been torn from her body, leaving only an intact, empty shell. Qianqian, Master Highball might be in trouble. I just contacted him, but he didn't respond. Zhang Chunhai put down the communicator and shouted to Yu Qianqian. Leave it to me. Su Chun has fainted. Please help me take him back to the headquarters lounge. Thank you, Lord Long Luo'er, for your help. Yu Qianqian and Zhang Chunhai were also very happy. After all, Zhang Haiba is the one with the highest level among them. If even he can't resist the attack of the crazy woman, then he will definitely need to seek help from the headquarters. It wouldn't matter if they got injured, but they were worried that they wouldn't be able to control that crazy woman, which would cause casualties among students, which would be really difficult to deal with. Since a strong man like Long Luo'er agreed to help, the matter has basically been resolved. Meanwhile, on the playground, Zhang Haiba looked at the mad Tian Ba in front of him, immediately summoned his own lifelong weapon, and rushed towards Tian Ba. The goddess Ba reacted very quickly. She picked up the talisman and started fighting with Zhang Haiba. He used the night watchman's uniform as a windbreaker, and with every sword swing, the uniform fluttered wildly behind him. Every second, dozens of swords hit Tian Ba's vital points, forming a series of afterimages, which were quick and clean, without any delay. If you didn't know that he was a 40-year-old single man who followed single women every day trying to strike up a conversation with them, you might think he was a handsome, seasoned middle-aged man. The vocation of a sword master is based on just one word: fast. Use extremely fast continuous attacks to prevent the enemy from having time to attack, and they can only defend due to the speed. Until the enemy gradually shows signs of fatigue and reveals a flaw, and then you can defeat the enemy with one move. But who would have thought that although Zhang Haiba was the one taking the initiative to attack, he was the first to become weak. Almost every move was blocked, and he also had to endure a lot of damage from explosive talismans. Damn it, this crazy woman. How come she reacts so quickly? Zhang Haiba secretly clicked his tongue and at the same time distanced himself. Looking at the way she's using the talisman to attack and defend, she's obviously a talisman master of career sequence 121. But how can a talisman master have such a fast reaction speed and such a strong melee ability? Moreover, even my sword can't cut through that talisman. When Tian Ba saw that Zhang Haiba was pulling away, she immediately followed him. There was a thunderstorm talisman in his left hand and an ice talisman in his right hand. The moment they left his hands, a purple electric light and a blue ice cone immediately formed, attacking Zhang Haiba from the sky and underground respectively. With Tian Ba's extraordinary realm, even if her true strength has been reduced to 1/10,000th of its original value, it is still enough to easily trap Zhang Haiba. The moment the ice cone appeared, it immediately froze Zhang Haiba's legs. Looking at the oncoming purple lightning, Zhang Haiba realized that he was definitely going to die. But he didn't expect that the purple lightning actually struck off target and only burned half of his hair. You bastard! You don't have much hair to begin with, and you're still playing with this. Zhang Haiba breathed a sigh of relief and cursed angrily, but he was helpless against Tian Ba. No matter how hard he chopped with the sword, the ice on his feet could not be broken. At this moment, a childish but majestic voice was heard, and Zhang Haiba immediately smiled crookedly. He knew that he had won this battle. Female pervert over there, it's time for you to leave. Long Luo'er flashed in front of Tian Ba, summoned a white sword, and rushed directly towards Tian Ba. The goddess Ba also immediately summoned talismans to resist, but she was completely unable to stop Long Luo'er's attack. The long sword easily tore the talisman apart and pierced through Tianu Ba's heart. Well, following a scream from Tian Ba, her figure slowly disappeared into the void. Well, that's all the strength you have. Long Luo raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said disdainfully, "Thank you, Lord Long Luo'er, for your help." Zhang Haiba expressed his gratitude after breaking free from the ice with the help of Yu Qianqian. After that, Zhang Haiba was also sent to the medical department of the headquarters for treatment due to his injuries. Zhang Chenhai is in charge of the aftermath of the second vocational college. Since it involves the death of the daughter of a well-known company and the eldest son of a martial arts family, he will probably be very busy. That's it. Half an hour later, Yu Qianqian finally finished narrating what happened after Su Chen fell into a coma. It's really exciting. I didn't expect that crazy woman to be so strong. Su Chen could only secretly apologize to Zhang Haiba in his heart. He really didn't expect that the goddess Ba would be so cruel. But the effect is indeed very good, creating a scene where only Long Luo'er can defeat the enemy. Since you are awake, I will go and report the situation to the director and will not disturb you too. After Yu Qianqian finished speaking, she left the lounge, leaving only Long Luo'er and Su Chen there. The atmosphere was a little awkward. After a moment, Su Chen was the first to break the silence. "Lolo, do you want to have 2 girls and 2 boys? Chapter 44, The City That Never Sleeps. Su Chen thought that after saying this, he would definitely be slapped a few times by Long Luo'er. However, he didn't expect that Long Luo'er's reaction was far beyond his expectations. Long Luo'er was seen acting shy, her face flushed, her eyes evasive, and she didn't dare to look directly at Su Chen. She looked very shy. This feeling of being short of money is like the cherry blossoms in spring, which are delicate but very lovable. Su Chen, do you want so many children? But the fertility rate of our dragon race is very low. Su Chen, what on earth is Long Luo'er doing? It's completely different from her previous aggressive attitude. Normally, her response would be, "Does not exist. Are you thinking about Peach? Su Chen, you deserve a beating again, don't you? Is it possible that I am still in the illusion of the Mirage Monster? Luo, are you serious? No, I was just teasing you. That's what I said. I got the wrong idea." Su Chen was happy for nothing, but he didn't notice that Long Luo'er's heart was beating wildly at this time. Perhaps this was the first time in the 90 years since she was born that her heart beats so fast. The look in Long Luo'er's eyes when she looked at Su Chen was full of admiration. "Really, you big idiot? Can't you be more straightforward?" I might have accepted it in a fit of anger. "Su Chen, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten in the Night Watch's canteen yet. Take me with you to eat." "Well, let's go. I'm hungry too." The two came to the cafeteria of the headquarters. Maybe it was too late, or maybe the food was not very good. There was no one in the cafeteria. Seeing Su Chen and Long Luo'er coming, the chef in the cafeteria came forward and greeted them enthusiastically. "Hey, are you a young couple? What would you like to order?" "Give me 10 servings of the most delicious thing." Long Luo'er answered quickly. "I'll just have 2, the same as this girl." "Okay, today's recommended dish is hot dry noodles. It's delicious and nutritious." A few minutes later, 12 bowls of hot dry noodles were served. Su Chen was filled with emotion as he looked at Long Luo'er, who was finally eating noodles properly with chopsticks. Luckily, it was a dream. Otherwise, I really can't imagine the days without Long Luo'er. But I have to find a way to make money. It's been less than 10 minutes and 10 bowls of noodles are gone. "Lolo, how about it? Do you want to eat more?" "Yes. Boss, give me 10 more bowls." "Okay." At this time, it was rare to see a few people come into the cafeteria. The leader was a woman wearing a night watchman's uniform. She looked about the same age as Yu Qianqian, around 25 years old. He had a cigarette in his mouth, his hands in his pockets, and his expression was very arrogant. Following behind him were three young men wearing black suits and sunglasses, who looked very strong. Judging from the slight pressure they released, their realm was probably not low, at least at the emperor level. Suchin originally thought that these four people were also here for a midnight snack, but he didn't expect them to walk straight towards him and sit down next to Suchin. "Are you Suchin?" the woman asked after exhaling a puff of smoke. "Yes, who are you?" "That's strange. He doesn't look very powerful. His realm is probably not even at the level of a hero. Why did the director ask me to take him to the base?" The woman murmured softly, but she didn't realize that her voice had already been heard by the people around her. Suchin's face was full of black lines. He had a feeling that this woman's visit to him was definitely not a good thing. Sure enough, the following words also confirmed Suchin's guess. "Suchin, do you know that the headquarters of our generation of night watchmen, Never Sleep City? The city that never sleeps?" Suchin had heard in high school that the Night Watch headquarters in Tiana City was only a temporary residence for the Night Watch. The real headquarters is an underground cave outside the city, called the City That Never Sleeps. The Night Watchmen from several nearby cities gathered there, and it served as a place for training, martial arts competitions, and research on gods. The defensive capabilities of its barrier were hundreds of times stronger than those of a city's barrier. It can be said that even if gods attack, they may not be able to break into the interior. There are about 10 cities that never sleep in the whole of China, and many outstanding Night Watch generals came from here. However, Suchin always thought that this was an urban legend, but he didn't expect it to be true. Yes, the never sleeping city near us was jointly established by the 6 cities of Tiana City, Yui City, Jinyan City, Chongling City, Xingyue City, and Longqing. It brings together the highly anticipated new Night Watchmen from the 6 cities. Our director, he recommends that you go there for training. What do you think? Hearing this, Long Luo'er immediately kicked Suchin a few times from under the table. The meaning is very clear, which is to make Suchin agree. Of course, even if Long Luo'er didn't do this, Suchin would definitely go. If you want to protect Long Luo'er, you must make yourself stronger. How could I miss such a rare training opportunity? Of course I'm going. Well, you agreed without hesitation. That's good. The woman responded with a satisfied smile. Afterwards, the young man in black behind her walked forward and handed a card to Suchin. This card is your points card, which is also equivalent to your ID card in the city that never sleeps. There, all supplies, including daily necessities, food, and cultivation resources must be purchased with points. Money is useless. As for how to get points, you will naturally know when you get there. Thank you, sister. After Suchin received the points card, he thanked him. I've already told your third team's captain, Yu Qianqian, that she will take you there in 3 days. There are 3 new recruits in Tiana City who have been selected to participate in the training camp in the city that never sleeps. I look forward to your performance. Can Luo go too? Yes, as long as they are big data matchmaking partners. You can go together, but I don't recommend you to do so. Your wife is not a night watchman, so she can't earn points there, but her daily necessities also need to be purchased with points, which means that your points will be used by 2 people, which is not cost-effective for you. After Suchin pondered for a few breaths, he asked again, if I could surpass everyone and win first place in the never-sleeping city, will the points be enough for Luo and I? After hearing these words, the woman was stunned. She also heard from Director He that this man's wife was Long Luo, one of the world's top powerhouses, but his own strength was not strong. Although the city that never sleeps allows marriage partners to go there, they are not allowed to participate in the assessment. Is this man in front of me very confident in his own abilities? Or does he simply want to show off in front of his wife? In any case, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier, and it is rare to have such a character. Of course. Well, it's decided. Luo will set off in 3 days. After all, to surpass you, I must first be the best among these new recruits of the Night's Watch. Chapter 45. Long Luo'er has a fever? When the Night Watchwoman heard Suchin's bold words, she laughed out loud on the spot. Okay. You are worthy of being the one chosen by Director He. I like you more and more. If I were not married, I might want to spend the night with you. Impossible. Suchin is mine. At this time, Long Luo'er, who had been eating noodles frantically, finally shouted out, which surprised Suchin very much. Sorry. How could I steal your husband? I was just joking. No jokes allowed. Suchin was so moved by Long Luo'er's action that he almost hugged her. What does Long Luo'er think of me? Why has it changed so much? I haven't switched to a dragon knight yet. After leaving the restaurant, Long Luo'er kept praising Suchin for his performance, almost making him drift. Su Chun, sure. I didn't expect you to be able to make such a bold statement. Well, I don't know if I can do it, but I have to be good at talking first. Su Chun, I still believe in you. To celebrate your victory over the mirage today, I will reward you with a bath tonight. Lolo, I love you. After returning home, Su Chun couldn't wait to take off his clothes and ran into the bathroom, waiting for Long Luoer's bath service. I thought she was still wearing the pink one-piece swimsuit I bought before, but I didn't expect that this time she was wearing a white bikini. It's really weird to see Long Luoer, who has a lowly figure, wearing a bikini swimsuit. Where did you get this suit? I bought it on my way back to headquarters when you were unconscious this afternoon. How is it? Do you like it? Very. As Su Chun spoke, he did not forget to give a thumbs up. Although there's almost no rise and fall in the chest, it does not affect the appearance at all. In fact, because it was the first time I saw a girl with this figure wearing a bikini, it was more refreshing than seeing a girl with big breasts. Alas, I also saw it by accident when I was looking at my phone, but I can't have a proud figure like those models. When Long Luoer said this, she almost burst into tears. There is nothing we can do about it. After all, her figure is her Achilles heel. It's okay. No matter what Luo's figure is, I like it. All right. How's it going? How's the strength? And I'm very comfortable. With Long Luoer's gentle, yet slightly firm kneading, Su Chun was almost falling asleep from the service. It was so enjoyable. The next day, Su Chun slept until after 12 noon. Because they will be heading to the city that never sleeps for training in 3 days, Director he specially allowed Su Chun to take these 3 days off. After all, a trip to the city that never sleeps will take at least a few months, so you definitely need to take a few days to relax. After washing up, Su Chun discovered that Long Luoer seemed to be staying at home more and more. It turned out that as soon as Su Chun got up, she would immediately rush forward and ask for fighting practice. Now, he plays computer games as soon as he gets up. Perhaps because he was distracted after seeing Su Chun, the character controlled by Long Luoer was accidentally killed by the minions. The screen instantly went dark, and a big word vegetable was written on it. Human computer games are so difficult. This is only the second level, and I can't beat it no matter how hard I try. The word on the screen suits you very well. Su Chun, I think you still need some discipline. Let's go to the rooftop. Soon, Su Chun was dragged to the rooftop by Long Luoer to practice martial arts. Although Long Luoer specially allowed Su Chun to use the Dragon Knight to fight, the gap in realm was too big. Even if Long Luoer suppressed most of her strength, it was still no problem for her to knock down Su Chun easily. Lolo, why do I feel like the Dragon Knight's charm ability has lost its effect? How could anyone be so cruel to the person they love? Su Chun covered his right hand and complained. No, how could it be ineffective? I'm trying hard to hold it in. Long Luoer looked at Su Chun with eyes full of admiration. In fact, she already had some answers in her heart. Originally, as soon as Su Chun switched to the Dragon Knight, his brain would go blank, and he would only think about how to please Su Chun. Now it feels almost the same as before. Then there is only one possibility. Long Luoer has completely fallen in love with Su Chun. The essence of the charm effect is to make others fall in love with you. But if someone already likes you, then adding charm will at most just deepen the relationship a little bit, and won't cause too much of an impact. What up, PT? I thought I could maintain my vocation as a Dragon Knight forever. All right, stop talking nonsense, play a few more games, and then we can eat. In the blink of an eye, it was time to set off for the city that never sleeps. Over the past 3 days, Su Chun has also broken through to the late stage of the warrior realm by practicing magic crystal stones, which is considered a very fast rate of progress. At the same time, Su Chun always felt that there was something strange about Long Luoer in the past 3 days. Normally, she would start bickering with just a few words, but now she often blushes from time to time. Su Chun did not switch to the Dragon Knight's mission, so it was impossible for him to charm her. Could it be that he has a fever? Are human fever medicines useful for dragons? Could it be that relatives are coming? But will relatives from the Dragon Clan come? It seems that nothing like this happened to Long Luoer in the past month. Besides, shouldn't she be more irritable when relatives come to visit? How could it become so gentle? With this question in mind, Su Chun arrived at the Night Watch headquarters and immediately asked the captain of his detachment, Yu Qianqian. Dragon Clan? Fever? Do you mean that Long Luoer has a fever? Yeah, I blush every time I say something these past 3 days. I don't really understand. Blush? So what did you say? Su Chun scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Well, I told Long Luoer that I like her and that Luo is the cutest. Some time ago, I always got refuted by her when I said that. These 3 days, whenever I said that, her face turned red. I accidentally touched her once, and she seemed to be a little hot. Hearing this, Yu Qianqian burst out laughing, which made Su Chun confused again. She originally thought that Su Chun and Long Luo'er had already discussed the mysteries of life, but she didn't expect that they were still such simple-minded people. Some young people today are so uninhibited, while others are so conservative. I really don't understand. Don't worry, Long Luo'er is not sick in this situation. Are you not sick? Yeah, don't worry too much. It's getting late. Let's go. Yu Qianqian brought Su Chen to the basement and found that there were already 2 men and women who looked to be in their 20s waiting there. The man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, was extremely handsome, and was about 1.85 meters tall, a bit like a model in his previous life. The woman has pretty eyes and eyebrows, a hot body, and is dressed very beautifully. She is simply a killer of young boys. Yu Qianqian introduced. These 2 are the other 2 newcomers recommended by director He, Luo Shirin, and Li Jianfeng. In the future, you will fight together in the city that never sleeps. Chapter 46. The Bard and the Sword Demon. Luo Shirin and Li Jianfeng also saw Su Chun at this time and immediately came up to greet him. Wow, are you the free man? I'm Luo Shirin. Good morning. Hello, Su Chun. I'm Li Jianfeng. We may fight side by side in the future. Please take care of me. Su Chun was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that both of them knew his background. Good morning, Luo Shirin, Li Jianfeng. I'm Su Chun. Nice to meet you. Luo Shirin took Su Chun and Li Jianfeng's arms very naturally and familiarly, and said with a smile, Okay, now that everyone is here, let's get in the car and talk. The sooner we get to the city that never sleeps, the sooner we can understand the rules there. That's true. Let's go. Li Jianfeng agreed. My wife hasn't come yet. Can you wait a little longer? Hearing this, Luo Shirin was stunned. The light blue eyes blinked several times, feeling a little unbelievable. As for Li Jianfeng, he patted Su Chun on the shoulder with an expression that said, I understand. After all, men also need to vent. It is very likely that you will be reluctant to leave the city that never sleeps. Without the company of your wife, you may feel really lonely. Su Chun, have you heard of the rules of the city that never sleeps? My captain said that your wife seems to be very strong, but she can't help you get points there, and you have to pay for 2 people's points. Are you sure you still want to bring your wife? Luo Shirin asked with her head tilted. She really didn't quite understand Su Chen's behavior. Yes, after all, I love my Luo the most. If she is not with me for a day, I may have no motivation for a month. What a wonderful relationship. But remember not to get anyone killed. Your wife will suffer if she doesn't get enough nutrition. Li Jianfeng said with a smile. That's not the case. But aren't you going to bring your own marriage partners? My wife is pregnant. How can I take her with me? I've asked my parents to take care of her together. She just needs to wait for me to return triumphantly. Li Jianfeng responded. Me? I don't have a marriage partner. I don't believe that the matchmaking system can help me find the most suitable partner for me. I still believe in old-fashioned love, and I'm an idol. If I have a marriage partner, I might lose a lot of fans. Luo Shirin said passionately. Idol? That's really rare. It's rare to see someone who doesn't register their marriage partner. But if you don't register, then you can only find someone who hasn't registered, right? That's actually hard to come by, right? Yes. So this is called love. Luo Shirin said with a crazy expression on her face. Su Chen took a few glances at Luo Shirin's hot body and beautiful face, and was also deeply impressed. In her previous life, she was definitely a school beauty, and the boys chasing after her would probably go around the school. In this world, women's appearance is not taken too seriously, which is a pity. At this moment, a cute voice came from behind. Su Chen, I'm late. It's okay. Let's go. In the car, the 3 of them sat together and chatted as usual. As for Long Luo'er, she just leaned on Su Chen's shoulder and didn't say anything. After Li Jianfeng looked at Long Luo'er for a few times, he asked, Su Chen, I have a question. I don't know if I should ask how old your wife is. Hearing this, Su Chen also sighed. After all, Long Luo'er did look too young, so it was understandable that she was misunderstood. However, I definitely cannot tell you my real age. After all, Long Luo'er is currently a human being. I just turned 18 this year, and I have awakened to my calling. I see. I thought there was something wrong with the matchmaking system. By the way, what is your calling? When this was mentioned, Luo Shirin immediately became interested. After all, her awakened mission is hailed as a pseudo-divinity. As for pseudo-priesthood, It is a vocation whose abilities in all aspects are almost close to those of a priesthood, and in some cases, it can even play a more powerful role than a priesthood. However, there may be multiple people with this kind of vocation, so it cannot really be called a priesthood. Zhao Shana, the captain of the Night Watch's 4th Squadron, whose vocation as an assassin is also known as one of the pseudo-divinities. After all, in order to conceal one's figure and breath, and to see through the opponent's weaknesses, no one's talent can surpass that of an assassin in a stealth mission. Luo Shirin stood up, curtsied, and began to introduce himself. My vocation is a bard of sequence 111. My lifeblood weapon is a harp. Although my combat capability is very weak, my singing and playing can greatly enhance the combat capability of my teammates. I think it is a logistical vocation among combat vocations. After hearing about the bard's vocation, all the information about the bard immediately emerged in Su Chen's mind. The bard is said to be one of the most popular classes among teams. Different effects can be produced depending on the different singing and piano sounds. Recovery, acceleration, amplification, voice transmission. It has many powerful functions. To use the words from the previous life's games, it is an all-round auxiliary nurse. It is understandable that it is hailed as a pseudo-goddess. But the disadvantage is that the bard has almost no enhancement to his physical abilities and needs protection. In various competitive events, the bard is always the first target to be defeated by the opposing team, and can be said to be a true favorite of the group. Next, Li Jianfeng introduced himself. My vocation is the 181 Sword Demon. I'm good at using a long sword to fight. Please give me your guidance. Hearing about the Sword Demon's mission, Su Chen frowned. The Sword Demon's vocation is also a swordsmanship vocation that can use certain magic and is proficient in gravity magic. In terms of speed, he is not as good as the Sword Master. In terms of magical ability, he is not as good as the Magic Swordsman. His strength increase is not particularly high, and he does not have any other outstanding skills. However, this vocation has an extremely powerful ability. As long as the Sword Demon hits the enemy with his innate weapon, the wound will never heal. Any small wound could be fatal and could be considered the nemesis of any life of flesh and blood. The wound can only be healed unless the Sword Demon himself provides treatment or the Sword Demon himself is eliminated. At this time, Luo Shirin asked curiously, Su Chen, what is your wife's vocation? Su Chen was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to describe Long Luo's mission. She couldn't tell anyone about her calling as a dragon soul swordsman. The appearance of the clergy would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble, although it was not a trouble at all for Long Luo. At this moment, Long Luo also imitated Luo Shirin and knelt down, then responded. My vocation is a sequence 555 swordsman. There's nothing much to say. Chapter 47. The Dragon Rider Commander from Dragon City. Luo Shirin and Li Jianfeng were both stunned after hearing Long Luo's response. Although Su Chen's freeman will not be particularly valued, it is still the vocation of sequence 100. I didn't expect that his wife was actually a vocation beyond sequence 500. It was really sad. Zhang Chenhai and Yu Qianqian, who had been eavesdropping on the side, kept laughing. Wow, one of the strongest people in the world actually said that his vocation sequence is outside the top 500. As for those of them who were below sequence 200, being beaten by her with one hand would probably make people laugh to death if they told others about it. Along the way, we didn't encounter any sudden situations such as attacks by God's messengers or attacks by gods. After half a day of bumpy ride, everyone arrived at the city that never sleeps safely. It is truly worthy of being called the city that never sleeps. Although it is located underground, it is brighter than outside. 3 artificial suns hang on the top of the cave, and the vast underground world seems to have no end in sight. Roughly speaking, it is at least as big as 200 football fields. As soon as she got off the car, Long Luo seemed very excited. Su Chen, do you feel it? The spiritual energy here is so abundant. After all, this is the headquarters of the Night's Watch. They must have spent a huge amount of money to build a spirit gathering array. Su Chen, why don't you just stay here and don't leave? The spiritual energy here is so abundant. It will definitely be much faster to practice than outside. Su Chen sighed. Don't worry. I came here with the goal of being the number 1 here. Just now, Yu Qianqian explained the rules of the city that never sleeps to them in the car. If you want to stay here for a long time, you not only need to have enough strength, but also must participate in various activities. Each person's points card will initially have 10,000 points. If you stay here for just one day, You must pay a detention fee of 200 points. Couples like Su Chun and Long Luoer who come together need to pay 2 detention fees every day. Not only that, there is a rule here that newcomers entering the city that never sleeps are not allowed to bring any items, including mobile phones. Even if you have enough money to buy a space ring, you cannot use the things inside it. If you are discovered, you will be forcibly deported. All food, daily necessities, housing, water and electricity bills, etc. require points to obtain. Of course, mobile phones are also sold, but they cannot connect to the outside network. If you want to connect to the exclusive network of the city that never sleeps, you must pay a hefty internet fee. According to the prices here, for someone like Su Chun who eats a lot, the daily food expenses are about 50 points. Accommodation prices are similar to those of ordinary business hotels, and an ordinary room requires 100 points per day. Wherever you spend points, there is a place to earn them. This place is like an amusement park with activities to participate in everywhere. For example, there is an activity that is limited to once a day, where you can challenge a god of any level individually, and you will receive varying amounts of points based on the rank of the god you defeat. There are also night watchmen who can bet points against each other in singles, participate in quizzes and other activities. Anyway, there are always places where you can earn points in every aspect. As long as you have the ability and perseverance, you can even stay here for 3 years. In other words, this is actually a mini world that uses points as currency, and only the fittest can survive. As for Luo Shirin and Li Jianfeng, they also acted separately to explore the various facilities of the city that never sleeps. Because Su Chun and others arrived early, the official meeting was still 2 days away, so they could earn more points during this period in case of emergency. However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. In a noodle shop in the city that never sleeps. Lolo, please stop talking before I become stronger. Looking at the mountain of bowls in front of him, Su Chun felt a sense of déjà vu. A bowl of noodles cost 20 points, and Long Luoer ate more than 60 bowls. Is this a sign of death before achieving success? Su Chun, it's because of me that you feel a sense of crisis. Otherwise, you would always be timid. Look at the activity of killing the God's messenger just now. If you defeat a leader-level God's messenger alone, you will get 500 points. A Lord-level God's messenger will get 1,000 points. How can you call this a sense of crisis? Don't you want to consider the accommodation issue? Originally, I wanted to book 2 rooms, but I felt that was a bit wasteful, so I generously allowed you to live with me. How about this benefit? Can I be a dragon rider for once? Do you want to try it? You'll die if you try. Su Chun looked at Long Luoer's faint smile and always felt that she had no good intentions. On the other hand, Long Luoer sighed secretly. Alas, why am I always like this? Why do I change as soon as I say it? I'm clearly mentally prepared. Just then a young man and woman also came here. There was nothing worth paying attention to at first, but Su Chun discovered that the woman also had a pair of gray-brown dragon horns on her head. Is she also a dragon? Or is she just playing? They originally wanted to order a few bowls of ramen to fill their stomachs, but when they saw Long Luoer, they instantly showed an evil smile. My lady, are you from the dragon clan? The man came to Long Luoer, bowed and asked. Su Chun and Long Luoer were stunned. Long Luoer was clearly wearing a ring that concealed her dragon figure. So how could she be recognized? Are you blind? How do I look like a dragon? Long Luoer retorted unhappily. Beauty, even if you use some secret treasure to cover your figure, you can't hide it from my eyes. I am Yang Tianlong from the Dragon City Night Watch headquarters. My vocation sequence is 117, the Dragon Rider Commander. I am very sensitive to the aura of the Dragon Clan, so it should be impossible for me to make a mistake. Upon hearing the duty of the Dragon Cavalry Commander, Long Luoer almost dropped the bowl of noodles he was eating. Why is it that in the past month or so, all I have seen are duties related to the Dragon Clan? Not to mention the Dragon Knights and Dragon Riders. Why is there now a Dragon Rider Commander? This is endless, right? Oh, so? Are you going to tell everyone about it? Seeing that she could no longer hide the truth, Long Luoer confessed generously. No, I just want to invite you to become a contracted dragon. How about that? I refuse, you can go. Long Luoer refused without even thinking about it, not giving him any chance at all. As for the Dragon Rider Commander's contract, it is completely different from that of the Dragon Rider and does not establish any connection of power. If the contractor's realm is improved quickly, the contracted Dragon Clan can also enjoy part of the dividends, which is a bit similar to the relationship between company employees and bosses. Yang Tianlong didn't expect that he would be rejected so bluntly, and the corners of his mouth twitched in embarrassment. Don't worry, beauty. Nothing bad will come of following me. The woman behind him also came to Long Luo'er and advised, Little sister, I think your aura should be from the Shenlong clan. I am Hua Wenwen from the Fire Dragon clan. I have established a contract with Yang Tianlong for several years, and my realm has also been rapidly improved in a short period of time. Little sister, are you really not going to consider it? You too, you're flirting with my wife right in front of me. Aren't you taking me for granted? Su Chen's eyes were filled with coldness, and just the look was enough to send chills down one's spine. Chapter 48, Dragon Knight versus Dragon Knight Commander. Yang Tianlong and Huanwen were immediately frightened by Su Chen's momentum and took a step back. They really couldn't understand why this ordinary-looking man in front of them could exude such a terrifying aura. And Long Luo'er looked at Su Chen with an infatuated expression. Su Chen is so handsome. The aura just now. Wow, I feel like I have something to dream about tonight. After a few breaths, Yang Tianlong finally came to his senses. He still couldn't believe what Su Chen had just said. Longcheng is located to the west of Tiana City and is also a border city where the territories of China and the Dragon Clan meet. There are often some young dragons coming to the city to buy human goods. It is one of the few cities in China where dragons can be seen frequently. Yang Tianlong is the only son of the Lord of Dragon City. He has often stayed with the Dragon Clan since he was a child, so he naturally knows the general thoughts and customs of the Dragon Clan. In fact, most of the Dragon Clan look down on races other than the Dragon Clan, including other powerful elves, ghosts, and winged races. After all, the dragon race is known as the #1 race under the gods. Many dragons are as powerful as gods. Occasionally, you can even hear that a dragon has killed a god. It is normal for them to look down on other races. Among the Dragon Clan, due to the low fertility rate, the status of dragon women is much higher than that of dragon men, and the king of the Dragon Clan is generally a woman. But now tell him that there is actually a female dragon who is willing to marry a human man, and she is a girl from the most noble Dragon Clan. Which country is this international joke on? But it doesn't matter. After all, there is no reason why he can't get what he likes. So you're my wife. I'm sorry, but I'm just signing a contract. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Don't you agree, May? Roll! Long Luo'er and Su Chen responded in unison without waiting for Yang Tianlong to finish his words. After hearing this, Yang Tianlong still maintained a smiling expression, but he was already furious in his heart. He is the next lord of Longcheng. He has had everything he wanted since he was a child. How could he not get anything? After awakening the Dragon Rider Commander, even though most dragons look down on humans, they cannot refuse the nearly unlimited supply of training resources. There are still many dragons who take the initiative to come to him and make contracts with him. Even Hua Wenwen, who is beside him now, is just one of the many dragons he has contracted. His purpose in joining the Night's Watch was simple and pure. That is to gain the reputation of being born in the city that never sleeps, which will be helpful for inheriting the position of Lord of Dragon City in the future. Now, after finally meeting a girl from the Dragon Clan, she actually married a little newcomer from the Night Watch and was humiliated by this fucking couple. How the hell is this tolerable? Okay, very good. Although I don't know who you are, do you dare to fight me? If you lose, you will immediately get away from this dragon girl? Are you crazy? Why should I bet with you? You don't dare? Su Chen sighed, feeling that there must be something wrong with Yang Tianlong's brain. Let's not talk about why you want to gamble with him. Would a normal person use his wife as a bet? Also, they were all rejected and told that they were already married. He is still so persistent. Why would the Night's Watch accept such scum? Su Chen looked at Long Luo'er, only to see her nod slightly. She must have already understood what Su Chen was thinking. Bet all the points of both sides. If you lose, get out of the city that never sleeps. Do you dare? Su Chen had also made the decision long ago. After all, in order to win first place in the city that never sleeps, you must win no matter what your opponent's background is or how high their vocation sequence is. The person in front of you is just the first step. Damn it, I'm not afraid of you. Soon, the two sides began to fight under the witness of the night watchman in the city that never sleeps, and the stakes were all the points on both sides' scorecards. In the city that never sleeps, there is a barrier specially arranged by a master of formations as a place for sparring. After suffering a certain amount of damage inside, one will be teleported out, also out of consideration for the safety of the night watchman. Su Chen stared at Yang Tianlong, and the Dragon Rider Commander's various abilities, strengths, and weaknesses kept emerging in his mind. The Dragon Rider Commander, as the name suggests, is a commander-type combat vocation, but his own combat capability is also quite good. Like the Dragon Knight, he is also good at using a spear, but he does not know magic and his jumping ability is also normal. It mainly possesses two abilities, one of which is the ability to contract with dragons. The body's amplification ability will also increase with the number of contracted dragons. The second is that you can teleport nearby dragons that have made a contract with you at any time, but this consumes a lot of spiritual energy, so it can only be used as a trump card. I don't know what his realm is yet, but it must be no lower than mine. Dragon City is very close to the dragon's territory. As the son of the city lord, he must be able to contract with many dragons. I still can't regard him as a simple commander. It happened in the blink of an eye. As soon as he switched to the Dragon Knight, Yang Tianlong rushed over and stabbed directly at the heart with his spear. Su Chen immediately summoned a spear to resist. Soon, the two sides engaged in a battle. Yang Tianlong's shooting skills were extremely insidious, and every attack was aimed directly at Su Chen's face. However, Su Chen just slightly turned his body, and the spear brushed past his head, escaping danger several times in a row. Such a slow shooting skill? Are you still in the mortal realm? Damn it. Why are you reacting so quickly? Yang Tianlong continued to increase the frequency of his attacks while changing his attack methods, maintaining a one-stab and two-sweep pattern, trying to find Su Chen's weakness. However, no matter how he attacked, Su Chen could avoid and block accurately. Su Chen's golden spear was like a shield, firmly restraining any attacks from Yang Tianlong. That's it, Dragon City's Dragon Rider Commander? Mad! Su Chen's taunting was very effective. Yang Tianlong, who was constantly attacking, finally revealed a flaw, and his spear was actually blocked by Su Chen and slipped out of his hand. And Su Chen also seized this opportunity. He imitated Yang Tianlong's attacking style and struck him directly in the face with the spear. Yang Tianlong also retreated in a hurry, but he was obviously too hasty. His feet slipped and he fell directly to the ground. Just when Su Chen was about to deal with Yang Tianlong, he immediately shouted loudly, "Huanwen!" In an instant, with a flash of light, Huanwen's figure appeared in front of Su Chen and directly caught his attack with her hand. Damn it! Why is this guy still shaking his head? What about the one-on-one duel? But this woman is also a dragon. I wonder if the Dragon Knight's ability will work. However, the Night Watch referee did not stop the competition, which means that his shaking of the players was allowed according to the rules. After all, it is a commander-type vocation, so it is reasonable to summon younger brothers and sisters to help fight, although it is really unsportsmanlike. Sure enough, just as Su Chen was about to step back, Huanwen immediately revealed a fangirl-like expression. This handsome human, are you free later? Do you want to make a date with me? Chapter 49. Become a real dragon rider. When Huanwen said this, Yang Tianlong was stunned. His contracted dragon actually showed goodwill to other people in front of him. What was going on? Huanwen, what are you doing? Help me get rid of him. Shut up. I've tolerated you for a long time. You newbie, do you know that? If you couldn't give me a lot of cultivation resources, I wouldn't be willing to stay with you. How many times have you, a dead man, taken advantage of me? Huanwen immediately retorted. You. What do you mean by you? Don't think I don't know why you want to make a contract with the Dragon Clan. My brother wanted to make a contract with you before, but you refused. You just wanted to form a harem dragon army, and you only wanted female dragons. Am I wrong? Huanwen, what do you mean? That's what I mean. Do you really think that all of us sisters want to follow you? We are only helping you because you can give us cultivation resources. Ever since I heard that you would bring me here alone, I have been sleepless for several days. Thinking about the possibility of being sexually assaulted by you, I almost vomited my overnight meal. Huanwen started to list all the faults of Yang Tianlong, almost letting out all the resentment she had accumulated over the past few years. Yang Tianlong was so angry that his lungs exploded. In the past few years, he has been providing the dragons with his contracted with good food and drink and good cultivation resources. In addition to providing himself with certain ability bonuses, the purpose is to be able to borrow their power one day to help him clear obstacles. Unexpectedly, this is what they actually thought in their hearts. It's like raising a bunch of white-eyed dragons. Su Chen was also a little confused. He had anticipated that Huanwen would most likely be charmed by the abilities of the Dragon Knight's vocation, but he had never imagined that things would turn out like this. This charm ability is really too strong. I don't want to bother you guys, but my time is limited, so let's finish this quickly. Handsome guy, no need to dirty your hands. Let me help you. Huanwen immediately turned around and agreed with a bright smile. You. Without waiting for Yang Tianlong to finish his words, Hu Wenwen stepped forward. With a wail from Yang Tianlong, he disappeared from the spot. Apparently, he was forcibly teleported away because he had received too much damage. As for the Night Watch referee, he was stunned when he saw this scene. Which period drama is this being filmed? However, he came to his senses and directly announced Su Chen's victory. After walking out of the barrier, Su Chen looked at the 3,000 points that had arrived in his account, and his face was full of black lines. Is this guy so good at spending? He couldn't have been here a long time ago. I thought I made a lot of money by betting 10,000 points with him, using more than 8,000 points. Su Chen, you are so handsome. Long Luo'er also ran over immediately and hugged Su Chen's arm tightly. Seeing her like this, Su Chen immediately realized that her amulet might have run out of energy. After all, this battle lasted for quite a long time. Xiao Jin, help me switch to Dragon Master. Good master. As Xiao Jin finished speaking, Long Luo'er reluctantly left Su Chen. Stingy. What's wrong? Humph, nothing. At this moment, Hu Wenwen also wanted to rush up and hug Su Chen. But as soon as Xiao Jin finished speaking, his mind suddenly became clear. What did I do just now? Why did I suddenly become angry with Tianlong? Profe Tianlong Hu Wenwen, you could do it. It's my bad luck to have a contract with a dragon like you. No, brother Tianlong, please listen to my explanation. Explain? What's there to explain? Are you going to say that you were brainwashed by that bastard and that's why you said such things? Looking at the quarreling Yang Tianlong and Hu Wenwen, Su Chen and Long Luo'er burst into laughter. Su Chen, thank you for standing up to protect me. Isn't this what I should do? And I also told you that I will definitely protect you, even though I'm still very weak now. Long Luo'er lowered her head, revealing a blush on both sides of her cheeks, making her look as cute as if she had applied a layer of light rouge. What a nice way to say nice things. I'm not just talking and not doing anything. Speaking of which, Yang Tianlong is pretty funny. He wants to steal my girl? It's already good enough that I didn't steal his girl. Su Chen, I won't allow you to have a good relationship with other women. Don't worry, I'm only close to you. Let's go. Now that we have points, let's find a place to rest for a while. Yeah, but let's be economical. One room is enough. The two came to the housing area. It is said to be a residential area, but in fact it is just a building. There are several rooms available for living on each floor. The higher the floor, the more points are consumed, and the larger the room is. When I first arrived in the city that never sleeps, I earned 3,000 points on the first day. That must be a luxury. Boss, one of the single rooms on the top floor is available. When the owner of the housing complex saw Su Chen and Long Luo'er holding hands and saying they wanted to book a room, he immediately understood what he meant. Brother, you'd better be patient. Girls need to keep up with nutrition during pregnancy. That's not the case. Su Chen immediately retorted, but did not notice that Long Luo'er's face had already turned red. Okay, everyone understands. That's all I can say. The top level requires 250 points a day. Well, let's pay the bill. After reaching the top floor and opening the door, Su Chen was a little disappointed. I thought it was something like a presidential suite, but it turned out to be even worse than the small bungalow I used to live in. The room is probably less than 60 square meters. Apart from a bed and a bathroom, it is an empty room. It is obviously used for cultivation. Fortunately, the room was cleaned fairly well, so I was able to have a good night's rest. Long Luo'er also took off her shoes and jumped onto the bed. Su Chen, this bed is so soft. Let's get one like this for our home next time. Isn't the bed in the master bedroom soft? We have to go buy some daily necessities first. This place is not like a hotel that has daily necessities. Good. By the time the two had finished purchasing daily necessities, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Looking at Long Luo'er walking out of the bathroom, Su Chen swallowed. The wet silver hair covered her angelic face, but could not conceal her transcendent temperament. Perhaps because there was only one bed here, the burning flame in Su Chen's heart kept rising, and his little brother also began to get restless. Long Luo'er seemed to sense Su Chen's strange aura. Her cheeks turned slightly red, and she sat next to Su Chen. Su Chen, what's wrong with you? You seem a little absent-minded. To be honest, Su Chen didn't know how to describe his current mood. He likes Long Luo'er and wants to take it a step further. But is it really a good idea to bring this up? Wouldn't it be better to keep feelings hidden in your heart? What on earth is Long Luo'er thinking? At this moment, Long Luo'er leaned into Su Chen's arms, showing an expression like a little bird. Su Chen, what are you thinking about? Su Chen, I like you. Long Luo'er's sudden confession caused Su Chen's brain to crash. Based on her previous performance, Long Luoer shouldn't have said such a thing. Could it be that the blushing on her face before she came here was not due to a fever? Lolo, you are not kidding me, are you? No, I'm serious. As soon as Long Luoer finished speaking, she suddenly pressed her cherry lips against Su Chen's, not giving Su Chen any chance to react. Even if there is, Long Luoer would not allow such a thing to happen. A minute later, the two separated. Her face was already red, but she still managed to squeeze out a word. Su Chen, tell me what you are thinking. I will agree to your request. Su Chen swallowed. Having never been in a relationship, he didn't know what to do. Perhaps it would be better to listen to Long Luoer and speak out what is really in your heart. Saying these words to the girl you like may be the greatest compliment you can give her. Su Chen hugged Long Luoer's petite body tightly with both hands and whispered in her ear, Lolo, I like you too. I want to be a real dragon knight tonight. Is that okay? Chapter 50. Challenging the boss-level divine envoy. At 12 o'clock noon the next day, as the phone on the bedside table rang, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. Hello? Who is this? Hello. Is this Mr. Su Chen? I'm the front desk clerk at the accommodation area. Your room has expired. Would you like to extend your stay? If necessary, I will deduct 250 points from your card. Well, stay on. Okay. After hanging up the phone, looking at Long Luoer, who was still sleeping beside him, Su Chen gently touched her head. My waist hurts so much, it's hard to even stand up. She looks so fragile, but it's really hard for her to do things. Su Chen recalled last night's experience. Although it was great, he was also a little scared. At the beginning, Su Chen was obviously in the dominant position, but for some reason, Long Luoer became more and more energetic and spirited. From being short of money at the beginning to actively trying to cooperate and finally sitting directly on it. A total of 4 hours. She rode on him for more than 2.5 hours. Obviously, Su Chen's vocation was to be a dragon rider. It was not until after 3 in the morning that Su Chen was allowed to fall asleep. It was so fucking horrible. Luckily, Luo agreed to let me use the Dragon Knight's vocation. Otherwise, given the physical fitness of a god slayer and dragon rider, I would have died right on the bed. Maybe he was woken up, or maybe he had enough sleep. Long Luo also slowly opened her eyes at this time. Good morning, Lolo. Good morning, Su Chen, what's wrong with you? You've been rubbing your waist. Lolo, you were too aggressive last night. My waist still hurts now. I'm sorry. I just want to satisfy you as much as possible. Give me a rub, and I'll forgive you. Got it? At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the two of them arrived at the noodle shop they had visited yesterday. As usual, Long Luo ordered dozens of bowls of ramen and showed off. In just 2 days, the 3,000 points I got from Yang Tianlong were all used up. Who can afford it? Su Chen, let's challenge the God's Messenger today. Try the boss level 1 first. Try and you will die. After lunch, the two came to the place to challenge the Messenger of God, which was a circular venue similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum. There will be several senior night watchmen of the Emperor realm watching the battle nearby. In addition to ensuring that rescue can be provided at any time in case of emergencies, they can also guide the newcomers in which aspects they need to improve in the battle with the God's messengers. All the God's messengers here were captured alive by the predecessors from outside for the younger generations to challenge. However, this place is different from the venue used for sparring between newcomers, and there is no protective barrier set up, so the casualties caused are all real. Even though there are senior night watchmen around ready to rescue at any time, every 1 or 2 years a newcomer would die before they could get rescued because he challenged a God's messenger whose strength was not up to his or her ability. In the final analysis, it is because people care too much about the gains and losses of points. Many people are unwilling to give up the opportunity to earn points once a day and want to get more, which leads to such tragedies. As soon as I entered through the door, I found a man inside challenging a wolf-shaped messenger of God. And that person was none other than Li Jianfeng. According to Long Luoer, Li Jianfeng's current realm is at the peak of the brave realm, and there is still a certain gap between his strength and that of a leader-level god's envoy. The wolf-shaped messenger, which was bigger than a human, stared at Li Jianfeng, and Li Jianfeng was ready to counterattack at any time. About 10 seconds later, following a wolf howl, the messenger of God rushed towards Li Jianfeng with his fangs and claws bared. He simply held the sword horizontally and blocked the wolf's mouth, and the man and the beast were in a stalemate. But soon, as Li Jianfeng chanted the spell, a ball of fire emerged from the sword and went straight through the messenger's mouth and burned all over its body. Li Jianfeng also took this opportunity to swing his sword hard, cutting off half of the messenger's head along the mouth of the messenger. With a loud bang, the wolf-shaped messenger fell to the ground, and at the same time, applause from the surrounding Night Watch seniors was heard. Beautiful! This child has a promising future. Sword Demon? Obviously, this vocation doesn't have strong control over magic, but the power of the fire magic just now was obviously not low. It seems that he has done a lot of training. Not only that, his strength is not inferior at all. When he reaches a higher level in the future, his achievements will definitely be great. Li Jianfeng also accepted the praise from his predecessors very humbly. When he left the venue and saw Su Chen at the door, he trotted up and greeted him. Su Chen, are you here to challenge the envoy of God as well? Yeah, that move you just made was really cool. Alas, actually I also want to challenge the Lord-level God's envoy, but for the sake of safety, it is better to challenge the boss level. Anyway, 500 points a day is enough for me to spend. It's better to be steady. If he gets hurt, our Tiana City Night Watchman will be short of a great general during the training camp in 2 days. That's true. After a few greetings, Su Chen also came to the challenge registration office. Hello, senior. I want to challenge the leader-level divine envoy. Although asking this may infringe on your privacy, what is your realm? It is necessary for the Night Watchman to ask this question. After all, every newcomer is a hero who will protect the city in the future. It would be a pity if they died here, just because of the huge gap in their realm. Su Chen sighed and could only respond honestly. I am in the late stage of the warrior realm, but I am confident that I can defeat the leader-level divine envoy. Hearing this, several seniors around also frowned. One of them also stepped forward and asked worriedly, Brother, this may be impolite to you. At the late stage of the warrior realm, challenging an elite-level divine envoy may be difficult. Do you really want to challenge a leader-level one? Yeah, I'm sure. Su Chen responded confidently. Oh, forget it. After all, there are rules from above. If you want to challenge a god of any class, we have no right to interfere. But you must put your own safety first. As long as we see that you are at a disadvantage, we will immediately take action. Is that okay? Yeah, no problem. Soon, Su Chen walked into the arena, and a leader-level divine envoy, in the form of a lion, was released by a senior at the emperor level. The messenger of God walked slowly towards Su Chen, as if he was thinking about how to play with the prey in front of him. All the Night Watch seniors and Li Jianfeng around held their breath. Only Long Luo'er looked at Su Chen with infatuated eyes as he raised a spear and prepared to block. When the messenger of God was less than 10 meters away from Su Chen, he suddenly pounced on him. Seeing that Su Chen was about to die in the lion's mouth, Su Chen imitated Li Jianfeng's previous actions and used his spear to directly block the lion's bloody mouth. However, lions and wolves are different. Their two powerful forelimbs can also be used as weapons to attack. However, this was also within Su Chen's expectations. Before the messenger of God launched the next round of attack, Su Chen took advantage of the Dragon Knight's powerful jumping ability, maintained a parrying posture, and leaped up, and was carried to a height of 10 meters along with the messenger of God. In the air, Su Chen used the body of the messenger of God as a pedal and pushed hard again, and a gorgeous double jump appeared in front of everyone. Su Chen flew dozens of meters high again and directly touched the ceiling of the city that never sleeps. At the same time, he used the ceiling as a foothold again, pushed hard, and returned to the arena in less than half a second. A Rulai divine spear was fired at the divine messenger, who fell to the ground, and smoke and dust immediately filled the entire venue. Half a minute later, when the smoke cleared, Su Chen's spear had pierced through the messenger's head directly to the tail. The huge body of the angel of God almost swallowed the entire spear, leaving only the tip of the spear and less than 20 centimeters of the spear shaft exposed. Chapter 51 Mu Xinghe. At this moment, the whole place was dead silent. Except for Long Luo'er, everyone looked confused. A leader-level divine envoy, with the strength equivalent to that of a mid-stage hero, was killed instantly by someone in the late stage of the warrior realm? And what the hell is this jumping ability? I haven't heard of a talent for using a spear and having good jumping ability. You wouldn't lie about his realm, right? But from the aura emanating from him, one can roughly feel that his realm should not be very high. What the hell is going on? Su Chen was actually quite surprised when he looked at the leader-level divine messenger whom he had killed. He originally thought that the fight would last at least dozens of rounds. I never expected that I could defeat the leader-level God's messenger with just one move. Judging from the interface of the God-killing Golden Book, his realm is indeed still in the late warrior realm, which is really weird. At this time, Xiao Jin's voice interrupted Su Chen's thoughts. Congratulations to the master for killing the boss-level god envoy and gaining 200 ability points. Master, congratulations on becoming stronger. Xiaojin, this is the first time I've heard you praise me for getting stronger. So, is it because I've become stronger, or is this divine messenger too weak? The master has become stronger. The master obtained the blood of the dragon clan last night, and the abilities of the dragon knights and dragon riders have been greatly enhanced. Is there such a thing? It's quite unexpected. But why didn't you tell me such an important thing before? For some reason, Suchin always felt that Xiao Jin seemed to make an hey expression, as if trying to fool him. Master, we are only 6,000 points away from the next vocation draw. Please cheer up. I feel like you've become more human. After Suchin walked out of the arena, Li Jianfeng immediately came over. Suchun, awesome. Are you really in the late warrior realm? Suchin scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed to speak. After all, the vocation that he revealed to them was a free man in the late warrior realm. It was really amazing that he could easily defeat a leader-level god's messenger. Yeah, I was just lucky. It seems that this divine messenger was seriously injured when it was captured, and it hasn't recovered yet. I took advantage of it. Is that so? I didn't feel anything, but I think your jumping ability is terrifying. Well, I train my legs and waist every day, so of course I'm good. After hearing this, Li Jianfeng smiled again with an I understand expression. He patted Su Chen's shoulder and whispered in his ear, you should use less strength. Your wife's natural profession is just a swordsman, which does not increase her physical strength much. Besides, she is so petite. I'm afraid she can't stand your nonsense. Don't worry. My wife is much more ferocious than you think. Are you kidding? Can you imagine a peak epic realm expert? The Dragon Knight was ridden by the Dragon Knight. If this were to get out, people would probably laugh at him to death. Soon, the other senior night watchmen also came here to congratulate him, and some even wanted to take Su Chun as their apprentices. However, Su Chun rejected them all. He had thought about practicing other weapons before, but now it seems that the spear is more suitable for him, and these predecessors have not awakened the vocation to use the spear. There are very few occasions where the God Slayer can be used. Generally speaking, the Dragon Knight is used in most battles. And even if he encounters a god, the God Slayer can still fight with a spear. It won't be too late to consider learning other weapons after you draw the vocation to use other weapons. As for a mentor in cultivation, who can compare to Long Luo'er? At this time, Li Jianfeng also changed his joking expression and said with a serious expression, Su Chun, there's actually something I think you'd better know. This morning I saw that the new night watchmen from Xinghua City had all arrived, and one of them was actually Mu Xinghe. Huh, Mu Xinghe. Are you kidding? As for Mu Xinghe, almost everyone in China knows him. He came from the Chinese military. His ancestors had been famous generals and strategists in China for generations. They could almost be considered one of the top 10 families in China. The most important thing is that on his 18th birthday 5 years ago, he awakened the 90th god of war in the heavenly duty sequence, and is a true clergyman. It is precisely because of his appearance that China has successfully become the only human country in the world with 4 priests. How could such a person join the Night Watch? I can see what Mu Xinghe looks like on TV every day. How could I make a mistake? My goodness, is it so scary? It is said that he has already broken through to the peak of the hero realm, and is even showing signs of breaking through to the emperor realm. I'm afraid he is the first person in the history of China to reach the emperor realm at the age of 23. A 23-year-old emperor is just average. Su Chun will definitely become stronger in the future. Long Luo'er also ran over at this time, muttering and complaining. After hearing this, Li Jianfeng could only smile and agree with her. After all, it is normal for a girl to side with her husband, and there is no need to deny her a way out. And Su Chun also sighed. When Long Luo'er was 23 years old, she had already reached the middle stage of the legendary realm. Indeed, to her, the Emperor realm at the age of 23 was nothing. At this moment, the senior night watchman around ran to the entrance of the arena, as if some important person was coming. Su Chun and his 3 companions naturally came to the door to see what was happening. I saw 3 men and 4 women walking together and coming here. The leading man was handsome and virile, with an air of being a king that looked down on the world, as if everything in the world was under his control. The 4 beauties around him were dressed sexy and followed the man on both sides, making a stunning scene. And this person is Mu Xinghe. Mr. Mu, I didn't expect you to come to the city that never sleeps. The senior night watchman came forward and greeted him respectfully. Well, I just heard that this place can make me stronger, so I came here, that's all. Mr. Mu, are you here to challenge the envoy of God? Mu Xinghe nodded indifferently and threw the night watchman uniform on his body to the beautiful woman serving him. The strongest here is only the Lord-level divine messenger, right? Give me one. Okay. A few minutes later, Mu Xinghe appeared in the arena. A Lord-level divine messenger in human form was also brought out by several senior night watchmen at the Emperor level, which was enough to show how powerful this divine messenger was. Judging from the appearance, this humanoid messenger of God should have died not long ago, and the flesh on his body has not yet completely rotted away. With a long sword in hand, he should have awakened his vocation in swordsmanship during his lifetime. How pitiful! Even after death, you will be turned into a slave by those evil gods. But it doesn't matter. I will let you rest in peace, senior. Mu Xinghe waved his right hand, and a blood-red spear appeared out of thin air in his hand. Perhaps because he saw Mu Xinghe summon his weapon, the humanoid god immediately released his sword skills and rushed forward. Qianxiang spear. Mu Xinghe raised his spear and threw it with force. Upon seeing this, the messenger of God immediately drew his sword to block, but it was of no use. The blood-red spear pierced through his body along with the sword, nailing the messenger of God to the wall of the arena. As the messenger's head and limbs drooped limply, it was officially announced that Mu Xinghe had won. Su Chen watched this scene and couldn't help but tighten his hand holding long luoers. It seems that if I want to be the first, I can't surpass this person. They say that spearmen are lucky, but having a clergyman as my whetstone may be the real luck. Chapter 52. Robbery of Cultivation Resources. At this moment, the whole audience cheered again. You are worthy of being a priest. You can kill a Lord-level divine messenger in human form in seconds. I feel that I can't do it with my strength in the late Emperor realm. This year, there are so many talented people. First, a warrior at the late stage killed a leader-level divine envoy in seconds, and then a priest at the peak of the hero realm killed a Lord-level divine envoy in seconds. This year's city that never sleeps looks like it's going to be lively. Master Mu Xinghe is so handsome. Master Mu Xinghe will always be my idol. At this time, Long Luoer also felt that Su Chen's hand had tightened a lot. Are you afraid? No. This is the desire to face a strong enemy. It is the courage of a warrior in the late stage to challenge the peak of the hero realm. As expected of my Su Chen, that man named Mu Xinghe can only be a stepping stone for my Su Chen. Su Chen, let's go back and practice. You can't use the magic crystals in your space ring. I have to exchange them with points. No one will know if I use it secretly. Su Chen tapped Long Luoer's head gently with the back of his hand and said, Since you are here, you must abide by the rules here. If you are discovered and deported, won't your husband's plan to become stronger be ruined? Well, I know. After Su Chen and Long Luoer said goodbye to Li Jianfeng, they came to the Cultivation Resource Sale Center next to the residential area. I have to say that the Night Watchman is still very generous. The highest quality magic crystals like the ones in Long Luoer's space ring are also for sale, and each only cost 300 points. As for other training materials, they are also sold at very low prices. The reason why it is sold so cheaply is essentially to help newcomers grow quickly and break through. As long as they know that the cultivation resources here are particularly cheap, all newcomers will work harder to earn points and work harder to stay here. This not only trains the newcomer's abilities in all aspects, but also ensures that these cultivation resources are actually handed over to the newcomers, which is really killing two birds with one stone. The Night Watchman is worthy of being the Night Watchman. He really tries every means to improve the strength of the newcomers and protect China. However, after the magic crystal stone is returned, I have to practice every day. Let's try to practice something else this time. Lolo, what do you think would be a good thing for me to buy for cultivation? Long Luoer walked around the store and finally found a lavender bead under a pile of perilla leaves. Would that? Long Luoer murmured and handed the bead to Su Chen. What is this? Although Su Chen had learned a lot about cultivation resources, he had never seen such strange things. Perilla leaves are just the lowest-end cultivation props. In Tiana City, you can buy a pound of them for a few hundred Chinese yuan. I don't understand what the use of Long Luoer finding a bead here is. Perilla spiritual pearl. The reason why perilla leaf is low-end is precisely because most of the spiritual power is concentrated on this bead. Practicing this bead is much more useful than practicing hundreds of kilograms of perilla leaf. There's such a thing? This isn't for sale, is it? At this moment, the clerk walked up to Long Luoer with a smile on his face and praised her. Not bad, little girl. You actually knew about this thing. Originally, our superior asked us to leave one there as an Easter egg, but I didn't expect that he would find it directly for you. Long Luoer raised the corner of his mouth slightly and asked proudly, well then, boss, how much do you want to sell this bead for? It's called an Easter egg. Whoever recognizes its value and finds it will get it. So, each person can take more than one Easter egg? Hearing this, the clerk in the night watchman's uniform was also stunned. What does this little girl mean? Did she find out everything? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yes, after all, being well-informed is also a kind of ability. The superiors certainly hope that every newcomer can learn more about cultivation resources. When Long Luoer heard this, she suddenly turned to face Su Chun and gave a bright smile. Su Chun, you have to treat me to a meal at the most upscale restaurant here tonight. Before Su Chun could react to what she meant, Long Luoer continued to ask the clerk, boss, so I can take all the Easter eggs here? Yes, if you can find it, it's all yours. But there's a time limit. If you can't find it in 10 minutes, you can't continue looking. As for the time limit, it was actually added by the store clerk on his own initiative. He always had a bad feeling that this little girl might find all 10 Easter eggs here. The reason why Easter eggs are called Easter eggs is that they can be found inadvertently, giving people a surprise. If you really go to the trouble to look for them in this store, you will just find all the things that are placed awkwardly, and then the meaning of the Easter eggs will be completely lost. After all, the purpose of the superiors setting up Easter eggs is to reward those newcomers who are knowledgeable and have a keen eye for talent. If you don't know the value of something, you won't pay much attention to a purple bead found in a pile of perilla leaves. However, he miscalculated. 10 minutes was simply an insult to Long Luoer, who possessed the eye of the dragon. It seemed as if Long Luoer knew where the Easter eggs were placed. She always walked straight to the destination without any detours. In less than 3 minutes, all the remaining 9 Easter eggs were found. At this moment, the clerk was completely stunned. He simply couldn't imagine that someone could actually find these rare goods that were almost never seen on the market so easily. However, this is not the end. Long Luoer placed the Easter eggs one by one on the table in front of Su Chun and introduced them one by one. Su Chun. This yellow bead is a dragon bead, a treasure unique to the true dragon clan. Practicing this can greatly increase spiritual power. It is more useful than magic crystals. This piece of ice is not ordinary ice, but it is non-melting ice. It should be collected from the summit of eternal winter. Practicing this can greatly improve ice resistance. It is a rare treasure. Then, this flower is an elf flower, which is often worn by the elves on their ears. Over the years, it has absorbed the vast spiritual power of the elves. Practicing this can improve the control of various types of magic. Lolo, well done. I'll treat you to a nice dinner tonight. That's more like it. Well, boss, thank you for the Easter egg. Wait. Without waiting for the clerk to finish speaking, Long Luoer and Su Chun left hand in hand. That night, the senior night watchman who was on shift came to take over the training resource store. I thought I could have a drink with my good friends before changing shifts. However, he didn't expect that he only saw his good brother slumped on the sofa in Guyu's posture, with a look of despair on his face. Xiao, what's wrong with you? He hurried forward to inquire about the situation, fearing that something had happened. Nothing, I just think the back wave is a bit too strong. Holeng? What the hell is going on? Our cultivation resource store was robbed by a little girl who looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. Chapter 53, Learning Dragon Language. After returning to the room, Su Chun couldn't wait to start practicing the rare stuff that Long Luoer had robbed. Su Chun, your current realm is still too low. Practice this first. As Long Luoer spoke, she picked up a feather and handed it to Su Chun. As for this feather, Long Luoer just explained that it is the feather of a harpy. Although the spiritual power contained is relatively low, it is very helpful for improving the realm and can also enhance some of the control over wind magic. Lolo, it's all thanks to you. These things are not in the textbooks at all. If you don't specifically learn about them, you won't be able to recognize them at all. Hey, sister, I didn't live for 90 years in vain. Please teach me next time when you have time. By the way, although I have obtained the vocation of Dragon Tamer, I have hardly ever used it. According to what Xiao Jin said, can I also learn dragon language? Yes, master. Xiao Jin suddenly jumped out and squeaked, almost scaring Su Chun so much that his feathers were torn. Xiao Jin, don't scare me. I heard my master calling me, so I came out. Su Chun sighed. But it is true that Xiao Jin is a very good spirit. He looks very cute, is very obedient, and comes almost whenever he is called. Except for the fact that she often doesn't speak complete sentences. She is simply a perfect little elf. Well, I just happened to ask you something. Dragon riders can learn dragon language. Can I ask Luo to teach me? Yes, master. But from what I have observed, the dragon language your wife has mastered is not the real dragon language. If you learn it rashly, it may cause the spiritual power in your body to run wild. Not the real dragon language? Now it was Long Luower's turn to be full of question marks. The dragon language she learned is the crystallization of wisdom passed down by the dragon clan since ancient times. Although she did not learn it all, it is definitely the authentic dragon language. How could it be fake? Yes, the real dragon language has been completely lost to the outside world after the first generation of Godslayers killed the dragon god. As for the dragon language that you learned, Madame Long Luower, it was just adapted by the dragon ancestor Niold based on the biography left by the dragon god. Nigholt, Long Luo muttered to himself, obviously a little bit unbelieving. Suchin had heard of this name before. It seemed to be the oldest dragon in the world, and could also be said to be the ancestor of all dragons. Unexpectedly, there is a being higher than Nigholt, the dragon god. First-generation god slayer. What sin did you commit? Why did you kill the dragon god? But Xiao Jin said that the outside world has lost it. Could it be that? Xiao Jin, what you mean is that learning fake dragon language will cause spiritual power to go out of control. But Luo has been learning fake dragon language since he was a child, so why doesn't he seem to feel anything unusual? Master, that's because Madame Long Luower is a dragon, and her physical fitness is much stronger than that of humans. It's just like the same toxin. 1 milliliter can kill ordinary humans, but it can't kill black bears, elephants, and other large animals. Is that so? Then you said that the outside world cannot learn the dragon language. Does that mean the real dragon language still exists somewhere? Master, yes. The real dragon language has long been hidden in the God-slaying golden book by the first generation of Godslayer. Master, you can spend your ability points to learn the dragon language. Hearing this, Suchin almost vomited blood. This Xiao Jin really doesn't know how to speak complete sentences. She is clearly far away, but now, right in front of us. She didn't say anything when I won the Dragon Rider in the lottery. She will only tell you if you ask her. It's very thoughtful, but I always feel something is wrong. At this time, Long Luower pulled Suchin's sleeve and said, Suchin, how about you use your ability points to learn it? I want to see the difference between the real dragon language and my dragon language. Suchin nodded and asked Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, if I want to learn dragon language now, how many ability points will it cost? 1 word is worth 1,000 ability points. What? Suchin was completely confused. 1 character is worth 1,000 points. Take Chinese characters, for example. There are about 3,000 commonly used characters. This would require 3 million points. How many gods would you have to kill? At this time, Long Luower gently tapped Suchin's forehead, interrupting his wandering thoughts. What are you thinking about? Dragon language is different from Chinese characters. Each character has its own effect. I have only learned a dozen characters. Huh. Suchin was even more confused. Long Luower is a 90-year-old girl after all, but she said that she has only learned a dozen words. What the hell is this? However, Long Luower did not let Suchin continue to think about it. It is better to experience this kind of thing personally. Xiao Jin, can I tell you which characters you want to learn on behalf of Suchin? Of course, Madame Long Luower is my second master. Okay then, let Suchin learn these 4 words: flame, cold, wind, and healing. Yes, ma'am. In an instant, a large amount of knowledge flooded into his mind frantically. Although I felt a little headache at first, I gradually got used to it. After a few minutes, the irrigation of knowledge finally ended, and Suchin finally understood why it took him decades to learn those dozen words. Wow, the information content of 1 word is much more than memorizing all the Chinese textbooks in the 9 years of compulsory education. Is this the dragon language? It's so scary. Suchin, try it? Suchin nodded, closed his eyes, and meditated for a few minutes before slowly opening his eyes. Heal. In an instant, a majestic breath of life filled the entire room. The fatigue of the day disappeared in an instant, and the waist injury caused by Long Luower last night was instantly restored to its original state and even more comfortable than before. Is this the real dragon language? I didn't expect that a warrior in the late stage of the warrior realm could exert such great power. Long Luower murmured, and suddenly felt fortunate that she did not teach Suchin fake dragon language. Otherwise, irreparable mistakes may really occur. Su Chen's face was full of excitement. I didn't expect that it would be so easy to learn dragon language. The God-slaying Golden Book is simply a huge treasure trove. I wonder if I can dig out some more functions from it. Luoluo, I didn't expect that dragon language is used like this. It's so cool. Yes, but there is a difference between dragon language and magic. Dragon language does not consume spiritual energy, but it will greatly reduce concentration. If you say a few more words, you may lose your mind. No wonder I felt dizzy. But it's okay. I have one more trump card to keep. At this moment, Long Luoer suddenly revealed a pitiful expression again, snuggled in Su Chen's arms, and said with a smirk, Su Chen, is your waist okay? That's definitely better. Then let's take a bath together later. I'll help you practice tonight. Wait a minute. There's a rally tomorrow morning. It's only 8 o'clock now. My body also contains a lot of spiritual power. I can also increase a lot of spiritual power while practicing feathers. That night, the distance between the two became negative again. Su Chen was not finally allowed to fall asleep until after 1 in the morning. However, with the help of Long Luoer and Harpy Feather, he successfully broke through to the peak of the warrior realm. Chapter 54, Night Watch Gathering. The next morning, in the city that never sleeps, in the central square. Su Chen, your mental state. Luo Shirin looked at Su Chen, who was yawning continuously with curiosity, and asked. Without waiting for Su Chen to reply, Li Jianfeng interrupted with a smile. Xiao Shirin, you have already thought of it. How can you be energetic living with such a lovely wife? TSK. Don't you know that today is the day the rally starts? Even if you want to indulge yourself, you have to wait until the rally is over. The rally is an event that earns a lot of points. Rally. Su Chen muttered to himself. As for the rally, Yu Qianqian had said before that it was a competitive event that brought together 18 new night watchmen from 6 cities this year. All newcomers will come to a small world through the portal. A number of captured God's messengers had already been placed inside, ranging from minion level to lord level. The points obtained are the same as those in the arena. 20 points for minion level, 100 points for elite level, 500 points for boss level, and 1,000 points for lord level. The 3 newcomers in each city can form a group to fight against the God's emissaries, or they can separate and fight against the God's emissaries individually. This gathering will last for 3 days, or will end early after all the God's messengers in the small world are killed. Fighting among the Night's Watch is prohibited. Once discovered, they will be forcibly repatriated and their status as Night's Watch will be revoked. After all, the Night Watchmen are heroes who maintain the safety of the city, and we must not allow fights to arise due to minor frictions. Forget it. I'll sing a song for you later to cheer you up. Luo Shirin patted Su Chen, who looked sleepy, and said with a smile, I feel so honored to have my idol sing a song for me. Haha, you're really good at talking. By the way, what about your wife during this period? Don't mention her. My points card was confiscated. Su Chen thought about what happened this morning. After all, once the gathering begins, leaving the small world for whatever reason will be considered as voluntarily giving up. During this period, Long Luoer's food became a problem. We couldn't just let her go hungry like this. In the end, under Long Luoer's coquettish offensive, Su Chen had no choice but to hand over his points card. There are more than 8,000 points in the card. I guess by the time he comes out, it will have been reduced to 0. He may even owe some stores thousands of points. Hearing this, Luo Shirin showed a sympathetic expression. As for Li Jianfeng, he covered his mouth and laughed. Su Chen, it's like you're handing in your salary card. Li Jianfeng joked, trying hard to hold back his laughter. There's nothing we can do. If she gets hungry, she might turn the whole city upside down. Huh? Is your wife so scary? Su Chen was not actually joking. With Long Luoer's personality, if he was really hungry, he would definitely go grab food, and then turn into an epic peak strongman and cause chaos in the city that never sleeps. By the way, what is our next strategy? Kill alone? Or 3 of us together? I can't act alone. Luo Shirin interrupted their conversation and asked, Su Chen, what do you think? You don't got it. Li Jianfeng also threw the question to Su Chen. Let's act together. If we encounter a Lord-level divine messenger, we can take care of him. Yeah, Luo Shirin responded excitedly. After all, her calling as a bard is one that allows her to perform better the more teammates she has. If Su Chen planned to act alone, and she and Li Jianfeng acted together, she would be in great danger if they were surrounded by the gods. Just then, Su Chen discovered two unexpected people slowly walking towards the square. Yang Tianlong and Huanwen. Why are they both here? Didn't they lose points? Weren't they deported? When Su Chen looked at the two of them, they also noticed Su Chen and showed expressions of disgust. But soon, Yang Tianlong's expression turned into a sinister smile, and he walked towards Su Chen, obviously with no good intentions. Hey, isn't this the legendary great genius who defeated the leader-level divine envoy in the late warrior realm? Su Chen smiled crookedly. Are these two people here to cause trouble? The night before yesterday, I learned from Long Luo'er that Yang Tianlong's realm is the middle stage of the heroic realm. Shouldn't I ask for his advice? Hey, isn't this the hero-level mid-level warrior who was defeated by the warrior-level late-level warrior? What's his name? Yang Tianchong, I think. Yang Tianlong tried his best to suppress his anger. Not to mention that this is a gathering place. There are many eyes staring at him. He still didn't know what secret treasure Su Chen used to be able to control Hua Wenwen instantly like a charm magic. Moreover, if we really get impulsive, even if he is the son of the Lord of Longcheng, it may not be easy to protect him. As long as he enters the small world, Su Chen will definitely be made to suffer a fate worse than death. Yang Tianlong hugged Hua Wenwen's waist at this time and said with a smile, I have to thank you. If it weren't for your operation the day before yesterday, I would not have been able to taste the taste of a dragon woman. I have to say that a body full of spiritual energy is really unforgettable. As he spoke, he caressed Hua Wenwen's entire body with his hands. Hua Wenwen did not resist, but just kept staring at Su Chen, as if she would kill him immediately if she had the chance. What kind of magic did this man use? Isn't he a free man? With my realm in the middle stage of the Emperor realm, it is impossible for me to be enchanted by the magic of a late warrior. But I do have the memory of being enchanted at that time. No matter what, it was this man who caused Yang Tianlong to play with me. I must kill him. Su Chen was stunned for a moment when he heard this. I thought they had a falling out, but I didn't expect Hua Wenwen to use her body to exchange for Yang Tianlong's forgiveness. It's a bit weird. At this time, Luo Shirin pulled Su Chen aside and started whispering. Su Chen, do you have a grudge against Yang Tianlong? It can't be considered a grudge. It was mainly because he was a jerk and I fought back. That's it. His vocation is that of a dragon rider commander, a commander-type vocation, but he is allowed to bring one subordinate with him into the small world. I don't think the dragon next to him is easy to mess with. When Su Chen heard this, he just waved his hand casually. In the small world, the person he is least afraid of is Hua Wenwen, and he can even become his assistant. The Dragon Knight's ability to seduce dragons of the opposite sex is too powerful, and even an epic peak powerhouse like Long Luo'er can't hold on for too long, not to mention Hua Wenwen, who hasn't even reached the legendary realm. Don't worry, if he dares to come and cause trouble, I will make sure he dies in there. Su Chen's tone was very calm, but his eyes were full of murderous intent. Chapter 55, Long Luo'er's Best Friend. That? Luo Shirin wanted to ask what exactly happened between Su Chen and Yang Tianlong, but she couldn't say it. I always feel that it is better not to get involved in such matters. Let's go back. The training camp should start soon. I'm fine. Everyone be quiet. 10 minutes later, as the broadcast sounded, the noisy square quickly became quiet. 18 new night watchmen from 6 cities all raised their heads and looked at the person on the stage. A woman wearing a veil, a green dress, and waist-length black hair slowly walked up. Although I can't see her face, I can easily imagine what a stunning beauty she is beneath the veil. As for who she is, everyone present must know her. The iconic staff is floating next to her, so there is no way to mistake her. One of the only 4 clergymen in China, a time and space sorcerer ranked 31st in the heavenly career sequence, and Her Royal Highness Princess Ji Linglan of China. As for why she came here, Su Chen had already heard about it, because this time, the venue they needed for their gathering was exactly the small world created by Ji Linglan through the power of the time and space sorcerer. No one except her can teleport others into it. It is said that every year, she would travel to more than 10 cities that never sleep in China to teleport new recruits to the small world for training. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is the teacher of all the new night watchmen. As for her realm, it has already reached the peak of the legendary realm, and she may very well be the next human to break through to the epic realm. Almost even 3-year-old children know about her heroic deeds. Although her true appearance has never been revealed, she has become the dream goddess of many male compatriots because of her transcendent temperament, perfect figure, and gentle and elegant personality. Hello everyone, I am Ji Linglan. This time, I will lead you to the small world for training. You are all the future rising stars of our China, so please do your best. As Ji Linglan's heavenly voice spread out, everyone present became more alert. At this time, the night watchman also began to distribute something that looked like a watch in the square. Su Chan was naturally also assigned such a gadget. From the appearance, it was a bit similar to an electronic watch, but what was under the mirror was not a clock, but a round white gem inlaid. And below the gem, there is an independent electronic screen with the word 0 displayed on it. As for the white gem, I believe that all the newcomers have received the watches distributed by the seniors. Please be sure to wear them on your wrists. They have two functions. One is to record the points you get from killing the gods, which will help you calculate the points and formulate the next course of action. As for the second function, do you see the white gem in the counter? That is a spiritual stone I made myself. If you feel that you are in danger, please release your spiritual power into the gem immediately. In this way, I can sense your danger and teleport you out of the small world. Ji Linglan looked at the motivated expressions of the newcomers below the stage and stopped talking nonsense. Well, please do your best. I hope the next epic realm expert will appear among you. As soon as Ji Linglan finished speaking, she gently waved the staff floating beside her. In an instant, a tiny crack appeared on the left side of the square. After a few breaths, the crack slowly expanded. A minute later, the crack had turned into a portal wider than the main entrance of the luxury hotel. Okay, let's go in. This scene made all the new and senior night watchmen open their eyes wide. Although our predecessors see this scene once a year, they are still surprised. Is this the strength of a peak legendary? Too scary. I wonder when I can break through to the legendary level. You're overthinking it. Below the legendary level, everyone is an ant. Even though there is only a small step between the peak of the Emperor realm and the early legendary realm, this small step has stumped almost 90% of the Emperor realm masters. Let's go. After entering through the portal, we will be randomly teleported to any location. Let's hold hands as a group of 3. Su Chun, Li Jianfeng, let's go too. Luo Shireen stretched out her hands and shouted excitedly. Yeah. Li Jianfeng readily took the left hand that Luo Shireen extended. Su Chen turned around and waved to Long Luoer in the stands of the square. Lolo, I'm leaving. Yeah, I'll be cheering you on outside. Long Luoer also waved his hand and shouted loudly. Su Chen nodded, turned around, and took Luo Shireen's right hand. Then let's go. What a great relationship. That's right, Luo is my favorite person. All right, let's go. Li Jianfeng and I are almost dying from the sun. If you don't agree, bring your spouse here. Before Su Chen walked into the portal, he did not forget to glance in the direction of Yang Tianlong. Huo Wenwen was still staring at him, while Yang Tianlong was staring in the direction of Long Luoer with a sinister smile on his face. Are you still not giving up on my Luo? Well, I'm just worried that I don't have enough God's messengers in the small world to kill. I'll gladly accept the 200 ability points for killing the Hero Realm Heavenly Professional. As Su Chun made up his mind, he stepped into the portal. A few minutes later, the rest of the Night's Watch newcomers and a girl from the Fire Dragon clan also entered. Ji Linglan also changed her goddess posture, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and looked very impatient. What the hell is this? Why do I have to be responsible for this every year? There are more than a dozen cities that never sleep. I'm so exhausted. Shui Yi, the person in charge of the never-sleeping city behind her, also stepped forward to comfort her. Your Highness, you have worked hard. Thanks too. Before Shui Yi could finish, Ji Linglan interrupted him and said, All right, stop talking. You've been saying the same thing for decades. My ears are so tired of it. But this is also to train new members of the Night's Watch. Don't tell me this. I'm annoyed. Forget it. I'm going to go see an old friend. You talk to my dad. I've completed my mission. Thank you, Princess, for your willingness. Ji Linglan raised her staff and waved it casually, and a small portal appeared in front of her again. She also dodged and entered the portal without listening to what Shui said. And behind Long Luoer, a portal suddenly appeared, and Ji Linglan jumped out of it, hugged Long Luoer from behind, and began to rub her little head. Xiao Long Nu, long time no see. It must have been 30 or 40 years. Can you please stop rubbing my head? I worked so hard to get this hairstyle done. What does it matter? You'll look cute no matter what hairstyle you choose. And everyone here is human. It's useless even if you make yourself look good. You'll just benefit these stinky men. As Ji Linglan spoke, she kept poking Long Luoer's already bulging cheeks with her index finger. Long Luoer sighed and pushed Ji Linglan away. I'm already married, and it's not very nice for you to cling to me like this. I don't want my husband to think I'm a lesbian. Chapter 56, 2,000 years ago. After hearing this, Ji Linglan was stunned. Who is Long Luo'er? The princess of the Dragon Clan, the greatest evildoer of all time, a powerful person who has reached the peak of the epic realm before the age of 100, and there is a high possibility that she will break through to the extraordinary realm before the age of 100, becoming the youngest extraordinary realm powerhouse in the history of the world. He is also the exclusive clergy of the Dragon Clan and the successor of the 88th Dragon Soul Swordsman. Although she is still in the growth stage, her beauty is enough to charm most of the young dragons. Such a girl actually said that she was married? Who on earth could marry a beauty like her? Who on earth could be worthy of a talent like her? Long Luo'er, who do you mean by marrying? And who do you mean by husband? Huh? It means exactly what it says. I'm married to him. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Who could have imagined that Her Royal Highness the Princess of China would actually swear in front of others? The shock that Long Luo'er had received from getting married was too great for her. Linglan, we haven't seen each other for decades. Don't you pretend to be nice in front of others? I remember you always try to maintain your image as a gentle goddess. Why are you pretending? Let's not talk about this for now. Who on earth dared to defile my dragon princess? I will make him have no children or grandchildren. Long Luo'er also sighed. I really don't want to be called a princess together with the woman in front of me. It's really speechless. Who is your dragon princess? And please don't mess around. I don't want to be a widow. So, who is he? Him. His name is Su Chun. He's this year's newcomer to the Night's Watch, and my favorite. Not only did he save me from the gods, he also swore to protect me. Him. When talking about Su Chun, Long Luo'er's face instantly blushed. It was really hard to imagine what kind of man Su Chun was. The more Ji Linglan listened, the more outrageous it seemed, and she felt like her worldview was about to collapse. At the same time, after Su Chun entered the portal, he came to a desert. There is an endless sea of sand all around, and you can't see the end as far as you look. The scorching sun has almost raised the temperature here to over 60 degrees. If a mortal being enters here, he will probably die in a few minutes. Shireen? Jianfeng? Where are you guys? Su Chun looked around and found that he was the only one here. When they walked into the portal, the three of them were holding hands, so it was impossible for them to get separated. What the hell? Didn't they say that if we hold hands, we will be transported together? Could it be? Su Chun suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. It's not likely that everyone will be dispersed at this night's watch gathering. But what's the point of forming a team like this? And there was no prior notice. Moreover, Luo Shireen has basically no fighting ability. If she encounters a divine messenger above the elite level, she will most likely only be able to use her spiritual power to let Ji Linglan teleport her away. It seems we have to join up with them as soon as possible. At this moment, the sand shook. I saw an enlarged version of a scorpion monster crawling out of the sand and attacking Su Chun. He frowned slightly, feeling that he didn't look like a messenger of God. There was no smell of decay and no visible scars on the body. It looked like a living creature. He immediately switched into the Dragon Knight, took a step forward, and slashed across with his spear. In an instant, the scorpion monster was cut in half and fell to the ground. Isn't he a messenger of God? Forget it, the most important thing is to get on with the journey first. Su Chun murmured in a low voice. After all, I didn't hear the notification sound of gaining ability points, and the points on the watch didn't increase, so he was definitely not a messenger of God. However, Su Chun walked in the desert for most of the day and did not encounter any messenger of God. In addition to the giant scorpions, there are desert worms and some ant-like creatures. Every creature is so huge that it almost feels like it has been shrunk. The more Su Chun thought about it, the weirder it became. Logically speaking, this small world was created to allow the new Night's Watchmen to quickly adapt to the battles with the gods' messengers, and such harsh weather and environment should not be set up. Even if it was to test the newcomer's combat capabilities in various environments, a divine messenger should have appeared long ago. Now even the body of the god's messenger and the other new members of the Night's Watch have not been seen. What the hell is going on here? I'm so upset. Don't take this as a joke. Just as Su Chun was complaining, the sand shook again. And this time, the scorpion's attacks were more violent than the previous ones. In the far west, a black dragon was seen hovering in the sky, seemingly fighting with a giant over 100 meters tall on the ground. Countless lightning bolts intertwined and continuously bombarded the giant. The giant was too lazy to even dodge. The lightning bolts that struck him only left a few scorch marks on his body, and he recovered in less than a second. Obviously, this was a one-sided battle. What is it? Suddenly, Xiao Jin's voice sounded in Su Chen's mind again. Master, Tian Ba wants to contact you. Contact me? Yes, it seems to be something very important. She said she must tell you. Okay, let her tell me. Soon, Xiao Jin's voice in Su Chen's mind turned into the voice of Tian Ba. And judging from the speed of his speech, he seemed very anxious. Master Su Chen, I'm very sorry. Actually, when I first came here, I wasn't sure whether my guess was true, but when I saw the black dragon, I was finally sure. To make a long story short, what on earth is making you so anxious? Su Chen frowned slightly, feeling that something was not good. He still knew Tianuba's character very well. Normally, Su Chen would summon her out to let her understand the current world, so as to avoid the incident of putting white stockings on her head happening again. And she really accepted new things like a normal girl. No matter how urgent or incomprehensible the matter was, she would always speak calmly and rationally, and would not be as anxious as she is now. Sure enough, Tian Ba then confirmed Su Chen's guess. That black dragon is my former comrade in arms, Ying Long. And this place is not a small world created by someone, but the Jizhou wilderness of the past. It is the place where Ying Long and I fought a decisive battle with Qiyu 2,000 years ago. There was a hint of excitement and a hint of regret in Tianba's anxious tone. Chapter 57 Ying Long and Tianuba. What? 2,000 years ago? Su Chen's face was full of question marks. Didn't he enter the small world created by Ji Linglong? How did I travel back 2,000 years? Tianuba, do you know what is going on? Why am I here? In fact, ever since you entered the portal, I felt a slight fluctuation of space and time, but I thought it was an illusion, so I didn't dare to tell you until I saw Ying Long. Hearing this, Su Chen fell into deep thought. Ji Linglong is a princess of China and has a very high reputation. It is impossible for her to do such a thing. Of course it can't be fake. Long Luo'er has the eyes of the dragon, so disguise is meaningless to her. I'm afraid only gods can travel through time and space and go back to the past. But there's no point in thinking so much. It's better to read the Golden Book of God-Slaying faster. After Su Chen summoned out the Golden Book of God-Slaying, he immediately began to check if there was any new information about gods. It's a pity that there is only information about two gods, Ying Long and Qiyu, and nothing else worth paying attention to. Name, Xinglong. No. 00256. Realm. Peak of the Epic Realm. Charge none. Status dead. Nim Q. No. 00099. Realm. Peak of the Extraordinary Realm. Charge. Violation of the Peace Treaty. Status dead. Having Long and Qiyu died long ago? Yes. Ying Long and I killed Qiyu and several of his followers together, but Ying Long died in order to protect me. If Master Su Chen doesn't mind, you can check my past through the Golden Book of God-Slaying. Tianuba's words reminded Su Chen. At that time, I thought that whenever I had time, I would look at Tianuba's past and supplement my knowledge of the past. As a result, I forgot about it because I was busy. I understand, Xiao Jin. Can you transmit all of Tianuba's past information to my mind like the dragon language? Yes, but it will cost 100 ability points. Consume it. In an instant, Tianba's past experiences were played before Su Chen's eyes like a movie. 3,000 years of time were scanned in less than 5 minutes. Su Chen's brows were also furrowed. All of this was too strange. Astaroth, what is your purpose? No wonder I was wondering why the goddess Ba suddenly attacked the bus full of double phantoms, when she couldn't even tell which ones were double phantoms. In the Golden Book of Godslayer, we not only see the scene of the battle between the goddess Ba and Ying Long against Qiyu in the past, but also see the situation 2 days before the bus to Yui City departed, when the front desk waitress at the sales center named Zhua Xiaoli found the goddess Ba and informed her of Nil's whereabouts. Not only that, there were 2 gaseous monsters following Astaroth, and it was obvious that they were the 2 Mirage monsters. Why did you bring the Mirage demon with you on purpose so that the goddess Ba could see it? Could it be that she already knew that the god-killing Golden Book could check the past, and wanted me to know that all this was her doing? If you think about it this way, this time we came here, it just happened to be the place where Ying Long, the partner of Tianuba, and Qiyu had their final battle. Could it be that she was also behind this? What on earth does this god want to do? At this moment, the words of the goddess Ba interrupted Su Chen's thoughts. Master Su Chen, can you save Ying Long? Although I don't know if the Ying Long here is really him, as long as there is a slight possibility, I want him to survive. After hearing the voice of Tian Ba, Su Chen's mind instantly emerged with her past with Ying Long. The two of them stayed together almost every day, bickering with each other for no reason, just like Su Chun and Long Luo were in the past. The reason why she studied hard to learn the secret method of summoning corpses was that she did not use the power of God to resurrect Ying Long as her own messenger. It is just to resurrect Ying Long one day, so that he can take care of her as he did when he was alive and spend the rest of his life together. However, by the time she had completely mastered this move, Ying Long's body had long since disappeared. Yeah, no problem. Are you kidding? These are worthless ability points. A god at the peak of the transcendent realm should be able to put up a good fight by using the power of the God Slayer. At worst, there are still 2,500 ability points left, which can weaken Qi Yu's realm. As Su Chen's mind moved, the goddess Ba appeared directly in front of him. Her originally haggard face seemed to become energetic in an instant after hearing the news about Ying Long, and she even put on makeup. Although she is not as beautiful as Long Luo, she is even more beautiful than the school belle in Su Chen's high school. She is considered a very beautiful girl. Thank you, Master Su Chun. It's okay. By the way, are you so beautiful? Your Excellency is too kind. This is just a makeup I learned during this period. After all, I'm a zombie. Without makeup, I can't show any blood color at all. It's really worthy of being called Asian witchcraft. Let's go. Su Chun immediately switched to the God Slayer, and the two of them rushed towards Qi Yu and Ying Long. It seems that it is because Su Chen's realm has been raised to the peak of the warrior realm, and there are two gods, Qi Yu and Ying Long. Even Tian Ba, who had fully recovered her strength to the late stage of the extraordinary realm, could not keep up with Su Chen's speed. At the same time, on the other battlefield, Ying Long was accidentally shot down by Qi Yu and fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Half a minute later, a handsome man with elegant demeanor and long hair appeared where the huge body disappeared. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and he was gasping for breath with his right hand covering his chest, as if he had reached his limit. Damn it! If Ba was still here, cough cough, Ying Long murmured while coughing up blood. Even if that girl is still here, she's just another corpse. Qi Yu sneered with disdain while slowly walking towards Ying Long. With every step he took, the earth shook. However, Ying Long's figure did not waver, and his firm eyes stared at the huge body in front of him. Qi Yu, you launched a war against humans without any explanation. Sooner or later, someone will kill you here. Oh! Qi Yu sneered and didn't want to continue talking nonsense with Ying Long. He raised his huge foot and was ready to crush Ying Long to death. It happened in the blink of an eye. A golden arrow flew from afar, pointing directly at Qi Yu's left eye. Qi Yu also reacted quickly, raising his left hand and preparing to shoot down the golden arrow. However, he miscalculated. His hand did capture it, but not completely. The arrow went straight through Qi Yu's palm and continued to fly forward. However, this attack changed the direction of the arrow, causing it to pierce Qi Yu's left ear. Who is it? How dare you? Qi Yu roared. However, no one responded to him, and what awaited him was the second golden arrow. This time, Qi Yu took a step back and avoided the fatal attack. However, unexpectedly, the figure of the goddess Ba suddenly appeared behind him. Purple Sky, Divine Thunder Talisman. Red Lotus Karma Fire Talisman. In an instant, purple lightning pierced through Qi Yu's right arm, and deep red flames engulfed Qi Yu's left arm. Just when Ying Long didn't know what was going on, the goddess Ba appeared behind him and hugged him. Is that Brother Ying Long? I finally see you again. Chapter 58, Su Chun versus Qi Yu. Ba, is that you? How did you become like this? Ying Long turned around, looked at the goddess Ba in front of him with disbelief, and asked, This is a long story. Let's talk about it after we defeat Qi Yu. After a few breaths, Su Chun also appeared here. Is he Ying Long? Yes, Lord Su Chun. Could you please help him heal his wounds? Sir? Ying Long looked confused. In her impression, even if the person in front of her was Huangdi, Tianu Ba did not show such a humble attitude. Now, people are actually being respectful to a human being without any divinity. What the hell is going on? However, Su Chun did not want to explain too much. After switching to Dragon Rider, he immediately used dragon language. Heal! In an instant, the injuries on Ying Long's body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. What on earth is this? Ying Long was completely confused. He had no idea what was going on. The wounds on his body would not heal so quickly even if he had enough spiritual power to heal them. Moreover, Qi Yu is the god of weapons. Unless one's realm is far higher than his, no weapon can cause any harm to his body. He had just seen with his own eyes that the golden arrow had pierced Chi Yu's ear. It definitely couldn't be an illusion. Could it be that a powerful being from the Saint or Lord realm has descended into the world? How is it? Can you move? Su Chen asked. Of course I can, but I don't have much spiritual power left. That's fine, Ing Long. Go and rest first. I'll take care of Chi Yu. Are you kidding? Ing Long is not bound to the God-killing Golden Book now. Even if he still has spiritual power, he cannot be allowed to participate in the battle. If you accidentally steal someone's head, you will lose tens of thousands of ability points. Brother Ing Long, just leave it to Lord Su Chen. He will definitely be able to kill Chi Yu. You go and have a rest aside first. Time Ba echoed. But before Ing Long could speak, Chi Yu's voice came from behind. You want to run? No way. You will all die here today. It's not that easy to die. Su Chen complained, and at the same time switched back to the God-killer's mission. He took a step forward and came directly to Chi Yu's feet. With a thought, the golden longbow instantly turned into a spear. The spear was swung horizontally, and Chi Yu's right foot, which was about 8 meters wide, was directly cut off. The goddess Ba also took this opportunity to take Ing Long away. Damn it! Who are you? Kill your people. As Su Chen spoke, he cut off Chi Yu's left foot again. In an instant, the huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a large cloud of dust. Su Chen did not have Long Luower's dragon eye, and had no idea of the situation inside the sandstorm. Win! So he switched to Dragon Rider and released dragon language again. A gust of wind instantly dispersed the smoke and dust surrounding Chi Yu. What came into view was the scene of Chi Yu kneeling on one knee, struggling to support his huge body with his burnt left hand. How can a mere human being have such powerful strength? While Chi Yu was roaring, he suddenly swung out a golden chain from his right hand, which had been pierced by the purple sky divine thunder, and smashed it onto the sand in front of Su Chen. In an instant, a golden magic circle formed under Su Chen's feet. 8 golden chains extended from the magic circle and tightly wrapped around Su Chen. Su Chen struggled for a few times, and when he found that he couldn't shake the chains, he immediately shouted, Xiao Jin, help me break this magic circle. Okay, master. This time it will cost 300 ability points. As the words fell, the golden magic circle dimmed in an instant and shattered like glass. Chi Yu also suffered the backlash of the destruction of the magic circle and immediately vomited a large mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Why was the 8 gates golden lock formation broken just like that? As Chi Yu spoke, he immediately set up a magic circle around himself, and golden light shot straight into the sky. Tens of thousands of golden weapons suddenly appeared in the sky. Sword, spear, great axe, arrows, sickle, club. Everything that could be called a weapon appeared before his eyes. Go to hell? As Chi Yu's roar sounded, all these weapons attacked Su Chen. Chi Yu, as a god, you led your generals to wantonly slaughter humans, destroy the peace treaty, and violate Article 3 of the Treaty of Gods. I will kill you here as a god slayer. So cool. I've been thinking about the lines for days, and finally I can use them. It would be great if Luo was here too. I'm sure she'll compliment me on this. While thinking this, Su Chen took a step forward and immediately moved away from the range of the magic circle, while switching his weapon to a longbow. Originally, Su Chen had not planned to learn archery so early. He thought that practicing archery would be more effective when he drew the vocation to use the archery. However, from the photos Yu Qianqian and the others took that night, he showed that he killed the centaur monster with a bow and arrow. If you're found to not be able to use a bow and arrow, you will probably be suspected of hiding something else. Finally, after discussing with Long Luower, he decided to practice archery for a while. Fortunately, the characteristic of the God Slayer's vocation is that he is good at using all weapons. As long as he has some basic skills, his weapon proficiency can be greatly improved through the God Slayer's ability correction. After leaving the range of the magic circle, Su Chen's mind moved, and 3 golden books of killing gods were separated, and at the same time turned them into 3 arrows. The first arrow was shot, aiming directly at Chi Yu's forehead. The second arrow was shot, aiming directly at Chi Yu's heart. The third arrow was shot, aiming directly at Chi Yu's lower abdomen. All 3 arrows hit the target, but Chi Yu's breath did not seem to weaken. A god who has not been deprived of his divinity is not so easy to kill. As he spoke, Su Chen raised a spear, jumped up on one foot, and flew hundreds of meters high, trying to cut off his huge head from midair. Damn it, don't underestimate me. Chi Yu was seen flashing with golden light, and his huge body began to shrink rapidly. Soon, he turned into a middle-aged man with a huge sword, bare upper body, and a ferocious look. A pair of eyes filled with anger stared at Su Chun, as if wanting to tear him into pieces. Finally, the true form is revealed. Chi Yu. Don't think you can continue to be so arrogant. Chi Yu roared, and at the same time his giant sword swept directly towards Su Chun in the sky. Seeing this, Su Chun immediately switched to Dragon Rider. Cole. As soon as he finished speaking, an ice wall formed in front of Su Chun. Su Chun also took this opportunity to switch to the God Slayer again, stepped on the ice wall, and did a backflip double jump, avoiding Chi Yu's sweeping attack. At the same time, switch the spear to a bow in the air. Draw the bow, aim, and shoot. 3 golden arrows flew towards Chi Yu again. Don't think the same trick will work again. As Chi Yu spoke, he put the giant sword behind him, spun himself around, and swept out. Boom! With a loud bang, a large crack several dozen meters deep was formed in the desert swept by Chi Yu's giant sword. After dozens of seconds, sand began to slowly fill the cracks. The 3 golden arrows deviated from their original direction due to the sword wind and fell on the desert several hundred meters away from Chi Yu. Chapter 59. Kill Chi Yu and subdue Yinglong. After Su Chun fell from the air onto the desert, he stared at Chi Yu in front of him. My goodness, this destructive power is too strong. However, his movement speed is relatively slow. Maybe we can use this as a breakthrough point. Before Su Chun could gain his footing, Chi Yu continued to rush towards him, swinging his giant sword. The 2 men fought each other. Although Su Chun dodged dozens of attacks in succession, because the attack range of the giant sword was too wide, he had no time to counterattack after each dodge. After thinking it over again and again, Su Chun decided to try to take his attack to see how strong it was. Clang! The giant sword and the spear collided with each other, making a loud and heavy sound. And Su Chun was also knocked back more than 10 meters. My goodness, my hands are numb. Even the power of the God Slayer can't withstand his attack. It seems that I have no chance of winning in a contest of strength. Chi Yu took advantage of the victory and pursued, raising his great sword and sweeping forward again. This time, Su Chun did not intend to take it head-on. He raised a spear to block, and at the moment of being hit, he shifted his body's center of gravity to the side towards Chi Yu. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. With a sharp sound of metallic friction, Su Chun successfully used the giant sword as an axis to move sideways and behind Chi Yu. Because of Su Chun's actions, Chi Yu's entire body began to lean forward. But soon, he stood firm on his feet, swung his giant sword, and slashed behind him. The power of this sword was such that the sword wind alone caused a sandstorm, and the sky stretching for hundreds of meters was directly covered with sand and dust. However, he miscalculated again. Su Chun was not there. At this moment, a golden light fell vertically from the sky and headed straight towards Chi Yu. When, without giving Chi Yu a chance to be surprised, Su Chun fell from the air to the ground and thrust out the golden spear, directly piercing Chi Yu's right arm. This time is different from before. The huge body before was formed by divine power, so the injury can be completely ignored. But now it is the original body that is hit, and the weapon transformed from the god-killing golden book can cause extremely powerful damage to him. Chi Yu quickly distanced himself and prepared to use his spiritual power to heal his wounds. However, no matter what kind of healing magic he used or how much spiritual power he exerted, he could not heal the pierced wound. What on earth is this? I clearly feel that the man's realm is not high. How can he use his weapon to break my defense, and even the wound cannot be healed? Seeing that Chi Yu's ability to move was half deprived, Su Chun did not give him any chance to breathe. He took a step forward and swung the golden spear towards his heart. Clang! The sound of huge metal collision was heard again, and Chi Yu blocked this attack with the cross-section of the giant sword. But it was obvious that because his leg was pierced, his strength was weakened by 3 points, so the 2 of them were in a stalemate. At this moment, the goddess Ba finally returned to the battlefield. The 18 talismans gathered together and turned into a sharp blade burning with pale blue flames, which pierced Chi Yu's heart directly from behind. Don't underestimate me. Chi Yu roared angrily and instantly pushed Su Chun and Tian Ba back dozens of meters. He immediately mobilized his spiritual power and began to repair his body, which was severely damaged by the goddess Ba. Su Chun would never miss the opportunity. He pulled back his spear and swung it towards Chi Yu's neck. Clang! However, with a loud bang, this time, the golden spear was unable to break his defense. Defensive magic circle? Is it not enough at my current level? Then, Tai Ba, help me hold him back. Yes, sir. The goddess Ba took out 8 small talismans with her left hand and a huge talisman with her right hand and started the bombing mode. Su Chen also stepped aside, opened the golden book of god slaying, turned to the page that recorded Chi Yu's information, and immediately clicked on the option to lower his realm. This god's realm has reached the late stage of the extraordinary realm. The master can consume 2,000 ability points to reduce it to the epic peak in a short period of time. No way. I remember that the late transcendental realm Tianyu Ba seemed to only consume 1,000 ability points. Why does it have to be doubled for an extra realm? This god has divine power, so the ability points consumed are doubled. Under normal circumstances, only 1,000 ability points are needed. I'm cracked, forget it, consume it. In an instant, Chi Yu's breath weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Originally, he was able to resist the attacks of the goddess Ba with ease, but suddenly he was pierced through the body by several consecutive purple divine thunders. What did you do, little girl? Tianyu Ba did not want to respond to Chi Yu. She knew that this was Su Chen's method. What she had to do now was to cooperate with him. She threw 6 talismans from her sleeves, which floated beside Chi Yu. 6-pointed star array. As the goddess Ba finished her words, Chi Yu was instantly trapped in the magic circle, unable to move. Seeing this, Su Chen immediately swung the golden spear and took a step forward, directly piercing Chi Yu's heart. Ah, you little yellow emperor. I will never let you go even if I die. Chi Yu's roar became smaller and smaller. Finally, he turned into a huge ball of light and was absorbed by the golden spear. Congratulations to the master for killing the god Chi Yu. This god has violated Article 3 of the God's Treaty. The reward is doubled, and you will get 25,000 ability points. Lord Su Chen, thank you for saving Yinglong and killing Chi Yu. The goddess Ba immediately rushed up to thank him. It's okay. How is Yinglong? Just as the goddess Ba was about to say something, the world began to collapse as if it were a dream world, and the earth began to crack. What on earth is this? Su Chen never expected things to turn out like this. Logically, this place is indeed the place where the decisive battle with Chi Yu took place, just as the goddess Ba remembered. Could it be that in the original history, Yinglong and Chi Yu died together, and now my appearance has caused Yinglong to survive, which is why this situation happened? Sir, can you also take Yinglong into your little world? I think this way we can save him. Su Chen didn't have time to think about it, so he nodded and immediately followed the goddess Ba to Yinglong's habitat. Ba, what on earth is going on? Why does it feel like the end of the world? And I seem to have heard Chi Yu's screams just now. Brother Yinglong, I will tell you the details later. Are you willing to come with me? Walk. Yinglong's face was full of question marks. He really didn't understand what was going on. Originally, he was ordered by Emperor Huang to come to the wilderness of Jizhou to stop the Rain Master, Wind Master, and many elves under Chi Yu. But he did not expect that he himself was also here. Fortunately, the goddess Ba also came to support, and the two of them worked together and quickly killed all the enemies except Chi Yu. But Tianyu Ba was also severely injured as a result, and he covered her retreat. But who would have thought that she had just withdrawn for less than half an hour when she suddenly appeared in front of him intact, and brought with her an unheard-of strong man who even defeated Chi Yu. The most important thing is, why has the world become like this? Even Huangdi and Yindi probably couldn't create such a horrifying phenomenon in heaven and earth, right? All of this was far beyond Yinglong's imagination. Brother Yinglong, do you believe me? Believe me. How could I not believe you? So, can you come over to our side? As Tai Ba spoke, she stretched out her right hand. Although Yinglong didn't know what was going on, he unconditionally believed everything Tai Ba said and stretched out his right hand to hold it without hesitation. At this moment, Su Chen also opened the golden book of god slaying and clicked the option to bind Yinglong. As a dazzling golden halo appeared, Yinglong disappeared in front of Su Chen, and this world was completely annihilated and returned to nothingness a minute later. Chapter 60, First Teamwork. Su Chen, what's wrong with you? Su Chen, don't scare me. In a daze, Su Chen seemed to hear a man and a woman calling his name. I am. Su Chen murmured softly and slowly opened his eyes. Luo Shireen in front of him was almost crying with anxiety, but the moment he woke up, a look of relief instantly appeared in his eyes. Su Chen, you finally woke up? You've been sleeping for 2.5 hours. Luo Shireen said, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Sorry, I just seemed to have a dream. Where is this place? I told you not to have so much fun with your wife last night. You must be sleepy now. As soon as you walked into the portal, you suddenly fainted on the ground. Li Jianfeng breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he complained in an instigative manner. Faint! Su Chen looked around. It was no longer the endless desert as before, but a plain covered with green grass. The scene of fighting Qi you just now should not be a dream. I still need to find a time to confirm it. But what kind of ability is that? It doesn't feel like traveling through time at all. Instead, it feels like an independent copy of the online game in the previous life. After defeating Qi Yu in the end, this copy disappeared. I'm sorry to have worried you guys. I was indeed a little sleep-deprived, but I'm fine now. Yes, that's all, no problem. Let's go. Luo Shireen raised her hand and shouted excitedly. So the three of them formed a team and began to search for the messenger of God on this plane. Su Chen also wanted to confirm whether what had just happened was a dream. After all, killing Qi Yu gave him 25,000 ability points, which was enough for him to draw the vocation twice and a half. However, Luo Shireen and Li Jianfeng were still around, so it was not convenient to summon the god-killing golden book in person for the time being. Xiao Jin, how many ability points do I have now? Master, you still have 25,200 ability points. Congratulations to you for killing Qi Yu. It seems that what just happened is true. Is Ying Long with Tianba now? The goddess Ba is explaining the whole story to Ying Long in detail, and Ying Long's status information in the god-killing golden book has also changed from dead to alive. Yeah, Astaroth, you asked me to go back to the past. Judging from the results, you probably wanted me to subdue Ying Long. So what exactly do you want to do? What kind of ability does it take to go back in time and save Ying Long, who died 2,000 years ago? Wouldn't this situation create some time and space paradoxes? No matter what, I have to tell Long Luo about this matter after it gets out. Maybe she will have a different opinion. Just then, Li Jianfeng's words interrupted Su Chen's thoughts. Su Chen, what's wrong with you? Don't just stand there. You've met a divine messenger. Looking in the direction Li Jianfeng pointed, they saw a huge bird-shaped messenger of God hovering in the air, ready to dive at any time. Sorry, I was distracted. Let's not talk about that for now. This divine messenger looks like an elite one, but it's too high. I can't reach it even with magic. It's okay, just watch me. Su Chen took a step forward and jumped dozens of meters high, reaching the same height as the bird-shaped messenger. The messenger of God was obviously frightened by Su Chen's actions and quickly dodged around. However, Su Chen would not miss this opportunity. He slashed out with his spear, directly splitting the messenger into two. The two turned into starlight and were absorbed by the spear. Congratulations to the master for killing an elite god envoy and gaining 100 ability points. The points on the three people's watches also increased by 100 points. After Su Chen landed, Luo Shireen and Li Jianfeng hurried over. Su Chen, your jumping ability is amazing. How did you train it? Li Jianfeng asked curiously. Just exercise more with your lovely wife. What are you talking about? Can you please not be so indecent? Luo Shireen pouted and complained. Isn't this a normal thing? Exercise your waist and legs. At this moment, without giving the three a chance to chat and laugh, dozens of bird-shaped gods suddenly flew over from the west. Some were big, some were small, and they were probably of different classes. Shireen, let me protect you, and you come to assist me and Su Chen. Okay. After Luo Shireen finished speaking, he immediately plucked the strings of the harp, sat on the grassland, and began to sing. Su Chen listened to the gentle and elegant singing voice, coupled with the melodious and pleasant piano music, and instantly felt the power surging in his body. It was as if he had encountered a god while using the god Slayer's mission, and power was surging out endlessly. Is this the bard's power increase? No wonder he is called a pseudo-priest. His power is almost doubled. Su Chen muttered to himself, kicked off with one foot, and jumped directly to a height of more than 100 meters. With a thrust of the spear, the bird-shaped divine messenger at the front was pierced through on the spot. Just as the body of the messenger of God was about to turn into starlight and be absorbed by the spear, Su Chen grabbed the spear tightly and made a double jump on the body of the messenger of God that was about to dissipate. However, this jump cannot touch other enemies. So Su Chen immediately switched to a bow, an arrow, and began shooting other gods' messengers. In just a dozen seconds, 6 or 7 gods' messengers were pierced through the body by golden arrows and turned into starlight and dissipated in the air. Su Chen also used the bodies of these gods' messengers that were about to dissipate as stepping stones, jumping repeatedly in the air. Among the group of God's messengers, there was a bird that looked like a giant rock. After dodging the arrow shot by Su Chun, it immediately rushed towards Su Chun in the air where he had no chance to dodge, as if wanting to kill him with one blow. Bang! There was a loud noise. The messenger of God crashed directly into a huge golden shield. It seemed that it would never have thought that when it was about to tear Su Chen's body apart, such a golden shield would suddenly appear out of nowhere. Su Chen also took advantage of the moment when the giant rock hit the shield and was stunned to switch to a spear and directly pierced its head. Congratulations to the master for killing the boss-level God envoy and gaining 200 ability points. Congratulations to the master for killing an elite God envoy and gaining 100 ability points. Congratulations to the master for killing a minion-level envoy and gaining 10 ability points. Seeing that Su Chun was not someone to be trifled with, the other bird-shaped gods immediately turned their guns around and rushed towards Luo Shirin and Li Jianfeng on the ground. Li Jianfeng also protected Luo Shirin in front of him, holding his sword towards the sky, and with a burst of fire magic and lightning magic, he directly blew the elite messenger of God who was rushing in the front into ashes. He then gathered his magic power and added a nearly 10-meter-long blade of light to his 1-meter-long sword. Swish, swish, swish. As the sounds of several long swords breaking through the air were heard, the three bird-shaped gods flying at low altitude were instantly split into two and fell to the ground. Finally, some of the gods' messengers began to get scared and prepared to flee. But Su Chun will never let them go. This not only involves his ability points, but also involves whether he can afford to support Long Luo or his white-haired, lowly foodie wife in the city that never sleeps. He cannot let these gods' messengers go at any cost. After falling to the ground, Su Chun switched to the bow and arrow again, aiming at the gods' messengers who were fleeing in panic. Unfortunately, only 7 were shot down in the end, and one sparrow-sized messenger of God had already flown out of Su Chen's attack range. As for Li Jianfeng and Luo Shirin, they just happened to kill the last attacking messenger of God. Chapter 61, The Fourth Vocation. Sword God. Su Chun, you are too strong. Are you really in the late warrior realm? Luo Shirin hurriedly came to Su Chun, held his hands, and asked with shining eyes. That's not the case. I broke through to the peak of the warrior realm yesterday. The peak of the warrior realm is also very strong. I have seen many people at the peak of the brave realm, but none of them are as strong as you. And your vocation is only that of a free man. Well, maybe the freemen aren't as bad as everyone thinks. Well, if you didn't have a wife, I would have wanted to have a passionate love affair with you. It's so cool. Forget it. If my princess sees me being intimate with other girls, she might kill me. It's not that exaggerated. At this time, Li Jianfeng also came over, and like a little girl throwing a tantrum, he pouted and complained. Shirin, wasn't my performance just now handsome? Why didn't you praise me? You are already at the peak of the hero realm, and I am here to assist you. Isn't it normal for you to kill those elite god envoys? I want to be praised by a beautiful woman. Is that not okay? You are a 24-year-old man. Can you stop being so childish? Brother Su Chun is only 18 years old and a free man. Shouldn't you praise him more? Li Jianfeng was speechless after hearing Luo Shirin's words. A man is a boy until he dies. He wants to hear praises from beautiful women and be close to them. It has nothing to do with his age. Besides, 24 is not old at all. Life has just begun. When Su Chun saw the two people arguing, he also showed a hearty smile. People who didn't know would think that these two were a couple. In the blink of an eye, it was already night. I don't know if it was bad luck or good luck, but the three of them did not encounter a Lord-level messenger of God today. Having encountered 3 boss-level divine messengers, with the help of Luo Shirin, Su Chun, and Li Jianfeng were able to kill them with one blow, with almost no difficulty at all. Looking at the words 10,860 points on her watch, Luo Shirin excitedly sang popular internet songs from recent years. As for Su Chun and Li Jianfeng, they looked lost. After all, as a bard, Luo Shirin does not have the ability to fight independently and cannot participate in many events in the city that never sleeps. He must be very happy to get more than 10,000 points. But for Su Chun and Li Jianfeng, who aim to reach the top, 10,000 points is indeed a bit too little. Sorry, it's all because of the 2.5 hours I was asleep. It's okay. If it weren't for you, we would have encountered so many bird-shaped gods today and would have had no choice but to watch them run away. Li Jianfeng responded. By the way, Su Chun, Do you practice two weapons? I think you're quite good at both spear and bow and arrow. Luo Shireen asked curiously. Yes, after all, in order to cope with various situations, the more weapons you can use, the better. Hey, can you use a sword? Luo Shireen asked while glancing at Li Jianfeng. Sword. Su Chen lowered his head in disappointment. To be honest, in his previous life, he often saw swordsmen wandering around the world in movies and TV shows, and he was extremely envious. Although the spear is indeed very useful and offensive, it is really cool to use a sword. The sword is the romance of men. Every time I see Long Luoer wielding a pure white sword, I almost die of envy. However, I haven't drawn the swordsmanship vocation yet. If I only rely on the God Slayer's ability correction and just practice swordsmanship for a while, I may not be able to really apply it in actual combat. After all, melee combat is not as safe as using a bow and arrow. If you are not careful, you may die. You need to have a high enough level of proficiency. It's so uncomfortable. Every time I think about the fact that I still have enough points to draw twice, I feel like I really can't not draw once. I really don't understand how those friends who played mobile games in my previous life could bear to be hamsters. Forget it, I can't bear it anymore. Istrawonk. I'll draw the remaining one when I go back and draw with Long Luo. Shireen, Jianfeng, I need to go to the bathroom. Yeah, I won't peek. Isn't it dangerous to leave alone? Luo, Shireen muttered. No, my body is only for my lovely wife to see. Su Chen said this, then left the two of them and came to a secluded corner. Xiaojin, I want to participate in the vocation lottery. Okay, master, when do you want to stop? As Xiaojin finished speaking, a turntable appeared in front of Su Chen again. However, this time is a little different from the last time. In the Dragon Rider's reward column, no other new duties were added. Instead, there was a word and an upward arrow. It was a little unclear what the god meant. Xiaojin, what is that? Su Chen said, pointing to the newly added rewards. Master, that is a hidden reward. As long as you draw this, all your vocation abilities will be increased by 20. What the hell? This is too scary. Is there any other hidden rewards? Yes, master. Hidden rewards will appear randomly after each draw. Okay, then start spinning. Stop in 10 seconds. Good master. After Su Chen finished speaking, he closed his eyes, hoping that there would not be another vocation related to the Dragon Clan. By then, I will probably be stepped on by Long Luoer's little feet again, although it is really nice. Soon, 10 seconds were up, and the turntable began to gradually stop. Su Chen was also extremely nervous and didn't dare to open his eyes to see what he had drawn. Master, congratulations. You won the grand prize this time. Xiao Jin's voice made Su Chen pause, and he quickly opened his eyes. I thought I had drawn the reward for correcting all professions, but unexpectedly the pointer stopped at the previous position of the Dragon Knight reward, but it had changed to a person wielding a sword. Xiao Jin, what is this? Master, this is the sword god who is ranked 3rd in the heavenly duty sequence. Sequence 3? Sword god. Su Chen couldn't believe his ears at all. He actually drew a vocation related to swordsmanship, and it was a vocation with such a high sequence. In the heavenly duty sequence number 1 to number 99, there are the god of war who uses a spear, the god of gun who uses firearms, the god of the moon who uses a bow and arrow, the god of fighting who uses a giant axe, but I have never heard of a god of sword who uses a sword. It turns out that it's not that there is no sword god, but that no one has ever awakened to this mission, and it has not been recorded by the world. Master, the sword god is just as the name implies, the one who is the best at using the sword among all the vocations. Any human who awakens the sword god vocation can, through the ability correction of the sword god vocation, have a physical fitness comparable to that of a dragon of the same realm and advocates the ultimate sword speed, which even a sword saint cannot match. One of its exclusive abilities is the sword field, which can sense any movement within a certain range around it and counterattack. Wherever the will of the sword reaches, any enemy will be exposed. The second exclusive ability is the light blade, which can deliver a slashing attack at a speed close to the speed of light, a fatal blow that never gives the enemy any time to react. The third exclusive ability is the Eye of the Sword God, which can see through the birth and death of all life, see the end of all life from the root, and discover the opponent's weaknesses in the cause and effect relationship. It can be said that the Sword God is the closest to perfect vocation except that he does not know magic. Chapter 62. The Natural Hunter in the City That Never Sleeps. Fuck. This is going against the will of heaven. Su Chen shouted out on the spot, isn't this vocation a bit too terrifying? The speed of the sword reaches the speed of light? Can you also see through the opponent's weaknesses? Doesn't that mean that as long as you can break the defense, it will be no problem to kill the opponent by crossing several realms? Isn't this a bit too outrageous? After all, this is the speed of light. When Long Luo'er exerts his full strength, the fastest sword speed seems to be only 10 times the speed of sound. How many times is the difference? Master, that's right. That's why I congratulate you on winning the grand prize. There's no time to lose. Xiao Jin, I want to switch to Sword God. Good master. The moment he switched to Sword God, the world in Su Chen's eyes changed. Whether it was flowers, trees, birds, or insects, thousands of red silk threads appeared on their bodies and floated towards him. Although the world is covered by dense red threads, I can perceive everything around me more clearly than before. Are these red silk threads the so-called dead threads? Yes, these threads are the embodiment of the concept of death. As long as the master can kill the opponent along the threads, he will definitely be able to kill him in one blow. However, as the gap between the master and the opponent's realm increases, the number of death lines will decrease. Is that so? At this moment, Luo Shirin and Li Jianfeng also ran over to check the situation because of Su Chen's shout just now. Su Chen, what's wrong with you? I saw you suddenly shouting just now. Su Chen also hurriedly called back Xiao Jin and the god-killing Golden Book, pretending to be completely unaware. It's okay. I just had a stomachache yesterday. Don't scare us. I thought you met a Lord-level messenger. I'm sorry to have made you worry again. Let's go and rest early after setting up the barrier. At the same time, in a corner of this small world. Are you two losers? This small world is at most the size of a city. You searched for a whole day and still couldn't find any trace of Su Chen. Yang Tianlong shouted loudly, while the two new night watchmen in front of him kept their heads down and did not dare to reply. The two of them already knew about the conflict between Yang Tianlong and Su Chen, but they also knew that they joined the Night's Watch to protect the country, not to help others seek revenge. However, since Yang Tianlong is the son of the Lord of Longcheng and their spouses and families all live in Longcheng, they certainly cannot resist him. So, it evolved into the current situation. Brother Tianlong, forget it. There's no point in scolding these two pieces of trash. Let them go on their own to kill the messenger and earn points tomorrow. We'll go find that kid Su Chen ourselves. Huo Wenwen stood beside Yang Tianlong and said, TSK, what a bunch of good-for-nothings. I don't know why they sent these two people here. Forget it. Su Chen will be killed sooner or later. Let's get the white-haired dragon first. Brother Tianlong, let's go. The two of us will go over there and play. I'll help you calm down. As Huo Wenwen spoke, she hugged Yang Tianlong's back. Sure, Huo Wenwen, you're smart. I admit that I wronged you last time. Listen, you two losers. Go kill the god's messenger by yourselves tomorrow. Got it? The two newlyweds also nodded without saying anything, watching Yang Tianlong and Huo Wenwen hugging each other and walking into a cave. Oh, what should we do? Should we tell Su Chen? Judging from Yang Tianlong's expression, he will not stop until he kills him. I think we should forget it. My wife, parents, and 3-year-old child are all in Longcheng. If Yang Tianlong finds out, he will definitely cancel our residence permits and expel us from the city. If we encounter a divine messenger on our way to the next city, I dare not even think about the consequences. Are we just going to watch Yang Tianlong kill Su Chen? This is no longer something we can stop. No matter what Yang Tianlong asks, we will say we don't know. This is the last thing we can do to help Su Chen. The rest depends on his fate. Alas, what a pity. Why offend anyone else but the young master of Dragon City? I don't understand why someone like Yang Tianlong would join the Night's Watch. He really ruined the reputation of the Night's Watch. At this time, on the stands of the central square of the city that never sleeps. Oh, stop being so boring. Xiaolinglan, why can't you get some live streaming equipment? Are we just going to wait outside? Don't we know what's going on inside? Long Luo'er complained while yawning. That's my little world. Neither the internet nor electromagnetic waves can transmit it. How can I broadcast it live to you? Do you want me to carry a camera in there, follow and film your Su Chen throughout the whole scene, save it to the local hard drive, bring it back to you, and then go in to continue filming? Ji Linglan retorted unhappily. After all, this is a trial for new Night's Watchmen, not a variety show. Do you think they'll give you the entire live broadcast? Do you need a battlefield commentator? I think it's possible. Let's do it. You are really making trouble. Oh, forget it, I'm going back to sleep. Please keep an eye on Su Chen for me. If anything happens to him, you know what will happen, right? As Long Luo'er spoke, she did not forget to exude a terrifying aura of pressure. Even Ji Linglan, who had lived for more than 100 years, felt a chill down her spine at this moment. You really are a crazy husband protector. However, in the small world, the kid named Yang Tianlong wanted to attack your Suchin. You should know about this, right? I know that. By the way, you should prepare a better excuse and evidence. The son of the Lord of Dragon City died in the small world. Without a legitimate reason, the Lord of Dragon City will not let it go. TSK. You are really confident in your husband's ability. Okay. I get it. Just as Long Luower returned to the residential area alone, she found that several sneaky people were following her. Judging from their tracking ability, they are obviously veterans. It's really interesting. These people must have seen that Ji Linglan and I have a special relationship. They still dare to attack in the city that never sleeps. Are they desperate criminals? Or are they completely crazy? Anyway, when Suchin is not around, it's just right for me to stretch my muscles. While thinking this, Long Luower stretched and turned to walk into the artificial forest behind the residential area. After walking for about 10 minutes, she saw that the time was almost right. So she turned towards the quiet forest and asked, I've come to a place where there are no night watchmen. Why don't you show up? As soon as these words were spoken, the quiet atmosphere of the forest was instantly broken. For men, whose bodies were wrapped in black cloth with only a pair of eyes exposed, appeared from the east, south, west, and north. But they did not take action. Instead, they stood and surrounded Long Luower, as if waiting for someone to speak. After a few breaths, another man in a night watchman's uniform slowly emerged from the shadows on the ground, with a sinister smile on his lips. Miss from the Dragon Clan, we have no ill intentions. It's just that someone is trying to buy you for a high price. As a professional hunter, we naturally have to provide you with good service. Don't you agree? Chapter 63 Yang Tianlong attacks. Are you also a professional hunter? Are you the one called Jin Sheng? Long Luower asked with an innocent smile. When they were attacked outside Tina City, they learned from the natural hunter named Wang Shui that there was an insider named Jin Sheng in the Night's Watch headquarters. After telling Yu Qianqian and the others, they insisted that there was no one named Jin Sheng in the Tina City headquarters. Since the information was obtained through orders given in dragon language, it naturally could not be false. There are only two possibilities. One is that Jin Sheng is just a pseudonym, and even Wang Shui and her professional hunter pair don't know his real name. Second, Jin Sheng is likely to be in another Night's Watch headquarters, but that doesn't matter. Anyway, no matter how many professional hunters come, they can't be a match for Long Luower. The weaker ones can still be used as training subjects for Su Chen. It seems that Wang Shui and Song Si were indeed defeated by Yu and Su Chen. As expected, those idiots leaked all the information when they were tortured. Fortunately, I didn't tell them my real name. Do you want to know my real name? As long as you... Long Luower immediately interrupted him and responded. I'm sorry, I'm not very interested in the name of the person who is about to die, and I'm too lazy to remember it. But can I ask if your client is Yang Tianlong? You are really a young and brave man who is not afraid of tigers. You are the first person who dares to speak to us, the professional hunters, like this. You will know who the employer is in a moment. Go ahead and capture her alive. The employer specifically instructed that her face must not be injured, but other parts don't matter. Yes. The four men in black responded in unison. Just as they were about to summon their own life-defining weapons to attack Long Luower. Suddenly, they all froze. It just froze without any warning. The leading man frowned slightly, feeling that something was a little wrong. Sure enough, the next scene confirmed his thoughts. After a few breaths, the four men in black fell to the ground one after another. Frost began to appear on their bodies, and it was obvious that they were attacked by ice magic. Just when the leading man didn't know what was happening, he felt his whole body getting cold. He didn't even notice that his hands holding the two swords had broken off due to freezing and fell to the ground. Long Luower asked at an inopportune moment. So, Mr. Tianyue Hunter, can you tell me who my employer is now? Although I think it is most likely Yang Tianlong, I still want a definite answer. What kind of monster are you? Ice magic? Are you a magic swordsman? No, a magic swordsman cannot have such a delicate and powerful control over magic. The leading man's smug expression turned pale the next second. Perhaps it was because it was too cold and the blood circulation was blocked, or perhaps it was because Long Luower gave people such a desperate feeling, or perhaps it was both. Speaking of logic, shouldn't you investigate the target's identity information before taking action? Of course, Long Luower would ask this. She knew that she was somewhat famous, but she didn't know that her information was strictly controlled in China. In the third team of the Night's Watch where Su Chun was, Yu Qianqian, Zhang Haiba and Zhang Chenhai all knew her true identity. She naturally thought that news about her must have leaked out from within the Night's Watch. And she had just been interacting with Ji Linglan, so you can imagine that her status is not low. Who gave them the courage to arrest her? You let go. Without waiting for the leading man to finish, Long Luoer immediately shouted in dragon language, "Follow!" In an instant, his eyes lost their luster and he fell to his knees. Answer me, is Yang Tianlong your employer? Yes. Are there any other dedicated hunters in the city that never sleeps? No, just the 5 of us. Okay, then you will die here. Yes. After answering Long Luoer's question, he dove headfirst into the tip of the double blades that had fallen to the ground. Long Luoer sighed and subconsciously wanted to take out her cell phone to contact Ji Linglan and ask her to come over and deal with the matter. But suddenly she remembered that she had handed in her cell phone long ago, and she couldn't carry her own cell phone in the city that never sleeps. Never mind, let's go buy one. It's too boring without a phone. As for food, let's go to Xiao Linglan these days. She must eat a lot, and it can help Su Chen save some points. Well, it's a happy decision. The next morning, in Ji Linglan's little world, Su Chen, leave the ones in the air to you. I'll take care of the ones on the ground. I see. I'll assist you too. This is Su Chen's first battle after his transformation into the sword god, and he seems particularly excited. With the help of Luo Shirin's singing, without the help of the Dragon Knight's jumping ability, the ability correction attached to the sword god's mission is enough to jump 20 meters high, enough to touch the bird-shaped messenger flying at low altitude. Several golden sword beams flashed by, and 5 gods' messengers ranging from minion level to elite level were directly cut in half. One of the gods, in the form of a golden eagle, didn't even realize that his body had been cut in half. It was only until he flew dozens of meters away and his lower body was separated from the upper body that he realized he was dead. Su Chen, how many kinds of weapons do you know? Are you really 18 years old? Are you really a free man? Are you a priest? Do you think I'm treated like a clergyman? Li Jianfeng was so shocked by Su Chen's actions that he began to doubt his life. He had seen Su Chen's archery skills. Although he couldn't say that he could always hit the target, he was definitely one of the best. Many archery experts might not be as accurate as Su Chen. He had seen Su Chen's spear skills. With his late warrior realm, he killed a leader-level divine messenger in less than 10 seconds. Many Night Watch captains might not be able to defeat a divine messenger across 2 realms, not to mention that he killed it in seconds. Now he was told that Su Chen also knew swordsmanship, and judging from the sword speed he just demonstrated, even a sword saint would be pinned to the ground by him. Could this be some unrecorded priesthood? A weapons master who is proficient in all weapons, right? Luo Shirin patted Li Jianfeng on the shoulder and consoled him. Old man, tell me the truth. Although I don't understand your swordplay, I feel that even you who specializes in swordplay may not be as good as Su Chen. Shirin, can I hold you and cry for a while? Sure, remember to give me your wife's phone number. This? All right, stop arguing and continue looking for other gods. At this moment, a sudden explosion of fire came towards the direction where Su Chen and the other 2 were. Li Jianfeng also reacted quickly and immediately created an ice wall, while Su Chen transformed the god-killing golden book into a huge shield and supported it behind the ice wall. Bang! A loud bang was heard, and the ice wall created by Li Jianfeng was completely penetrated by the explosion. Fortunately, Su Chen's shield was strong enough, and the explosion did not leave even a trace of burn marks. The 3 of them looked up at the sky. Above the sky, there was a red flying dragon glaring at Su Chen, and the flames at the corners of its mouth had not yet completely extinguished. It was obvious that the explosion of fire just now was caused by this fire dragon. On the dragon's head stood a young man wearing a night watchman's uniform and holding a spear. That person was none other than Yang Tianlong. Chapter 64. Determination to fight to the death. Su Chen, you made me look so hard. If you mess with me, today will be the day you die. Yang Tianlong, who was standing at the dragon head, shouted angrily with a disdainful smile. So it's Yang Tianchong? Then the one under your feet must be Huo Wenwen, who is as beautiful as a flower, but is just a bargain for you, right? How dare you, Su Chen? Don't think your trick from last time can still work on me. This time, I will definitely kill you. The fire dragon roared loudly, and its originally gentle voice became extremely rough and terrifying, even scaring away several gods' messengers living nearby. Huonwen, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you tried every means to please a scumbag and even sold yourself out. Your noble dragon blood is crying. Cool this. Huo Wenwen charged up another burst of fire and shot it towards Su Chen. Explosion? I'm here to test the magic immunity of the Dragon Rider. Su Chen jumped up on one foot and flew directly into the air. Seeing this, Luo Shirin was also ready to take out the harp and sing a song of defense, hoping to help Su Chen resist some of the damage from the explosion. Li Jianfeng also immediately prepared to release an ice wall to help Su Chen block the explosion. They really couldn't understand why Su Chen would put himself right into the fire dragon's gun. However, they were all a step too slow, as the explosive flames had already been fully charged. Huo Wenwen opened her dragon mouth, and a huge fireball shot out of her mouth. Su Chen was also engulfed by the fireball. Su Chen, Luo Shirin, and Li Jianfeng shouted loudly, and tears gradually appeared around the corners of their eyes. Seeing this, Yang Tianlong burst into laughter on the spot. Su Chen, I didn't expect you to be so stupid. You rushed up here to die. I thought I could torture you for a while longer. Well, Huo Wenwen, let's deal with the two people down there. I see. After Huo Wenwen finished speaking, she immediately prepared to charge up for the second explosion of fire. However, something unexpected happened. After the fireball gradually dissipated, Su Chen appeared at the same place unharmed. Even the night watchman's uniform did not show any signs of being burned. Is this magic immunity? Rather than magic immunity, it's better to say that after changing to a Dragon Master, there is a magic barrier around him. Xiao Jin said that Dragon Masters are almost immune to all magic. Although I don't know how much this almost covers, it seems that the explosion of the Fire Dragon tribe is no problem at all. Su Chen, Luo Shirin shouted again. As for Li Jianfeng, he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, stared at Huo Wenwen and Yang Tianlong in the sky, ready to attack at any time. Although fighting between night watchmen might be against the rules, this was an attack initiated by Yang Tianlong. You can't say that you can't even defend yourself, right? Then what's the point of being a night watchman? How is that possible? When Huo Wenwen saw this scene, she was so shocked that her explosive flames were extinguished. This is explosive fire, the fire magic that the Fire Dragon clan is proud of, but it can't even kill a warrior? This Su Chen is indeed weird. Huo Wenwen, which side are you on? Didn't you say that you can definitely kill Su Chen? Yang Tianlong stepped on Huo Wenwen's head on the spot and roared. He had a feeling that he had been deceived by Huo Wenwen again. The explosive fire magic of the Emperor Realm Dragon clan can't even kill Su Chen. Who the hell believes this? No, this Su Chen is weird. Then come on, what's the point of just talking to yourself here? I see. Huo Wenwen charged up the explosive flame again and threw it towards Su Chen. However, the result was exactly the same as before, and no harm was caused. What a hell! Seeing that the explosive flame had no effect on Su Chen, Huo Wenwen immediately landed on the ground and turned into the same beautiful girl as before. At the same time, she summoned her life-threatening weapon, the sickle, and stared at Su Chen. And Su Chen said with a playful look on his face, Huo Wenwen, are you sure you want to fight me? I think you hate the wrong person. It was Yang Tianchong who insulted you, not me. Just shut up. Huo Wenwen was already gritting her teeth in hatred. How could she not know that Yang Tianlong was the culprit of all this? But she had to obey Yang Tianlong's wishes. Otherwise, without a large supply of cultivation resources, it would be difficult for her to break through to the legendary level or even higher. In this world, strength is respected and being weak is a sin. The dragon race looks down on other weak races, and they also look down on weak dragons within their own race. Although Huo Wenwen is a female and naturally has a higher status in the dragon clan, the men she likes look down on her, and the men who pursue her are all men she completely despises. As a result, she missed the best time for her wedding and became a real leftover woman. Also, because her status was too low, no man pursued her anymore. Although Huo Wenwen looks very young and beautiful in human form, in fact, she is over 380 years old and has not even reached the legendary realm, which is almost the bottom level among the dragon clan. The main reason was that her talent was too poor. She was a bit self-destructive, and she was also playful every day and complained about everything, which resulted in her entering the realm of a hero only at the age of over 320. It was not until she found that she was slowly being left behind by dragons of the same age, or even younger than her own species, that she finally realized that she had no time to waste and began to practice. But as the saying goes, strength is respected in this world. A dragon who only reached the level of a hero at the age of 320 is not worthy of obtaining the cultivation resources distributed within the clan. Even her parents are too lazy to care about her, and let her fend for herself. Fortunately, the Dragon Clan is the strongest race. Even if they are only at the brave level, even if their vocation sequence is at the bottom, they can still exert combat power above the heroic level of other races. After Huowenwen left the territory of the Fire Dragon Clan, she settled down in Dragon City and worked for the Dragon City Night Watch headquarters in exchange for cultivation resources. Finally, 4 years ago, he broke through to the peak of the heroic realm and established a contractual relationship with Yang Tianlong, the awakened Dragon Rider commander. With the help of a large amount of rare cultivation resources, she broke through to the middle stage of the Emperor realm in just a few years. In order to obtain cultivation resources, to keep up with other dragons of the same race, and to be able to match up with the male dragon she liked, she suppressed her nausea and followed this playboy, suffering countless hardships. After all, it will pass if you endure it. As long as you break through to the legendary level, you will not be looked down upon by the dragons of the same clan. You will also be able to share the cultivation resources of the clan and marry into a good family. But unexpectedly, because she was accidentally hit by Su Chen's charm magic the day before yesterday, all her years of patience were gone, and she even lost her body. No matter what, whether it is to obtain Yang Tianlong's cultivation resources or to vent his anger, he must make the man in front of him pay the price. On the other hand, Su Chen also sighed. To be honest, he and Huowenwen have basically no hatred. It is mainly due to some misunderstandings, and the culprit is still the scum Yang Tianlong. But there was nothing he could do. Who knew that Yang Tianlong would suddenly teleport Huowenwen in front of him, and he would be seduced by the Dragon Knight and vomit out all the unhappiness of the past few years. But in the final analysis, aren't those words her true thoughts? Besides, you can't try to reason with her when someone has a knife on your neck. Since you insist on doing this, there is nothing I can do. Su Chen's mind moved, and he directly switched to the Dragon Knight. This is the most direct and effective way. Even if I can't charm her, I can still interfere with her actions. No matter what, Yang Tianlong must die today. Anyone who dares to harbor ill intentions towards Long Luoer must die, even if you are the son of the Lord of Longcheng. As Su Chen changed his job to a Dragon Knight, Huowenwen's expression changed immediately. The expression that was originally full of murderous intent suddenly softened a lot. However, the next scene really shocked him. Huowenwen picked up the sickle and slashed it towards her white thigh. Blood splattered everywhere, but because of the stimulation of pain, the effect of the charm was reduced a lot. Su Chen, I told you not to think that the same move will work on me again. Huowenwen's expression was resolute, as if she was determined to vent her anger no matter what. Chapter 65 Lightblade. Su Chen's eyes darkened. He didn't expect that the charm could be broken in this way. Come to think of it, the pain can be suppressed even by sleeping magic, let alone just charm. Since the Dragon Knight was useless, Su Chen immediately switched to Sword God. There are very few talents that can use sickles, and since he can use explosive magic, it is basically confirmed that he is a wizard with talent sequence 466. This duty has no special features and does not provide much benefit to the body. Perhaps its greatest advantage is that it is one of the few with serial numbers outside of 400 that can combine both melee combat and magic. But even so, Huowenwen should not be underestimated. Her realm is as high as the middle stage of the Emperor realm, and she has the physical fitness of the Dragon Clan. Even if her natural mission does not allow her to make up for much of her abilities, her combat power is estimated to far exceed all enemies Su Chen has seen so far, except for gods. As for Yang Tianlong, he raised a spear with a look of disdain and confronted Li Jianfeng and Luo Shirin. With Li Jianfeng protecting Luo Shirin and Luo Shirin assisting Li Jianfeng, Yang Tianlong shouldn't be too difficult to deal with. I just need to focus on dealing with Huowenwen in front of me. Seeing Su Chen switch his weapon to a long sword, Huowenwen was stunned for a moment. She knew that Su Chen was a natural free man. He had used a spear to defeat Yang Tianlong before, but now he was using a sword against her. Could it be that sword is what he is best at? How many kinds of weapons can Su Chen use? The battle has already begun, but Huowenwen has not made any move and just keeps on maintaining a defensive posture. She had a feeling that as long as she made an offensive move and revealed a flaw, she would most likely suffer a loss. She didn't know why she had this feeling, but she didn't doubt her sixth sense at all. After all, this feeling had saved her several times. It turned out that her perception was correct. Su Chen has already unfolded the sword field. Although his current level can only cover the space within a dozen meters centered on himself, it is enough to deal with the current situation. The eye of the sword god was also always open, But due to the huge gap in realm and racial strength between the two sides, Su Chen could only see a death line from Huo Wenwen. Moreover, this deadline seems to be very difficult to grasp and appears elusive. The two of them remained in a stalemate until 3 minutes later, when Yang Tianlong seemed to be no match for the combination of Li Jianfeng and Luo Shirin. After being pushed back several dozen meters, he shouted loudly, "Huo Wenwen, are you going to do it? What are you and Su Chen looking at? Are you on a blind date? Can't you see I'm fighting two people here alone? Fuck, I should have brought those two losers with me." I see. Although this ominous premonition has always existed, she doesn't think she will lose to Su Chen, who is only at the warrior level. Besides, the financial backer has given the order. If we don't rescue him, it will be difficult to deal with him if he dies later. She didn't want to go back to the time when she had to work for humans for decades to obtain those few resources for cultivation. Su Chen, prepare to die. After Huo Wenwen finished speaking, she attached explosive flames to the sickle and rushed towards Su Chen. Take it! Su Chen made a gesture of drawing a sword and instantly flashed behind Huo Wenwen. It was like a frame skipped in a movie, and no one could see how he moved there. Everything around seemed to have stopped. Huo Wenwen's angry expression froze at that moment. The right hand wielding the sickle fell to the ground along with the sickle after a few breaths. Sure enough, your realm is still too low. You haven't even reached 1,000th of the speed of light. Moreover, the enemy had clearly planned the attack route for me, but in the end, you still missed it. Su Chen kept his back to Huo Wenwen and complained with a look of annoyance. Huo Wenwen turned around with a look of disbelief, and even forgot that her right hand had been cut off. Who are you? Huo Wenwen, this is just a warning. If it happens again, the dragon head that falls to the ground will be yours. In fact, Su Chen did not intend to let her go, but the main reason was that using the light blade consumed too much physical and spiritual energy. This one strike alone consumed at least half of his physical and spiritual power. He had no way of using it again, and his combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Even though Huo Wenwen has lost her right hand, the gap in realm and racial strength is still there, and if the fight continues, it is likely to end in losses for both sides. As Su Chen spoke, he turned his back to Huo Wenwen and walked towards Yang Tianlong. Huo Wenwen seemed to finally realize the pain and immediately knelt on the ground, covering her right hand, which was bleeding with her left hand. Is the gap in strength so big? Who is he? Huo Wenwen murmured in a low voice as she watched Su Chen leaving. The expression that had just been filled with rage was now filled with fear. So what if my realm is a little weaker? So what if I am ridiculed by my own people? He won't die, but if he continues to fight with Su Chen, he will definitely die. Even for the proud and arrogant dragon clan, dignity and pride are no longer important when facing death. Su Chen also walked slowly towards Yang Tianlong, who was knocked away by Luo Shirin and Li Jianfeng. What do you want to do? Don't come over here. I am the son of the Lord of Dragon City. And you, Huo Wenwen, come and help me. Why are you kneeling there? Don't you want the resources for cultivation? I have several divine fire beads at home. As long as you can kill Su Chen, I will give them all to you. Don't just stand there. Yang Tianlong yelled as if he had gone mad. However, no one responded to him. Only the sound of Su Chen stepping on the grass echoed in this space, like the footsteps of the god of death, making everyone's heart rise to their throat. Yang Tianlong, do you know? Anyone who dares to have evil thoughts about my Luo, even if he is a god, is no longer in this world, not to mention that you are just the son of a city lord. Don't come over here. I'll give you whatever you want. A light yellow liquid had seeped out of Yang Tianlong's pants, and his legs were shaking constantly. Clearly, he had already input a lot of spiritual power into the white spiritual stone on the watch from the very beginning. But why didn't Ji Linglan rescue him yet? According to people who have been to the small world, as long as you input spiritual energy into the white spirit stone, you will be teleported out in less than 3 seconds. Why hasn't he gone out yet? Why did Huo Wenwen lose to Su Chen? Why is he begging Su Chen for mercy now? As expected, Huo Wenwen and Su Chen had colluded with each other, and he was the only one who was kept in the dark. Can you give me anything you want? Yes, I can give you anything. As long as you let me go, I will never have any improper thoughts about your wife again. As long as I can return to Dragon City, I promise to give you wealth that you will never get in your lifetime. Well, I want your life. Can you give it to me? Without waiting for Yang Tianlong to finish his words, Su Chen swung the sword in his hand. The face filled with fear was forever frozen at that moment, falling on the ankle that would never be touched. Chapter 66, Luo Shirin. It's obviously a small world, but but you can still see the stars. It's really strange. That night, Suchin lay on the plain, looking at the starry sky and muttering to himself. Suchin, are you okay? You've been lying there all night. If you don't come into the barrier, what if the messenger of God attacks? Luo Shireen smoothed her skirt, sat on the grass next to Suchun, and asked, It's okay, I'm awake. Alas, the strong don't have to worry about these things. I'm really envious. In fact, I don't know whether I should ask about Yang Tianlong's matter. What should we do after leaving the small world? With his status, if he dies here, I'm afraid the Lord of Dragon City will not let it go, right? Don't worry, someone will take care of this matter. Su Chun waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to worry. In the afternoon, when fighting with Huo Wenwen, Su Chun opened the sword domain. Although it was very subtle, he could feel Ji Linglin's presence within the range of his sword. Combined with the fact that Yang Tianlong seemed to have been transferring spiritual power to the white spirit stone on the watch, it had not yet been transmitted out. It can be seen that Ji Linglong doesn't seem to want Yang Tianlong to leave here alive, and seems to want Su Chun to kill him. I don't know why, but it helped a lot. Su Chen's original plan was to use the Dragon Knight's charm ability to deal with Huo Wenwen, and then use the light blade to kill Yang Tianlong instantly, leaving him no chance to escape. But the way things turned out is not too bad. Ji Linglong may have seen the sword god's ability. I have to discuss with Luo how to fool her before we go out. Su Chun, you are too optimistic. Do you want your sister to help you? Help me? Don't look at me as just an ordinary idol. My father is Luo Yunxiao, the lord of Xingyue City, and my mother is Yin Ning, the director of the Night Watch headquarters of Xingyue City. If I insist on protecting you, the lord of Longqing City will not dare to touch you. Huh? When Su Chen heard this, he immediately stood up with a start. The daughter of the lord of Xingyue City? The daughter of the director of the Night Watch headquarters in Starmoon City? What is this stacking? In fact, ever since Su Chen met Luo Shireen for the first time, he felt that her family background should be good and she should be the eldest daughter of a company or group. Her appearance and figure are perfect, and she wears branded enchanted clothes. Most importantly, Luo Shireen's innate noble temperament cannot be imitated by others. Now he actually told Su Chun that Luo Shireen's status was even nobler than Yang Tianlong's. After all, Xingyue City is the largest city in the vicinity, nearly twice as large as cities like Tiana City and Longqing, and the city lord has much greater power. Haha, your surprised expression is pretty good. After spending a few seconds to sort out the situation, Su Chen asked, If you were the daughter of the lord of Xingyue City, why did you come to Tiana City to sign up for the Night Watch? Xingyue City is quite far from Tiana City, right? Luo Shireen also imitated Su Chen's previous behavior, lying on the plain and telling her experience with a lonely expression. I only told you about this matter. I haven't told Li Jianfeng either. Please keep it a secret. Su Chen nodded and lay back down on the plain, listening to Luo Shi recounting her past. As for me, I actually lied to you and Li Jianfeng when we first met. I actually registered for marriage, but my parents didn't tell me. It was almost 2 months later that I received the news that the match was successful. Although it was not my own will, I was afraid that if I didn't go to meet my boyfriend, he would be sad. So after thinking it over again and again, I decided to meet him at the matchmaking agency. My marriage partner is the eldest son of a martial arts family in Xingyue City. He is cheerful, handsome, and has a high level of cultivation. He was admitted to the first vocational college in Xingyue City some time ago. His awakened vocation is the God's Hand of Sequence 127, which is a vocation that excels in barehanded combat, which perfectly matches his family's martial arts. In the following months, although we were a couple formed through a big data matchmaking system, we did not live together. We still lived in our own homes and kept in touch by phone as before. I can feel that he really likes me and is very nice to me. His personality matches mine very well. He is also a leader among his peers, having reached the peak of the warrior realm at the age of 16. His future achievements will definitely not be low. I actually thought about whether I should just spend my ordinary life like this, but after thinking it over again and again, I felt that it was too boring. Ordinary birth, aging, sickness, and death. Living in comfort is not my style, so I gave up this ordinary happiness. I used my pocket money to cancel the engagement, apologized to him solemnly, and ran away from home. On that day, there was a bus from the Night Watch headquarters heading to Tiana City to carry out a mission. With the help of my mother's identity, I successfully got on the bus and arrived in Tiana City. Unfortunately, I was used to a luxurious life. I brought a lot of money with me, but in less than 2 years, only a small amount was left. Fortunately, that day was my birthday, and maybe that was why I awakened the free-spirited bard. So, I became an idol, borrowed the power of the bard, and soon became famous, and I no longer had to worry about my daily life. However, as you know, a month and a half ago, the gods attacked Tina City. At that time, I had just finished a concert and was about to leave the stadium. Afterwards, although the stadium's defensive barrier was opened, it was soon attacked by a Lord-level envoy, and the barrier was broken in just a few minutes. I also began to try to use the power of the bard to enhance others for the first time. About an hour later, my throat was almost hoarse from singing, but all the messengers had been cleared away. At that time, several night watchmen at the sports center came to me and asked if I wanted to join the night watch. Because I learned that after becoming a night watchman, I could take the shuttle bus to other cities to perform missions, and I could travel around, so I took advantage of the situation and joined the night watch, and then it was the scene that I met with you a few days ago. After listening to Luo Shirin's story in full, Su Chun was also deeply moved. I didn't expect that Luo Shirin was actually a rebellious girl who ran away from home. She's really unique. If you want to help me, won't you have to contact your parents again? Then they might scold you a lot. Haha, that's definitely necessary, but as long as I can protect you, it doesn't matter if I get scolded a few times. Hearing this, Su Chun was also moved. They had only known each other for a few days, but Luo Shirin was willing to devote herself to him so much. She was simply a perfect girl. Bang! At this moment, an explosion was heard, and a newcomer in night watch uniform fell from the air onto the plane. Obviously, this newcomer was blown here by the shock wave of the explosion just now. Just as Su Chun and Luo Shirin were about to go over to check on the injured, a loud roar attracted their attention. In the direction where the explosion came from, two night watchmen were covering each other and evacuating. And in the sky behind them, there was a scarlet flying dragon, which was continuously firing fireballs to attack them. Chapter 67. King-level divine, envoy Huo Wenwen. At this time, in the central square of the city that never sleeps, all the night watchmen were in chaos. Princess, what should we do now? Mad. Leave me alone. I'm trying to regain control of the portal. But what exactly happened? Why did it happen so suddenly? Don't bother me anymore. I said I didn't know. The story begins half an hour ago. In the city that never sleeps, in Ji Linglin's exclusive villa. Xiao Long, with your appetite, can your husband really earn enough points to support you? I feel that even if I kill all the gods in my little world, it won't be enough for you to eat for 2 months, right? Ji Linglong complained as she looked at the 60-odd dishes in front of her that had been eaten cleanly. So I'm here to eat your meal. Long Luoer responded after swallowing a large plate of beef. Alas, I will leave after the rally ends tomorrow. I really feel sorry for your husband. Don't worry. Su Chen said that he will make sure I'm full no matter what. He will also protect me. As expected, as soon as Su Chun is mentioned, you start praising him endlessly. By the way, Su Chen killed Yang Tianlong in the afternoon, and he used a move that I could hardly see. Upon hearing this, Long Luoer immediately put down her knife and fork and walked up to Ji Linglong with shining eyes and asked, "You can't see it? What's the move?" "It's because I can't see that I don't know what the moves are." The Emperor-level fire dragon girl had her right hand cut off with just one move. That's amazing. As expected of my Su Chun, he's so handsome. What about the excuse? Have you thought of one? Well, Yang Tianlong told me several times that he wanted to escape, but I ignored him. However, the fire dragon girl is still alive. If we don't deal with her, no excuses will work. Well, this is a bit difficult. I'll go and convince her when the time comes. As Long Luoer spoke, she did not forget to pull up her sleeves, obviously wanting to convince others with reason. At this moment, Ji Linglong suddenly felt a black screen in front of her eyes, and she fell directly onto the table. Little Linglong? Long Luoer immediately realized something was wrong and took out a dragon blood pill from the space ring and fed it to her. A few minutes later, Ji Linglong slowly opened her eyes. Xiao Linglong, are you okay? Little dragon girl? This is bad for me. The control over the small world and portal I created has been forcibly taken away by someone. Took control away? Long Luoer suddenly had a bad premonition and immediately took Ji Linglong to the central square. The portal, which had been calm at first, suddenly became extremely bloody and terrifying. From time to time, a few gods' messengers would run out from inside to fight with the Night's Watch, and none of them were lower than the leader level. The leader among them was actually an emperor-level god messenger with rationality and holding 2 swords. Ha ha ha! This is all fresh flesh and blood. Ha ha ha! The emperor-level god's messenger laughed loudly and wantonly, and at the same time took a step forward, ready to kill the Night's Watch who was fighting with the god's messenger. Clang! A loud noise was heard. Long Luower was seen holding a white sword in his hand, easily taking the attack of the Emperor-level god's messenger. Are there still rational god's messengers? They are so rare. Looking at this, are you Long Luower from the Shenlong clan? Ha! I didn't expect to meet you here. The Emperor-level divine envoy swung his two swords with great force and immediately used Long Luower's strength to create some distance. After stabilizing his body, he did not forget to lick the two swords that were already stained with blood. Who are you? Long Luower asked, preparing to cast a magic barrier. If there was no barrier, her battle with the Emperor-level envoy would definitely destroy the entire city that never sleeps. By then, everyone here except Ji Linglan will die. She didn't want this to happen. Long Luower, you are such a forgetful person. It's only been a few decades. Have you forgotten me? The Emperor-level envoy's face, covered with rotten flesh, suddenly opened wide, and at the same time he reached into his mouth and took out a pair of long ears. Although they have completely decayed and turned black, you can still see that the ears are inlaid with a string of red and white gems, which look very valuable. Are you Zikr from the elves? I didn't expect to see you again in this way. When Long Luower saw the decorations on the long ears, her thoughts instantly went back to 30 years ago. At that time, when the Shenlong clan attacked Orobus with all its strength, unexpectedly, a thief from the elf clan went to the holy land of Orobus and stole the secret treasure first. However, this matter was discovered in advance by Long Luower, who was in the center of the battlefield. So she left the battlefield and went to the holy land to kill the thief. The result was very clear. Long Luower killed him and took back the secret treasure. The elf thief had a string of red and white gems inlaid on his long ears. Ha! Now, I have obtained the power of the Lord God. You little girl from the dragon clan, I must avenge you and tear you into pieces. Really? Let's see if you can do it. At this moment, Long Luower had finally deployed the barrier magic, wrapping himself and Zikr inside. As for Ji Linglan, who was outside the barrier, after seeing Long Luower take action, she immediately came to the portal in the central square and tried to regain control of the portal and the small world under the cover of the Night Watchman. However, it is obvious that the person who seizes control is probably at a much higher level than Ji Linglan, who is at the peak of the legendary realm. Even if he used all his strength and consumed more than half of his spiritual power, he still couldn't shake the portal in the slightest. At the same time, in the small world, Suchin looked at the huge figure behind the two Night Watchmen and was stunned. A scarlet body, a broken right arm, and a constant stream of explosive fire magic. Obviously, she is Hua Wenwen's true form. Suchin, isn't that the fire dragon next to Yang Tianlong this afternoon? Is she crazy? I don't know. Go check on the person who was just blown away. I'll go support those two. Okay. Suchin immediately switched into the Dragon Knight and rushed towards Hua Wenwen. Just as Hua Wenwen was preparing to charge up her explosive flame to attack one of the newcomers, a golden arrow flew directly from a distance and pierced her dragon head. The explosive flame exploded directly in her dragon mouth, and her whole body trembled and fell from the air to the ground. Are you saved? Don't worry about it for now. Take this opportunity to get away from here. Suchin also took this opportunity to approach the two Night Watchmen and ask about the situation. Are you all right? Hearing this, the two newcomers showed puzzled expressions. However, after seeing the bow in Suchin's hand, he immediately realized that it was he who had saved him just now. One of the newcomers of the Night Watch responded, "Thank you for saving my life, brother, but run away quickly. This monster is not something we can handle." Slip? What have you done to offend her? She wouldn't attack you for no reason, right? Suchin also felt very puzzled. Logically speaking, after killing Yang Tianlong in the afternoon, she should have no reason to go crazy anymore, right? And given her relationship with Yang Tianlong, it's impossible for her to avenge him. Why would she attack other newcomers for no reason? Sorry for her? For no reason? What are you talking about? This fire dragon is a king-level divine messenger, a mortal enemy of us Night's Watch. Chapter 68. Tianwu, God of War. Huh? A messenger of God? You said this fire dragon is a messenger of God. Suchin was confused. Wasn't Hua Wenwen still alive and well this afternoon? How did he suddenly become a messenger of God? And even if she died in the afternoon, there were no other gods here. So how could she become a messenger of God? Could it be that a god has invaded this small world? Yes. Moreover, the spiritual stone on this watch seems to have a problem. No matter how much spiritual power I input, no one can teleport me out. Brother, Let's run away quickly. We may still be able to give a chance to a Lord-level envoy, but people like us at the Brave level are totally useless in front of a King-level envoy. Another newcomer also added hastily. Judging from his limping steps, it seemed that his leg was broken. He looked in a very miserable state, and one could easily imagine the dangerous situation he had just encountered when he was escaping. Suchin also quickly shook his head, shaking off all the random thoughts. After all, saving people is the most important thing now, and there is no time to consider how Huo Wenwen became a messenger of God. It's possible that they misjudged Huo Wenwen's situation. You two should run quickly. I will cover the rear here. Brother, there's no need. Let's run together. Don't worry. Just leave it to me. As Suchin spoke, he gently pushed the two of them, motioning them to go first. May I have your name? Suchin. We too will remember you. The two seriously injured newcomers didn't intend to say anything more after seeing this. After all, such people are common among the Night's Watch, willing to sacrifice themselves in exchange for the lives of others. After thanking Suchin, the two supported each other and left. After a moment, Huo Wenwen also recovered her breath and finally noticed Suchin's presence. The eyes of the man and the dragon met. The eyes that were originally full of resentment now became empty and lifeless. Huo Wenwen, I didn't expect that we would meet again in this way. Huo Wenwen didn't say anything. It seemed that she couldn't hear or understand what Suchin said at all. She just stood there blankly. The atmosphere became very depressing. After a brief silence, with a flash of red light, she turned back into the girl she had originally been. What was different from before was that there was a deep red blood stain on her clothes on her chest. I'm afraid that was the cause of her death. At this moment, a spear shot straight from behind Huo Wenwen, pointing directly at her neck. However, Huo Wenwen only needed to gently wave the sickle with her left hand to easily block the sneak attack from the spear. Afterwards, the spear seemed to be controlled by telekinesis and returned to the direction it came from. Suchin's eyes focused and saw that the spear fell on a man who wore the night watchman's uniform as a windbreaker. Mu Xinghe? Why is he here? Damn it, stop messing around. How can I summon Tai Ba and Ying Long like this? Although this is Ji Linglin's small world, there are king-level gods messengers here. If no one has come to rescue until now, there is a high probability that something has happened outside. At least Ji Linglan should not be able to take care of the situation in the small world for the time being. So it should be no problem for her to summon Tai Ba and Ying Long to kill Huo Wenwen. But the problem is that the ability to summon gods cannot be known to others, so it will be impossible to explain it clearly when the time comes. Mu Xinghe could have appeared at any other time, but he had to appear at this time. He was really unique. When Mu Xinghe saw that his sneak attack had no effect at all, he frowned. In this small world, even the Lord-level messengers of God can hardly withstand a few of his moves. The god of war Tianwu is extremely good at using telekinesis to throw spears. His power increase is basically in the first tier, and it is basically difficult to be detected with extremely high lethality. They usually take the initiative and take the enemy's head from thousands of miles away. And the woman in front of him was able to deal with his sneak attack with ease, and was obviously much stronger than he expected. That woman should be the fire dragon beside Yang Tianlong, right? She actually turned into a messenger of God. It seems that something unexpected must have happened in this gathering. Mu Xinghe said to himself, Mr. Mu, this fire dragon was killed and turned into a messenger of God. I'm afraid it has something to do with some god. Should we escape directly? Li Jun, the young man beside Mu Xinghe, asked respectfully. I'm afraid it's not that simple. I just saw the fire dragon chasing the three newcomers. Even one of them was seriously injured, but it still refused to flee. It is very likely that the function of the watch has failed. Hearing this, the young man next to Mu Xinghe tried to infuse spiritual power into the spirit stone in the watch. As expected, there was no response. Mr. Mu, it's just as you expected. Li Jun, Zheng Chao, the two of you attack this fire dragon from both sides. I will attract her attention. Receive. After the two young men beside Mu Xinghe responded, they immediately summoned their own life-saving weapons, long swords and short swords, and went around to both sides of Huo Wenwen. Mu Xinghe concentrated his strength on his right hand and threw the spear out again. Bang! There was a loud explosion. Huo Wenwen used explosive fire to blow away the spear thrown by Mu Xinghe, and then cast a light magic to rush towards Mu Xinghe. At this time, Li Jun suddenly appeared from Huo Wenwen's right. He swung his right arm and slashed at Huo Wenwen with the big knife in his hand. His move was fast and fierce, and the knife was sharp, as if he wanted to defeat the enemy with one move. However, he obviously underestimated Huo Wenwen's reaction ability. Huo Wenwen didn't even look at him. Her fire magic condensed between her right fingers, forming a flaming missile. Suddenly, a dagger appeared out of thin air behind Huo Wenwen's left side and pierced her chest directly from behind, causing the flaming missile shot at Li Jun to deviate and was past his ears. The dagger was then immediately pulled out, and Huo Wenwen's blood splattered everywhere. She covered her chest and stared at the empty plain behind her. As the distance between them increased, the figure holding the dagger gradually emerged. It was Zheng Chao. At this moment, Mu Xinghe finally finished accumulating strength, and a long spear with supreme momentum and domineering shot straight towards Huo Wenwen's head. However, Huo Wenwen just raised her head and roared, and Li Jun, who was rushing towards her with a big knife in hand, Zheng Chao, who was preparing to attack again, and the spear that was about to pierce through her head were all blown away for dozens of meters. Then she gathered the flames in her hands and slammed them hard on the ground. It was as if the might of a mountain collapsed, and the earth splitting began to extend outward with Huo Wenwen as the center. Then flames suddenly appeared under the feet of Li Jun, Zheng Chao, and Mu Xinghe and spurted out. Li Jun and Zheng Chao had just been knocked away by her roar, and before they could steady themselves, they were attacked. They were directly hit by the flames rising into the sky and rolled on the ground for several times before passing out. As for Mu Xinghe, he reacted quickly, and only part of his clothes were burned by the flames, and he did not suffer any direct harm. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, 3 sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and a golden arrow wrapped in a cold wind, flashing a sharp cold light, shuttled through the dark night sky and flew straight behind Huo Wenwen. Chapter 69. I Won't Miss Again. Huo Wenwen also acted decisively and controlled the flames to form a flame barrier behind her. However, she underestimated the power of the arrow. All 3 arrows were aimed at the wound on Huo Wenwen's chest. The first arrow failed to break through the defense of the barrier, but left a few ripples on the barrier. The second arrow followed closely and hit the previous ripples, successfully penetrating the barrier and forming a small gap. But this also reduced its power by 70% and failed to break Huo Wenwen's physical defense. The third arrow broke through the barrier along the gap created by the second arrow and directly pierced Huo Wenwen's body. Well, the silent Huo Wenwen finally groaned, and it was obvious that the arrow had caused her considerable damage. Just when Mu Xinghe didn't know what was happening, he saw a young man holding a long sword rushing in front of Huo Wenwen and starting to fight with her in close combat. Clang! 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 There was a sharp collision sound, and from time to time sparks from metal collisions were emitted. Su Chen's sword and Huo Wenwen's sickle intertwined together, and a strong wind erupted with the 2 of them as the center. In a blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Even though he was injured so badly, and he didn't use his dominant hand, we couldn't find many flaws. He is indeed a king-level divine messenger. Su Chen gradually fell into a disadvantage, and finally, after a minute, he could not withstand Huo Wenwen's continuous attacks and was pushed back dozens of meters. Just when Huo Wenwen wanted to press on with her victory, a spear flew from behind her again. Clang! Although Huo Wenwen successfully blocked the sneak attack, it also gave Su Chen a chance to catch his breath. He used the jumping ability of the Dragon Knight to quickly withdraw from the battlefield and came to Mu Xinghe's side. After Mu Xinghe saw Su Chen's face clearly, his brows furrowed slightly. He had an impression of the man in front of him. He was the man who had a conflict with Yang Tianlong and Huo Wenwen in the central square at that time. According to internal intelligence, his mission was to be a Sequence 100 freeman, and he was invited to join the night watch of Tiana City just after he turned 18. Yang Tianlong suffered a setback on his first day in the city that never sleeps, which led to him using his father's background to forcibly snatch half of the points from his 2 teammates. Last time, with his late warrior realm, he killed a leader-level divine messenger in one blow, which made him a gifted man of destiny. How strong is this person's jumping ability? The height just now was several dozen meters high. Is this really a level that a free warrior can achieve? Before Mu Xinghe could speak, Su Chen asked first. I say, your teammates are all injured. Don't you want to go and see them? No need. They're all my carefully selected teammates. The impact just now won't cause any harm. Besides, I still have to kill this fire dragon. Well, Su Chen looked at Mu Xinghe, who still wanted to continue fighting, and couldn't help but sigh. It was obvious that as long as he didn't join the battle and left it to Su Chen alone, the battle would probably be over soon. Your name is Su Chen, right? I admit that you have some strength, But this is not a fight that a warrior should get involved in. Aren't you just at the hero level? Are you sure you want to fight a king-level divine envoy? As a night watchman, a member of the Mu family, and the strongest person in this small world, I cannot retreat no matter what. Su Chen sighed again. It can be said that he is worthy of being a military man. Both his strength and thoughts perfectly fit the style of the Night Watch. But you shouldn't be so stubborn at this time. At this moment, Huanwen finally gathered her strength, and with a burst of fire, she once again sent Mu Xinghe's spear flying, staring at Su Chen and Mu Xinghe. Seeing this, Su Chen shook his head helplessly and suggested, Mu Xinghe, I have a way to kill her. Oh! A hint of curiosity suddenly appeared on Mu Xinghe's calm face. My two teammates are not far behind the fire dragon. One of them is a bard. If I can get her amplification and add my special move, I should be able to kill her. Really? You mean, let me hold back this fire dragon? Why? No way. That's not a funny joke. I was planning on dealing with her on my own. Then I'll leave it to you. As Su Chen spoke, he switched to the Dragon Knight, preparing to bypass Huanwen from the air. However, Huanwen seemed to think that Su Chen posed a greater threat. When Su Chen jumped, Huanwen also looked towards Su Chen, preparing to charge up the explosion. Seeing this, Mu Xinghe immediately threw out his spear, interrupting Huanwen's rhythm of accumulating strength. At the same time, he gave up his safe position and rushed forward to engage in close combat with Huanwen. Your opponent is me, the Fire Dragon. The blood-red spear tip and the dark purple sickle collided repeatedly in the air, creating dazzling sparks that were particularly eye-catching on the plain at night. The other side. After separating from Su Chen, Luo Shirin hurried to the night watchman who was blown away first. You're still breathing. Wait, I'll heal you. As a melodious song came out from Luo Shirin's throat, the night watchman lying on the ground's complexion gradually improved, but there was still no sign of waking up. Soon, Li Jianfeng also came here, following the singing. Shirin, what was that loud noise just now? Li Jianfeng asked immediately. It seems that the dragon girl next to Yang Tianlong went crazy and started to attack others indiscriminately. How come? Just at this moment, Su Chen also fell from the air to the ground. Shirin, how is he? My singing voice has only recovered slightly, but it looks like I'm out of danger now. Okay, the situation is urgent now, and I don't have time to explain. Jianfeng, please help find a place for this person to stay. Shirin, come with me. I need you. Do you need me? What on earth is it? Without waiting for Luo Shirin to finish speaking, Su Chen carried Luo Shirin on his shoulder like a sandbag and jumped towards Huanwen, leaving Li Jianfeng with a confused look on his face. What is going on here? In the air, Luo Shirin almost cried. As a bard with no fighting ability, she had never seen such a scene before. Su Chen, do you really have to carry me like this? Can't you just hold me in your arms? I'm sorry, my chest can only be reserved for my Luo. But this makes me feel so uncomfortable. It's okay. We'll be there soon. When Su Chen brought Luo Shirin to the scene of the battle, Mu Xinghe was already covered in wounds and was obviously at the end of his strength. You're finally here. Mu Xinghe complained, and finally, he couldn't hold on any longer. He was kicked dozens of meters away by Huanwen's knee and fell to the ground on one knee. You just said you could handle it on your own? Stop talking nonsense. I'll let you win on purpose just to see how you kill him. Don't tell me you were joking just now. Okay, I get it. Shirin, I'm counting on you. Okay. Luo Shirin also came back to her senses from her panic expression. After coughing twice, he summoned a harp and began to sing the song of amplification. Su Chen, on the other hand, switched to the form of sword god, held his breath and concentrated, and began to try to grasp the elusive death line. Huanwen also turned around, and the two of them looked at each other, as if they were confronting each other for the first time. However, compared to before, she had many more scars on her body, and even her steps were much heavier. Judging from the pressure it exudes, it is even weaker than when it attacked in the afternoon. But the same was true for Su Chen. Nearly half of his spiritual power was consumed, and there were some bruises on his body. He was not as good as when they confronted each other in the afternoon. The atmosphere gradually became depressing, leaving only Luo Shirin's singing voice echoing here. This time, I won't miss the target again. Su Chen muttered to himself, and at the same time made the same sword-drawing posture as in the afternoon. Huanwen, as usual, attached fire magic to the sickle, took a step forward, and rushed towards him. This time, with the help of Luo Shirin singing, he finally caught the deadline. The golden light cut through the night sky, and Su Chen's figure instantly appeared behind Hua Wenwen. Rest in peace. If you want to hate, hate me. As the golden sword turned into starlight and dissipated in Su Chen's right hand, Hua Wenwen's head also fell. Su Chen's body also swayed, and he fell straight down. Chapter 70, Dark Dragon Flame. Su Chen was in a daze and only felt that he was still lying on something very soft. But this time, there was no sweet scent, but a hint of bloody and rotten smell. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was still Long Luo'er's beautiful face. But her silver-white hair was stained with dark red blood. Su Chen, fortunately you are okay. There were a few tears in the corners of Long Luo'er's eyes. Obviously, she was happy that Su Chen had awakened. Lolo your hair. Don't worry, this is not my blood. I'm not injured at all. Now, everything is over. But you, how did you use light power to make yourself unconscious again? And glad you're okay. Long Luo'er also breathed a sigh of relief. She gently tapped Su Chen's forehead with her little hand and said with a smile, "You should at least worry about yourself first. But I heard from Luo Shirin and the others that you actually killed a king-level divine envoy. That's amazing. King-level." The scene of fighting with Hua Wenwen emerged in Su Chen's mind. At the last moment, he seized the only chance of death and used the power of the light blade to successfully defeat her. But the problem is that Hua Wenwen lost her dominant right hand and was severely injured many times. Her strength cannot be called a king-level messenger of God. Su Chen, let's not separate from now on, okay? I don't want to see you get hurt again. The moment the portal was closed, I was worried to death. I'm sorry for making you worry. Su Chen, I actually don't want you to smell my stinky smell, but I still... Su Chen also sat up at this time and gently stroked the silver-white long hair covered with blood stains of the god's messenger with his hand and said with a look of heartache, "Such beautiful silver hair, but it is covered with filth. Luo. Now that things are over, let's go take a bath together, and I just want to hear about your heroic deeds outside." Okay, I'll have to let you praise me. Time goes back to the barrier in the central square before Su Chen fell into a coma. Zicker looked at Long Luo'er in front of him with a playful expression, as if he didn't take her seriously at all. Long Luo'er, do you want to lock yourself in the barrier so that I can torture you? It's been 30 years. Why are you still so ignorant and so sarcastic? Things are different now. Now, the Lord God has granted me eternal life and the power to kill you. Don't worry, Long Luo'er. I won't let you die so easily. I will cut you into pieces bit by bit. And then, Long Luo'er didn't want to continue talking nonsense with him, so she interrupted his self-entertainment and muttered, "Purifying flame." After all, the control of the portal was taken away, which means something must have happened in the small world. She didn't want to waste her time on this insignificant elf. As Long Luo'er finished her words, blue-green flames attached to her white sword. Immediately afterwards, an extremely terrifying sword force instantly tore through the space and attacked Zicker. Zicker just smiled contemptuously, predicted the trajectory of the sword, and made a dodging gesture in advance. However, he miscalculated and thought that Long Luo'er's realm was still the legendary peak of 30 years ago. Taking normal dragons as an example, it usually takes at least 100 years for a dragon at the peak of the legendary realm to break through to the epic realm. Even if Long Luo'er was just one step away from entering the epic realm at that time, he is only at the early stage of the epic realm now, and basically would not be his opponent. However, she was unexpectedly praised as the greatest evildoer of the dragon clan throughout the ages. How could she be measured by the standards of a normal dragon? As if Long Luo'er had predicted Zicker's prediction, she temporarily changed the trajectory of the sword energy, and with the burning of the purifying flame, she pierced straight into Zicker's heart. How is that possible? How on earth are you? Long Luo'er had no intention of responding to him and continued to chant, "Purifying flame, break!" In an instant, Zicker's entire body began to burn violently, and in less than 3 seconds, it turned into ashes. However, the next moment, Zicker appeared in front of Long Luo'er again unharmed. The original disdainful expression was gone. Only anger could describe Zicker's expression at this moment. "It would be great if I could just die like this," Long Luo'er complained helplessly as she looked at Zicker, who had come back from the dead. Zicker's vocation is a sequence 199 bionic human. He is good at using dual swords and knows a small amount of magic. There is nothing particularly outstanding about this vocation. It's just a tough life. Every time he dies, he can consume a part of his spiritual energy to resurrect on the spot. making him extremely difficult to kill. 30 years ago, Long Luo'er had to kill him dozens of times before he was completely killed. Long Luo'er, I will tear you into pieces. Really? Blue dragon flame. Ow! As the words fell, a pale blue dragon flame directly wrapped around the newly resurrected Zikr and burned him to ashes. However, it was not over yet. Just as Zikr's body was about to be reshaped, the dragon flame burned him to ashes again, leaving him no time to utter a word. Once, twice, 3 times, 10 times. It was not until he was resurrected 13 times that Song Long Yin finally ran out of energy and dissipated in the air. And Zikr finally got a chance to breathe. Impossible. Long Luo'er, who are you? Zikr has fully realized that even if he has obtained the power of God, even if he has been resurrected as an emperor-level messenger, even if he has been dormant for 30 years, he is still no match for Long Luo'er. There is not even the slightest room for fighting back. The originally angry expression gradually began to turn into fear. The longer a person lives, the more afraid they are of death, let alone an elf who has already died once. Long Luo'er took a deep breath, adjusted his mental state to the peak, gathered his spiritual power on his fingers, and whispered, "The darkness of tacit revelation, the dark dragon flame." In an instant, the entire barrier was shrouded in an aura of extreme darkness. The entire space seemed to be distorted, with light and darkness blending together, making it impossible to tell what was illusion and what was reality, and everything became chaotic. Among them, there seemed to be several black dragons with blood-red eyes, staring at Zikr, who had a frightened face. I haven't used this trick since the battle with Orobus 30 years ago. Zikr, if you want to blame someone, just blame it on you for stopping me from meeting Su Chun. Wait! Before Zikr could finish his words, endless black flames engulfed Zikr, and not even the slightest wailing sound was heard. The darkest black flames enveloped the place where Zikr died, and finally dissipated after burning his soul. After the barrier was lifted, Long Luo'er did not plan to hide her strength any longer. Dozens of white sword beams flashed by, and even the king-level messengers of God seemed like ants in her eyes, vulnerable to a single blow. Soon, all the messengers of God in the central square were killed. The only ones left were the God's messengers who emerged from the portal one after another. So she quickly came to Jiling Lan. Xiaoling Lan, what's wrong? No, there is no way to regain control. The opponent must be a strong man who specializes in time and space magic. Then don't take it away. I will break it directly. Wanling Fa. Break it. As Long Luo'er spoke, she once again focused her spiritual power on the pure white sword. With a slash of the sword, the bloody and terrifying portal was directly cut into a space-time crack, and a large gully hundreds of meters long was also cut out in the central square. Chapter 71, Astaroth. So, you just jump right in? After taking a shower and changing clothes, Su Chun, who was helping Long Luo'er blow dry her silver hair, asked, I have to say, the blood stains of these gods' messengers are really hard to wash off. It took several times of shampooing to wash them clean. Such beautiful silver hair must not be stained by even the slightest bit of filth. Of course, otherwise how can I enter the small world and find you? This is too dangerous. I'm glad that I jumped decisively. You don't know that when I found you, Luo Shirin, Li Jianfeng, Mu Xinghe, and several seriously injured night watchmen were surrounding you and fighting with the gods' messengers who were surrounding you. If I hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid they would not have been able to hold on. Su Chun was also stunned after hearing this. I really didn't expect that when his spiritual power was exhausted and he fell into a coma, other gods' messengers would attack him. No one of them died? No, I also heard the casualty statistics while you were unconscious. In the entire city that never sleeps, only one night watchman and one fire dragon were sacrificed. They were Yang Tianlong and Huo Wenwen, who were killed by you. Although the rest were seriously injured, they are not in great danger of death. There is still a white mage Taoist here. As long as they are still alive, they can all be saved. White magic Taoist, this is really a blessing in disguise. By the way, have you found the god who turned Huo Wenwen into a divine messenger? No, I always feel something is wrong. Just as Su Chun and Long Luo'er were leaving the bathroom, they saw a graceful woman sitting on the edge of the bed, with her legs crossed, looking at them with a smile on her face. And she was the pure school beauty whom I met at Tiana City Station. Su Chun and the little princess of the Dragon Clan, long time no see. The woman in front of him spoke first in a frivolous tone. Astara, Su-Chen and Long Luo'er shouted in unison. Su-Chen also immediately switched to the Godslayer. Although the power continued to surge forth endlessly, Su-Chen was certain that he was no match for the woman before him. Whether it was the pressure emanating from her or the fact that she knew she was a Godslayer but still looked contented, it could be seen that she was not afraid of her current self at all. Long Luo also summoned his lifelong weapon and stared at the other party. But Su-Chen, who was holding her hand, could clearly feel that she was afraid, and all he could do at this moment was to hold Long Luo'er's little hand tightly. But Su-Chen was not too panicked. If Astaroth wanted to kill him, he could have done it long ago without all this preface. Moreover, based on what she had done before, she helped Su-Chen subdue the goddess Ba and Ying Long, and sent the Mirage Demon into Tiana City to help Su-Chen break his inner demons. Basically, it can be assumed that Astaroth must have something to ask of him, or needs his help to achieve a certain goal. At least now, his life is not in danger. Don't be so nervous. We haven't seen each other for a while. How are you? Do you miss me? No. So, what do you want to do? Don't be angry. I just came to say hello. As Astaroth spoke, he showed an intriguing smile that was really hard to read. If it's a greeting, I've already said it now. Can I ask you to go home? Don't be so angry. I'm here to remind you. 3 months later, a natural secret realm will be opened in the Falling Star Pond, 100 kilometers west of Xingyue City. There will be a treasure that will be very useful to you. Remember to get it. Su-Chen frowned slightly, not understanding what this god wanted to do at all. The location where the natural secret realm appears is almost untraceable and unpredictable. How does she know the specific time and place? And why should she tell herself? If it was a treasure, wouldn't she want it? Seeing Su-Chen's expression, Astaroth covered his mouth and smiled. Don't think too much. Don't worry, I am happy to help you. After Su-Chen pondered for a few seconds, he asked, Huan, did you kill him? Also, was the problem with the portal also caused by you? Hearing this, Astaroth just stood up, stretched, and responded calmly, Yes. What do you want to do? Me? Astaroth changed his frivolous expression and instantly became serious. Su-Chen, I think you'd better put aside those boring thoughts. This world is not as beautiful as you think. The strong survive and the weak die. This is an eternal truth. There is no need to waste time on those mortals. Besides, some gods have already noticed the appearance of the Godslayer. You don't have much time left. What's the meaning? Su-Chen was a little confused. From what Astaroth said, it seemed like she wanted to become stronger. What good would that do for her? Judging from her crime, did she want to use her own power to overthrow the divine court? As a god, why does he want others to overthrow the temple where he lives? Seeing Su-Chen's expression, Astaroth also sighed. It seems I have to give you some motivation. 3 years from now, if you fail to break through to the epic realm, I will kill your little wife. Astaroth smiled at Long Luo'er, and without giving Su-Chen the chance to ask again, he disappeared on the spot. After a moment, Long Luo'er collapsed to the ground as if relieved of a heavy burden. Lolo, are you okay? I'm sorry, the woman's pressure was a bit too strong, and I couldn't handle it. Su-Chen quickly picked her up and put her on the bed. He gently touched her head and said softly, It's over. It's okay. But 3 years later, Su-Chen hugged Long Luo'er and comforted her. It's okay. I said I would protect you. Even if the opponent is one of the 72 demon gods, so what? Even if the god of creation comes, don't even think about touching a hair on your head under my nose. Thank you, Su-Chen. Lolo, it's not like you to be so timid. I still like the way you look when you refuse to admit defeat and ride on me unruly. Upon hearing this, Long Luo'er's face turned red on the spot, and she waved her little fist and gently tapped Su-Chen's chest. What are you talking about? It's broad daylight now. Don't talk about obscure topics. I'm just telling the truth. My waist was almost twisted during those 2 nights. If the bed wasn't enchanted, it would have collapsed long ago. You keep talking. If you keep talking, I'll ride you to death tonight. Humph. Come on. Let's see who rides who. Finally, after a dirty joke, Long Luo'er's expression returned to normal. Su-Chen squatted at Long Luo'er's feet and grabbed her little thing and squeezed it. Long Luo'er blushed, subconsciously retracted her foot, and muttered, Stop it. What are you doing? I think bare feet are not as good looking as wearing white silk stockings. What are you talking about? How can you wear stockings right after taking a shower? As Long Luo'er spoke, she took out a pair of brand new white stockings from the space ring and placed them in Su-Chen's hand. The meaning is very clear. She just wants Su-Chen to help her put it on. What a lazy little idiot. Come on, you must be hungry. Let's go out for lunch. Su Chen then put on her stockings and white shoes and left the room together. At the moment the door closed, Su Chen looked at the edge of the bed where Astaroth had sat and whispered, Astaroth, no matter what your purpose is, if you dare to attack my Luo, I will kill you. Chapter 72 Encounter. After leaving the residential area, Su Chen found that there were a lot more night watchmen here. The high-rise building, which originally had few people, is now basically full of people. However, it is worth noting that many night watchmen nodded respectfully when passing by the two of them. Although they did not speak, it was obvious that they felt respected. Lolo, why do I feel like a lot of people are staring at us? Well, after all, the news that you killed a king-level divine envoy with the realm of a warrior has spread, so you are a rising star that is attracting much attention. Really? I didn't expect it to spread so widely. But why do I feel like most people are staring at you? Is it because your performance yesterday was so impressive? Hearing this, Long Luoer immediately turned his head and whistled. Obviously, what he said came true, but Long Luoer just wanted to push the glory to Su Chen. Forget it. Anyway, are these people looking for the god who turned Huo Wenwen into a divine messenger? Yes. After all, such a serious accident occurred in the Night Watch's headquarters. We must step up our precautions. It is said that many elite experts from the 6 cities have come. Su Chen also sighed. The story of Astaroth must not be told to anyone. After all, it is too weird. And even if I tell it to others, no one will believe it. The 72 demon gods made such a big fuss just to train a human being. Who would believe it if I told them? It's quite frustrating to waste so much human resources just to get nothing done. By the way, Luo, what do you think about the natural secret realm at the Falling Star Pond in 3 months? Well, to be honest, I think that God may have some problems with her brain, but I don't think she would go to such great lengths to deceive you. I hope what she said is all lies. Su Chen looked up into the distance and murmured. Even though he had just shown off in front of Long Luoer, he actually had no confidence that he could reach the epic realm within 3 years. Long Luoer was already a genius enough, but it took her nearly 60 years to cultivate from scratch to the epic realm. In other words, Su Chen must have at least 20 times more talent than Long Luoer to do this. How the hell is this? However, we can only take one step at a time. It is said that some secret treasures of gods can greatly improve the speed of cultivation. If we come across them, we might be able to steal them and use them. When the two arrived at the restaurant, they found Luo Shirin and Li Jianfeng sitting in the corner of the restaurant and dining together. Su Chen was quite surprised. He didn't expect that these two would sit together. It was a bit rare. Luo Shirin seemed to have noticed Su Chen walking into the restaurant and raised her hand to motion Su Chen to sit over. Oh, the great hero is here. Li Jianfeng joked with a smile. Don't talk about being a hero. Anyway, I heard from my Luo that you protected me when I was unconscious. Thank you again. Humph. What things are you talking about? If it weren't for you and your wife, we would have died there. Luo Shirin pouted, as if she wanted to complain about Su Chen carrying a sack and making her jump around last night, which made her a little afraid of heights. The two of them also focused their attention on Long Luoer. After all, when they were surrounded by the gods' messengers last night, Long Luoer killed all of them in seconds with just 3 moves. This can no longer be described as astonishing. People would believe it if they said it was a god descending to the earth. Su Chen also shook his head helplessly, and at the same time touched Long Luoer's head and asked for her opinion. Long Luoer also nodded tactfully. After all, there was no point in hiding it any longer. She had used all her strength to save Su Chen last night. Among the night watchmen present at the time, there were probably quite a few who knew her true strength and identity. Luo Shirin, Li Jianfeng, I hope you won't publicize what I'm going to say next. After all, if too many people know about it, it will probably be very troublesome. The two looked at each other and nodded. Luo is not actually a human. Her true identity is the princess of the dragon clan. Her vocation is the 88th dragon soul swordsman, and her realm is the epic realm. Hearing this, their eyes almost popped out. Confused, shocked, petrified. She is the princess of the dragon clan and a priest of the epic realm. How many levels does this have to stack? But at the same time, curiosity also arose in his heart. What is Su Chen's identity, and why was he able to marry such a strong wife? He would never do this in his dreams, right? After a while, Li Jianfeng finally came back to his senses from the shock, frowned slightly, and asked, Su Chen, my next words are not offensive to you and your wife. Please forgive me. Su Chen seemed to know what he wanted to ask and nodded to signal him to continue. Su Chen, Miss Long Luoer is your wife. Since she is so talented, you can't be just a free man, right? Of course, if it's inconvenient to say, I won't force it. After all, this is just my curiosity. After saying this, Luo Shirin also looked at Su Chun with expectant eyes. She also hoped that Su Chun could explain why he was only 18 years old and had just awakened his vocation, but he had such powerful strength. Su Chun also smiled indifferently. After all, he had expected such a situation to happen. The affairs of the God Slayer certainly could not be told, but the Sword God's light blade and the Dragon Knight's powerful jumping ability were indeed incredible. Do you know the crystal of creation? When these words were spoken, the two of them frowned, as if they had never heard of this thing before. Luo Shirin also took out the mobile phone she bought in the city that never sleeps and started searching for information online. But after searching for a long time, she could not find any relevant records. When Su Chun saw this scene, he was relieved. Fortunately, he didn't find any items with the same name. After all, this is the currency of an online game in the previous life. How could it exist in this world? Actually, this thing is a gem that I dug up by chance when I was a kid. I cultivated it by accident. At first, I didn't know what it was for. Until recently, I met a master who told me that thing is called the crystal of creation. After cultivating it, it can greatly improve physical fitness. Now that I think about it, it is thanks to that opportunity when I was a kid that I can have such strength. As soon as these words were spoken, Long Luo turned her face away and covered her mouth with her hands, laughing secretly. Luo Shirin and Li Jianfeng both showed lost expressions. I thought it was some unrecorded priesthood or special training method. If they could also train, they might become much stronger. But I didn't expect that he became so strong because of practicing some rare treasure. This kind of opportunity is hard to come by, which is really regrettable. After that, the three of them started ordering food and stopped talking about their true strength. Instead, they started bragging about their heroic deeds from last night. As for Long Luo, she just kept eating and had no intention of joining the conversation. Just then, a group of people rushed into the restaurant aggressively. There were men and women, about 10 people in total. These people were not wearing night watch uniforms, but white suits and trousers. The most eye-catching thing is that, except for the man leading the group, the others have dragon horns of different colors on their heads. But without exception, they all glared at Su Chun, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The leading man stared at Su Chun for a few seconds and shouted, "Take him away!" Chapter 73, The Crazy Husband Protector. Upon hearing this, the dragons behind the leading man immediately stepped forward to subdue Su Chun. Although Su Chun didn't know what was going on, seeing that they were coming for him, he quickly summoned his sword to prepare to fight off the enemy. As for Luo Shirin and Li Jianfeng, they also made preparations for battle. But before these dragons got close to Su Chun, they immediately felt an extremely powerful pressure coming at them. They were all suppressed by this momentum and dared not act rashly. Long Luo yawned and asked with a cold look on his face, "Yang Yi, what do you want to do?" Yang Yi just bowed respectfully and responded without changing his expression, "Your Highness Long Luo, long time no see. I am not here as the Lord of Launching this time. I just have some things to deal with. I will leave immediately and will not affect your meal. I'm asking you a question. What do you want to do? Or have you grown stronger after not seeing me for more than 10 years and dared to cause trouble under my nose?" Her petite body exuded the aura of a queen, and even Yang Yi began to sweat on his forehead. "I'm sorry, Your Highness Long Luo. Maybe I'm old, and my ears weren't working well enough to hear you clearly. Actually, I came here mainly because I wanted to ask this man named Su Chun something. Maybe the scene was a bit too big, and I disturbed Your Highness' meal. Il me plus soru." "Oh, to inquire? With so many dragons? I don't think you're going to ask questions." Yang Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead and responded, "It's like this, my son Yang Tianlong died in the small world yesterday. I want to ask him." Before Yang Yi could finish his words, Long Luo interrupted him and said, "What does Yang Tianlong's death have to do with Su Chun? You can't say that Su Chun killed Yang Tianlong just because he killed the fire dragon guard who turned into a divine messenger, right?" No, I just heard from two of Wuer's teammates that there are some conflicts between Su Chun and Wuer." "Is there a conflict? Didn't you go to Ji Linglan to ask about the situation?" The reason for Yang Tianlong's death was that he was incompetent and wanted to act alone, and ended up being killed by the messenger of God. What does it have to do with Su Chun? Hearing this, Yang Yi's mouth twitched. Since learning about Yang Tianlong's death last night, he was heartbroken. He quickly brought his dragon guards and rushed to the city that never sleeps to find out the cause of death. Even if Ji Linglan was a princess of China, he would never believe this one-sided statement. In the end, Yang Yi found out from many newcomers that Yang Tianlong had some conflicts with Su Chun. After all, everyone is not blind, and they must have seen what happened in the central square before departure. And through certain methods, Yang Tianlong's two teammates personally explained what happened in the small world at that time. Yesterday, Yang Tianlong personally took Huo Wenwen to find Su Chun to seek revenge. Although he didn't know what the outcome would be, Yang Yi would rather kill someone by mistake than let him go. And the most crucial thing is that knowing that his son would be the next lord of Longqing, he still had a conflict with Yang Tianlong. No matter why they had a grudge and who was at fault, Su Chun obviously did not take him, the lord of Longqing, seriously. But he couldn't understand why Long Luo'er was in the city that never sleeps and had to protect a newcomer to the Night Watch. At this time, Hua Gang, a man from the Fire Dragon clan standing next to Yang Yi, finally couldn't help it anymore. He suppressed the pressure and shouted loudly, "Long Luo'er, aren't you meddling too much? We respect you as a genius, but you were just a junior at best. We didn't do anything to give you face. Do you really think that there is no one left in our Fire Dragon clan? In this world, you want to talk about seniority? Also, do I need you to give me face? You look like you are about 500 to 600 years old, and you have just reached the peak of legend. It is a waste to use so many cultivation resources on someone like you." Hua Gang was about to open his mouth to refute when he was stopped by Yang Yi. Even in the epic realm, he was basically invincible. He was not something that the legendary and emperor dragons around him could deal with. If this really turns into a fight, we will definitely suffer the consequences. Yang Yi coughed twice and said, "Although Hua Gang is irritable, what he said is indeed reasonable. We just want to take Su Chun away. This matter should have nothing to do with you. If it affects your meal, I will give you a generous gift later. Is it none of my business?" Long Luo'er smiled contemptuously, which was a bit confusing. She then added, "Su Chun is my husband. You said you wanted to take him away. Does that have nothing to do with me?" Upon hearing this, Yang Yi and his group were all stunned. What the hell? Long Luo'er actually married an ordinary human male? Which country is this international joke on? Before they could react, Long Luo'er stood up, walked in front of Su Chun, and sat directly on his lap with his legs crossed. The meaning is very clear, which is to declare sovereignty. Su Chun belongs to her, Long Luo'er. If you, a mere lord of Longqing, want to take him away, then let's fight. After a while, Yang Yi finally recovered and asked, "Your Highness Long Luo'er, this joke is not funny. If you marry a human male, it will probably have a significant impact on your reputation. Let me put it this way. Even if my reputation may be infamous for eternity, I am willing to marry Su Chun. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Yang Tianlong's death has nothing to do with my Su Chun. I'll count to 3. If you don't take your people away, I won't be polite." As Long Luo'er spoke, she had already gathered her spiritual power between her fingers, forming a dark purple wave, and was obviously preparing to use a killing move. Seeing this, Yang Yi didn't dare to continue speaking, and soon left in disgrace with the rest of the dragon guards. After everyone left, Su Chun also breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Shireen also smiled and patted Su Chun on the shoulder, sighing, "It's great to have such a beautiful and powerful wife to protect you. I'm so jealous. No, I earned it by saving the world in my previous life." Li Jianfeng also interrupted at this time. "But then again, I think the Lord of Longqing doesn't seem to be planning to let you go. What should we do next?" Long Luo'er pouted and muttered, "What else can I do? I've already warned him like that. If he dares to provoke me again, I don't mind having a few more lives and dragons on my hands. It's not like I haven't killed before. TSK. She's really a husband-protecting devil," Luo Shireen complained. "How can I protect my husband? My waist hurts so much every morning when I wake up." When Long Luo'er heard this, she also knocked Su Chun on the head to express her dissatisfaction. Eat. My food has gotten cold because of all the commotion. Su Chun, I want 10 more dishes." "No problem. Go ahead and eat." On the other side, after Yang Yi and others left the restaurant, they immediately returned to the lounge specially prepared for him in the city that never sleeps. Bang! There was a loud noise. Yang Yi punched through the enchanted wall with a solid effect and roared in anger. "Fuck, that damn dwarf. She ignored my invitation when she came to Dragon City before, and I endured it at that time. Now she is respectful to me, but she just rode on my head and took a shit. She really thinks I am easy to bully, right? After all, Su Chun is just an ordinary human being and is not worth caring about, and Long Luo'er really doesn't take him. the dignified lord of Dragon City, seriously. The 9 dragon guards behind him lowered their heads and remained silent. After all, they had received a lot of cultivation resources from Yang Yi, but they didn't expect that they would be intimidated by a little kid who was less than 100 years old. It really damaged the reputation of the Dragon Clan. Maybe he wanted to show that he was useful, or maybe he wanted to make himself feel better. A girl from the Fire Dragon Clan who looked 70% similar to Huanwen stood up and suggested, City Lord Yang, just because we can't do anything to Long Luoer doesn't mean her family can't do anything to her. Even if she is willing to marry a human male, it doesn't mean her family will agree. Hearing this, Yang Yi calmed down instantly. This is a good idea. As the princess of the Shenlong clan, Long Luoer's status and position in the Shenlong clan is even higher than Ji Linglin's in China. The Dragon Clan is famous for caring about their reputation, and they will definitely not allow their princess to bear the bad reputation of marrying a human male, which is a completely shameful act. As long as the news of her marrying a human male is conveyed, the Dragon Clan will definitely not sit idly by and will definitely try every means to bring Long Luoer back. Without Long Luoer's protection, Su Chun could kill him at will. Hua Xiao Xiao, I'm deeply sorry for your sister's death. It doesn't matter if she dies. It's just because she is too weak. Well, since you proposed this plan, I guess you already have a way to contact the Shenlong clan? The Shenlong clan lived in the Shenlong Valley, thousands of kilometers north of the Fire Dragon clan's territory. Without any means of communication, it would take a lot of time just to run over to report the news, and it would also be quite dangerous. So, Hua Xiao Xiao took out a piece of pure white crystal from the space ring. There were several profound runes engraved on it, which looked very mysterious. I got this communication crystal when I was learning dragon language in Shenlong Valley 100 years ago. It could be used to contact my Shenlong teacher at that time. She is also a member of the Shenlong royal family. I believe she must be very concerned about Long Luoer's affairs. Chapter 74. The Prophet. At 12 o'clock noon the next day, Su Chun was still called up by the front desk staff of the residential area. He held his waist, slowly crawled to the bedside table, and picked up the phone. Mr. Su Chun, do you want to continue? Without waiting for the receptionist to finish speaking, Su Chun said directly, Stay longer. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Su Chun looked at his weak waist and sighed repeatedly. It's terrible. It's really terrible. I can ride for a whole night. It seems that I still need to improve my realm quickly. Sooner or later, I will turn over and become the master, and let her call the master gentler. After changing his clothes, Su Chun looked out the window and found that there were more and more night watchmen today. There were even not enough rooms in the residential area. Many people had set up tents in the small square in front of the residential area. The artificial sunlight of the city that never sleeps shines through the window, shining on Long Luoer's closed eyes and slightly upturned lips. She looks as if she is having a sweet dream and looks very beautiful. Su Chun was reluctant to wake her up, so after washing up, he left the room alone. When I passed by the front desk, I was suddenly stopped. Wait a minute, Mr. Su Chun. What's wrong? I should have said I wanted to stay longer. That's not what I'm talking about. Someone just left a letter for you. Come and pick it up. Letter. Su Chun felt a little confused. Although there are no mobile phones in the city that never sleeps, there is a landline in every room. Since you can leave a letter at the front desk, you can also ask for Su Chun's landline number at the front desk. Why use such a troublesome method? Su Chun scratched his head and finally opened the letter. However, you won't know until you read it. You will be shocked to find that the signature of the letter is actually the royal emblem of China. Ji Linglan is the only person with Chinese royal status in the city that never sleeps. Ji Linglan? It looks like a letter for Luo Luo. I'd better go back and show it to her when she wakes up. He also learned from Long Luo yesterday that she had some personal relationship with Ji Linglan, so he naturally thought that Ji Linglan came to find Luo Luo. Just when Su Chun was about to go upstairs, the front desk clerk called him again. Mr. Su Chun, please wait a moment. The person who left this letter requires you to open it on the spot. You cannot take it away. Dismantle it on the spot? Su Chun became more and more confused, but he still followed the receptionist's instructions and opened the envelope. There is only a short sentence in it. See you in my room at 1 p.m. Su Chun looked at the clock and found that it was already past 12:30. If you go there at this time, you can arrive just before 1 o'clock. Is it a coincidence? If I came down at 1 o'clock to pick up the letter, wouldn't she have missed it? And why would she, a princess, ask me out alone? You can't say she's attracted to me, right? After thinking it over again and again, Su Chun decided to go to the appointment. always feeling that something was fishy. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, outside Ji Linglan's room, Suchin knocked on her door nervously, and a soft voice came from inside. "Come in." Suchin swallowed and pushed open the door. I saw Ji Linglan sitting in front of the dressing table putting on makeup. She was wearing a very gorgeous dress. I had no idea what she was trying to do. After a while, Ji Linglan finally finished her makeup, turned around, and gave Suchin a playful smile. "You're not thinking the wrong thing, are you? Do you think I invited you here alone because I want something to happen? That won't happen. I only like Luo in my life." "Pfft. You are such an affectionate man. I was just kidding. By the way, I'll give this to you first." As Ji Linglan spoke, she took out an exquisite wooden box. When I opened it, I saw 2 silver white feathers inside, which felt a bit like metal. "This is... You'll know in a moment. Come with me. Someone wants to see you." Ji Linglan waved her hand, and a small portal about 2 meters high formed in front of her. Suchin nodded and walked into the portal with Ji Linglan. With a flash of dazzling white light, the room, which was originally full of girlish atmosphere, suddenly turned into a room full of technology, a bit like the scientific laboratory seen in science fiction movies in a previous life. Various precision instruments are placed everywhere, ranging from high-precision microscopes to complex chemical reaction devices. There are even containers filled with various corpses, creating a rigorous scientific atmosphere. Suchin was a little confused. The change was a bit too big. It felt like a fantasy movie suddenly turned into a science fiction movie. "Here it is, the underground laboratory in Yanjing City. Go in by yourself. I'll wait for you here." Ji Linglan pointed to the high-tech alloy door beside her and motioned Suchin to go in. "I always feel like there's something fishy going on inside." Having said that, Suchin finally walked into the room. The scene in front of him shocked him. Thousands of virtual screens are spread throughout the room, broadcasting each person's life story in multiples. Children, adults, the elderly, the dying. No matter who they are, what their identity is, or what they have done, it is all presented before our eyes. In the center of the room, there is a huge glass coffin. Suchin walked over and found a young woman who looked to be about 18 years old lying in the glass coffin. She was not very pretty, but definitely not ugly. The head and limbs were covered with electrodes, connected to the glass coffin via wires. There was no movement in his chest, so he might have died long ago. Just when Suchin was confused and didn't know what Ji Linglan asked him to come here for, a synthesized female voice came from the glass coffin, which scared him. "Suchin, good afternoon." "Good afternoon. Don't scare me. I thought you were dead. In fact, it's no different from being dead. So let's stop here with the pleasantries. I called you here this time because I have something important to tell you." Suchin sighed. "I don't quite understand why these people are so mysterious every day. If you have something to say, can't you just make a phone call and it's all done? You have to call people here and there." "Well, may I ask what you want me to do?" "I think so, but the woman in front of me may be of an extraordinary status, so I still have to give her due respect." "You don't have to be so respectful. If we really want to rank people by seniority, I should call you sir." "How could that be? I'm just an ordinary rookie of the Night's Watch. I don't have any seniority or background." "Hey, don't hide anything from me. God Slayer, Dragon Knight, Dragon Rider, and Sword God." Upon hearing this, Suchin was stunned on the spot. Regarding the matter of the God Slayer, didn't Long Luo'er say that only the ancient gods would know? Moreover, he even knew the vocation he obtained through the lottery so clearly. Could it be that his life was monitored all day long through these virtual screens? You can't say that the woman in front of you is an ancient god. That's too abnormal. "My name is Lan Bingyue, and my vocation is the 29th sequence prophet. Suchin, I know everything about how you traveled here, made friends with Long Luo'er, obtained the vocation of the God Slayer, and killed Orobus, Nils, and Shiyu." Chapter 75, Secret Realm of Sword. Hearing this, Suchin almost wanted to blurt out, "Fuck. Damn, is she the prophet?" This prophet's abilities are too great. He even knew that Astaroth interfered and went back in time to kill Chiyu. He might as well change his name to the Omniscient. After coming back to his senses, Suchin suddenly realized something. He immediately put his hands together and thanked in front of the glass coffin. "Master Prophet, thank you for letting Luo and I meet. The most fortunate thing in my life is that I can marry Luo. It's nothing. I feel quite comfortable knocking against you too." "Really? Let's get back to the topic. Do you remember those 2 sword feathers?" Hearing this, Suchin reached into his pocket and took out the 2 silver white feathers that Ji Linglan had given him. "Is that what you're talking about? What on earth is this feather used for?" This sword feather is the entrance ticket to the secret realm of sword. You and Long Luoer will each get one. Secret realm of sword? What on earth is this? The secret realm of sword is a place that all swordsmanship practitioners in this world yearn for. The passage of time there is different from that in the outside world. 1 year is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world, and there is no need to eat or sleep. The spiritual energy content there is even greater than that in the city that never sleeps. A person only has one chance to enter this place in his life, so it is an excellent place for cultivation. And you have the vocation of a sword god. So if you train there for a period of time, your strength will surely improve by leaps and bounds. Su Chen scratched his head, feeling a little unbelievable. If you need an admission ticket, it can be explained that the secret realm of the sword is guarded by someone, and you need someone to introduce you to enter. If the passage of time is different from that in the outside world, then it is entirely possible to imagine it as the world where the decisive battle with Chi Yu took place. There is no need to eat or sleep, and I have never heard of any restrictions on the number of times people can enter and exit the secret realm. This is indeed a bit unbelievable. Lan Bingyue seemed to see Su Chen's inner confusion and began to explain. The secret realm of sword is not an ordinary secret realm. All swordsmen enter the Tao with their souls and use the spiritual energy of the secret realm to create their bodies. Therefore, death is not the end there. Similarly, the sword secret realm contains many cultivation treasures that are unheard of in this world. Although they cannot be taken out, if you practice in it, the results will be reflected in your real body. Su Chen suddenly understood this explanation was very easy to understand. In other words, the secret realm of sword is somewhat similar to the online games in the previous life. Once you enter it, it is equivalent to creating a virtual character in the game, where you can upgrade, kill monsters, and make money. Even if you die, there will be a special resurrection point for resurrection. The only difference is that by improving the attribute values of the virtual character, the physical fitness in reality will also increase. There are also many rare treasures. It is indeed a perfect place for cultivation. So that's how it is, but I still don't understand one thing. Since you're going to give Luo an admission ticket, why do you want me to come alone? Wouldn't it be better if we came together? Wouldn't it be easier this way? This involves the flaws in my divine power. A prophet can know the future of anyone, but cannot tell the future situation. He can only guide them onto the right track through various means. But you are different. You are not from this world. I can neither see through your future, nor tell you the future of others. Wait. If you can't see my future, how do you know so much about me? Although you can't see it directly, you can watch it from the perspective of others. The futures of Long Luoer, Tian Ba, and Ying Long will be reflected on you. Putting them together like a puzzle, you can infer your approximate trajectory of action. So, Su Chen nodded, obviously understanding what Lan Bingyue said. It seems that she had anticipated that Ji Linglan would meet with her alone at noon that afternoon, so she left a letter at the front desk. The power of the prophet is really scary. It feels like I am being monitored 24/7. Well, let's get back to the point. 3 days from now at noon, Long Luoer's brother and sister will come to the never-sleeping city. They will take Long Luoer back to the Shenlong Valley, and you will never see her again. How could this happen? How did her family know Long Luoer was here? And why did they bring her back? The future can be changed. It all depends on you. Su Chen looked at the 2 sword feathers in his hands and held them tightly. It seems that whether or not Long Luoer can be protected in 3 days depends entirely on this trip to the secret realm of sword. I see. Thanks for letting me know. After leaving Lan Bingyue's room, Ji Linglan came up to her with a curious look on her face and asked about the situation. Su Chen, what did Xiaolan tell you? This is the first time I heard that she met someone alone. Xiaolan actually just talked about some daily topics. Tisk, if you don't want to talk about it, just go back. This is indeed your true character. After returning to the room, Long Luoer had just woken up. With messy white hair and a yawning expression, he looks very cute. Good afternoon, little lazy dragon. Look what I brought you. Su Chen greeted him and shook the big cake in his right hand. Long Luoer was still a little sleepy at first, but the moment she saw the cake, she jumped out of bed, not caring at all that she was still naked. Su Chen, where did this come from? A gift from Ji Linglan. Xiao Linglan? Why are you looking for her? In fact, Su Chen told her everything that had just happened. Of course, she was not told that her brother and sister would be here in 3 days. After all, Long Luoer's strength is obviously much stronger than her brother and sister, but if she was still taken back, it can only mean one thing, that Long Luoer must have other weaknesses or handles in the hands of her family, forcing her to go back. If I say it now, it might affect her mood. Suchin didn't want to see Long Luoer looking sad every day. The secret realm of the sword? Did that prophet really give you the sword feather? Yeah, here it is. When Long Luoer saw the sword feather that Suchin took out, she almost suspected that she was dreaming. Of course, she also knew the rumors about the secret realm of sword. So since awakening the dragon's soul swordsman, she began to travel everywhere. One is to broaden one's horizons, collect some rare treasures, and improve one's own strength. The second is to find the sword feather that can enter the secret realm of sword. Now, she got it so easily. It turned out that marrying Su Chun was the best choice she had ever made in her life. Su Chun, I love you. I love you too, Lolo. Then let's go now without further delay. Anyway, the city that never sleeps is under martial law because they're searching for the traces of the gods recently. Most activities cannot be participated in. We have nothing to do anyway. Let's eat first. Although we don't need to eat in the sword's secret realm, our bodies outside are starving. We also need to prepare to renew the lease of the room. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Su Chun and Long Luoer, who had made all preparations, sat on the bed, leaning against each other, took out sword feathers, and began to inject spiritual power. When the gathered spiritual energy reached the critical point, both of them felt a black screen in their eyes and passed out. When they woke up again, Su Chun and Long Luoer found themselves on a vast grassland. It is somewhat similar to the small world created by Ji Linglan, but it gives people a completely different feeling. With every breath, you can feel the extremely powerful spiritual energy flowing into your body. It seems that as long as you are here, you are always practicing. Su Chun, have we really arrived at the secret realm of sword? That should be it. With such abundant spiritual power, no one would believe it if it wasn't a secret realm. Great! Half of my dream has finally come true. So, what is the remaining half of the dream? Hate it. Don't let me say it. Long Luoer muttered and complained, and kept hitting Su Chin's chest with her little fist. Isn't that what I said last time? 2 boys and 2 girls? That might be it. That's so straightforward. I thought you would definitely say proudly that it's not true. No way. The 2 of them were chatting and flirting, not knowing that 3 swordsmen not far away had already noticed what was going on. Their sword blades were already stained with dark red blood. Chapter 76, New Arrival. Just when Su Chin wanted to kiss Long Luoer's little face and feel whether there was any difference between his body here and the real world, Long Luoer's eyes focused, and she immediately hugged Su Chin in her arms, and then a fragrance wafted into his nose. It is indeed the secret realm of swords. Even the scent is made to be exactly like the real thing. No, now is not the time to think about that. Before Su Chun could react, the surrounding grassland was instantly swept by strong winds, and sand filled the air. Long Luoer simply tapped the grassland lightly with both hands, and a barrier was formed instantly to protect herself and Su Chun. The grassland without any barriers to protect it has become a bare land, which shows how powerful it is. Lolo, I didn't expect that things would become so uneasy right after arriving at the sword's secret realm. After a while, the smoke and dust dissipated, and 3 swordsmen were seen walking slowly towards the 2 men with lewd smiles on their faces. I didn't expect that little girl to react so quickly. My blade storm almost always kills her on first sight. The yellow-haired young man shook off the mud and sand on his sword, as if killing people was just a common thing for him. Can you do it? Oldly? How come you can't even kill the brother and sister who just came to the secret realm of sword? The black-haired young man complained with disdain and licked the blood-stained sword a few times. That little white-haired girl seems pretty good. There are too few women here. It's not interesting at all. Laoli Lao Zhao, I want that little girl. Is that okay with me? The purple-haired young man stared at Long Luoer, saliva almost dripping from the corners of his mouth. Seeing this scene, even the dumbest person would know that these 3 swordsmen were a team whose main business was to kill and rob. Lolo, what are their 3 realms like? Long Luoer, whose pupils had returned from gray to lavender, responded, all 3 of them are at the peak of the hero realm. I'll kill 2 of them and leave 1 for you to practice with. We just so happen to be new here too, so we shouldn't refuse this intelligence that's been delivered to our doorstep. I see. Long Luoer and Su Chin slowly stood up and looked at the 3 swordsmen calmly, as if nothing had happened. By the way, Luo, I just called Xiao Jin, but it didn't seem to work at all. And when I looked at their swords, they didn't look like their natal weapons at all. Instead, they looked like ordinary iron swords. The level of the god-killing golden book is too high. The secret realm of the sword may not be able to be replicated at all. Moreover, my weapon seems to be unable to be summoned. I am afraid that this world cannot use the natal weapon of the heavenly duty. This is a headache. I guess I can only snatch them from them. Those 3 swords are so disgusting just looking at them. It's okay, as long as the magic works go on. After Long Luo'er finished speaking, she used magic to create an ice sword, added solid magic to it, and handed it to Su Chun. Magic was also used to petrify the ice on the hilt of the sword, so that you wouldn't get frostbite. Thank you, my wife. Tell me more, I love to hear it. When the 3 swordsmen saw that Long Luo'er could use magic, they immediately became interested. After all, one of the conditions for entering the secret realm of sword is to awaken the vocation of swordsmanship. Among the sword-fighting classes, there are only a handful that can use magic. In other words, Long Luo'er is a rare creature in the secret realm of sword. Maybe if he is sold to some forces, he can get some good cultivation resources in exchange. Oh, you can do magic too. Ha, you look like a rare treasure. What a shame. My wish of having a woman to serve me will not come true. I can only enjoy her a few times before selling her off. It's okay, it's okay. Being a woman is not as important as practicing. I'm so lucky today. However, the next second, the black-haired young man and the yellow-haired young man among the 3 people who were laughing loudly were instantly split into 2, and they didn't even know how they died. Long Luo'er had already come behind the remaining purple-haired young man, waving her hands and jumping up and down, shouting, Su Chun, the remaining man depends on you. Okay. The purple-haired young man was already sweating profusely and couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. His vocation is the 255th swordsman, who is good at blocking and counterattacking. Having this vocation will greatly increase his dynamic vision and reaction speed. So, he basically saw everything that just happened. Without any weapons, Long Luo'er used his hands as swords and took a step forward to cut the 2 men in half. Because of his extremely fast speed, he wasn't even stained by the splattered blood. He was definitely not on the same level as the 3 of them. Wait, this is all a mistake. Without waiting for the purple-haired young man to finish speaking, Su Chun picked up the ice sword and rushed forward. The sharp ice blade flashed coldly under the sunlight, looking particularly terrifying. Crack! Su Chun's attack was blocked, making a different collision sound. However, this was not the end. Su Chun's figure was extremely fast, like a phantom, and instantly circled behind the purple-haired young man. He attacked again, but was still blocked. It can be said that he is worthy of being a sword fighter. His reaction ability is very strong. He can barely block the speed of the sword god. Fuck you, don't be so shameless. The purple-haired man roared and swung his right hand holding the iron sword vigorously, but Su Chun dodged it. Su Chun saw that he had been concentrating on defense until he revealed the slightest flaw and then started to attack. He immediately analyzed that the purple-haired man's mission was to be a swordsman. The advantages and disadvantages of this job are very obvious. It lacks offensive means. I will not move when the enemy moves. I can respond to changes by remaining unchanged. If you find a flaw, I will kill you. It can be considered a job with strong defensive ability. No wonder we couldn't catch the deadline at all. It's too sneaky. The sword lights of Su Chun and the purple-haired young man intertwined in the air. The green grass on the grassland swayed wildly in every confrontation, as if it was cut by an invisible force. After a fierce confrontation, Su Chun gradually gained the upper hand. Each of his attacks hits the vital points, making it difficult to defend against and requiring almost all of one's attention to be focused on defense. Finally, after the 97th confrontation, the purple-haired young man finally revealed a flaw, allowing Su Chun to successfully grasp the clue. However, he did not kill him. Instead, he followed the direction of the death line and changed his trajectory at the last moment, directly cutting off the purple-haired young man's limbs and causing him to collapse to the ground. And Long Luo'er immediately came to Su Chun and applauded. Su Chun, good job. I didn't expect you could beat him without using the light blade. Well, I was just lucky. This guy is a bit weak. I left him alive. Did I torture him? Or? No need to bother. Long Luo'er came to the purple-haired man and said in dragon language, Follow. In an instant, the purple-haired young man's gaze dimmed, and he became a puppet at the mercy of others. It's really useful. I think I still have more than 19,000 ability points. I'll learn a few more dragon languages after I get out. Please teach me when the time comes. I also want to learn the real dragon language. Yes, but we need to get some information from this person first. It was a pity that the injuries inflicted by Su Chun were a bit too severe. Less than 10 minutes later, the purple-haired young man died from excessive blood loss. Chapter 77, Jiandang Mountain. In the secret realm of Sword, no one needs to eat or sleep, but in contrast, their soul energy will continue to be depleted. If you die, you will automatically reborn in the nearest town, and a large amount of soul energy will be deducted. There is currently no way to quantify soul energy, but as long as you feel sleepy here, it means that your soul energy is about to be exhausted and you need to replenish it as soon as possible. Once the soul power is exhausted, one will be teleported out of the secret realm and will never be able to enter again. So here, death is not the cruelest experience imprisonment is. As for how to increase soul energy and what exactly soul energy is, there is still no definitive conclusion. However, here the easiest way is to practice. When the realm is improved, the soul strength will also increase, and the soul energy will naturally recover. This is also the consensus of all swordsmen here. In addition, killing other swordsmen will also gain a certain amount of soul energy. These 3 swordsmen attacked the 2 just to obtain soul energy and see if they could rob some cultivation resources. Then there is the current sphere of influence of the sword's secret realm. There are 3 powerful forces here, occupying more than 95% of the resource production areas. Among them, the Bloodsword Alliance is the most powerful, with the largest number of members and the widest range. It is said that the current leader is an epic master who suppressed all disobedience when he first arrived and established the Bloodsword Alliance with the Bloodsword Pool as its base. Lolo, I have a question. Aren't sword feathers extremely rare? Why can these 3 people at the peak of the hero realm obtain them? And they don't look particularly strong. Long Luoer shook her head and replied, I don't know. I just wanted to ask, but he died. But it doesn't matter. It won't affect our training here. We can ask others when we meet them. Yes, then where should we go now? Su Chun took out the map he had just looted from the 3 corpses and asked. Long Luoer was seen holding her chin with her hand, making sounds from time to time, which made her look particularly adorable. After a moment, she gently pointed to Jiandang Mountain not far from here with her white fingers and said, The purple-haired man just said that Jiandang Mountain has not been occupied by any forces yet. Maybe we can find some good treasures there. If there is no force occupying it, is it possible that there are no treasures there? Or is it too dangerous and not suitable for occupation? Well, let's take it one step at a time. I'll protect you. Don't panic. Thank you, sister wife. What a strange name. After half a day's journey, Long Luoer and Su Chun finally arrived at Jiandang Mountain. Looking up, the peak reaches the sky, towering and majestic, and the entire mountain is covered with white snow, like a huge silver pyramid. Looking closely, through the misty clouds, one can vaguely see many broken swords stuck on the landslide halfway up the mountain. It is obvious that most of the climbers died here. Is this Jiandang Mountain? It's so high, Su Chun said with a frown. The spiritual energy here is very rich. I guess there are some terrifying monsters living in the mountains. But you humans have a good saying. The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. The more dangerous the place, the more precious the treasures you can get. That's true. It's such a dangerous place, and I'm sure no one else would set foot here. Let's go, Luo. The moment they stepped into Jiandang Mountain, Su Chun and Long Luoer suddenly felt a strong force of gravity coming. It turns out that not only are there monsters living there, but the gravity is far beyond normal levels. Lolo, this gravity is at least 10 times stronger, right? No wonder almost no one is interested. It is really difficult to climb such a high mountain with gravity more than 10 times stronger. But I think it's not the gravity here that has changed, but our gravity that has changed. Long Luoer frowned and asked, You can tell this? Does the sword god have so many abilities? Su Chun shook his head and responded, If this gravity is more than 10 times greater than the force applied to Jiandang Mountain, the snow cannot remain so stable and will definitely trigger an avalanche. If this gravity is only applied to us, everything can be explained. It's really worthy of being called the secret realm of swords. It's so amazing. By the way, Su Chun, you are so smart. I like your compliment, Lolo. But our gravity is so strong, we can only walk along the rocky road. Otherwise, we will cause an avalanche. I know. The two climbed up little by little along the rugged mountain road. They were still talking and laughing at the beginning, but after walking for half a day, Su Chun gradually began to show signs of fatigue. Even so, he did not stop, and his eyes still revealed determination. If he cannot make a name for himself in the secret realm of sword, the future that Lan Bingyue described will most likely become reality, which is something Su Chen absolutely does not want to see. Now, he couldn't imagine how he would live without Long Luo'er. Although you don't need to eat here, you still need oxygen to breathe. As the air pressure at high altitudes became lower and lower, the oxygen became thinner and thinner, coupled with long periods of cold and fatigue. Even if Su Chen had a firm belief, his body began to lose control. Su Chen, are you okay? I see you're in a bad state. It's okay. I can still hold on. Long Luo'er came to the edge of the cliff and looked down. He estimated that he was about 3,000 meters above sea level. Looking up, even with the Dragon Clan's powerful eyesight and perception, they couldn't see where the top was. They were probably not even halfway there yet. There was nothing but snow along the way, and the temperature was almost as low as minus 40 degrees Celsius. No rare treasures were found. Take a rest. After all, your realm is too low. Feel sorry. It's okay. Everyone has low levels sometimes. As Long Luo'er spoke, she immediately used magic to create a small ice house of about 1 square meter, and at the same time pulled Su Chen, who was unable to walk, into the house. Looking at Su Chen, who was breathing heavily, Long Luo'er also felt sad. His body temperature was already very low. If it weren't for the sword god's ability to give him the physical fitness of a dragon, he would have died here long ago. I really don't know how he managed to hold on. Long Luo'er took off her coat and put it on Su Chen. She also took off her own and Su Chen's underwear. She leaned her whole body against him, using her body temperature to warm him up. Su Chen, are you feeling better? Well, thank you, my wife. After a moment of silence, Long Luo'er spoke again. Su Chen, why don't we go somewhere else? Or should I go up the mountain alone to find resources and bring them to you? Hearing this, Su Chen just shook his head lightly and whispered, Lolo, don't you always say that I need to exercise? I think since I can't die here, it's a very good choice to exercise my endurance in this extreme weather and abundant spiritual energy environment. And you also said that we will never be separated again. So no matter how difficult it is, we must advance and retreat together. Su Chen. Long Luo'er hugged him tighter. Perhaps she wanted to help Su Chen restore his body temperature faster, or perhaps she was moved by Su Chen's words. Only she herself knew the reason. After a while, with the help of healing magic and Long Luo'er's body temperature, Su Chen's body quickly recovered. The altitude of Jiandang Mountain is estimated to be at least 10,000 meters, and the road ahead will definitely be more difficult than before. Long Luo'er, who is at the peak of the epic realm, is definitely no problem, but Su Chen, who is at the peak of the warrior realm, is really struggling. Fortunately, the spiritual energy here is very abundant. After walking for a distance, you can build an igloo in the same way and then continue moving forward after restoring your body temperature. In this way, 3 days later, we finally arrived at the peak with an altitude of 7,500 meters. Suddenly, Long Luo'er seemed to have discovered something. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she pointed ahead excitedly and shouted, Su Chen, look over there. Looking in the direction that Long Luo'er pointed, I saw a white flower emitting a faint white light, with petals shaped like daggers, and emitting a terrifying aura growing halfway up the mountain. The pure white flowers trembled slightly in the cold wind, as if they would slide down the mountainside at any time. Lolo, that flower looks unusual. I don't know what it is, but it must be a good treasure. However, it doesn't look that easy to get. Su Chen looked confused. The next second, the ground began to shake. Roar! 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 Along with a huge roar, a giant blue dragon suddenly rushed out from the snow, directly triggering a huge avalanche. Snowflakes were flying, covering the sky and the sun, as if the world was caught in the chaos of doomsday. And that white flower actually grew on the dragon's forehead. Chapter 78, Frost Dragon. At this time, the place where Long Luo'er and Su Chen were staying also collapsed along with the avalanche. However, Long Luo'er had already made preparations in advance and added floating magic to Su Chen and herself, which was enough to deal with this avalanche. Lolo, is that dragon also a swordsman? It shouldn't be a real dragon. I used the dragon eye to check it. This giant frost dragon has no soul at all. I'm afraid it's just a puppet created by this world to guard some secret treasures. Can you see the realm then? No, without a soul, it can't be called a living being, so naturally it won't have any realm. But looking at its appearance, I'm afraid its strength should be above the legendary level. Ilgamitit. Su Chen, you just wait here? Well, come on, my dear wife. I'll reward you with a chance to kiss you tonight. This is not a reward. You belong to me. I can kiss you whenever I want. The frost dragon was huge, almost as big as the Yinglong that fought with Chiyu at that time, standing on the snow-capped mountain like a mountain. Long Luo'er concentrated his spiritual power in his hands, forming two wind blades, and slashed directly at the dragon. This was just a test of the waters, and not much spiritual power was used, but it was enough to destroy all life below the legendary realm. However, what happened next still made her frown slightly. The wind blade dissipated the moment it touched the dragon's head, without causing any power at all. Medicummunity. No, is it relying on physical strength to block it? Could it be a puppet with high magic resistance? Long Luo'er murmured softly, and at the same time he fell to the ground, picked up the huge rock on the ground, and threw it hard. The boulder smashed towards the dragon at a speed almost 3 times the speed of sound. Bang! There was a loud noise. The boulder shattered, but the frost dragon still used its body to block it, and not even the slightest scratch could be seen. Is the defense so amazing? The frost dragon seemed to be completely enraged by Long Luo'er's attack. After letting out an earth-shaking roar, its tail swept towards Long Luo'er. The speed was so fast that even Long Luo'er didn't have time to react. He took the blow head-on and was knocked back more than 10 meters. Fortunately, Long Luo'er had a strong combat awareness, and his body subconsciously took a defensive posture before his brain reacted, so he did not suffer too much damage. Lolo! Suchin shouted immediately and took a step forward, wanting to help Long Luo'er. However, unexpectedly, the place where Long Luo'er fought with the frost dragon was wrapped in a huge barrier and could not be entered at all. Suchen, don't come over. The strength of this giant dragon puppet is probably equivalent to that of a saint or above. It is definitely not something you can handle. Saint Realm? Then what will you do, Luo? Suchen kept knocking on the barrier, but it was of no use. Suchun, run away quickly. It doesn't matter if you die here. I will come find you later. No, I can't abandon you. Stop messing around. As Long Luo'er spoke, he concentrated all his spiritual power on his right hand. Success or failure depends entirely on this one strike. Come in, Dragon Vlam. In an instant, the entire barrier was shrouded in darkness, and it was impossible to see what was happening inside. However, the next second, the darkest black flame was instantly frozen, and then began to shatter like a mirror. Long Luo'er was once again knocked hundreds of meters away by the frost dragon's tail attack, and flew out of the barrier in the opposite direction of Suchen. After stabilizing himself, Long Luo'er muttered again, "Damn it, the ultimate power of the divine dragon, the world-destroying dragon flame." As the words fell, pure white flames instantly wrapped around Long Luo'er and rushed towards where the dragon was again. However, this time, it was her turn to be blocked outside the barrier. The moment the pure white flame touched the barrier, it immediately turned into the purest spiritual power and was absorbed by the barrier without even the slightest ripple. What is going on? Long Luo'er muttered to himself. Everything that was happening now was beyond her understanding. Let's not talk about why there are puppets at the saint level in the secret realm of Sword. Why is there suddenly an extra barrier here? There was no barrier when she was knocked away, just now. Now that Suchun is still there, he doesn't have the time to think about other reasons. However, the fact is, despite having an extremely abundant supply of spiritual power, Long Luo'er used various powerful skills one after another, but was unable to cause the slightest damage to the barrier. The other side, when Suchun saw Long Luo'er being knocked away, a surge of anger instantly surged in his heart. Even though he knew that he was no match for the frost dragon, he would never allow anyone to hurt Long Luo'er. He drew out the ice sword that Long Luo'er had given him and slashed with all his might. However, this time it was different. The barrier seemed to be non-existent, and Suchun came in easily. He even lost control and stumbled and fell directly into the snow. What on earth is this? Suchun was also confused. How come the barrier that couldn't be broken, no matter how hard we attacked, just now suddenly disappeared? The dragon seemed to be aware of the movement here, and its huge body began to turn slowly. It was a world of difference from when it attacked Long Luo'er just now. It was as if it was slowed down 100 times. The giant dragon, which had no visible deadlines just now has more than a dozen deadlines that are particularly conspicuous, and its entire body is full of flaws. Suchen also decided to take a gamble. After all, the deadline seen by the sword gods, I was the opponent's weakness in the cause and effect relationship. As long as you can hit the opponent along the deadline, no matter how high the opponent's realm is, you will be able to kill him with one blow. Combined with the light blade's light speed slash, this is his only chance. Su Chun, stop messing around, run. Long Luo'er shouted loudly outside the barrier, but Su Chun did not hear it at the moment. He concentrated on spreading his spiritual power throughout his body, preparing to cast the light blade. He stood up and made a gesture as if to draw his sword. A blade of light slashed along the most obvious death line, and Su Chin's figure instantly arrived on the head of the dragon. Originally, the frost dragon was planning to use ice dragon breath, but as the light blade slashed out, the breath was stuck in its throat, and a bone-chilling chill spread. After a few breaths, the entire dragon head fell down, and the huge body fell down with it. The giant frost dragon of the Saint Realm was killed by Su Chun, and the barrier also dissipated. Su Chun was confused. Long Luo'er, who was almost going crazy outside the barrier, was also confused. What does it mean for a warrior at the peak of the warrior realm to kill a puppet dragon comparable to that of a saint? The higher the realm, the greater the gap between each realm, and the more difficult it will be to fight across realms. If two saint-level warriors were fighting, even a small difference in realm might be fatal. After all, every person who reaches the pinnacle must be a peerless genius of a certain race. He has always been invincible in the same realm. Naturally, he has killed countless enemies across realms. How could he be killed by someone at a lower realm than him? What's more, this has transcended so many realms. This is not right. Long Luo'er hurried to Su Chun and asked anxiously, Su Chun, are you okay? Su Chun was like a deflated ball, falling towards Long Luo'er. Long Luo'er also took Su Chun into her arms and looked at him with concern. Fortunately, Jiandang Mountain's spiritual power was extremely abundant, and a small part of the spiritual power that was consumed by the use of the light blade was quickly replenished, which prevented Su Chun from falling into a coma. I'm fine. What's going on here? I feel like this frost dragon has suddenly become much weaker. Chapter 79. The Hidden Rules of the Sword's Secret Realm. It is indeed a bit weird. I used up almost all of my spiritual power when I cast the Song Ming Dragon Flame just now, but it was instantly broken before I could finish casting it. The puppet's strength is obviously much higher than mine. It must be above the saint level. By the way, Su Chun, you didn't hide your strength from the beginning, did you? In fact, you were a strong man at the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. The God Slayer's explosive power when encountering a god is just an excuse for you to fool me, right? Long Luo'er complained while casting healing magic to heal Su Chun and herself. Su Chun scratched his head and sighed helplessly. The God Emperor realm is the highest realm known in this world. Even Astaroth is only in the early stage of the God Emperor realm. He also wished that he was really at the peak of the Divine Emperor realm so that he could be more than just a real man in front of the gods. What Astaroth, what 72 demon gods, just crush them all to the ground. There is no need to practice them with so much effort. Take Long Luo'er to travel and enjoy the scenery every day, and every day is like a honeymoon. Suppress all disobedience, have a few more children, and accompany Long Luo'er through his long life. Isn't that great? It's a pity that he is indeed just a small scum at the peak of the warrior realm. As for becoming a strong man at the peak of the Divine Emperor realm and becoming Long Luo'er's master at night, he could only dream about it. I also want to be a strong man at the peak of the Divine Emperor realm for once. But it's really weird. I couldn't get into the barrier just now no matter what. But after seeing you being knocked away, I got in instantly. It felt like the barrier suddenly disappeared. Barrier? Were you also blocked outside by the barrier just now? Yeah, I've been trying to get in to help you, but I couldn't. That's strange. After I was knocked away, I also encountered a barrier and could no longer enter. Could it be that this dragon only allows one person to challenge it? Long Luo'er held her head in her hands, squatted on the ground, and murmured sounds, looking very distressed. After all, what just happened was simply too unbelievable. When Su Chun heard that Long Luo'er was also blocked outside the barrier, an idea suddenly occurred to him and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Lolo, I think I know the reason. What is it? Hey, can you please let me go tonight? Iftefayu. Humph, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Who cares? You're mine anyway. I can play with you however I want. Lolo, please. Finally, after some bargaining, Su Chun finally managed to gain an hour of free time tonight, which meant that all his hard work was not in vain. Afterwards, after picking the white flower on the forehead of the frost dragon, Long Luo'er also created an ice house. The two of them snuggled up to each other in it to rest while listening to Su-chan explain the reason for the strange thing that had just happened. Lolo, do you remember the computer games you played before? Computer games? Does that have anything to do with this? Think about it. If you enter the same dungeon at level 20 or level 50, don't you think the difficulty is much different? Hearing this, Long Luoer suddenly realized it and responded excitedly. Dynamic level. Su-chan touched Long Luoer's little head and said lovingly, "Yes, I'm afraid this frost dragon also has the same mechanism, only allowing one person to challenge it, and its strength level will automatically rise to the level of the challenger, or even higher. If you feel that the frost dragon is at a level above the saint level, then it means that the frost dragon's combat mechanism should be upgraded to a level 2 levels higher than the challenger's, which is really terrifying." Long Luo also added along with Su-chan's words. If the realm of the frost dragon is fixed at 2 realms higher than the challenger, and only one person is allowed to challenge, it can also explain why there are so few people coming here. After all, there are almost no geniuses in the world who can fight across 2 realms. Although your realm is the warrior realm, Su-chan is fully capable of dealing with enemies at the hero realm. Coupled with the sword god's extreme ability, you can easily kill the frost dragon. Lolo, you catch on really quickly. Su-chan poked Long Luoer's little face and said with a smile, Don't take me for a fool. But if that's the case, could it be that there are still many such treasure guardians in the sword secret realm? If they are 2 realms higher than the challenger, then perhaps those rare resources have not been taken away by anyone so far. If that's true, this place is tailor-made for me. The sword god's light blade can kill an opponent in one strike, and the spiritual energy here is abundant, which can fully support the consumption of the light blade. Those rare resources that you don't even know about may be available at will. Long Luoer pouted and complained. Humph, what do you mean by rare resources that even I don't know about? But I have indeed never seen what that white flower is. Su-chan, you try to practice it. Su-chan looked at the white flower he picked from the dragon's forehead and said, Each of us should take half. I think this kind of thing should be of great help to you. I still don't need it. Generally speaking, this kind of treasure is cultivated together as a whole plant. It would be a bit of a waste to split it into 2. Besides, Su-chan, you still need to improve your realm as soon as possible. After Long Luoer's exhortation, Su-chan finally accepted Long Luoer's suggestion and practiced this treasure of heaven and earth alone. After swallowing the white flower, Su-chan began to circulate his spiritual power and practice. The spiritual power emitted by the white flowers was very gentle, making Su-chan feel like he was bathing in the spring breeze, giving people a feeling of ecstasy. On this cold, snowy mountain, it feels like being wrapped in warm marshmallows, and both body and mind are completely relaxed. In less than half an hour, the white flower was completely absorbed by Su-chan. Su-chan opened his eyes and clearly felt that something had changed in his body. On this snowy mountain with the temperature dozens of degrees below zero, he actually felt extremely comfortable, as if the mountain was his home. Vision, spiritual power, strength, reaction, adaptability, resistance. All aspects of his physical skills were also comprehensively improved, and he broke through to the early stage of the brave realm. Su-chan, how is it? I feel like your momentum has increased a lot. I have broken through the realm of the brave, and I seem to no longer be afraid of the erosion of the severe cold. Most importantly, my understanding of swordsmanship has also improved a lot. It feels like I have been practicing swordsmanship for several years. Really? This white flower is so magical. It must have been specially made for this snowy mountain. If I hadn't cultivated this flower, my future journey would have been even more difficult. No wonder it needs such a powerful puppet to protect it. Once this kind of treasure comes out, it will definitely become the target of all major forces. It's a good thing you persisted at that time. Otherwise, you would have missed such a rare treasure. Long Luoer reached out and stroked Su-chan's head, praising him. Yes, Su-chan was also filled with emotion, feeling that the trip to Jiandang Mountain was not in vain. Long Luoer has helped me so much along the way, I definitely can't let her work in vain just because she is at a high level. In the secret realm of sword, his ability to fight across realms and his light blade's ability to kill, combined with his ability to harvest treasures. If I encounter other puppets guarding secret treasures later, I can show off in front of Long Luoer and help her get some rare treasures for her to practice. Not only can he improve his own strength, but he can also help Long Luoer break through the extraordinary realm, which is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But now is not the time to think so much. There are serious things to do first. Lolo, I think it's getting dark now. What's wrong with it getting dark? We don't need to sleep here, so we can use light magic to continue climbing. Suchin hugged Long Luoer tightly and whispered in her ear, I want to use that hour of free time. Hearing this, Long Luoer blushed, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she responded, Then I have to make the igloo bigger. I hope you won't keep whining about backaches when the sun comes up tomorrow morning. No, the sword god's holy sword is very powerful. But you, remember to use healing magic on yourself tomorrow morning. Do you think I'm the kind of dragon in fairy tales that is easily killed by the holy sword? I don't know who I can use it for. Chapter 80, Sword on the Mountain. The next day, on the peak of Jining Mountain at an altitude of 8,000 meters, a young and handsome man was holding his waist and walking slowly on the road torn apart by the avalanche. In front, the little girl, who looked about 1.5 meters tall, was humming a song and skipping with big steps, searching for something in the snow around her. She also turned back and waved to the man behind her from time to time, looking very lively. I told you not to be so arrogant. Now you feel better. You've been complaining about back pain all the way. Long Luoer preached to Su Chun with the attitude of a winner. Lolo, I was wrong. Su Chun would never have thought that after 1 hour was over, Long Luoer would directly counterattack him, even more ferociously than before in the city that never sleeps. Fortunately, Long Luoer knows healing magic. Otherwise, he would have to lie in the snow later. Should we say that dragons are truly lustful by nature? When we first got married, we were so resistant and so pure. Now only 2 months have passed, and his true nature has completely revealed itself. Just admit your mistakes. Don't keep thinking about those nonsense. If you still want to turn things around, you're dreaming. Alas, there is no need for sleep here. I don't even have the right to dream. Because of the avalanche caused by the frost dragon, the road ahead became several times more difficult to travel than before. Fortunately, many treasures buried deep in the snow also emerged with the avalanche. Although not as precious as the white flower, it is also one of the top treasures of heaven and earth. Su Chen, I found another ice spirit pearl. Long Luoer picked up the ice bead she had just found from the snow pile and muttered excitedly. It seems that the previous swordsmen were defeated by the frost dragon, so there are so many undiscovered treasures here. What a great harvest. I wonder if there will be even rarer treasures in the future. By the way, don't we need to pick those up? I remember you said before that they were quite rare. Su Chen pointed to ice crystals of various shapes, which emitted charming glow under the sunlight. Don't you want to melt ice? There's no benefit in practicing that thing too much. If you're not a race like the Snow Clan or the Ice Dragon Clan that's good at ice magic, practicing that thing frequently will likely reduce your control over magic of other attributes. You'll definitely be able to draw a vocation to use magic in the future, and you'll be crying when that happens. I've learned a lot. Does that mean that the training items that increase the control over specific magic attributes are not suitable for me to practice? Yes, so next time you want to practice with any materials, remember to ask for my advice. Okay, my dear wife. 2 weeks later. Because there were many cultivation resources on the road, the two of them wasted a lot of time on the road in order to search for treasures, practice, and meet some of Long Luoer's needs. But they finally reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. Through Long Luoer's vision, he finally saw the appearance of the peak. But at the same time, we also saw that on the top of the mountain, there were 3 frost dragons like the previous ones. In the central area between the 3 frost dragons, there was not a trace of snow, only a stone tablet standing there, which was probably the secret treasure they were guarding. 3 frost dragons. If they still have the same mechanism as the previous one and are 2 realms higher than the challenger, I may not be able to help you. Long Luoer said apologetically. If the enemy is 1 level higher than you, just in the extraordinary realm, you might still be able to fight. But the Saint realm is really too strong, and the gap with the epic realm is not something that can be described in the slightest. It's okay. I can just chop them down one by one with my light blade. Anyway, there's so much spiritual energy here that I think it will take a few hours to fully recover. Long Luoer sighed and responded, If they are lying on the ground one by one, then there should be no problem. I'm just afraid that the 2 of them will fight in a group, which will be difficult to deal with. This is indeed a big problem, but let's take it one step at a time. If it is really a group fight, they should not chase us anymore after we escape the barrier. Well, but I'll go try it first. If I die, you just wait here for me to come back. No, we already agreed not to separate. If you die, I will go and help you. You can be resurrected in the town later. It will be considered a free scroll to return to the city. Alas, in order to prevent you from dying, I will do my best to ensure that I am fine. 3 more days passed, and the two finally reached the top of Jiandang Mountain. Although we had already passed the clouds, there was still light snow falling, which was incredible. If this had been put on the Into Unscience program in the previous life, it would probably have been talked about for more than 10 episodes. When the two looked at the Frost Dragon also noticed their presence. However, they did not take any action, apparently because the two had not stepped into the barrier and had not triggered their defense mechanism. What should we do, Luo? I have a feeling that these three puppet dragons will not follow martial ethics and resort to gang brawls. Wait, there looks to be a plaque over there. Looking in the direction Long Luo pointed, I found that there was a shabby wooden sign on the side of the peak, which was out of place with the solemn atmosphere here. When I got closer, I saw that there were actually several sections about the three puppet dragons. The number of challengers is 1 person, and the Guardian Frost Dragon's realm is fixed to be 1 major realm higher than the challenger. After entering the circular barrier, it will be considered as the beginning of the challenge. After leaving the barrier, it will be considered as giving up the challenge, and you cannot challenge again. After defeating the 3 Guardian Frost Dragons, you will obtain my true teachings. Su Chun frowned slightly. Lolo, could it be that the giant frost dragon we encountered halfway up the mountain also had a sign like this? Well, it seems so, but the swordsmen who came here before may have deliberately destroyed the reminder board, so that the next comers will rashly challenge the frost dragon that is 2 realms higher than themselves without knowing the rules, which is tantamount to suicide. Hearing this, Su Chun clenched his fists and said indignantly, "These damn swordsmen caused my Luo to suffer 2 sweeping attacks. If I knew who it was, I would definitely beat him up." Okay, there's no need to be angry. But it looks like these 3 frost dragons are only 1 realm higher. Although they will attack together, I don't think it will be too difficult for you. Since you have so much confidence in me, Luo, I will definitely win. It would be great if you could give me some reward. Well, come on. If you can win without getting hurt, I will satisfy all your requests next time. Then it seems I have to win. Su Chun picked up the ice sword that Long Luo gave him, shook his arms, and walked into the circular barrier. The 3 frost dragons also entered combat mode at the same time. Chapter 81: 3 Dragons vs. Su Chun. Su Chun raised the ice sword and stared at the 3 frost dragons. The azure ice sword flashed a sharp light in the sunlight, like a sharp gaze that penetrated all nothingness. At this moment, the 3 giant dragons finally took action, spread their wings, and flew high into the sky. It is really hard to imagine how such short wings can carry such a huge body into the air. But now is not the time to think about such boring things. I saw 3 giant dragons opening their huge mouths at the same time, taking a deep breath, and cold air continuously gathered in the dragon's mouth, as if they wanted to suck all the air between heaven and earth into their lungs. They exhaled suddenly, and a burst of biting cold air gushed out of their mouths. Is it the breath of the ice dragon again? It would be great if I could switch to a dragon rider. I am immune to magic and should not be afraid of this breath at all, Su Chun complained in a low voice. Just when the breath was about to touch him, he immediately turned around and jumped back, cleverly avoiding the ice dragon's attack. The breath of another ice dragon also passed over the place where he had just stood, freezing the ground instantly. The biting cold was everywhere, and the fine snow around was blown into pieces, seriously obstructing Su Chun's vision. The temperature inside the barrier suddenly dropped by dozens of degrees. Luckily, I trained with the white flower. Otherwise, even if I wasn't hit directly by the breath, I would have been frozen to death by the cold air. At this time, the breath of the last ice dragon was finally accumulated, and it sprayed out towards Su Chun's landing point. Su Chun quickly leaped to the side and lightly jumped out of the attack range of the breath. The temperature around him dropped sharply, and the ice dragon's breath left a long ice mark on the ground. What followed was a series of icy arrows whistling towards Su Chun. There were thousands of them. Su Chun kept running along the circular barrier. Each ice arrow stabbed into the land where Su Chun had run, followed by another frost dragon's breath attacking him. There was no time to rest at all. The wings of the 3 frost dragons flashed with cold light as they kept flying in the air. Every dive and every circle was accompanied by the roar of the biting cold wind. Their breath was like an invisible sword of death, sometimes shooting out in a straight line, sometimes sweeping in an arc, almost covering the entire floor of the circular barrier with ice, severely affecting their range of movement. Fuck, these 3 dragons, they're not going to stop coming down, are they? Then what if I play with the snakes? Are I going to be exhausted to death like this? The roars of 3 frost dragons echoed on the top of Jiandang Mountain. As each attack failed, they finally changed their attack mode. One of them fell to the ground, trying to defeat Su Chun in close combat. The other two switched to low-altitude flight mode, trying to use their breath to hit Su Chun at close range. Su Chun also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, one of the Dragon Knights had landed. Otherwise, without the jumping ability of the Dragon Knight, he really would not be able to hit the enemy in the sky. He raised the ice sword, took a step forward, and rushed towards the frost dragon that had landed. In an instant, the sword flashed, and the dragon roared to the sky. The ice dragon that landed on the ground used its sharp claws to tear the air, and the two ice dragons hovering in the sky used their breath to cover, trying to defeat Su Chun in one fell swoop, but they all underestimated Su Chun's reaction speed. Su Chun waved his sword to block, and the sword energy and cold air collided violently in the air, making bursts of harsh sounds. The shattered small ice crystals instantly filled the entire barrier like mist, and also hid his figure. Before the ice dragon could react, Su Chun had already circled behind it and swept directly towards the ice dragon's neck along the deadline. Wherever the ice sword went, the ice dragon's scales broke, blood splattered, and the dragon's head, which was 3 meters in diameter, was directly cut off and fell to the ground. Seeing their companion being killed, the other two ice dragons hovering at low altitude finally couldn't help it and launched a tail swing attack, hitting Su Chun's landing point heavily. Unexpectedly, while Su Chun dodged, he directly followed the tail that fell on the ground and landed on the body of the ice dragon. The ice dragon also realized that something was wrong and quickly flapped its wings and spun its body in the air, trying to throw Su Chun off. However, Su Chun simply gripped the ice sword tightly, broke the ice dragon's scales, and inserted it into its flesh. Use the ice sword as a fulcrum to stabilize your body and prevent yourself from being thrown out. Finally, under Su Chun's skillful guidance, the ice dragon finally began to gradually become tired. After stabilizing his body, Su Chun pulled out the ice sword and slashed towards the neck again along the deadline. The sword energy was like a rainbow and pierced directly through the ice dragon's neck. The ice dragon let out a mournful cry, then fell heavily to the ground. Its huge body created a deep pit in the snow, stirring up a cloud of snow. Su Chun shook off the blood on the ice sword and looked at the last frost dragon. When it was flying low and wanted to use its breath to attack Su Chun, a light blade was slashed out again, leaving it no time to react. As the last ice dragon fell to the ground, peace completely returned to the top of Jianeng Mountain. Phew, it's not too difficult. Su Chun, good job. After the barrier disappeared, Long Luo'er immediately came to Su Chun and hugged him. However, at this moment, Su Chun was in a period of weakness after using the light blade. He could not accept Long Luo'er's hug at all and leaned straight backwards. The two of them lay on the snow again in the posture of dragon riders. Hey, you can't play that game now. It could kill people. No way. It's because you didn't catch me. You did it on purpose. You knew I had no spiritual or physical strength left after using the light blade. No. After a joke, Su Chun finally recovered some physical and spiritual strength and slowly climbed up from the snow. I wonder what kind of treasure it will be this time. Let's go over there and take a look. Su Chun slowed down. Let me help you walk. Long Luo'er supported Su Chun and came to the stone tablet in the center. The words carved on it are already blurred, but you can still barely make out that they are Chinese characters. On Blue Star, in addition to languages with special powers such as dragon language, elf language, and god language, Chinese is the common language of this world, so it is impossible to determine which race or country the ancestors left behind. Lolo, could this stone tablet also be a cultivation material? I don't know. I can't figure out what this thing is. Alas, it seems that my dragon has not been of much use since I came to the secret realm of swords. This is a headache. Doesn't that mean there will be no reward after defeating these 3 frost dragons? Why don't you try to transform into your original form, swallow this stone tablet, and see if you can practice? When Long Luo'er heard this, she rolled her eyes at Su Chun. Obviously, he is very talkative most of the time. Why does he suddenly become so low in emotional intelligence at this moment? However, at this moment, an old voice came from the void. The voice was sonorous and powerful, full of endless majesty. Young man, congratulations, you have passed the test I set. You will be eligible to receive my true teachings. Chapter 82 Tomb of the Sword God. Su Chun and Long Luo'er looked around, their faces full of question marks. Is it the bard transmitting the message from a distance? Have no idea. At this moment, the stone tablet emitted a golden light, and the entire top of Jiandang Mountain was instantly shrouded in golden light. After a moment, a white-haired old man gradually emerged on the stone tablet in front of the two people. Judging from the appearance, it should be a human. It was clearly just a remnant soul, but it exuded an extremely terrifying pressure. The old man has an upright posture, and his eyes are deep and sharp, as if he can see through everything, making people dare not neglect him in the slightest. An unignorable majesty emanates from him, which makes people feel awe. He slowly said, "I didn't expect that after 10 million years, someone would finally break through the test I set. If I had known that all the swordsmen who came to the secret realm of sword were such trash, I wouldn't have bothered to leave a legacy behind." Su Chun and Long Luoer were speechless for a moment. It was really shocking that such words were said in such a solemn atmosphere. But is it actually 10 million years? According to the ratio of 1 year in the sword secret realm to 1 day in the real world, wouldn't this senior be a person who lived more than 27,000 years ago? It's really terrifying that there is still a trace of soul left after such a long time. However, his next words stunned Su Chun and Long Luoer. "So, young sword god, and the beautiful girl from the dragon clan, are you willing to accept my inheritance?" "Wait, senior sword god, do you know the sword god?" Su Chun couldn't help but tighten his grip on Long Luoer's hand a little more. The vocation of the sword god has not been recorded in the world, but judging from the old man's tone, it seems as if he knows the sword god very well. And he also said that he awakened again. Could it be that someone had awakened before? From your expression, you seem surprised that I know the vocation of sword god? After a pause, Su Chun responded, "Senior, you are very insightful. After all, in our era, there is no record of any sword god, and no one else has awakened." "Really?" "As expected, many of the vocations have been lost." "Lost?" Su Chun became even more confused. Isn't vocation acquired through awakening in adulthood? Why does it sound like the real dragon language, as if it can no longer be known to the world for some reason? The old man sighed and responded, "Since you can awaken the sword god's vocation, it means you have entered the game. I don't have much power left, so I can't explain it to you in detail. So, young sword god and the little beauty of the dragon clan, are you two willing to accept my inheritance?" Su Chun frowned slightly. "I always feel like I'm in big trouble. However, now that the God Slayer has awakened, the future will definitely not be peaceful." Long Luoer also asked excitedly at this time, "Senior, I didn't pass the trial. Can I still obtain the inheritance?" The old man nodded and said, "Originally I didn't have it, but I see that you two have a deep relationship. Even if I don't give it to you, the man next to you will naturally pass it on to you. Rather than wasting the time of the younger generation, I might as well be generous this time. Anyway, you are a rare girl in thousands of years, and this inheritance will also shine on you. Thank you for the compliment. But are you leaving now?" The old man did not respond to Long Luoer's question, but turned to look at Su Chun, who was lost in thought. As for Su Chun, after closing his eyes and meditating for a few seconds, he asked, "Senior, before accepting the inheritance, can I ask a question?" "Ask." "Senior, do you know the Godslayer?" As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly became depressing. Long Luoer was stunned. She really didn't expect why Su Chun would suddenly ask this question. Although the old man in front of him can pass on the inheritance, his position is still unclear for the time being. What if he is on the side of the gods? Why did you suddenly ask about the Godslayer? How will you explain it when the time comes? Su Chun was gambling. The history of this world is only 30,000 years. Since you lived more than 27,000 years ago, maybe you really know something about the Godslayer. And he had a feeling that he seemed to have a sense of familiarity with the old man in front of him, although he didn't know why. As it turned out, he made the right bet. When the old man heard this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he seemed very happy inside. "I didn't expect that there are still people who can remember the past that was concealed by the gods in heaven at all costs. Their efforts have not been forgotten in the long river of history. I know. After all, it was the 26 of us who followed the God Slayer to kill the gods. Thinking about it now, it is truly an unforgettable memory. Although we failed in the end, fortunately we avoided the end of the world being destroyed. I am the original sword god, Li Haojuan, and the secret realm of sword is the world created by the God Slayer to prevent my heritage from being forgotten in the long river of history. This stone tablet is my tombstone. In addition, the original dragon knight, Eschan, also rests here. Although his inheritance is of no use to you, the levels he set are much more difficult than mine. You might as well give it a try. It could be considered a form of tempering, and there are also many good treasures as rewards for you two to practice with." When Su Chun and Long Luo heard what the old man said, their eyes widened as big as copper bells, their mouths opened but no words came out, and they stood there in a daze, as if they were frozen in time, unable to move. The amount of information contained in these few sentences was too much and too shocking for the two of them. They needed some time to digest these words. It is not too surprising that the secret realm of Sword is actually the world created by the first-generation Godslayer. After all, what happened here was too mysterious. People could be resurrected after death without the need to eat or sleep. In this case, the ability of the body in the real world can also be enhanced, which is no exaggeration to say that it is a miracle. But what the hell is avoiding world annihilation? Could it be that the God Slayer killed gods in order to prevent the destruction of the world? Do gods have the power to destroy the world? The God Slayer had 26 followers at the beginning, and there just happened to be 26 unconfirmed priesthoods in the world. Plus, there just happened to be the inheritance of the Sword God and the Dragon Knight here. Is this a coincidence? Without giving the two time to be surprised, Li Haojuan continued, "I don't have time anymore. Please accept my inheritance." As soon as the words fell, two golden lights instantly shot into the center of Su Chun and Long Luo'er's eyebrows. At that moment, all the confusion and doubts about swordsmanship disappeared, leaving only an extremely clear direction forward. Every detail, every subtle movement, is revealed vividly at this moment. So, swords can be played like this? It turns out that the swordsmanship they practiced was just the tip of the iceberg. It turns out that this is the true power of the sword god. At this moment, the field of vision has been broadened unprecedentedly, as if standing on the top of a mountain, overlooking the vast land, and taking in the scenery in the distance. After a while, when Su Chun and Long Luo came to their senses, they found themselves at the foot of Jiandang Mountain, as if the scene just now was just an illusory dream. And a space ring suddenly appeared in Su Chen's hand. The two looked at each other, a little confused. "Su Chen, where did this ring come from?" "I don't know. It appeared in my hand after I came to my senses. I guess it was given to me by Senior Sword God as a reward for clearing Jiandang Mountain." Hearing this, Long Luo immediately showed a delighted expression and said, "What are you waiting for? Come and see what's inside." The treasures of the first generation of God Slayer subordinates must be very rare, no matter how you think about it. Su Chen nodded and released his spiritual power into the space ring to see what strange things were inside. However, unlike the imagined Golden Mountain, there were only 3 things inside. A white flower similar to the one on the frost dragon's forehead, but it looks more mature and crystal clear. A bead shining with white light, with a pattern of 2 dragons dancing on it. As for the last treasure, it turned out to be a small imperial book with a publication date printed on it. Chapter 83. Long Luo breaks through the extraordinary realm. Su Chun was stunned. Let's not talk about how rare the other 2 treasures are. The most important thing is, how could the first-generation sword god have such a thing as the Little Emperor book and store it in a space ring and give it to him? Damn, don't normal people want to keep a clean name in this world? The first-generation sword god actually regarded this as a treasure. Your solemn image just now has collapsed. Just when Su Chen wanted to open the book to see how stunning the photos of beauties in it were, and whether they were worthy of being collected by the first sword god, Long Luo'er's cute voice interrupted his thoughts. Su Chun, what's in there?" Long Luo saw Su Chen stunned for a long time and asked curiously. Nothing. Just 2 treasures. I'll take them out and show them to you." Su Chen didn't dare tell Long Luo that there was a little imperial book in the space ring. After all, if she knew that I was still reading the Little Emperor's book, even though I had such a beautiful wife, I'm afraid it would be even more difficult for me to turn things around in the future. Although I'm curious about what's inside, I'll keep it sealed for the time being. Why am I feeling guilty? I haven't done anything bad. Su Chen took out the white flower and the white beads from the space ring, which instantly caused strange phenomena in heaven and earth. The originally clear sky suddenly darkened, with winds, clouds, thunder, and lightning. The surrounding plants seemed to be nourished and were growing rapidly, exuding vitality. Even the snow near the foot of Jiandang Mountain began to melt. It was not until dozens of minutes later that this horrifying phenomenon in heaven and earth finally stopped. "Lolo, do you know what these 2 things are? They look so scary." Long Luo shook her head. It was obvious that she had never seen these 2 things before. but she seemed very interested in the white bead. Suchin looked carefully at the pattern on the white bead, which looked a bit like two dragons dancing around a bead. Two dragons playing with a pearl? Could this be the pearl that two dragons fought over in the myth? From the look of Luo, she must like it very much. Give it to her. Lola, what's wrong with you? I see you've been staring at this bead. Is there anything special about it? I don't know. I always feel that this bead is very attractive to me. My eyes will look over here unconsciously. Su Chan smiled and touched Long Luower's little head, jokingly saying, "Isn't this because you like it? Then you can use it. Hey, this is the treasure that Senior gave you. How can I use it?" Su Chan gently tapped Long Luower's forehead and said, "You little silly dragon, you are my wife. What's mine is yours. Take it and use it. I just need this white flower." "Thank you, Su Chan." Afterwards, the two of them found a natural cave, set up a defensive barrier, and began to practice together. After Su Chan swallowed the white flower, a strange power instantly surged throughout his body. The feeling was completely different from the white flower before. The long-standing fatigue seemed to disappear at this moment. The mind becomes unusually clear, thinking becomes more active, and the five senses become sharper. My physical strength seemed to be as abundant as a spring, and I felt that I could easily accompany Long Luower for the whole night. The most important thing is that Su Chan now feels as if he has become one with nature, and everything around him is under his control, as if he has turned the sword domain into a permanent skill. The spiritual power is constantly surging, condensing, irrigating, and transporting to the whole body. It was unknown how long it had passed before the irrigation of this power finally stopped, and Su Chin's realm successfully broke through to the middle stage of the Brave Realm. After stabilizing his state of mind, Su Chin slowly opened his eyes. The Long Luower in front of him did not swallow the white bead, but sat cross-legged and meditated with his eyes closed, concentrating without distraction. Surrounded by spiritual energy and clouds, it feels like being in a fairyland. The bead was floating in front of her eyes and was being absorbed by Long Luower bit by bit. Is that how you cultivate the bead? It's so cool to cultivate like this. I'll let Luo teach me when the time comes. After all, it always feels weird to eat and practice, and you will always encounter some strange practice resources, feathers, or as metals. The most bizarre thing is that it is said that the excrement of some creatures is also a precious material for cultivation. No matter how rare it is, you can't eat it. It's not Laoba. Seeing Long Luower concentrating on her cultivation, Su Chan did not disturb her. In novels and some film and television works of the past life, if practitioners were disturbed while practicing, they would most likely go astray. Although there has never been any case of anyone in this world losing all their strength due to being interrupted in their cultivation, one should still be cautious in everything, especially since this is his precious baby, Long Luower. Anyway, it's not like there's nothing to do. The inheritance left by the first-generation sword god is just the beginning of the surface. There is still a huge treasure waiting to be discovered. So, Su Chan practiced according to the sword techniques passed down in his inheritance. Stabilize your spiritual power, strengthen your body, and repeat each movement continuously. Every time he swung the sword, he could feel the sword energy flowing in the air like a flash of lightning, swift and sharp. When I was tired, I would sit opposite Long Luower and look at her angelic face. When I was bored, I would think about how to conquer Long Luower at night. Just like that, I watched the white bead in front of Long Luower gradually get smaller every day. Time quickly came to half a month later. Su Chan, who was practicing sword, suddenly felt an extremely powerful pressure erupting from the cave, so he hurried to Long Luower's position to check the situation, fearing that something might have gone wrong with her. Long Luower slowly opened her eyes, and her temperament changed drastically. Her originally angelic face became even more radiant. Her skin was as white as jade, revealing an indescribable luster. The originally insignificant flaws were swept away, leaving only perfect lines and flawless texture, and every gesture exuded an intoxicating charm. The most important thing is that her figure has actually changed a little bit. The chest, which originally had no shape, was slightly raised as if one or two cushions were stuffed in it. I was afraid that the cup bra at home could be used for it. The silver-white hair also becomes more delicate, shiny, and flawless. Su Chan only took one look at her, and his inner desire immediately rushed up. He felt that it didn't matter even if she played with him at will. I have even fantasized about what will happen 10 years from now, and have even picked the names of my 4 children. I can't help but let my imagination run wild. Perhaps Long Luo'er felt the same way when she was bewitched by the Dragon Knight. Looking at Su Chen's obsessed expression, Long Luo'er also smiled. The cherry-like mouth slowly opened, uttering a sound like a silver bell. Su Chen, I have broken through to the transcendent realm. Chapter 84 Jinmen Tower. Although Long Luo'er's voice was not loud, it seemed to have magic and instantly brought Su Chen back to his senses. LOL. Congratulations. That's a close call. She's so beautiful. Her appearance hasn't changed much, so how come she's suddenly so attractive? Long Luo'er walked up to Su Chen with a playful look on her face, stood on tiptoe, and hooked Su Chen's chin with her little finger. Su Chen, you seem to be stunned by me just now. No. I'm not sorry at all. After all, Luo, you are so beautiful. It would be a shame if I didn't stare at you. Su Chen just felt that under the attack of such beauty, lying to her would be a blasphemy to this beauty. It is said that when a dragon breaks through to the legendary level, its strength will undergo a drastic change. Breakthrough epic, its pressure can shock all directions. Then, when you break through the extraordinary, your soul will be transformed and will radiate beauty from the inside out. It seems that Su Chen, you are fascinated by me. Su Chen turned his face away, pouted and murmured in a low voice. I have been fascinated by you for a long time. Since the first time we met at the matchmaking bureau, I have fallen in love with you. I like what you said. Although I'm in the mood now, this cave is really a bit unsightly. Let's go to a nearby town and find a small room to have a good rest. Well, let's go. Su Chen nodded, took Long Luo'er's hand, and walked out of the cave. It should be said that the secret realm of Sword is really big. Walking north along the map for a week, I didn't see any buildings. There was only endless grassland and not even a single person in sight. Fortunately, I finally saw the Jinmen Tower marked on the map. As for the appearance of Jinmen Tower, it is similar to the capital city in costume dramas, surrounded by stone walls and with gates in only 4 directions for entry and exit. This place is also governed by the Bloodsword Alliance, the strongest force in the Sword Secret Realm. However, according to what the purple-haired young man said before, the Bloodsword Alliance is very welcoming to individual swordsmen without any power, and can even provide some training resources for free. On the contrary, they would kill all the swordsmen from the other 2 forces, and a fight would inevitably break out whenever they met. The purpose of doing this is simple, which is to recruit as many swordsmen as possible. Although I don't know what they want to do, but when such a powerful force shows goodwill to a lone swordsman like you will definitely not be able to resist such sugar-coated bullets and join them. Even if they fail to join the Bloodsword Alliance in the end, they will be given face and not join the other 2 forces. I have to say this decision was really good. Lolo, can you calculate how far we have walked from Jining Mountain to here? I think it's about 1,000 kilometers. Su Chen nodded and said, I calculated it to be about 1,000 kilometers. On the map, the distance from Jining Mountain to Jinmen Tower is about 10 centimeters, so the ratio is about 1 to 100 kilometers. It's useless to calculate all this, right? We have to leave anyway. You don't understand. For us humans, having a map without a scale is like having no map at all. You humans have such a poor sense of distance. I'm sorry for being born a human being. After arriving at the south gate of Jinmen Tower, 2 swordsmen immediately leaped out from the city and came in front of them. Who are you? What are you doing here? As the 2 swordsmen asked, they immediately drew out their swords and pointed them at Su Chen and Long Luo'er's necks. Su Chen immediately showed a panic expression, hugged Long Luo'er, and said, Don't kill us, we are a pair of siblings. We accidentally got 2 sword feathers not long ago and came here. We didn't know what to do for a while, so we wanted to go into the city to understand the situation. We are not thieves. As for why he said this, Su Chen and Long Luo'er discussed it many times on the way. This is the best option to make others feel that the 2 of them pose no threat, and at the same time make others feel that the 2 of them have no power. At first, they wanted to truthfully say that they were husband and wife, but considering that Long Luo'er's appearance could easily be misunderstood, it seemed more reliable that they were brother and sister. Sure enough, the 2 swordsmen looked at Su Chen and Long Luo'er, who had kept his head down, and quickly let them go. After entering the city, I breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect it would be so easy to get in. Long Luo'er turned and looked at the 2 swordsmen at the door, muttering. It seems that the 2 of them are a little impatient. They are probably disturbed by us when they are practicing. Maybe that's the case. No wonder they let us in so easily. Never mind them. Let's find a place to rest. After a whole week of rest, Long Luoer became beautiful again, and Su Chun felt that he was back to normal. In addition, when he challenged the three frost dragons before, Long Luoer promised to meet all his requirements, so he was very much looking forward to what expression Long Luoer would show. As for Jinmen Tower, although there are various wooden pavilions one after another, there are only a few pedestrians on the road, and the place is lifeless. After Long Luoer used the dragon eye to check, he found that there were various swordsmen living in each building, but they were all in training. It's really strange. Are Jinyu so ubiquitous? I've only walked a few hundred meters, and I feel like there are at least a few hundred swordsmen here. Suchin complained as he looked around. Indeed, I have been searching for decades and have not found a sword feather. How come so many people have entered? It seems that we still need some information. Suchin, there seem to be a lot of people over there. Let's go over there and ask. Looking in the direction Long Luoer pointed, I saw a shop similar to a tavern 100 meters away. There are at least a dozen swordsmen inside, and we should be able to get some information from them. However, opening a pub in a world where people don't need to eat or drink is indeed a bit strange. After arriving at the tavern, the owner came forward and greeted them enthusiastically. Do you need some drunken immortal brew? Drunken immortal wine? What is this thing? Suchin asked. Yo, it seems you are new here, so rare. Come and sit over here. Let me explain everything to you. As he spoke, Suchin and Long Luoer were taken to the corner and sat down. Then the boss began to explain the rules of drunken immortal wine and Jinmen Tower. Drunken immortal brew is a specialty of Jinmen Tower. It is brewed with the unique spring water of Jinmen Tower and figs from the north of the city. Although the improvement of realm is relatively slow when practicing with this water, it can improve some spiritual power and physical fitness. It is a high-quality practice resource that is relatively easy to obtain. Of course, this is all in exchange for other cultivation resources. But I see that you two are new here, so I will give you a few cups to try. If you join the Bloodsword Alliance in the future, please declare that the person who introduced you is Zhang Xiaopeng from the tavern. Suchin nodded, and he understood the operating rules here. After all, specializing in cultivating one material is not the best choice, so this barter trading method came into being. However, the effect of this drunken immortal brew sounds not as good as the resources previously looted in Jiandang Mountain. There is no need to try it. It is more important to ask about Jinyu. However, just as Suchin was about to ask, three young men came in from outside the hotel and shouted loudly. Damn it, after squatting in the west of the city for a few months, I finally managed to rob a rich rookie. Boss, give us 3 liters of drunken immortal brew, packaged separately. Hurry up, we are in a hurry to practice. Chapter 85. The Three Musketeers attack again. After hearing the noise, Suchin and Long Luoer also looked outside the door with their peripheral vision. They were actually the 3 swordsmen who attacked the 2 of them when they first arrived. This is really a coincidence. As for the boss, when he saw the 3 people, he immediately smiled flatteringly and went forward to greet them. After all, these 3 people are robbers and don't know the value of things. It is very easy to steal some rare resources from them without having to exchange much drunken immortal wine. It is a sure-win deal. 3 of you, I've finally waited for your visit. The purple-haired man took out a large sack and handed it to the boss, then said, Boss, take whatever you want. We only need 3 liters this time. Okay, so please sit down for a while. I'll go and calculate it right away. Hurry up, we are all feeling a little sleepy. If we don't get the drunken immortal wine within 10 minutes, we will have to practice with these treasures we stole, the yellow-haired man shouted. It will be ready soon. Please wait for a moment. After returning to the room inside the hotel, his originally flattering expression instantly turned cold, revealing a look of disdain. It's really tiring to deal with 3 idiots. Forget it. Let's see if they can grab some rare resources. The innkeeper muttered to himself as he opened the sack the purple-haired man handed him. As he flipped through the pages, the expression on his face became uglier and uglier. Damn, these are all the most rubbish cultivation resources. There's not even one thing that can compare to the drunken immortal wine. Although the bag looks full, it is actually a question whether you can even exchange it for half a liter of drunken immortal wine. What the hell, these 3 idiots are useless. What's the point of robbing these things? Forget it. Let's think about how to explain this matter tactfully later. Otherwise, these 3 idiots won't come to me to exchange in the future, and the loss will be huge. A few minutes later, when the boss walked out of the room, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. There were about 10 people in the hotel, including the 3 guys who had just come to exchange for drunken immortal wine, all holding iron swords and staring at the brother and sister sitting in the corner, as if a big battle was about to begin. At the front door of the room, what came into view was a body that had been cut into two pieces. "What are you doing? Are you trying to tear down my hotel?" Time goes back 3 minutes. Just as the boss picked up the sack and returned to the room, the black-haired man, one of the trio, seemed to notice Su Chun and Long Luo'er sitting in the corner, and frowned slightly. "Oldly, why do I feel like the white-haired girl over there looks familiar?" When the yellow-haired man looked at Su Chen's table, his expression froze instantly. In his memory, he just opened and closed his eyes, and suddenly he was back in Jimin Tower, with no idea what had happened. Afterwards, he only heard from the purple-haired man that he and the black-haired man were killed instantly by the little girl with long white hair, and he did not see how he died with his own eyes. The facts he said were too far-fetched, and no normal person would believe them. Therefore, he still had some doubts about the strength of Long Luo'er and Su Chun, and did not know how terrifying Long Luo'er was. At this time, seeing Long Luo'er and Su Chun appearing in the tavern, plus there were so many people from the Bloodsword Alliance around them, and even a big brother in the early legendary realm, could it be that they were still afraid of her, a little girl? An unknown anger suddenly surged in my heart. No matter whether I could rob anything or not, these two people must die today. After dying in the city, the resurrection point is still in the city. Therefore, he could completely hunt them down until they were driven out of the secret realm of sword. This would eliminate the evil in his heart. So, the yellow-haired man immediately shouted, "Brothers, the brother and sister at the corner of the table are spies from other forces. They should be from the 10,000 Swords sect or the Sword Pavilion. Don't let them go." As soon as these words were spoken, all the swordsmen in the tavern drew their swords without hesitation, and there was even a bald swordsman who rushed forward directly. As for the Wanjian sect and Jiang'a, they are the second and third forces in the secret realm of sword, and are the mortal enemies of the Bloodsword Alliance. As long as the members of the Bloodsword Alliance kill the members of these two forces, they can exchange their corpses for some rare cultivation resources. If you can drive one of their members out of the secret realm of sword, you will get triple the reward. We are now in the city, and it is very easy to drive out the enemy. These are valuable cultivation resources. If we don't take action first, we won't get the reward. However, the next scene left everyone dumbfounded. Long Luo'er poked her fingers into a knife and slashed it across the air. An invisible wind blade flew out directly from between her fingers. The bald swordsman had just raised his sword and hadn't taken 3 steps when he was cut in half. Blood splattered on the spot. "Alas, I originally wanted to coexist peacefully, but I didn't expect you to make trouble for yourselves." Long Luo'er sighed helplessly and complained. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into dead silence. No one had expected that this little girl, who looked only 14 or 15 years old, actually had such strong strength. As for the purple-haired man, he had already started to back off. After all, he knew how Long Luo'er could kill others in seconds, and he even knew that she had a magic trick to control others. "What are you doing? Are you trying to tear down my hotel?" As the tavern owner's questioning voice came, the silent atmosphere was instantly broken. Several swordsmen nodded to each other, and while Long Luo'er's attention was drawn to the hotel owner, they attacked her together. Anyway, death here is not real death, and their soul energy is enough to die several times. Even if Long Luo'er was really much stronger than them, he didn't have time to go to Jinmin Tower to look for them who were randomly resurrected in various places. On the contrary, as long as one can kill an enemy spy with such strength, one can imagine the cultivation resources that can be obtained. It was precisely because of this idea that they dared to ignore the strength that Long Luo'er had just unleashed and rushed forward. However, the one who took action this time was not Long Luo'er, but Su Chun. He raised the ice sword and took a step forward. Clang, 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 followed by the sound of 5 weapons colliding. The 5 swordsmen attacking from 5 directions were all stopped by Su Chun alone, and were all beaten back several meters. There was even one person who was only in the late stage of the Brave Realm and was knocked out of the tavern. He rolled on the ground for several times before he died. At this moment, Long Luo'er looked at Su Chun with eyes full of obsession and love. She really didn't expect that Su Chun's progress would be so rapid. Of those 5 swordsmen, except for one who was at the Brave Realm, the others were all at or above the mid-stage hero realm. And Su Chun can actually fight 1 against 5 and still form absolute suppression force with the realm of the middle stage of the Brave Realm. How cool. As expected of my Su Chun, well done. Thank you for the compliment. At this moment, the whole audience fell into silence again. Anyone who comes to the secret realm of sword has some attainments in swordsmanship and can naturally recognize whether a swordsmanship is good or not. The sword skills and speed that Su Chun just displayed are probably beyond the reach of even the sword master with the fastest sword speed in the swordsmanship department. What kind of monster is this? The atmosphere was oppressive and frightening. Finally, after a while, some applause was heard. Following the sound, I saw a thin man with long hair covering half of his eyes, a stubble on his face, and a playful smile clapping his hands. What a fast sword! I didn't expect there are such powerful geniuses. I just broke through the legendary realm and was worried about having no place to show off my skills. I'm sure your heads can be exchanged for a lot of rare training resources, right? Chapter 86, Undefeated Legend. Su Chun stared at the skinny man in front of him with a heavy gaze. Possessing the sword domain, and with his perception amplified by the white flower, he can already roughly sense the other party's realm like Long Luo'er's dragon eye. Although it is not particularly accurate, we can always estimate the approximate strength. Around the early legendary stage, looks like I'll have to use the light blade. As for the rest, I'll leave it to Luo. However, when Su Chun put the sword on his waist and was about to charge up to use the light blade, Long Luo'er stretched out his right hand to stop him. Su Chun, stop messing around. You're out of energy now. What are you going to do later? Later. Su Chun immediately understood. If I don't have enough energy to use the light blade now, I won't be able to conquer this little pervert who has been holding back for a whole week. Anyway, you won't gain any ability points by killing others here, so there's no need to challenge enemies who are far superior to you in realm. Seeing that Su Chun was stopped by Long Luo'er, the skinny man smiled sinisterly again. In the real world, he liked such a cute little girl the most. It felt so refreshing to play with her and then kill her. The wind blade that Long Luo'er just performed looked very cool, but it was actually just bluffing. If his mission was not that of a swordsman, but that of a swordsman who could use magic, he would probably be able to perform even more perfectly than she did at the peak of the heroic realm. Don't think that you can fool him with some little tricks. A pair of siblings who are at the peak of the heroic realm still want to do whatever they want in Jimin Tower? No way. Hey, little girl, do you want to taste my sword on behalf of your brother? I originally wanted to kill your brother before tasting you. Since you were so proactive, I don't mind tasting it first. However, Long Luo'er just yawned, not even bothering to look at him, and responded, I hope your strength is as strong as you say. Don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly. This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful girl. At this moment, seeing that the skinny man was willing to take action, the swordsmen of the Bloodsword Alliance around him also showed expressions of victory, as if the fearful expressions just now did not exist at all. The skinny man's real name is Zhao Go, but he is one of the few legendary masters in the Bloodsword Alliance. He is also a master who is extremely cowardly. By cultivating perception to the extreme, one can roughly see through the opponent's true strength. He never fights a fight he is not sure of winning, and only attacks those who are much weaker than him. If he encounters an enemy he thinks he cannot defeat, he will be the first to escape without any hesitation. Since his debut, he has never lost a single battle, so he is known as the undefeated legend because he simply won't fight a fight that he might lose. Once he chooses to take action, it means that the opponent must be weaker than him, and he will definitely win. Now, since Zhao Go has chosen to take action, the two pairs of brothers and sisters must be weaker than him in realm and will definitely not escape death. It happened in a flash. After Zhao Go licked the silver sword on his waist, he disappeared from the spot in an instant. When everyone saw him again, he had appeared above the ceiling of the tavern. The terrifying sword edge formed a sword net in the air like a storm, attacking Long Luo'er, and its target was actually her arms. Before the sharp sword energy even touched Long Luo'er, it shattered the entire tavern into pieces, turning it into scattered wood chips and stirring up a cloud of dust. My Tofern! Following a man's wailing, the entire tavern collapsed in an instant and was covered in smoke and dust. Ahem, damn. Zhao Go must be crazy making such a big scene. Ahem. His habit of showing off has never changed. He will never miss any opportunity to kill his opponent more spectacularly. That woman is probably destined to be reserved by Zhao Go. Brothers, follow me to kill that man, and we can divide the resources equally. Ahem, good. Just as they were discussing how to deal with Su Chun, a strong wind blew away the smoke and dust, and the scene that came into view stunned everyone present. Long Luo'er put one hand behind her back and directly clamped Zhao Go's silver sword with 2 fingers of her left hand. It was clearly less than a centimeter away from my right arm, but I couldn't move forward even an inch. The picture seems to be still. So weak. Is this the strongest among you? Who are you? At this moment, Zhao Guo's disdainful expression had turned into panic. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't understand how a little girl who looked like a hero could be so strong. That's great, let me try this trick. As soon as Long Luo'er finished speaking, a ball of white fire instantly condensed from her right hand behind her waist. He threw it forward lightly and instantly burned Zhao Guo in front of him to ashes without him even making a scream. The pure white flame burned Zhao Guo to ashes and then instantly turned into a small fireball, flying straight to the east. Accompanied by several dazzling white lights flashing in the distance, the fireball returned to Long Luo'er's hands again, and she also showed a satisfied smile. I didn't expect this trick to be used like this here. Suchen also came to Long Luo'er at this time, touched her head and asked, Lula, what was that move just now? Why did I see that fireball chasing out? Hee. The purifying flame was originally used to obliterate the enemy's soul, but after the body is severely injured here, the soul will be transferred to the resurrected body. As long as the flame still has spiritual power, the soul marked by the purifying flame will be hunted down to the end. In other words, anyone who is burned to death by my purifying flame in or near the city will be hunted down by the purifying flame until their soul energy is exhausted, and they are driven out of the secret realm of the sword. So awesome? You're worthy of being my Lolo. Hey. But Luo, it seems like we still have some unfinished business, right? Yes. Leave it to me. Long Luo'er raised his right hand, and several balls of white flames appeared in his hand again. With a light wave, it flew directly towards all the surviving swordsmen present. Don't! In an instant, the ruins of the tavern seemed to have turned into a press conference, with white flashes everywhere. Afterwards, these fireballs flew out from all directions and continued to chase and kill the swordsmen who had just been resurrected until they died. I told you guys to attack my Suchen. Now you can't practice here anymore? Long Luo'er's mouth corners slightly raised, looking at these with a smug look on her face. But obviously, no one could respond to him. You are my Lolo, right? Suchen, stop messing around. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. You're all mine. Where did you hear Fat Tiger's theory? What Fat Tiger? I'm telling the truth. Let's fight, and whoever wins goes on top. As Long Luo'er spoke, she did not forget to pull up her sleeves. Suchen was speechless. It was simply too arrogant. How could a powerful person in the extraordinary realm say such words to a newbie in the brave realm? But there is nothing that can be done. Her high realm is the result of her hard practice. It is not something that appears out of thin air. Things change over time. Just wait and see. Sooner or later, the day will come when you will have to call your master, be gentler. Forget it. Let's first find out why sword feathers are so common. As Suchen spoke, his gaze turned to the tavern owner who was crawling on the ground in fear. Chapter 87 Imitation Sword Feather. Heroine, please don't kill me. My realm is still too low, and I don't want to go out yet. I didn't have any bad intentions towards you two just now. Please believe me. The tavern owner knelt down and begged for mercy, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. As expected, once they knew that they would most likely be expelled from the secret realm of sword after death, these people became cowardly very quickly. After all, the purpose of coming here is to practice. Knowing that you will not die, of course you might try to get resources for practice. The effect of killing the chicken to scare the monkey has indeed been achieved. I saved your life because you were quite nice to us just now, although I don't know what you really think. Long Luo'er stared at Suchen and didn't look at the tavern owner at all. Lady, I have absolutely no intention of harming you. My vocation is actually a 555 swordsman, and my realm has just broken through the Emperor realm. Considering the average level of swordsman here, I don't have much fighting power at all. I just rely on the winemaking method passed down from my ancestors to run this tavern in exchange for various cultivation resources to improve myself. I have no intention of robbing others to obtain cultivation resources. Hearing this, Suchen and Long Luo'er both frowned. It is really strange that an existence outside the 500 sequence of the natural duty can also obtain such a rare sword feather. Okay, I'm too lazy to listen to your long-winded talk. I'm just going to ask you a question, and you must answer it honestly, otherwise... As Long Luo'er spoke, a white fireball condensed at her fingertips. Obviously, this is a naked threat. As for why he didn't use dragon language, it was of course to ensure that his mental state was the best. After all, He would have to teach Suchin a lesson about who was the master. This way I wouldn't want to ride on her every day, which would be simply lawless. I have an answer for everything I know. Please speak. Where did you get your sword feathers? Hearing this, the hotel owner was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what Long Luo'er meant. Where did Jinyu come from? Of course he bought it on the dark web. Didn't the brother and sister buy their sword feathers on the dark web? My lady, I bought my sword feather on the dark web for 5 million Chinese yuan, and including the shipping fee, the total is 10 million Chinese yuan. What? What is the dark web? Su Chun and Long Luo'er looked at each other, a little confused about what the dark web was. Could it be an online shopping platform like Taobao.com, Bingcc.com, and Jingxi Mall? Hey, didn't you too buy the sword feathers on the dark web? Don't ask so many questions. So what exactly is the dark web? That's actually hard to explain. It's an underground website. You need someone to introduce you to it. I spent millions of dollars to build relationships before I could successfully register as a member. Su Chun scratched his head, feeling a little confused. Do I need someone to introduce me before I can enter? Aren't normal e-commerce platforms eager to advertise everywhere? I don't know which idiot invented the function of entering the advertising page by shaking the phone. When I play with my phone, a bunch of peach bun purchase interfaces often pop up for no apparent reason. It's really weird, and it's really a bit bizarre that the dark web can be so troublesome. In fact, this is not Su Chen's fault. After all, Su Chen was only 15 years old when he traveled here. The time he had access to computers was spent on playing games, so he had no intention of understanding these things. So, do you know who the seller on the dark web is? I also didn't know that buyers and sellers on the dark web are all hidden and can't be traced at all. Then, do you know why they have so many sword feathers? I'm not sure if the news I got is true. If it's false, please don't kill me. Seeing Su Chun and Long Luo'er nodded, the tavern owner breathed a sigh of relief and told them the news he had heard. I also heard it from the people who came here to exchange for drunken immortal brew. You two also know that 5 years ago, a girl named Amamiya Haim awakened her priesthood in Sakura country. According to rumors, she is the creator of Sequence 95. There are many different opinions about her abilities, but we can roughly guess from the name of her vocation that her vocation should be related to creation. So some people speculate that these sword feathers are all imitations she created. Hearing this, Su Chun and Long Luo'er were stunned. They also knew a lot about the Sakura country, which is just an island country. 2 years ago, they directly angered the sea god Leviathan because they discharged some harmful liquids into the sea. This triggered an unprecedented tsunami that directly engulfed the entire Sakura country. Since then, there has been no news about the Sakura country. But I didn't expect that so many sword feathers that appeared out of thin air were actually related to the Sakura country. This is so poisonous. If I find out that one of your words is false, you know the consequences, right? Also, you know what to say about our whereabouts, right? I know. Su Chun and Long Luo'er looked at each other and left together. The tavern owner was left crawling on the ground, sweating profusely from fear. After that, the two of them walked side by side on the street, talking and laughing as if nothing had happened. Lola, what do you think of what that fat guy said just now? I have been searching for sword feathers for decades, but have not found a single one. Now, there are so many rookie swordsmen who can enter it. This is the only explanation that makes sense. But even if that person named Amamiya Haim can create a fake sword feather, this secret sword realm is a world created by the first generation of Godslayer. Can it really be fooled by making it look real? Well, this is really unbelievable. Never mind. I won't think about it anymore. Finding a room is the most important thing. I'm almost dying of suffocation. You little pervert, it's so weird coming out of your mouth. Humph. I just want to teach you a lesson and let you know who is the master of this house. Obviously, I am the one. Su Chen's voice became lower and lower, and it was obvious that he was losing confidence. I can't beat Long Luo'er in a fight. She also bought the new house and provided most of the cultivation resources. No matter how you look at it, she seems more like the head of the family. Suddenly, Long Luo'er's voice full of surprise interrupted Su Chen's wandering thoughts. Su Chun, over there, it seems to be a big house, but there is no sign of anyone having lived in it yet. Looking in the direction Long Luo'er pointed, I saw an extremely luxurious mahogany attic standing there. There is not a single building around, and every inch of wood has been carefully polished to present a unique texture and luster. The doors and windows of the attic are uniquely designed, completely different from the surrounding houses. Meticulous carvings decorate every corner, a feeling that is difficult to replicate even with modern technology. Obviously, this building is specially used by big shots. Lolo, isn't it too high profile to live in this house? Why do I feel like trouble will happen the moment I get close to you? Su-chun, you're not scared, are you? You don't dare to duel with me, right? Who's afraid of who? You still owe me a chance to fulfill any of your requests. Oh, useless stinky man, don't you dare to fight me head on. Provocation doesn't work on me. However, when the two approached the luxurious building, a barrier suddenly appeared and blocked them from entering. At the same time, a huge bell rang. No need to think it's bad. Chapter 88, 1000. In an instant, many swordsmen rushed out of the houses where they were practicing and came here, staring at Su-chun and Long Luo'er. Oh, I told you it's definitely not that easy to get in, Su-chun complained helplessly. But it doesn't matter. It's the same no matter how many people come. It is said that the strongest person in the sword's secret realm at present is the leader of the Blood Sword Alliance, a powerful person at the peak of epic power. Long Luo'er is already invincible in her realm, and now she has broken through to the extraordinary level. It is estimated that no one in the entire sword's secret realm can do anything to her. It can also consume some of her energy, which will make it easier for him to become the master. Su-chun, why do I feel like you look quite happy? Is it my illusion? How could that be? The swordsmen here are at different levels. It seems that most of them are at the emperor level and hero level. Wife, you have to save your husband. You don't want to see your favorite person suffer, do you? Oh, look at your wishful thinking. Do you really think these little scum can consume so much of my physical and spiritual energy? Even if I use up half of my physical strength, you can't turn over. This? Su-chun was speechless. How the hell did he see through this? Could it be that the Shenlong clan has the ability to read minds? Oh, forget it. Just call me sister, and I'll keep you safe. Sister, save me. In the square in front of the pavilion, more and more swordsmen from Jianmin Tower gathered, forming a huge crowd, which seemed to be around 1,000 people. Everyone was ready to go, as if waiting for the leader to give orders. Leading them were two swordsmen wearing bamboo hats, who looked very much like the chivalrous knights in film and television dramas. Where are Zhao Guo and the others? Wasn't he asked to guard the Blood Sword Pavilion? Why did he let two little kids come here? And they even touched the barrier? The tall and thin man on the left curled his lips, looking very impatient. Apparently, he wanted to hang out in the pub again. Damn, there are no women there. So what's there to do? The man with tattoos on the right held his chin with his hand, trying to look like he was thinking. Something's wrong. The bell of the Blood Sword Pavilion has rung so many times. Why hasn't he come yet? Did he run away? They're just two little kids, and we have so many people here. What is there to be afraid of? Don't worry about him. The leader has issued a death order. Only he can live in the Blood Sword Pavilion in each town. Anyone who approaches the Blood Sword Pavilion will be killed immediately, and there will be a huge reward. Although the leader has not been to the Sword Gate Tower so far, the rules must still be followed. That's right. Zhao Guo's sword speed is too fast, and he's very cunning. It seems hard to get the kill with him around. Let's go. Don't let these people around who haven't even reached the legendary realm take advantage of us. One for each person. As the words fell, the two swordsmen flashed and rushed directly in front of Su-chun and Long Luo'er. The surrounding swordsmen were stunned for a moment, then secretly clicked their tongues and rushed out at the same time. This is totally unethical. This seemingly weak man and woman have precious resources for cultivation. Do they really want to keep them all to themselves? However, they all miscalculated. Long Luo'er gathered his spiritual power between his fingers, forming a pure white ball of light, which then gradually turned into the shape of a little dragon. Su-chun, let me show you the strongest secret of the Shenlong clan, the world-destroying dragon flame. As soon as he finished speaking, the little white dragon directly wrapped around Long Luo'er's index and middle fingers. As she slashed across the air, the white dragon instantly began to expand, forming an arc-shaped blade that slashed forward. With her as the center point, the fan-shaped area with a radius of 1 kilometer in front was razed to the ground. The wandering dragon flame burned all the swordsmen to ashes in an instant. More than 1,000 swordsmen were killed instantly with just one move, without even a scream, and no bodies were even found. Su-chun was stunned. My goodness, why does it feel like when he, as a god slayer, encounters gods, he doesn't have such terrifying strength? Is this the power of magic? And it seems that Long Luo'er is still in a state of ease. Damn, isn't this my full strength? The extraordinary strong man is so terrifying. Don't be like this. Long Luo'er raised the corner of her mouth, raised her eyebrows, turned around and smiled at Su-chun. It's just, oh, but the strength of the transcendent realm is still huge. This time, I barely used 1/10 of my strength. Lolo, I heard that gentle girls are more lovable. Suchun, I am very gentle to you. Alas, my plan to turn things around feels like it has gone one step further. Hey, don't think about those unrealistic things all day long. A moment later, the swordsmen killed by Long Luoer were resurrected in the city, with confused expressions on their faces. They had no idea what had just happened. In their memories, there was just a flash of white light, and then they were inexplicably teleported to other places. Could it be that they were attacked by teleportation magic? But the reduction of soul energy can still be felt, and I have never heard of any swordsman who can use teleportation magic. However, when they returned to the square in front of the Blood Sword Pavilion, the scene before them completely stunned them. The once prosperous scene has disappeared, leaving only ruins, with broken walls of buildings scattered everywhere and the streets filled with smoke and rubble. Even though death here would not have any effect on the real body, the fear brought by this scene was deeply imprinted in the hearts of all the swordsmen here. What on earth happened? Why is this happening? I seemed to only see a flash of white light coming out of the white-haired little girl's hand, and when I came to my senses, I was in the east of the city. Oh no! The barrier of the Blood Sword Pavilion has been broken. It seems that the couple has entered. Brothers, attack them together. Hey buddy, go ahead and do it. We will support you silently behind the scenes. We will help you publicize your heroic deeds later. This is so terrifying. What level of warrior is this? He can cause such great destructive power with just one move. Is it possible that another epic warrior has descended? We must contact the leader immediately. Where is the messenger? Hurry to the Bloodsword Pond to inform the leader. On the other side, after Long Luoer cleaned up the debris, she directly broke the barrier and took Su Chun into the Bloodsword Pavilion. The dazzling crystal chandelier hangs from the high ceiling like twinkling stars, illuminating the entire space. The walls are covered with exquisite murals. The long table is placed with exquisite porcelain, and even the common wooden chairs and sofas are inlaid with many dazzling gems, showing the luxury. Wow, Suchun, it's so beautiful here. It's much more beautiful than our home in Tianhe City. Long Luoer pulled Suchun's sleeve and shouted excitedly. Yeah, you really know how to enjoy yourself. It's really nice to practice here. Hee, it's not in vain that I wasted my spiritual energy on those scum. I hope you don't waste your energy on a scum like me. Speaking of which, that move just now shouldn't automatically chase after them, right? After they revive, they'll probably come in and cause trouble again, right? Long Luoer pulled Su Chun to the wooden bathhouse and responded, It's just a small problem. I set up a barrier around this house, so they can't get in. I don't want to be disturbed. You are really thoughtful, Luo. I feel like I am completely useless. After wiping each other's bodies clean, they went into the bathtub together. The tired bodies soaked in the bathtub, and the comfortable water temperature was like a warm caress, instantly dispelling the fatigue of the two. Thinking back, it has been several months since I came to the secret realm of Sword, and I haven't had a proper bath yet. Relying on Long Luoer to use water magic to wet the towel to wipe the body is now a thing of the past. I can finally enjoy the warm bath water. Su Chun, what do you think of the environment of this bathhouse? Why are you asking that suddenly? I think it's great. The decoration is gorgeous, and the scent of the aromatherapy is very comfortable. It's so nice. Then hey. As Long Luoer spoke, she suddenly stood up and hooked Su Chen's chin with her little finger. Holy light instantly filled the entire bathhouse. Lolo, what are you going to do? It's been more than a week. I'm almost going crazy. I have to take this opportunity to dispel your inappropriate fantasy. This is a bathhouse. Just like that, Su Chun was executed right there in the bathtub by Long Luoer. However, Long Luoer's level was always several dozen centimeters higher than Su Chen's. Chapter 89, Warm Home. Bloodsword Pond, inside the meeting hall. A handsome young man with long blonde hair, 6 feet tall, and a pair of long ears, looked at the report just handed over by his subordinates and fell into deep thought. She looks like a teenage girl. She can destroy half of a city with one move. If these people are not making it up, she must be an epic realm expert, right? Logically speaking, most of the cultivation resources here are of little use to epic realm masters. What is she doing in the Sword's secret realm? Is she here to challenge Jiandang Mountain and Dragon Valley? Most of those who have reached the epic realm, except for that freak of the Shenlong clan, should be over 300 years old. It is really weird that she still looks like a little girl at 300 years old. Jimin Tower? I have never been to that place. They are not here to seek revenge on me, right? As expected, I still need some information. I can't let anything go wrong before the plan is completed. The blond man clapped his hands, and a transparent figure instantly appeared in front of him. Although her face cannot be seen, it is obvious from her figure that she is a woman, with a curvy figure and extremely hot. Lord Caesar, what's the matter? Go to the gatehouse with my emblem sword and help me investigate who the little girl mentioned in the report is. Don't alert the enemy, the blond man said, knocking on the ornately decorated wooden table in front of him. The transparent figure also stepped forward, picked up the report, and began to study it. After a moment, the transparent figure said, I understand, but Lord Caesar, there is one thing I don't understand. What's up? I saw in the report that the mysterious strong man was accompanied by a man. Is there any special request? When they entered Jinmen Tower, they claimed to be brother and sister. However, from the report, it is clear that the woman was protecting the man. Their relationship seems to be unusual. Rather than brother and sister, I think they are more like male concubines. After all, it is normal for a powerful female to have several male companions around her. There are also many powerful males who come here with female companions. It is not uncommon. It should not threaten her. If you think it is necessary, just kill her. I see. As soon as the transparent figure finished speaking, he immediately disappeared from the room, as if he had never existed in the first place. Looking at the empty room in front of him, the blond man murmured, I hope it's just an ordinary strong man who accidentally entered the secret realm of swords. For this plan, I've been preparing here for 300 years. Please don't make any mistakes. On the other side, inside the blood sword of Jinmen Tower, Su Chen sighed repeatedly as he watched himself getting thinner and thinner. Over the past 6 months, I have come to understand what it means that dragons are inherently lustful. I don't know if it's because Long Luo'er has broken through to the extraordinary realm, or because she lives too comfortably in the Blood Sword Pavilion, but some of her needs are becoming greater and greater. They dueled in the training room on the top floor of the pavilion in the morning and in bed at night. But without exception, Su Chen was pinned down. In his free time, he practiced with the treasures he had looted from Jiandang Mountain, but they were all gone in the blink of an eye. Although these materials have very limited effects on improving one's realm, their main effects are basically improving physical fitness and spiritual power, as well as resistance to and control over certain attributes. But the advantage is quantity. After all the resources are used up in cultivation, it is estimated that it will be only one step away from breaking through to the late stage of the Brave Realm. Su Chen, how are those resources being used? Long Luo'er asked while combing her hair. It will probably be gone in about a month. Looks like we should finally leave here. Why do you seem to want to leave here even more? How? How could that be? I've lived here longer than in my home in Tina City. I can't bear to leave. After combing her hair, Long Luo'er went straight to Su Chen, sat on his lap, and had a smirk on her face. Su Chen, Li Santome. I have just studied the sword skills inherited from the first-generation sword god. I have initially understood the trick of the dimension slash, but Su Chen looked at Long Luo'er's smirk and felt something was wrong. Over the past 6 months, whenever Long Luo'er showed such an expression, Su Chen could only sit on the ground to practice the next day. His waist was so weak that he couldn't even stand up. And now, if he didn't catch up with the suspense she was leaving, he would definitely be ridden for several hours. Well, could it be possible to create a dimensional rift and travel to any corner of the world that will like Ji Linglan? Half right, but also half wrong. So Long Luo'er's figure instantly flashed to Su Chen's body, smiling with ill intent. No, it just ended an hour ago. 3 hours later, Long Luo'er put on her clothes and explained with a smile. In fact, the dimension slash of the first-generation sword god, in other words, cuts through space and forms a space crack, so it can break all defenses in the world. The space cracks that were cut open are very profound. It's like the space in the storage ring, a world of its own. Although I tried my best and could only break out a space of about 1,000 cubic meters, it's enough. Hearing this, Su Chen frowned slightly, but soon he figured out what Long Luo'er wanted to express. Lolo, do you want to move the entire Bloodsword Pavilion into the alien space you opened? That way, you can always have a good place to live no matter where you are. Yes, after all, I like this place very much. It seems such a waste to give up just like that. So why not turn it into a portable mobile house so that I can live here anytime and anywhere? Long Luo'er raised her hands, looking very excited. Really? You actually have such a miraculous use. As expected of you. As for the part about the dimension slash, I don't understand it at all. Long Luoer patted Su Chun on the shoulder and consoled him. The power of space basically requires one to be at the Emperor level or above to have a preliminary grasp of it. Although Xiao Linglan is a time-space sorcerer, she was just a crybaby who knew nothing before she broke through to the Emperor level. Is Ji Linglan actually a crybaby? Su Chen thought of Ji Linglan's expression that changed at the speed of light, and he could never associate it with the word crybaby. Hey, I'm going to tell you guys later how your Chinese princess got embarrassed in the past. By the way, I think the name Bloodsword Pavilion is too ugly. Su Chen, what do you think of the name Luo's Dragon Nest? Puff! Su Chen almost couldn't hold back his laughter. But when I thought about how my kidneys would be in trouble if I laughed out loud, I had to force myself to hold it back. All I can say is that Long Luoer must not be allowed to name future children. Absolutely not. Su Chen, what are you laughing at? Long Luoer's eyes suddenly became stern, and he looked like he wanted to kill someone. I think of happy things. What's the happy news? My wife. Long Luoer crossed her arms across her chest, looking fierce and aggressive. Su Chen, it seems that you still don't know who the owner of this house is. I'm sorry, Luo. I think the name you chose is too weird. Oh, then tell me what it's called? If I don't think it sounds good, I'll have to continue to let you know who the owner of this house is. As Long Luoer spoke, she had already pushed Su Chen down, licked her lips, and began to take off the clothes she had just put on. Su Chen's mind was spinning rapidly. If I can't come up with a normal name, even an iron rod will be ground into a needle. How about calling it a cozy little home? Chapter 90 Dimension Slash. A week later. Su Chen, get up quickly. Today is the day we agreed to go out and look for cultivation resources. I need Lolo's kiss before I can get up. Really, it's been like this every morning these past few days. Who will want to kiss you? Having said that, Long Luoer still hugged Su Chen tightly and pressed her cherry lips against his as usual. It was not until several minutes later that the two reluctantly separated. Humph. Are you satisfied? Satisfied? It would be better if we could go in a little further. What kind of lewd words are you talking about? I don't understand you humans. You said your back hurts when you do that kind of thing, but you are very happy about it. Obviously, doing that kind of thing is a more intimate expression. Iliki, is that not okay? Okay, get up. These days, since he accidentally discovered Long Luoer's weakness, Su Chen has been extremely happy. After all, he would definitely not be able to beat Long Luoer in a duel in bed, but he could definitely beat Long Luoer in a verbal duel. I don't know if it's because they're shy or if dragons are just naturally bad at talking. She was not very good at attacking. Whenever Su Chen attacked her position, she would immediately surrender and not intend to continue resisting. She just let Su Chen manipulate her, feeling very comfortable. Moreover, every time Long Luoer breathes, there is a sweet scent which is extremely refreshing. The more you smell it, the more energetic you become. It is more effective than Xianmai. Finally, I found something that can conquer Long Luoer. This was the first time the two of them had left the Blood Sword Pavilion in more than half a year. No, it should be called a warm little home. In the square, there could be seen no less than 100 swordsmen watching their every move. During this time, the two of them also glanced at them through the window a few times, and almost every time it was a different person. I guess it's a shift system, with a new group of people changing every once in a while. Originally, these swordsmen were chatting and laughing in the square, describing how easy and comfortable the surveillance work was, when suddenly everyone was stunned. I really didn't expect that after more than half a year, the brother and sister actually left the Bloodsword Pavilion. The atmosphere suddenly became depressing, and every swordsman's heart was in his throat. The shadow of being killed by Long Luoer in one move half a year ago has not dissipated yet. After seeing Long Luoer again, his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. In her eyes, no matter you are at the level of a brave warrior or a hero, no matter you are at the level of an emperor or a legend, all beings are equal, and she can kill them with one move. It is so terrifying and so frightening. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Long Luoer just waved his hand and made a huge ice sword. He gathered his strength and swung his sword, directly splitting a crack in the void above the huge square, as if an endless abyss was beckoning towards them. Immediately afterwards, Long Luoer cast a cutting magic on the Blood Sword Pavilion, separating the entire pavilion from the ground, then lifted it up and threw it into the void crack. In less than 10 seconds, the huge building disappeared out of thin air before their eyes, making people wonder if it was a magic trick. Unlike many swordsmen around who were shocked, Long Luo just casually dusted off his hands, hopped in front of Su Chun and said with a smile, "See, Su Chun, I told you it's okay." Su Chun swallowed his saliva and responded, "Hey Luo, are you sure people won't die if they walk in? Why do I feel like I will instantly get lost in another dimension as soon as I walk in? How could I possibly harm you? Come in and take a look." As Long Luo spoke, she picked up Su Chen's body like a sandbag and stepped into the dimensional space that had just been opened. And this crack closed again after a few minutes, as if nothing had happened. As for the swordsmen in the square, they were shocked. It was only after a long time that people started to discuss it. What the hell? What did I just see? That little girl actually created a crack in space with just one sword. Tell me now, I'm not dreaming. Is this the legendary Dimension Slash? I have performed this move in my dreams many times, but I didn't expect to see it in reality. What on earth were we fighting against before? Were we crazy to provoke such a being? Epic? Extraordinary? Or maybe a saint? This is the first time I've seen someone so strong. My wife is the heir of a woodcarving family. When I go back, I will make a statue of her and worship her every day. At this time, in the building closest to the square, a blonde, blue-eyed, long-eared woman was standing there in a daze with a pale face. She was ordered by the leader of the Bloodsword Alliance to come and investigate and find an opportunity to assassinate Long Luo's maid Amy. However, half a year passed, and Long Luo hadn't made any movement. As for the barrier that the Bloodsword Pavilion had reset up, she had observed that with her strength, she would definitely not be able to break it without anyone knowing. So she could only get a house closest to the Bloodsword Pavilion and practice while observing Long Luo's every move. Her realm is at the peak of the legendary realm, and she is currently one of the top 10 masters in the secret realm of sword. The Shadow Warrior, whose vocation sequence is sequence 133, has excellent strength, endurance, and reaction. He can also control his own shadow to fight alongside himself, and has very strong offensive and defensive capabilities. However, even such an existence was completely dumbfounded when she saw Long Luo perform the Dimension Slash. Dimension Slash. This move was one that Caesar had spent his entire life trying to learn but was never able to perfect, and now was being performed by an ordinary little girl. And looking at her expression, it seemed that she didn't use much effort at all, and she wanted to use the Dimension Slash as a large space ring? What the fuck is this? Isn't this the way to squander natural resources? That little girl will definitely have an impact on Lord Caesar's plan. This matter must be reported as soon as possible. If a decision is not made in advance, there will be endless troubles, Amy murmured in a low voice. At the same time, he sent his shadow back to the meeting hall of the Bloodsword Pool, while his real body continued to stay there to monitor. After Su Chen entered the narrow space, crack opened by the Dimension Slash, he also praised repeatedly. I saw that the Bloodsword Pavilion that Long Luo had just thrown in was standing on a piece of land of about 200 to 300 square meters. At the edge of the land, there seems to be an invisible wall of air, as if reaching the end of the game map. As for the scene around the continent, it was the scene of the square that had just been cracked. You could stay here and observe every move of the outside world. I thought it would be pitch black. How is that possible? I only dared to bring you in because I came in myself. As expected of you. You are so thoughtful. After entering the house, he found that except for some decorations that were shifted a few centimeters due to Long Luo's just moving them, almost nothing had changed. How about it, Lolo? You really have the demeanor of a good wife and mother. What are you talking about? We don't even have a child yet. After we get out, judging by your performance, you should be able to make one soon. Let's go. We should go find some training resources. Su Chun, have you decided where to go? Long Luo asked, tilting her head. Su Chun nodded, took out a map, and pointed to a town more than 2,000 kilometers north of Jimin Tower. Let's go here, Yinyu Tower. I just want to test how much stronger I have become during this period of time. Chapter 91 Visitors. At this time, in the highest standard room in the northwest corner of the city that never sleeps. Ha, Chio. Why do I feel like someone is saying something bad about me? After sneezing several times in succession, Ji Linglan looked at the letter she had just received with a distressed look on her face and sighed dozens of times. Hello, Your Highness the Princess of your country. It seems that my sister has caused trouble for you. I will come to your house in person to apologize for this matter when the time comes. We will arrive in the city that never sleeps at noon 2 days later. You seem to have a close relationship with my sister, but please do not interfere in this matter. My sister is the eldest princess of our Shenlong clan. She has also been designated as the next queen of the Shenlong clan. She has an extraordinary status and is not an ordinary Shenlong clan girl. The Dragon God Festival, which is held every 300 years, is approaching. This festival is of great importance and is very likely to affect the future path of our dragon clan. As the eldest princess of the dragon clan, my sister must participate in it no matter what. I don't care whether you are the princess of China or the human being who is most likely to break through the epic realm. If my sister leaves the city that never sleeps in 2 days and it affects our Dragon God Festival, the wrath of our dragon clan will not be something you humans can bear. Regarding my sister's marriage to a human male, we are not clear about the ins and outs of the matter at the moment. So please give us a reasonable explanation, Your Highness. If my sister's virginity is gone and you don't have a convincing reason, I think you should know the consequences. Well, in the end, I don't really mean to make any threats. I just hope that Your Highness the Princess can cooperate with us. This matter should be over soon and will not affect you. Visitors, the Dragon Clan, Long Yang. The Dragon Clan, Long Liener. Ji Linglan has made her best efforts to delay their arrival to 2 days later. An hour ago, she received a message from her father asking her to go to Shenlong Valley to pick up 2 people. Ji Linglan also instantly understood the purpose of going to Shenlong Valley. She thought that Long Luo'er's whereabouts had been exposed, and her family wanted to take her back. After all, decades ago, Long Luo'er ran away from home and met Ji Linglan by chance. Although they lived together for several years, he was still caught and taken home. Now, her father asked her to go to Shenlong Valley. He must be going to pick up Long Luo'er's family and bring them to the city that never sleeps, and then bring Long Luo'er back. After using teleportation magic to reach the Shenlong Valley, she did not let Long Yang and Long Liener take this tailwind trip on the grounds that she had no spiritual power and successfully delayed them for 2 days. However, it seemed that the 2 of them had anticipated this and had prepared a threatening letter in advance and handed it to her. Alas, little dragon girl, it's not that I won't help you, but as a princess of China, I can only put the interests of China as the highest priority. At this time, there was a knock on Ji Linglan's door, and a female guard dressed like a ninja came in. She was Han Xuelin, one of Ji Linglan's personal guards, and also her shadow guard captain. As for the shadow guard, it is an intelligence and assassination organization that specifically serves Ji Linglan. It is used to collect intelligence and do some dirty things. If necessary, it can also act as her stand-in. Because of Ji Linglan's certain hobbies, all members are good-looking unmarried women, and there are also a few people of different races. There are quite a few people who are powerful warriors in the legendary realm. Even if they have not reached the legendary realm, most of them have 1 foot in the legendary realm. Their strength is among the best in the Emperor realm, and they are able to fight even if they meet powerful warriors in the legendary realm. Originally, she didn't need to bring a shadow guard with her when she came here to hold a Night's Watch gathering, but because of the previous incident where the control of the God's portal was plundered, and she didn't know it was Astaroth's doing, she had to take it seriously. After all, in this world, as long as a clergyman is alive, he will occupy a place and will always be envied and assassinated. The existence of every clergyman determines the strength of a country or even a race, which shows the importance of clergymen. Ji Linglan has multiple identities. She is not only a princess of China, but also a clergyman of China. She is also the closest being to the epic realm among humans. It is normal for her to have her own guards and intelligence organization. Your Highness, I have already completed the matter you asked me to investigate. Really? So the result of the investigation is, according to our investigation, it was Dragon City Lord Yang Yi who sent his dragon guards to contact the Shenlong clan, exposing Long Luo'er's whereabouts, and he also exaggerated a lot of things. Yeah, Ji Linglan's eyes suddenly became very cold. She already knew a general idea about the feud between Yang Tianlong and Su Chun from Long Luo'er. It was entirely his own fault. No normal person would tolerate someone hooking up with his wife in front of Su Chun, right? In front of the Night Watch, she lost the fair duel and led the Imperial Dragon clan to seek revenge in her little world, but was killed in return. Who can she blame? After that, after beating the boy, she came to me. Not only did she want to kidnap her good friend Long Luo'er in the city that never sleeps, but she might also push China into an irretrievable situation. He is just a small lord of Dragon City. Who gave him the courage to do such a mess? Your Highness, do you need to get rid of him? As Han Xuelin spoke, she gestured at her neck with her hand. Ji Linglan also nodded. It is obvious that in their eyes, the life of a mere city lord is not worth mentioning at all. They will temporarily leave the never-sleeping city and return to Dragon City at night. Be careful on the way, and don't let any of them live. Then, find a random crime to accuse Yang Yi and replace the Lord of Dragon City with our people. Yes, sir. After Han Shuilin finished speaking, her figure instantly disappeared from the room. Xiaolong knew Su Chun, this is all I can do. The rest depends on the two of you. Ji Linglan looked out the window with deep eyes and murmured in a low voice. On the other side, above the dragon territory west of China, two pure white dragons were flying side by side in the air, seemingly discussing something. Brother, do you think Sister Luoer can really marry a human male? The petite Longliener on the left spoke first. I'm not sure. Sister Luoer is a bit arrogant. No matter how strong a human male is, he will not be in her eyes, unless there is some quality in that man that attracts her. But no matter whether she married a human or not, she must be brought back to the Dragon God Festival. This festival is a matter of life and death for our dragon clan, and even for all the creatures in the lower world. The huge Long Yang on the right responded. But I think, given Sister Luoer's personality, if she insists on staying with the humans, we two alone won't be able to take her away no matter what. Even if we work together, we are no match for her. This is very simple. I have a few good ideas. As long as we can trick her back, I can let my father suppress her and lock her up for a few decades. When the human male dies of old age, all problems will be solved. I feel like this is so cruel to Sister Luoer. There's nothing we can do. With her status and position, we absolutely cannot allow her to mess around. After all, she is... Long Yang didn't continue. Long Liener had just learned about this matter from her parents, so she naturally knew the interests involved. Even if the lives of all the other dragons of the Divine Dragon Clan were put on a scale with Long Luoer would still be able to consistently defeat them. With Long Luoer's character and insight, he would have probably run away if he had discovered the aura of a powerful Dragon Clan member approaching. It was also because of this that the Dragon Clan only sent the two of them to the human territory to bring back Long Luoer. Long Luoer knew that their strength was not as good as hers, so she would not run away early. Keeping her stable is the most important thing at the moment. She had to be present at this Dragon God Festival, no matter what. The reincarnation of Lord Dragon God? Long Liener whispered so that no one could hear. Chapter 92. The Lord of Sword Pavilion, Kingth. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. When Su Chun and Long Luoer left Jinmen Tower, all the swordsmen of the Bloodsword Alliance took a detour, fearing that they would meet Long Luoer's size. He can destroy half of a city easily and cut through space with a casual move. No one with a normal mind would provoke him. Even if you won't really die in the secret realm of sword, what if someone holds a grudge against you and comes through the internet to kill you? A strong person of this level can completely ignore the god's messengers wandering in this world. He can go wherever he wants without any obstacles. It is easy for him to kill someone. It just depends on whether others want to waste their time. However, because of their warm little home, the two of them moved half as fast. After all, you need to expend physical energy every night and can only travel at dawn. Fortunately, before the cultivation resources were exhausted, they finally arrived at Yinyu Tower, the core base of Jiang'a, the second largest force in the sword's secret realm. The news of the two of them causing a big commotion at Jinmen Tower had spread throughout this place, saving us a lot of trouble. The swordsmen guarding the gate were stunned when they saw the two of them. Look, those two people over there. Why do they look exactly like the description of the super dangerous individuals reported by the higher-ups? A little girl with white hair, accompanied by a male lover. No way, it's really her? Why did this evil spirit come to Yinyu Tower? What should we do now? Let him go or fight him? Are you crazy? Still want to fight her? I'll go inform the Lord of the Sword Pavilion. I'm going. Don't fight with me. You stay here and delay them. My mission is to act faster. Leave it to me to report the news. Su Chen's face was also full of black lines. My goodness, these gatekeepers completely treat them as demons who kill without blinking an eye. Is it really necessary to be so scared? The two of them are a model couple. As long as you don't provoke them, they're basically good citizens. Su Chen, am I that scary? In a way, it's scary. I always feel like you're hinting at me. I remember when we first got married, you were thinking about this every day. I didn't say anything all right. Wait till night. Su Chen sighed helplessly. Although it was really pleasurable to have this done to me by a super cute dragon girl, I always felt something was weird about it. Forget it, let's go into the city first. If you use your reputation well, you can save yourself a lot of trouble. After Su Chun took Long Luower's hand and came to the city gate, he just bowed slowly and said, "Everyone, don't be so afraid of us. The two of us just want to challenge the Misty Rain Pavilion and test our skills. We don't have any other ideas." Me? The short and fat swordsman in front of him was trembling with fear. Even though he would not die in the secret realm of sword, he was still frightened by Long Luower's aura and could not speak clearly. "Well, if you don't say anything, I'll assume you agree for us to go into the city. Can't wait." Seeing this, Su Chen didn't care how they would answer next, and directly took Long Luower's hand and prepared to go into the city. At this moment, suddenly a hurried sound came from the city, accompanied by a hint of fear. "You too. The Lord of the Sword Pavilion, Qingyi, wants to meet you. Could you please give him a chat?" A short swordsman rushed out of the city and said with forced calmness. Su Chun and Long Luower looked at each other, nodded, and responded, "Okay, lead the way." Su Chun was not surprised that the Lord of Sword Pavilion wanted to meet them. The Blood Sword Alliance and the Sword Pavilion are mortal enemies. When people hear that Long Luower is causing a big commotion in the Blood Sword Alliance's territory, generally speaking, they would immediately think of trying to win him over. As for joining a faction or something, don't even think about it. It's just a waste of time. Not to mention that the resources given are basically junk. One also has to get involved in the struggle between the three major forces, which is a completely thankless task. Moreover, now almost a year has passed in the secret realm of sword. According to the time in the outside world, basically one day has passed, and the time when Long Luower was taken away is getting closer and closer. Su Chen hasn't even reached the hero realm yet. Even if he uses the light blade, he may not be a match for Long Luower's family. But he doesn't have so much free time to care about these trivial matters. It is said that the master of the Sword Pavilion is the one who has stayed in the sword's secret realm the longest, for a full 500 years. He relied on a large amount of basic training resources to accumulate from the middle stage of the legendary realm to the early stage of the epic realm. He is the goal that most swordsmen in the sword's secret realm strive for. Since he has been here for 500 years, he must have a good understanding of the various holy places for cultivation in the secret realm of sword. This is Su Chen's main goal. After all, we still don't know where the first-generation Dragon Knight is buried. Following the guidance of the short swordsman, he passed through several exquisite iron gates and arrived at the door of a luxurious residence, where he also said goodbye. Before he opened the door, he felt a biting cold wind blowing. Even Su Chun, who had practiced a lot of Jiandang Mountain secret treasures, couldn't help sneezing. "Su Chun, are you okay?" Long Luower asked with concern. "Sorry, it's a bit cold. I'm no longer afraid of the cold since I practiced white flower, but I didn't expect that I would shiver from the cold. It looks like the Lord of the Sword Pavilion is a member of the Snow Clan." "The Snow Tribe?" My high school teacher once said that the Snow Tribe was on the verge of extinction due to an attack by gods 10 years ago. I was surprised to find that there are still survivors. At this moment, a cold female voice came from the room, mixed with some dissatisfaction, but full of helplessness. The door of the mansion was also opened. What caught my eye was a beautiful woman wearing a light blue dress, which looked like an evening gown one would wear at a high-end banquet. The skin is as white as snow, smooth and crystal clear. His eyes flashed with a cold and deep light, as if he could see through people's inner world. The long sky-blue hair flows on the shoulders like a waterfall, and every strand looks like it was carefully carved from ice and snow, beautiful and cool. His whole body exuded a biting coldness and a suffocating pressure. Any man who sees her would probably fall in love with her at first sight. Of course, except Su Chun. "Human, you are wrong. The Snow Tribe has already perished." Su Chun scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Although he didn't mean it, it was still inappropriate to talk about genocide in front of others. "Sorry, Lord of Sword Pavilion, I didn't mean that. It doesn't matter. If a race like the Snow Tribe perishes, it doesn't matter to me." After hearing this, Su Chun was stunned. Who wouldn't care about the life and death of their own race? Just as Su Chun was about to take a step forward to ask, Long Luower grabbed his sleeve and said, "Su Chun, don't get close to her." "What's wrong?" Long Luower did not respond to Su Chun, but slowly walked to the front of the Lord of the Sword Pavilion and said with a playful look on his face, "At first when I heard Qing Yi's name, I didn't know who she was, but I didn't expect it to be you, the goddess of the Snow Clan. Qing Nu, the goddess of ice and snow." Chapter 93 Reasoning. Hearing this, King was stunned, and Su Chun was also stunned for a moment. King would never have thought that someone would recognize her. When she was in the divine court, she had basically no sense of existence, and few gods knew her. But she was sure that the little girl in front of her was definitely not a god. How did she know her? Ever since he was expelled from the god's circle 30 years ago, he had been living in hiding. How on earth was he discovered? Well, I think you must have recognized the wrong person. How can there be a god as weak as me? Long Luo'er didn't want to pay attention to her excuses and asked directly, "What is your purpose? Why can you, as a god, enter the secret realm of sword? Even if you once had a vocation, once you become a god, you will inevitably lose the gift of the vocation. How did you enter the secret realm of sword without a vocation for swordsmanship?" King's face suddenly turned gloomy, knowing that she could no longer hide the truth. She really didn't expect that. She just wanted to try to see if she could win over this mysterious strong man to stop the plan of Caesar, the leader of the Bloodsword Alliance. However, she didn't expect that this attempt to win over someone would directly attract someone who knew her true identity. Isn't this a clear case of inviting a wolf into the house? The white-haired little girl in front of her was obviously above her in realm and strength. She could probably be killed with just a few moves. Now it's time to think about how to get out. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Long Luo'er immediately concentrated her spiritual power on her fingertips, preparing to cast the world-destroying dragon flame. He planned to cripple her and then hand her over to Suchan to kill her. This would give him another wave of ability points. However, Suchan reached out to stop Long Luo'er. Although his current mission is not to be a godslayer, he cannot judge whether the person in front of him is a god by the increase in strength. But the effect of the hatred value is still there. He does not have any hatred towards the woman in front of him. She should be a god who has not violated the treaty with the gods. Now Su Chun is very glad that he did not kill Time Ba at that time. If the god of innocence can be recruited into your service, in some cases it will be much more useful than gaining ability points by killing her. Let's listen to her explanation. Your name is King, right? We can talk. When Long Luo'er heard this, he immediately withdrew his spiritual power and echoed, "Let me hear your explanation." She understood Su Chen's meaning and would contribute her own strength to Su Chen. Seeing this, King also breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he removed the frost shield and pressure on his body. I originally wanted to give the newcomer a warning, but I didn't expect that I would be scared instead. Although the man in front of him looked weak, he was able to command a girl who was stronger than himself at will. He was definitely not an ordinary person. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, beautiful lady. If you don't mind, please follow me into the house." After the three of them arrived in the living room, she immediately took out tea made from the highest quality cultivation materials and offered it to the two of them. She knew that her life might depend on a word from the man in front of her, so she had to serve him well. "Sir, beauty, do you want to know how I got into the secret realm of sword?" Long Luo'er sat face to face with Su Chan on his legs, leaning against his arms, and seemed not to want to participate in this topic. Su Chan also coughed twice and responded, "Let's put it this way for now. It would be best if you could tell me everything that happened after you were expelled from the divine court." After King brewed the tea and poured it into 2 cups, she began to tell her story. 30 years ago, due to the turmoil in the divine court, a legendary deity like her must have been the first to suffer and was naturally expelled from the list of gods. After that, she returned to her hometown and lived with her fellow Snow Clan members. However, the good times did not last long. Because she had lost her divinity and did not have an unlimited supply of spiritual power, she was unable to create a suitable living environment for the Snow Clan. Gradually, her compatriots who originally believed in her began to change their attitude towards her. In just less than 5 years, King went from being a highly respected snow god to a legendary village guard. Apart from giving her 3 meals a day, he no longer had any contact with her. As the days passed, she became increasingly disappointed with her fellow villagers. They once guaranteed a living environment for the Snow Clan for hundreds of years, but now that they have lost power, they have adopted this attitude. What is the use of such compatriots? And so, time came to 10 years ago, and Nodi, who was also expelled from the list of gods, found her and wanted to take her for himself. King refused to obey, but she was no match for Nodi. She fought and retreated, and finally survived. However, the Snow Clan was almost wiped out because of the battle between the two. After that, she lived in hiding, but at the same time, she also began to desire to return to the divine court. Without the divine power, he will be found by Nodi sooner or later. As long as he possesses the divine power, he will be able to fight even if his realm is weaker than his. Finally, a year and a half ago, he accidentally learned about the existence of the secret realm of sword and met a girl named Amamiyaheim. Her mission is magical. She can create and replicate all objects other than life, and even concepts. King knew some sword skills, so Princess Amamiya forged a mission as a magic swordsman for her, allowing her to enter the secret realm of sword. Up to now, she has been in the secret realm of sword for more than 500 years. After listening to her story, Su Chun took a sip of tea and frowned slightly. I didn't expect that there were people in Sakura country who could survive the tsunami and even make so many sword feathers. However, considering that Princess Amamiya can even create something as conceptual as a mission, it shouldn't be too difficult to create a tool that can allow her to survive a tsunami. Can I ask why she would help you? From what you said, she shouldn't have any reason to help you, right? The more Su Chun thought about it, the more strange it seemed. He always felt that the girl named Amamiya Faye created so many sword feathers not for money, but for other reasons. After all, if you use your natural duty of creating objects well, you will never lack money and may even be hailed as a state guest. There is absolutely no need to make money by selling sword feathers. In fact, I told her about my identity as a god and promised her that if I could regain my godhood, she would definitely benefit me. That's why she sent me to the secret realm of sword to practice. King hesitated, obviously hiding something. Su Chun smiled crookedly and patted Long Luo'er on the shoulder. Long Luo'er also understood what he meant. After getting off Su Chun's legs, she pointed her finger and pure white dragon flame instantly wrapped around King, as if it could take her life at any time. It was obvious that Long Luo'er was going to start reasoning with her. You know what? There are more than 10 gods who have died at my hands. I am a very reasonable person. Chapter 94, I want it all. When King saw this scene, she was stunned. The pure white dragon flame and the little girl with long white hair reminded her of a rumor. It is said that in the lower world, there was an unrivaled genius who reached the epic realm before he was 100 years old. She has bright eyes, white teeth, skin as white as cream, waist-length white hair, a beauty that can shame the moon and flowers. She wields dragon fire and kills gods. More than a dozen gods died at her hands, and each of them was a leader in their realm. The little girl in front of him was exactly the same as described in the rumors. Although this is the secret realm of swords, dying many times will not affect your real body. But who can guarantee that she won't hunt her down in the real world? This guy has killed a god, so how could he be afraid of the majesty of God? Wait for me. What's wrong? Are you going to reason with me? I will tell you. The more Long Luo'er and Su Chun listened, the more shocked and confused they became. I didn't expect that the secret realm of the sword has such a function besides being used for cultivation. It's really scary. King, is what you said true? Yes, I have actually thought about using this method to return to the divine court, but I was afraid that it would violate the divine spirit treaty, so I never dared to try it. I might as well just stay here and use the difference in the flow of time to allow myself to break through to the extraordinary level. By then, even if I don't have a divine nature, I will still have decent combat power. No wonder I said that the benefits provided by the Bloodsword Alliance are indeed too good. They are constantly recruiting new members. The leader of the Bloodsword Alliance, Caesar, is actually doing this kind of thing. I am no match for him. I approached you too because I want to join forces with you to defeat Caesar. The atmosphere was suffocatingly depressing, and silence filled the entire living room. After a moment, Su Chun slowly said, "How long do you think it will take?" "I don't know. If I were Caesar, I would hold a blood sacrifice ceremony in a year, using the souls of tens of thousands of strong men to refine the godhood and return to the divine court." Su Chun and Long Luo'er looked at each other and felt that things were more complicated than she said. But looking at her horrified expression, she was probably not lying. Princess Amamiya created a large number of sword feathers, allowing many swordsmen in the heroic and even brave realms to enter the secret realm of swords, which directly led to Caesar's idea. Is this really a coincidence? By utilizing the unique rules of the sword's secret realm, gathering souls is much easier than in the real world, and it is not easy to be discovered by the gods in the upper realm. It is simply a combination of time, place, and people. Isn't this a little too clever? Moreover, Princess Amamiya took great pains to send King Vin. No matter how you think about it, it can't be just for her unrealistic promises, right? There must be something fishy going on here. Why 1 year later? In the secret realm of swords, a treasure appears every 500 years. I encountered one not long after entering here, but it was too far away. Plus, I didn't understand the rules here at the time, so I didn't participate in the fight. The next treasure will come out in a year, and its approximate location has been estimated, which is in the blood sword pool. By then, not only will all the members of the Bloodsword Alliance gather here, but even the strong men from our Sword Pavilion and 10,000 Sword sect will probably sneak in to get a piece of the pie. If a blood sacrifice ceremony is held at that time, with enough powerful souls, the probability of refining a godhood will be greatly increased. When Su Chen heard the word treasure, he almost vomited blood. How the hell is it another treasure? In the real world, another treasure will be unearthed outside of Star Moon City 3 months later. In the Sword's secret realm, another treasure will be unearthed 1 year later. It will never end, right? It's simply poisonous. At this time, Long Luo pulled Su Chen's sleeve and motioned him to talk aside. Su Chen, do you believe what this snow girl said? I don't think I'm lying. By the way, Luo, why don't you use dragon language to subdue her? Isn't that easier? Her realm has reached the epic level, and it is difficult for dragon language to control her. Is that so? Long Luo shook her head and said, let's not talk about this for now. If what she said is true, I think that person named Princess Amamiya is likely to know about this, and may even rob Caesar of the fruits of the blood sacrifice ceremony. Su Chen nodded and responded, I think so too. It is impossible for someone to be so kind as to help a stranger. This is the only way to understand it. So what should we do now? Although the blood sacrifice ceremony is held at the Bloodsword Pond, we cannot guarantee that we will not be affected. After thinking for a moment, Su Chen smiled crookedly. Licking blood from a sword seems very exciting. The treasure that will be born 1 year later, the godhood obtained through the blood sacrifice ritual, the rare cultivation resources, and King, the epic god fighter, are all good partners for becoming stronger. Anyway, a swordsman who can buy sword feathers in an underground trading place like the black market must not be a good person, and his death does not deserve to be a pity. Only children make choices. As an adult, I want them all. Seeing that Su Chen had made a decision, Long Luo also smiled faintly. She just likes Su Chen's character, who knows the danger, but is willing to do anything to become stronger. Su Chen is working hard to fulfill his promise to become stronger and protect me. So handsome. I have to reward him well tonight. Su Chen, what are your plans next? Everything must be done according to the rules. Since the purpose of coming here is to test your strength in the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion, then let's finish this task first. Okay, I'll go with you. When the two returned to the living room, they saw King still sitting on the chair, her body as stiff as a stone, as if she was suffocating under the pressure of an invisible burden. His expression was tense, with worry and fear hidden between his brows, as if he was waiting for Su Chen's judgment. Well, you two, everything should be fine, right? I've said everything I need to say. I have a few more questions for you. After a moment, Su Chen got the information he wanted, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Before leaving, Su Chen asked a question with a serious look. Qingnu, do you want to return to the Divine Court? Return to the Divine Court? King had a face full of question marks. Could it be that they wanted to allow the blood sacrifice ceremony to proceed and then transfer the final results to her? That's unlikely. My name is Su Chen. When you return to the real world, you can come to Tianhe City in China to find me. I will help you break through to the level of a transcendent or even a saint and return to the Divine Court. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. After Su Chen finished speaking, he took Long Luo's hand and walked out of the mansion, leaving King with a confused look on her face. After walking for about half an hour, we arrived at the northernmost part of Ginyu Tower. The tall tower in front of us stands tall and straight into the sky, as if it is the link between heaven and earth, connecting the clouds and the earth. Is this the Misty Rain Pavilion? How magnificent! Yeah, I really don't know what I'll encounter in there. Misty Rain Pavilion, whose original name was the Trial Tower, can be used to test everyone's swordsmanship level. There are a total of 100 levels for participants to challenge. For the first 50 levels, you will randomly obtain a high-quality cultivation resource every time you clear 5 levels. Starting from the 51st level, there will be rewards on each level, but the difficulty will also increase significantly. The challenge can be repeated, but the rewards cannot be obtained repeatedly. At the same time, everyone's challenge results will be made public. Although soul energy will still be consumed upon death, some swordsmen come to Yinyu Pavilion to challenge for fame, some for property, and some just to hone themselves. Since the emergence of the secret realm of sword, more than 300,000 swordsmen have left their names on the Misty Rain Pavilion's ranking list. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a holy place for internet celebrities to check in. Su Chen, let's go check out the rankings first. Long Luo shouted excitedly, pulling Su Chen's hand and coming to the crystal steel on the left side of Yin Yu Pavilion. Chapter 95, Challenging the Misty Rain Pavilion. The stone tablet is 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. Made of crystal, deep red words are faintly visible on the tablet surface. Overall, it looks a bit like a bank's self-service terminal, which is very out of place in this sword's secret realm, filled with the atmosphere of ancient costume dramas. The crystal displays the top 10 results on the leaderboard, including the number of levels cleared, time, and realm. It feels like looking at the national rankings of a certain game. First place, Bai Hiyuan Layer Hour, 37 minutes, 44 seconds legendary peak. Second place, MO1, 28 minutes and 7 seconds, peak of the legendary realm. Third place, Bing Mumu Layer Hour, 20 minutes 4 seconds legendary late stage. 10th place, Ji Xuanyue Layer Hour, 09 minutes 01 seconds legendary realm late stage. Su Chen, can I only see the top 10? They're all records left by legendary swordsmen. How can I know your results later? I think it should be possible to just swipe the screen like a mobile phone screen. As Su Chen spoke, he swiped his finger to the right, and sure enough, he turned to the next page with ranking 11. These are all records left by legendary swordsmen. How long will it take to read them all? Su Chen, you must leave a record that is ahead of the others. Since we are going to challenge each other, we should aim for first place, no kidding. Su Chen, if you can get good grades, sister will agree to all your requests. I want to be on top. Is that okay? Su Chen asked without hope. When challenging the 3 frost dragons on the top of Jining Mountain, Long Luoer said that she could meet any of Su Chen's requirements. As a result, one night a few months ago, just as he was about to move, Long Luoer counterattacked him, without giving him any chance to resist or explain. Although it is indeed pleasurable, as a man, I still feel that when doing that kind of thing, it is only truly enjoyable and gives me a sense of conquest if I do the movements myself. Long Luoer's body is very soft. Her knees can touch her shoulders and leave marks of her knees on the bed. This is Su Chen's only wish when he exercises every night. As for asking her to shout more quietly, it was almost impossible for him at his current level. It was good enough that he didn't have any back pain. However, what he didn't expect was that Long Luoer nodded and actually agreed to him. Su Chen, after all, you are still at a disadvantage in your current realm. How about this? If I can see your ranking after 20 times, I will agree to it. It's a deal. No more fighting back. You little pervert are so bad. You are the pervert. Your whole family is perverted. But you are my only family. Little pervert. I'm not a pervert. After playing for a while, Long Luoer helped Su Chen dress and watched him enter the Yin Yu Pavilion. She stayed at the door waiting for Su Chen's triumphant return and had no intention of participating in the challenge. As the person with the highest level in the secret realm of sword, there is no need for him to challenge Misty Rain Pavilion to prove that he is the strongest. Pretending like this is totally unpresentable and even lowers your status. Therefore, the leaders of the 3 major forces in the secret realm, as well as the strong men who have broken through the epic realm, all disdain to challenge the Misty Rain Pavilion, and even do not take the cultivation resources rewarded therein seriously. Su Chen, come on. On the other side, after Su Chen entered the Yin Yu Pavilion, he was immediately teleported to the first floor, and at the same time an old voice was heard. Next, I will explain the rules of Yin Yu Pavilion. There are a total of 100 floors in Yin Yu Pavilion. The highest level of difficulty in the first 50 floors is the peak of the Emperor Realm. Starting from the 51st floor, the lowest difficulty will be increased to the early stage of the Legendary Realm. Please challenge according to your ability. Each successful challenge will give the challenger a certain amount of rest time, which allows the challenger to use magic to heal wounds and restore physical and spiritual strength. The higher the challenge level, the more rest time you will get. There is a circular barrier around the challenge venue. Once you leave the barrier, it will be regarded as giving up the challenge, and the results will be settled immediately. Then, I wish the challenger can achieve satisfactory results. As soon as he finished speaking, without giving Su Chen any time to organize the information, a gray wolf appeared out of nowhere in the arena. The flesh on his body had completely rotted and turned black, emitting an extremely pungent smell. The moment the man and the wolf looked at each other, the battle was about to break out. As a wolf howl was heard, the gray wolf rushed towards Su Chen at a speed of almost 100 kilometers per hour, trying to bite him to pieces. However, Su Chen just casually swung the ice sword and cut it in half. Then the gray wolf disappeared in an instant. The smoke and fog dissipated, and even the splatter of foul-smelling blood completely disappeared. Then a soft female voice came. Congratulations on successfully challenging the first level. You get 1 minute of rest time. Suchin waited for a long time, but didn't hear Xiao Jin's voice, so he sighed. It seems that these envoys are all fake. The wolf-shaped envoy just now should be a minion level 1. I thought I could gain unlimited ability points. After reaching the second floor, 2 wolf-shaped gods similar to those on the first floor suddenly appeared in the arena. As expected, Suchin just swung his sword one more time and successfully passed the second level. The third level, 5 wolf-shaped gods. The fourth level, 10 wolf-shaped gods. The fifth level, a minion-level tiger-type divine envoy, plus 20 wolf-type divine envoys. The sixth level, 30 minion-level leopard types. On the seventh floor, an elite bird-shaped divine messenger. Suchin had no pressure at all and fought his way to the 17th floor, where he finally met a humanoid opponent. He was holding a ball-shaped weapon, had a middle-parted hairstyle, and was wearing a black shirt and white overalls. He looked a bit like the young and handsome star that we often saw on the internet 3 years ago. The singing and dancing Prince number 514 in the Tianji sequence is good at singing, dancing, and is best at various ball games, especially basketball. Although the vocation sequence is outside the top 500, there are only a handful of people in this world who have awakened this vocation, which makes it a rare vocation in a sense. But it looks like it's only at the early stage of the heroic realm, and it's not too difficult. This should be a person who exists in reality, right? It seems that Yinyu Pavilion should be able to copy people from the real world in different time periods and use them as challenge targets. Judging from his clothes, he should be a copy of him from 3 years ago. Suchin muttered to himself, swung his sword, defeated the enemy in front of him who was about to use iron mountain backing, and then arrived at the 18th floor, where he got half an hour of rest. In the blink of an eye, it was the third night. All the swordsmen in Yinyu Tower who wanted to challenge Yinyu Pavilion, as well as the swordsmen who had just challenged Yinyu Pavilion and walked out of the tower, were stunned. I saw Long Luoer standing in front of the tower, staring at the entrance of Yinyu Pavilion with an infatuated look on her face. She has been there for 2.5 days. Although she looked so innocent, delicate, and pure, no one dared to approach her or talk to her. Although most of the swordsmen here don't care about their lives, it doesn't mean they are brainless. At this moment, the huge clock on the right side of Yinyu Pavilion rang one after another, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. The crystal steel also emitted colorful light at this moment, and the text on the screen was changing rapidly. After a few seconds, it finally froze on page 100, showing the 991st place ranking. Has someone broken through the 1000th place? Chapter 96, 6-year-old Long Luoer. Just when everyone wanted to go to the crystal tablet to see which genius had made it into the top 1000. However, Long Luoer's reaction was faster than anyone else. She took a step forward and came directly to the crystal tablet. Her eyes were glued to the screen, and she wished she could get in directly. As for the other swordsmen who wanted to check the rankings, they shook their heads helplessly and backed away from her. After all, no one wanted to provoke that female devil. Suchin's name appeared at the third place, 998th, from the bottom of the list. Number 998, Suchin, level 1 hour, 1 minute, and 27 seconds, mid-level warrior realm. As for the other people on this page, they are all in the late or peak stage of the Emperor realm. However, at this moment, a tall and thin swordsman accidentally glanced at the results on the ranking list and was completely stunned. He was not even afraid that Long Luoer was standing there, and rushed over to confirm it. What the hell? What the hell? A mid-level brave realm? Successfully challenged the 49th floor of Misty Rain Pavilion? You must be kidding. The tall and thin swordsman's exclamation once again attracted the attention of the people around him, and they were a little confused about what he wanted to express. But there were still a few fearless swordsmen who approached cautiously and took a look at the results on the leaderboard. Without exception, they all stood there in a daze. How is this possible? Is the ranking broken? How can a mid-level warrior challenge the 49th floor of Misty Rain Pavilion? Yinyu Pavilion is one of the 3 holy places in the sword's secret realm. How could it be fake? But this is indeed a bit too scary. A mid-stage brave realm warrior has the strength to look down on a late-stage or even peak Emperor realm warrior. Oh my god! Whose peerless genius is this? Could he be a clergyman? Too strong. A priest of the sword department? That's unlikely. I know all the priests who use swords, but without exception, they are all still alive, and there is no one named Suchin. Listening to the discussions of people around her, Long Luoer was extremely happy. It is said that a woman's heart is as elusive as the sea, but this is actually wrong. In fact, women's hearts are very pure. If the man they like is praised by others, she will be happy too. If she is slandered by others, she will feel sad too. It is that simple and pure. Su Chun is awesome. A mid-level warrior can actually rival those at the late and peak levels of the Emperor realm. So cool. When he comes out, we'll satisfy his demands. On the other side, Su Chun had just finished challenging the 49th floor and was already exhausted and out of breath. What the hell? 3 swordsmen in the middle stage of the Emperor realm are playing a group fight, playing with snakes. I am just a person in the middle stage of the Brave realm, right? It's so poisonous. Thinking back to the battle just now, Su Chun felt scared. 3 swordsmen in the middle stage of the Emperor realm, a sword saint, a magic swordsman, and a sword king, cooperated perfectly, and their combined efforts and continuous attacks were almost equivalent to those launched by a strong man in the early stage of the legendary realm. Fortunately, during this period of time, I have cultivated many natural treasures that have increased my reaction and perception abilities, and I have replenished a lot of spiritual power by playing with Long Luo'er every night, plus the sword skills passed down by the first-generation sword god. By using the method of catching a single enemy, they finally succeeded in defeating the most difficult magic swordsman in the team battle after an hour. As for the remaining Sword King and Sword Saint, it was much easier without the support of the magic swordsman. I hope there's a single person on the 50th floor, so I can kill him directly with my light blade. After the rest time was over, Su Chen also arrived at the 50th floor. It seemed as if Yin Yu Pavilion had heard Su Chen's inner thoughts and really selected a single swordsman as his opponent. However, when Su Chen saw the swordsman's face clearly, he was stunned. This is the first face he sees when he wakes up every morning, the face that appears before his eyes every night, and the face he stays with every day. It is an extremely familiar face. Lola, won't you? The Long Luo'er in front of him seemed even smaller than the real her. She is less than 1 meter tall and still looks so cute. She was wearing very thin clothes, only a white dress. The silver white hair fluttered in the wind, and each strand danced in the air with its lustrous silkiness, like a beautiful painting. She stood barefoot on the cold floor, holding a crystal sword that was longer than her height. If you didn't know her, you would think she was playing. She was so cute. Long Luo'er was very polite. After bowing, she kept staring at Su Chun and did not take the initiative to attack. And through Su Chen's perception of the sword field, he estimated that her current realm was only around the early stage of the heroic realm. But for him, he is more powerful than those at the peak of the Emperor realm. Whether he could do it or not was one thing, but the main thing was that Su Chun had a hunch that he could clearly defeat an enemy 2 levels higher than himself, but he had no way to deal with the mini dragon Luo'er in front of him. Is this the Lolo from the past? I didn't expect he's so powerful. However, Long Luo'er's next words almost made Su Chen's brain crash. Big princess, isn't Li Buku early? Big brother, won't you make a move? It was just a few words, and her pronunciation was so childish that I couldn't understand what she was saying for a while. Su Chun was stunned for a few seconds before he finally understood what Long Luo'er was talking about. No, that's not the point. Why can she speak? Su Chun challenged a total of 50 floors, and more than half of his opponents were humanoid creatures. But without exception, no one spoke except for the groans after being injured. Also, why did Long Luo'er become so many? Could it be her sister? Little sister, what's her name? Su Chun asked tentatively. Luluo, the dragon with legs, is a male member of the Divine Dragon Group. Big princess, if you don't hurry up, I'll bite you first. My name is Long Luo'er, and I'm the princess of the Dragon Clan. Big brother, if you don't make a move, I'll go first. Wait. Why can you talk? Why can't I sit on the sofa? I'm not a duck dad. Why can't I speak? I'm not dumb. Su Chen's face was full of black lines. It was obvious that Long Luo'er in front of him didn't understand what he meant at all. Little sister, how old are you? Why do I need to be so high? You are such a jerk if you can't eat anything. Why should I tell you? Dad said that people who say that are bad people. Su Chen's brain was really about to crash. It takes a lot of effort just to understand what she said. Could this be her tactic? But it is quite interesting to see such a small Long Luo'er. Although I don't know whether it's true or not, I'll have to find Long Luo'er and tease her when I get out. Big brother is not a bad person. It's also Hadagij and shy. It's the look that I like, and I don't like it at all. I'm 6 years old this year. Dagij, come and show me how big I am. That's right, big brother is very handsome. That's the look I like. He shouldn't be a bad guy. I'm 6 years old this year. Big brother, come and fight with me. Chapter 97, Su Chun vs. Long Luo'er. Su Chun almost blurted out, fuck. 6 years old? Reaching the heroic level at the age of 6? 6-year-old Su Chun is still playing in the mud, right? Long Luoer has actually become a hero. Isn't this a bit too scary? Lolo, are you only 6 years old? Is Lulu the sand puppet? It makes a creaking sound when you kick it. I'm kicking porridge. Are you talking about me? It sounds weird, but I still like it. Suchin suddenly felt a surge of blood in his heart and was almost killed by cuteness. This Nima is so cute. Just stop fighting and chat with the mini dragon Luoer. Yeah, Lolo, I didn't expect you to be so cute. Oh my god, I'm also very good at getting wet. Even if you say I'm cute, I won't let you down. Who is so cute? I really want to take her home and raise her. By the way, Luo, do you know that you will be my wife in the future? Lee is a bad guy. I'm only 6 years old. Why am I so stupid? You are a bad person. How can you say such things when I am only 6 years old? He knows what wife means at the age of 6. So cute. The two chatted and laughed, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Although most of what Mini Dragon Luoer said was incomprehensible, I could basically understand it by looking at her angry expression. It's just like taking care of a baby. Will my future children with long Luoer be this cute? At this moment, the mini dragon Luoer suddenly raised the iron sword, pointed at Su Chun, and said, I want to catch the wood tin. Big princess, come and catch me. I'm running out of time. Big brother, come and fight with me. No time. Su Chun was a little confused. Could it be that as replicas of Yinyu Pavilion, they are still subject to time limits? But Su Chun fought with the 3 swordsmen on the 49th floor for more than 2 hours without any problem. Only half an hour has passed, and Su Chun hasn't had enough fun yet. How come he has no time? The eldest princess is older than me, so I'll get it first. Big brother is older than me, so I will make the first move. Without giving Su Chun a chance to react, Long Luo took a step forward, and as a sharp sword energy cut through the sky, the crystal sword pointed directly at Su Chen's neck. Fuck, this sword speed is too fast, isn't it? Isn't she only 6 years old? She probably hasn't awakened her destiny yet. Just relying on her physical fitness and her own sword skills, without the ability correction of her destiny, she has reached this level. How strong is Luo? Long Luoer once said that dragons, like humans, also reach adulthood at the age of 18, but dragons only begin to age after 800 years old, so they spend most of their time in their prime. If one achieves a breakthrough and reaches extraordinary level, one can even live for around 2,000 years, and the prime age period will be further prolonged. But the problem is, the mini dragon Luoer in front of him has such strength at the age of only 6. Could it be that he also has some system or golden finger or something? During the attack and defense, sparks from the collision between the ice sword and the crystal sword flickered in the misty rain pavilion. The mini dragon lure sometimes stabbed and sometimes swept, and his attack was as fierce as the tide. Su Chun focused on defense, relying on his strong reaction and speed to block her attacks. In just a few breaths, the two had already exchanged more than dozens of moves. Big princess, what are you doing? I'm the first person to come to my place. Big brother, you are awesome. This is the first time I have ever met someone who is on a tie with me. Hearing this, Su Chun could only smile bitterly and shook his head. Although a big part of the reason was that Su Chun was reluctant to attack Long Luoer because of her appearance. But an 18-year-old man with the third-rank sword god could only barely tie with a 6-year-old girl. If Long Luoer knew about this, she would laugh for at least 3 days and 3 nights. Big princess, my little Lee is pulling me. Big brother, I feel like you are letting me. No, this is my full strength. I'm not green. I just made a big move, but evenly Kongru came and it didn't work. I don't believe it. I just exposed a flaw on purpose, and you saw it but didn't make any moves. The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched in embarrassment. I really didn't expect that the mini dragon Luoer, who is only 6 years old, could take the initiative to expose his flaws and could also see that he did not press on to win. How talented must he be to be able to do this? But there's nothing we can do about it. Even if you know that the mini dragon Luoer in front of you is fake, you can't bring yourself to do it. Apart from the duel at night, a normal person would never attack his wife, right? No, I really didn't notice. Maki Ichishi, big princess, is Lee a fan of me? How boring. Big brother, do you like me? The mini dragon Luoer has pouted his lips, looking very cute. If possible, Su Chun really wanted to take the dragon home. Of course, I like Luo the most. The two swords collided again, but Su Chun was not in a hurry. He gently swung the ice sword and cleverly resolved several waves of attacks from the mini dragon Luoer. However, because of this sentence, mini dragon Luoer was a little shaken and finally revealed a real big flaw. Suchin also sees this flaw, and with a heavy blow, he knocked her sword away and then held her in his arms. Lee, what are you doing? Get out of here. What are you doing? Let me go. All right. Don't dance with swords with such a cute little girl. It's too dangerous. Get out of here. Lee Gubitai, what are you doing? Lee Shanai. I'm not kidding. Let me go. You pervert. What do you want to do? You are cheating. I won't accept it. Mini Dragon Luoer tried hard to break free from Su Chun, but was powerless, really like a naughty girl. How can I cheat? Using words to distract the enemy in actual combat is a basic tactic, and you are also using these words that I can't understand to distract me. Oh boo-ga. Oh boo-hoo. The mini dragon Luoer struggled harder and harder, even leaving several small teeth marks on Su Chen's right hand. Idunke. I don't accept it. Wow. It's not nice for a girl to bite people like that. Then why doesn't he let me go? If Lee continues to behave like this, I will kill him when I grow up. Why don't you let me go? If you keep doing this when I grow up, I will bite off your penis. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's legs tightened, his back felt cold, and he instantly recalled a bad memory. The tooth marks left there suddenly began to hurt again. The mini dragon Luoer also found Su Chen's weakness at this time. He rolled over and broke free from Su Chen's restraints. He used the force of the roll to come to the side and picked up the crystal sword that had just been knocked away by Su Chen. Geha, let's fight with me. Humph, you bad guy. Fight me squarely. Su Chen scratched his head. This mini dragon Luoer seemed to have always wanted to have a decisive battle with him. It seemed as if she had some obsession that forced her to become stronger. It's not that I don't want to fight you. It's mainly because you look too much like my beloved. I just can't do it. I don't want the reward either. I'll give up soon. Hearing this, mini dragon Luoer was stunned for a moment. She had lived in the Shenlong Valley since she was born, and had even rarely left her own room. It was impossible for her to know a human male. But she felt that she had a strange feeling towards the man in front of her, although she couldn't put it into words. That's why she spoke and joked with him in a playful manner, wasting her time. Ever since she was summoned to Yinyu Pavilion, she already knew that she was a fake, just a copy. Although she would not have this memory, she was also told that the combat experience she accumulated here would be automatically added to her original body, and she was happy to help. However, the only rule is that there can be no communication with the participants. Once the rules are violated, they will be expelled from Yinyu Pavilion, and their combat experience will not be accumulated to their main body. However, she was willing to speak because her feelings were always very accurate. The man in front of her must be the most important person in her life, although she doesn't know why. She cherishes this period very much. Although it will not be remembered, it is the happiest time she has had in the past 6 years. It's a pity that good times are always short-lived. The body of the mini dragon Luoer began to fade gradually, and it was obvious that the time was up. What's Li Jiao's rice? May I have your name? Me? Su Chun. Su as in wake up, Chun as in star. Really? Su Chen. I will remember you. One day, I will arrive early and put you on the ground, and then I will make you a better person for today's study. Really? Su Chun. I will remember you. One day, I will find you, pin you to the ground, and make you pay for your actions today. As soon as mini dragon Luoer finished speaking, her figure disappeared from Su Chen's sight. Chapter 98 Night Spirit Pearl. Looking at the disappearing mini dragon Luoer, Su Chen suddenly felt lonely. Even though she was fake, her personality was exactly the same as Long Luoer's real personality. Willful, tricky, unreasonable, but lovable. Oh, I really want to tell you that your wish has come true. You and I are living very happily now. Su Chen did not continue to challenge the 51st floor. The next opponents were all at the legendary level or above, even though he had the Sword God's super powerful ability correction and the Light Blade, a move that could defeat the enemy in one move. But the gap in realm is still too big. There is no need to waste time. It is better to wait until the realm improves before continuing to challenge. I haven't touched my wife for 2.5 days. I kind of miss the feeling of being pinned down on the bed. He took a step forward and came directly outside the circular barrier. With a flash of white light, Su Chun was directly teleported to the gate of the first floor of Yinyu Pavilion. The entire Misty Rain Pavilion was surrounded by swordsmen, and everyone was talking. If you didn't listen carefully, you couldn't hear what they were saying. Among all the swordsmen, the one who could be clearly seen was the silver-haired Long Luoer, who was staring at him with infatuated eyes. Fuck! He's out, challenging someone who has successfully broken through the 50th floor with the realm of a mid-level brave man. You look so young. It's really sad that you have achieved so much at such a young age. I am over 50 years old and can only barely defeat those in the middle stage of the hero realm. Don't you think about it? How can the husband of the sword saint be weak? I'm sure that if he doesn't give up, he can fight to the 60th floor. I don't know what his vocation is. I really want to ask him for some advice. Listening to the praises from the people around him, Su Chen felt like he was about to float. Indeed, from the perspective of this world, a mid-level brave realm warrior who can defeat an opponent at a higher realm is already a peerless genius who is worthy of being visited by major forces. However, he was able to defeat his opponents across more than 2 major realms. This can no longer be described as a peerless genius. It can be said that he is unparalleled in the world. However, there was one thing that made Su Chen particularly concerned. What the hell was the Sword Saint? From what they said, I felt that the Sword Saint was talking about Long Luo'er. When did she give herself this strange title? Doesn't she know that the word saint carries with it some strange attributes? My wife is called a saint, but I always feel like something is not right. Su Chen. Long Luo'er waved her right hand, signaling Su Chen to come to her side. Lolo, sorry for the wait. No, it's only been 2.5 days, it's no problem. Long Luo'er hugged Su Chen tightly and did not separate until several minutes later. There are so many people watching here. What does it matter? Who has any objection? Su Chen glanced at the swordsmen around him. Some people turned around and left the place immediately. Some people turned their heads away and whistled. Some people scratched their heads and looked at this scene with respect. You used dragon language then? I remember they were very scared of you. No, I don't know why. I didn't say anything. Ever since you broke the record of 1,000th place, they have been very respectful to me. I even got the nice title of Sword Saint. It seems that I got a lot of credit from you. Does it sound good, Luo? I think you should not call yourself that. No way. It sounds so nice. Come home quickly. I'm waiting for you to tell me what happened in Yinyu Pavilion. So, am I in the top 200? No, I'm currently ranked 810th. Although it's not high, it's already amazing to achieve such a result at your current level. What a pity. Let's go back. I haven't looked at the cultivation resources I got from challenging the 50th floor just now. They're all in this space ring. Su Chen pointed to the space ring on his hand, which was the reward for successfully challenging Jiandang Mountain. Let's go. I urgently need to replenish Su Chen's energy. Just as he was about to leave Yinyu Pavilion, he was stopped by the swordsman who was leading him to King's mansion and handed him a letter. There are only a few short words on it. I have something important to tell you, so please come to my humble abode again for a chat. The green lady stayed. Lola, what do you think? Go ahead. Even if she has the guts, she won't dare to ambush us? Arriving at King's residence, she was still as timid as ever, her hands clenched into fists, her legs touching each other, and trembling slightly. He looked very nervous and frightened, afraid of saying something wrong. So, what do you want? Master, this is for you. As King spoke, she handed over a gem that emitted a faint blue light. The gem has a round shape, and its surface is crystal clear and smooth like a mirror, making people want to touch its texture. What is this? Sir, I'm sorry. I lied to you about something before. In fact, I got the treasure that came out 500 years ago, and this Night Spirit Pearl is the treasure back then. Su Chen frowned slightly. In fact, he had also guessed that the precious king who was born 500 years ago must know some inside information. Caesar had not entered the secret realm of sword at that time. Theoretically, King was the strongest person in the secret realm, and it was impossible for her not to participate in the battle for the secret treasure. But Su Chen didn't intend to expose her. After all, everyone has their own secrets, and since they haven't established a cooperative relationship yet, she just needs to make sure that the questions she asks are answered truthfully. But what I didn't expect was that King would suddenly take out the treasure at this time. What was her purpose? From what you said, you want to give this Night Spirit Pearl to me. Am I right? Yes, sir. I have thought carefully about what you said 2 days ago. I am willing to believe you. I will go to Tina City to find you after I get out. I originally wanted to use this Night Spirit Pearl when I broke through to the extraordinary level in the sword's secret realm, but I decided to take a gamble on you. This is my token of loyalty. As for the effect of the Night Spirit Pearl, I also heard about it by chance in the Divine Court. It can greatly improve the realm and spiritual power. If you practice together with people of different races, you can also strengthen a small part of the restraint of both sides on the different races. Upon hearing this, Su Chen and Long Luo'er stood up with a start. Are you serious? They asked in unison. That's right, because Master Su Chen and Lady Long Luo'er are husband and wife. I think this treasure would be more useful if I gave it to you. After all, I'm alone. If I use it by myself, it would be a complete waste of its effect. King leaned back slightly, obviously frightened by the actions of the two men. The so-called restraint is actually similar to the vocation such as God Slayer and Dragon Slayer. When fighting with specific characters or races, it will stimulate certain potential and achieve a specialized effect. Cultivation resources with this kind of effect are almost all priceless, and some are even the clan treasures of some races, which will never be passed on to others. After all, no one wants to have a master who specifically targets their own race. Isn't that asking for trouble? As for Su Chun and Long Luo'er, the corners of their mouths curled up. It was obvious that they both thought of something bad at the same time. Chapter 99. Will you give birth to a little dragon girl after you get out? When King saw the looks of the two, she suddenly regretted handing over such a precious treasure as the Night Spirit Pearl. I always feel like this couple is fighting some kind of battle, and neither of them is willing to admit defeat. After a while, Su Chun put the Night Spirit Pearl into the space ring, coughed twice, and said, "King, thank you for your treasure. I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now." Okay. King naturally understood what Su Chun and the others wanted to do next, and responded with a slightly blushing face. "Thank you so much." Long Luo'er's rare thanks made King feel flattered. Afterwards, the two left the Yinyu Tower, came to the outside of the city, performed the Dimension Slash, and entered the warm little home. It was done in one go, without any delay. After spending half an hour rubbing each other's skin, they came to the room and prepared to practice the Night Spirit Pearl. "Lolo, don't think I don't know what you were planning." "Humph, you two, with that little bit of self-control, do you think it could be of any use to me? You'll know if it works or not after you give it a try." Hearing this, Long Luo'er sighed helplessly. Suddenly, she remembered that in the afternoon she had secretly decided to give Su Chun a reward. After all, Su Chun squeezed into the ranking list full of Emperor-level warriors with the realm of mid-level warrior. He must have made a lot of efforts. There is nothing wrong in satisfying him a little bit. "Su Chun, do you still remember the agreement we made last time at Jinding Mountain? Promise? Are you saying you can satisfy all my requests? Isn't that used up?" "Well, after all, I couldn't help myself that night. I realized my mistake, so I'll make it up to you tonight. If you want to do anything, just ask." Long Luo'er swallowed a few times and closed her eyes as if she had accepted her fate. "Lolo, really? You won't attack me again, will you?" "No way. So, tonight I want—" The next morning, Su Chun was so happy when he saw the Night Spirit Pearl, which had shrunk greatly, and Long Luo'er lying beneath him and sleeping with peaceful breathing. He finally served as a dragon rider for a whole night. Thinking back to last night when Long Luo'er was so angry that she gnashed her teeth but had to obey him, there was only one word that could describe Su Chun's mood at the moment: cool. At the same time, thanks to the spiritual power of Yi Lingzhu and Long Luo'er, his realm was finally raised to the late stage of the Brave Realm, and he was only one step away from the peak of the Brave Realm. I estimate that after a few more nights, after I have fully cultivated the Night Spirit Pearl, I will be able to reach the peak of the Hero Realm. I really hope that moments like last night can always last. It doesn't exist. Long Luo also woke up at this time and said angrily, "Good morning, Luo. Thank you for last night." "Humph, the face of a smug villain." Su Chun touched Long Luo'er's little head and consoled her. "Wouldn't it be good to save some energy?" "Humph, with that little energy, I'm not even fully recovered yet. I'll naturally choose a position that makes me more comfortable." "You are indeed a little pervert. What kind of lewd words are these? Didn't you say you were a saint last night? How can a saint say such things?" "Then I'd rather not have the title of saint." "And stop talking nonsense, get up quickly, and stop pressing me. We agreed yesterday to hold it for the whole night, and now it's the next morning. Hold your spear tight. I won't buy it anymore. It's normal for a man to show up so early in the morning." "Su Chun, your time is up. Stop messing around. If you do that again, I will counterattack. It's still 13 o'clock in the morning. The whole night is not over yet. By the way, Luo, please take off the ring. I want to try holding the dragon horn." 3 hours later, after taking a shower and changing clothes, Su Chun was dragged to the grassland by Long Luo'er to practice sword. After being baptized by the Night Spirit Pearl, Su Chun clearly felt that his overall strength had increased significantly. Perhaps this is what is called improved self-control. A cold light flashed, and Long Luo'er swung the ice sword towards Su Chun. Although he had suppressed a lot of realms, his sword speed was still far beyond the level of a normal Emperor-level swordsman. However, Su Chun dodged the attack nimbly with a sway of his body. His steps are flexible and varied, sometimes rushing forward, sometimes moving sideways, and his movements are as fast as the wind, making it difficult to predict. In just 1 minute, the two had already exchanged no less than 100 moves. It was totally unbelievable that one of them hadn't even reached the heroic level. Looking at Long Luower's sword posture, Su Chen couldn't help but think of the mini Long Luower he met in Yinyu Pavilion. He asked inexplicably, "Lolo, did you live in Shenlong Valley until you were 6 years old?" After these words were spoken, Long Luower was stunned for a moment, and also revealed a flaw. Su Chen also seized the opportunity and imitated the posture he used in his previous battle with the mini Long Luower. He struck Long Luower's sword with a heavy blow, trying to knock her weapon away. However, times are different now than they were in the past. Although he successfully hit the target, he was unable to shake Long Luower's extraordinary power. Instead, Su Chen's sword was knocked away by the recoil wave. "Fuck, didn't you say we should suppress their realm?" However, Long Luower just put away his sword and asked curiously, "How do you know that I was in Shenlong Valley before I was 6 years old?" Su Chen sighed, thinking that there was no need to hide the matter of Yinyu Tower from Long Luower. So he explained the whole thing to her while she was lying on the grass. "You mean you met the 6-year-old me on the 50th floor?" Long Luower also lay on the grass on her side, with her upper body nestled in Su Chen's arms. "Yeah, I have to say, your speech is not accurate at all. It's so cute." "Well, that's a dark history, don't mention it. When I was a kid, I was so busy practicing sword skills that I didn't really learn Chinese. I made a lot of jokes because of it." Long Luower's face was already flushed. I didn't expect that the dark history that I wanted to forget the most was actually known by Su Chen. "Very cute. Luower, the even-legged dragon, is a member of the dragon team. Big Princess and Shy. They are my favorites, and I hate them all. I am 6 years old this year. Big Princess, come and show me how big I am. So cute, huh? I really want to have a Lolo like this." "Su Chen, you deserve a beating, right? Or do you want to experience what it's like to be hunted by a dragon?" Long Luower acted like a crazy kitten, and her cute appearance almost broke down Su Chen's inner defenses. No, this is outside our cozy little home. I'll just arrest you." I was wrong. It was already evening when the two of them were lying on the grassland, chatting and laughing and making plans for tomorrow. Su Chen thought back to the cute mini dragon Luower, then looked at the now pouting Long Luower and asked, Luo, are you going to give birth to a little dragon girl after you get out?" Long Luower was stunned for a moment when she heard this, but she immediately smiled and responded calmly. "Okay, but you have to work harder and stop complaining about back pain. Don't worry, I will work hard to become stronger. Don't just talk. I'll extend your time by 1 hour tonight as a special training for you." WTF. Chapter 100, Flying Dragon Valley. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. As the Night Spirit Pearl was completely refined, Su Chen's realm also broke through to the peak of the Brave Realm. His current strength is not inferior to those at the peak of the Emperor Realm. He can be regarded as a truly peerless genius. Su Chen and Long Luower also followed King's guidance and came to the Flying Dragon Valley, which is most likely the resting place of the first generation of Dragon Knights. It is also one of the only 2 unoccupied areas in the secret realm of Sword. The mountains on both sides of the canyon are towering into the clouds, standing proudly between heaven and earth. The peaks are stacked one after another, forming a natural barrier. Its topographical features show deep cracks, as if the earth was torn apart, forming a huge natural fissure. However, at this moment, the two of them frowned slightly as they watched the 2 dragon swordsmen who were constantly arguing outside the Phylong Valley. Moo. I told you that you should have helped me block the magic arrow at that time, but you didn't listen. Now you've failed the challenge for the 3rd time," shouted the male swordsman with a slick back hair on the left, handsome looks, and a pair of blue dragon horns on his head. "Why would I block it? If I had been hit by that arrow at that time, I would have died for sure. Besides, wasn't it your decision? Why did I have to challenge this Flying Dragon Valley? I wasted a year." The female swordsman with long purple hair on the right side, a gentle face, and a pair of blue dragon horns on her head retorted. "No, as long as you can block that magic arrow, you can use recovery magic to heal it, right? I've already blocked all the mental arrows and most of the magic arrows too. Can't I let you block just one? I've already told you that I've been hit by several magic arrows. If you don't think you have the ability to make it through the level, could you please not take me with you?" "Sister, I didn't expect that the lethality here would increase with the level of cultivation. Your level is lower than mine, so you should suffer less, right?" Before the man could finish his words, the woman became completely furious and pointed at the man's nose and cursed. "What are you yelling about? Is there a brother as useless as you? Ha! I spent my money to buy the 2 sword feathers. I asked you to challenge the Misty Rain Pavilion to get some training resources for me, but you said it was not worth it. You said you needed the Dragon Ball for your training, but you took it away without saying a word. I finally got a Snow Lotus and wanted to practice, but you dragged me to challenge Phylong Valley. I thought you were so awesome, but what happened? It's been a year. A whole year. I haven't touched my Snow Lotus again. You wasted a year of my life. Do you know that? I am Mumu. I used to be. What do you mean by I? If you're not good at it, practice more. If you can't stand losing, don't play. The past is the past, and the present is now. If you keep comparing the past to the present, why don't you compare it with the time when you were born? Don't list my time. Okay? Okay. The man's voice became smaller and smaller, while the woman's voice became louder and louder. Obviously, the woman won the verbal battle. Su Chun did hear some key information from the quarrel between the two people. Magic arrows? Spirit arrows? Do we need two people to challenge the Flying Dragon Valley together? The Blue Dragon Horn should be from the Ice Dragon clan. I wonder if I can get some information from these two people. While thinking this, Su Chun brought Long Luo'er to the two of them and greeted them politely. Good morning, both of you. However, the two Ice Dragon swordsmen didn't seem to want to pay attention to Su Chun and were still arguing. It seems that without showing some sincerity, it will not work. Fortunately, Su Chun had gotten some non-melting ice on Jianning Mountain before, thinking whether he could exchange it for other cultivation resources. Now he can finally use it. When it comes to social matters, money and cultivation resources are more important. Su Chun took out the non-melting ice and asked with a smile, You two, I have something to consult you about. If possible, please accept these two pieces of non-melting ice. The moment they saw that the ice was not melting, the man and woman stopped arguing instantly and instead showed greedy expressions. Is this mine? The woman changed her impatient look from the quarrel and asked in a coquettish tone. Yes, but I want to know more about this Flying Dragon Valley. Can I ask? Okay, whatever you want to ask. If Tesayu. 20 minutes later, Su Chun finally used 3 pieces of non-melting ice to exchange for a general understanding of the Phylong Valley, which was considered worth the money. Phylong Valley, like Jianning Mountain, has dynamic level adjustment. It does not mean that the higher the realm, the easier it is to pass the level. Each time, it can only be done in pairs, and at least one of them must be a dragon. That's why there are almost no teams of challengers here. After all, dragons are too rare. The total length of Phylong Valley is about 3 kilometers. You will be rewarded with cultivation resources every time you advance a certain distance. It is said that after reaching the end, you will receive the inheritance of the top powerhouse. Whenever a pair of challengers enter the valley, a barrier will automatically form to prevent anyone from entering the canyon again. The Flying Dragon Valley will not open again until the challengers successfully pass the level or die. Of course, it is not easy to pass through Phylong Valley. Once you enter Phylong Valley, you will continue to be subjected to a powerful mental shock. As the distance increases, this mental shock will become stronger and stronger, and even a legendary powerhouse may find it difficult to resist. It is truly terrifying. Not only that, starting from 1 kilometer, the mountains on both sides will shoot 2 kinds of arrows that cannot be avoided or blocked. They have a tracking effect and will only disappear after hitting the challenger. One of them is the magic arrow. The damage caused will increase according to the realm of the person hit. It is extremely powerful. No matter what realm you are in, you will probably be close to death if you are hit by a few of them. 2 of them are mental arrows, which will not cause damage after hitting, but will cause extremely great pain. According to the brothers and sisters of the Ice Dragon clan, even a strong man in the epic realm would feel so much pain after being hit that he would instantly pass out, which is extremely terrifying. However, the arrows are not infinite, and if you don't continue to move forward, no more arrows will be shot at you, so you can rest on the spot. In general, the challenge of Phylong Valley does not test a person's ability to fight across borders like Jianning Mountain, but rather tests the degree of cooperation between 2 people. Since each type of arrow cannot be avoided, you can only take it with your physical body. If you feel you can't hold on any longer, stop and recover before continuing forward. Su Chun, do you have any good ideas? Even someone as strong as Long Luo'er took a step back after hearing the rules of Phylong Valley. Dynamic level adjustment is really disadvantageous to people with high levels, especially now that Long Luo'er has broken through to the transcendent realm. The power of that magic arrow is probably even greater than an attack from a transcendent god. However, Su Chun just waved his hand casually. looking completely unconcerned. Lolo, didn't I tell you? I will protect you. So, let me take all the arrows in Phylong Valley.